It's your boy Jedi for Jedi Online, Trilluminati Live, REDPILLTRILL, like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when we go live, and please put the number of your like in the chat, you know, like that. Let's go, man. Yo. If God was one of us and you didn't even know it, would he be a musician, artist or poet? Would he drink dragon stout, Hennessy or Moet? If he made mad dough, would he stack it or blow it on fast cars and gold? I wanna know, he smoke crack, high grade or hydro? Would he be your out? Yo. If God was one of us and you didn't even know it, would he be a musician, artist or poet? Would he drink dragon stout, Hennessy or Moet? If he made mad dough, would he stack it or blow it on fast cars and gold? I wanna know, would he smoke crack, high grade or hydro? Would he be your outlaw, running from the 5-0? Would he listen to rap? Would he feel my flow? Would he walk past if he saw cops arresting me? If he was brass, would he look up shots that make cash with me? And if I went jail, would he pay my bill, send me milk, or would he try and sex my girl? Would he cry, get the loss of lives on 9/11? Would he believe he could achieve eternal life in heaven? If he was one of us and someone else was in charge, would he look up at the stars wondering if there's life on Mars? Would he dream of leaving the atmosphere in a space shuttle? Would he still love his mum if she beat him with a belt buckle? If he was just a fun and life was a struggle, would he work 9 to 5 for life, or would he hustle?
I'm trying to find a new direction, so I stare at my reflection. I need an answer to this question. What would God do with me? It's one of us. There's a bloodline. One of us. One of us.
This God was made of flesh and he bled like me, and he was hungry. Would he try and get fed like me? Take that nympho to bed like me. Refuse to give info to the feds like me. If I was his son, would he let my enemies harm me? Support the war and terror and join the army? Buckle at the pressure that turns black men balmy. Buy a gap for self-defense or learn karate. Spend his spare time studying or love to party. Be a vegetarian or eat salami. Listen to mixtapes, take chicks on dates. Would he believe that we all evolved from apes? If all you wanted was a slice, would he share his pie? Live in fear and hide or be prepared to ride? I stare at my own reflection through teary eyes. I know the answer to my questions cause he's here inside.
I'm trying to find a new direction, so I stare at my reflection. I need an answer to this question. What would God do with me? It's one of us. There's a bloodline. One of us. One of us.
I've seen nothing but gods in my community. Let the truth be known, God exists within you and me. I don't usually spit about unity, but the kids are dying before they see puberty. Truthfully, there's not enough said about the bloodshed. You pull your gut, I pull my strap, now another fuck's dead. The only thing promised in life is that it must end. When they say you'll never amount to shit, baby, don't trust them. We're all gods, surviving against all odds. Don't let them pollute your mind with lies like men are all dogs. They're trying to stop the love making, so we can stop creating a nation of soldiers to raise against Satan. Refuse to believe in the lies they tell, break the Bible spell. Don't live in fear of a heaven and hell. They say a fiery pit underground is where the devil dwells, and he's a red guy with a pitchfork, horns in the tail. I say the real devil's the one behind every crack cell, encouraging a life of street pharmacy for every black male. They despise you, cause God's inside you. Find the power from within and let your conscience guide you.
I'm trying to find a new direction, so I stare at my reflection. I need an answer to this question. What would God do with me? It's one of us. There's a bloodline. One of us. One of us. I know that we are dance champions come to some politics.
Strength, love, honor, trust. That shit makes me wanna bust my ting. Violating, wanna come on. Force a king to live in a cage, make him a slave for minimum wage. We're definitely splitting and filling with hate. These are the words that we live in today. All about energy given away. Malevolent entities have been manufacturing enmity. We've been enemies for centuries. Eventually they want us all gone. What? of defiance.
The rise of the rebellious tribes, I'm ready to ride.
What is life if you ain't ready to die?
I'm trying to thrive.
What's the sky if you ain't ready to fly?
Huh?
What kind of guy got mine?
If I ain't ready to ride, don't you know?
What smartphone screens, the
Scrying mirrors.
Don't you know where supreme beings rule?
Lying lizards.
Don't you know? My free eyes open, but I ain't
Crying rivers.
Love, honor, trust is all you need. If you riding with us, strength, love, honor, trust, strength, love, honor, trust, strength, love,
Honor, trust.
strength, love, honor.
Hey.
Now as I sit and wonder, waking up from my slumber, trying to free my mind from the spelling that man are under. Now I can see the clarity, actions with no disparity. Evil doers hiding the demons in the name of charity. All I need is honesty, honestly through this
Honesty.
trust, love, honor, respect.
A rare commodity.
Integrity is a must in my presence. That's my policy.
Policy.
Guidance of the new generation.
That's the monarchy. Gang, gang.
They ain't with it, let them hang. Knowledge is my weaponry, wisdom is what I bring.
Hey.
Strength,
What?
love,
What?
honor, trust.
Yeah.
20 if that's in, I need freedom. That's the must.
This is ever flow.
Cause and effect. Let them know.
Got these uses round my people, them neck. Let them up.
Nowadays I watch while I step.
You never know.
Cause your best friend could switch up the set.
I said the flow.
Strength, love,
Honor, trust.
strength, love,
Honor, trust.
strength, love,
Honor, trust.
strength, love,
You fucking nigga.
love, honor, trust, strength, love, honor.
Hey. What? Bubble with me, what? Bubble with me, what? Bubble with me, what? Honor that one. Bubble. All right, we in the building, man. What's good? It's your boy, Den African Online, Trilluminati, live, REDPILLTRILL, like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know we go live and please put your number of your like in the chat. You know, like that. Much better intro. Much better. You can tell I wasn't happy with the last one. I was kind of vexed. I was like, nah, I fucked it up. What are you getting for? I don't want to play none of this. Yes, my G's and GX. Yeah, family tree. My white folks, my Asians, my blackies. You know, the light skins, the darkies, the paleys, the blue foots. Yeah, the blue blacks, everything in between. The males, the females, the boys and the girls, the men and the women. Welcome. You have made it to August. It is now August the 1st, 2022. Give yourself a pat on the side for making it this far. You know? What's this, the 8th month of the year? Fucking hell, we're gone. It's over. I'm looking at 2023. It's over. Yeah? After Carnival, the year's done. The year's done. Carnival's at the end of this month. I can't fucking wait. But yeah, man, we in the building. New energy, new vibes. Keeping it pushing. Yeah. Big up everyone that's loving the thumbnail. Yeah, big up everyone that's loving the thumbnail, man. You know, respect. You know, just a little banter. You know what it's about. This sister that's in the place of Miss Monsieur Candy, Jupiter affiliated, aka Michaela, whatever. You know, she was on the line on my channel on Friday, throwing around the N-word because she heard it used between black people. And she decided that to defend one of the black people, she was going to call another black person a nigger and just repeat the word. And her husband is a black man. This is why he's depicted as Stephen, the Stockholm Syndrome, slave master loving black man. Yeah? Now, obviously, this is all entertainment purposes, for the purpose of sparking off good conversations and whatnot. You know what I mean? This ain't no super personal attack. Like, I don't want nothing, no harm coming to any of these people or anything like that. And I'm more than happy to sit down and have conversations with them. So, you know what I mean? Just put everything in context as we go in today. We just want to discuss. So I asked a question on my Insta. Right, let me see if I can pull that out, the question I asked. And the question was, can you be racist and in love with someone from a different race? And the other question was, can you love a racist? If you are of a different race and someone is a racist, can you love them? So I want to discuss, I want to explore those two kind of arenas as we go through the day and play some videos and whatnot. But I got some non-related stuff today. Let's see what we got first and foremost. See if I can. What we got here? What we gonna do right now? Okay. Let me go to Insta. Let's see what's going on the Insta. Try to send myself a video or two. Big up everyone. Follow me on Instagram. Remember, follow me, REDPILLTRILL. Keep up to date. You know, follow me on Twitter as well, REDPILLTRILL. In fact, anywhere you're looking for me, REDPILLTRILL. You know, hit that subscribe, hit that follow button. Means a lot. If you want to find me on Facebook, I'm JEDI Ali, JEDIAHALI. That's me. That is moi. That is my name. So yeah, hit me up, man. Hit me up. Let's chop it up, man. I am REDPILLTRILL. Yes. Sorry, I'm just trying to get into the inbox. Here it is. So what's everyone saying, man? How's your weekend been? What you lot been on? You miss me? You never miss me? How it go? Jeez, what's the situation? Okay. All right, first and foremost, let me play this video. I'm going to share my screen again, you know. I'll share it this way. Boom, bam, we in the building. Let me put this link out there in a second. Hold on. All right, so listen to what my man's saying. This is the homie Fire of Truth, aka London Open TV, FOT. You know, he's an activist and a public speaker, artist. He's been on the panel more than a couple times. You know, familiar with the gang, comes out to the events, and that. He's a cool brother. So yeah, he wants to speak to you lot and tell you something. So let's hear this.
Yeah. So today's reparations day in Brixton, Emancipation Day, which means basically standing up and demanding reparations for the atrocities committed against our people in the transatlantic kidnap, not slavery, kidnap, because our people was kidnapped. Let's make that fucking clear. You get me? So it's for that, for the 400 years they've done all that madness, and it's today. So sorry for the late announcement. If you can make it to Brixton today, come, because we need all our community there. You know what I mean? And you know what, I think next year we should aim for it to be a gang truce on Reparation Day. I think will be powerful. Everyone come, everyone needs to come. We need the numbers. You understand? You lot came up for George Floyd in America. This is for our ancestors and for what's going on up to this day. We still in that same slavery mindset. Look, black people don't have nukes. Black people don't have a powerful army, a powerful bank, and you understand. So it's important that we all come, and I'm surprised no one else is promoting this, especially people with bigger platforms that know our gone, that know the thing, ain't promoting this at all. But if you can come today, that would be great. You know what I mean? We need as much people as possible. The whole Britain that we got. Yeah. So today's reparations day in Brixton, Emancipation Day, which means basically standing up and demanding reparations.
So you heard the man, you heard him. He's getting down to reparations, aka Emancipation Day in Brixton. And if you lot are involved in that or want to go down and support, then yeah, go find yourself down there. Personally, I won't be attending because I'm live streaming. It is a good opportunity to go down there and see who's in the so-called community. I can't lie, I don't agree with everything that's down there, everyone that's down there. I don't even think asking for reparations is even a thing. But like I always say every year, I support the people, and should you want to get reparations, then I support anything you want. If you do you know what I mean? I just think it's a bit futile to ask in the way that we ask, or in the way that is asked or whatever. But I don't want to be a hindrance to anybody asking. Like, get your P's, get your money, get your reparations. That goes to all the movements, ADOS, CDOS, whatever. Anyone that's looking for some kind of compensation for the wrongdoing, the historical wrongdoing, then by all means go for it. If you ask me how I feel about it, then I just feel like some of it's a little futile. But who knows, man? What the fuck do I know? Get your money, man. But yeah, you know, it's an opportunity to go down there and see members from the community like come together. You know, there's some aspects of it that I ain't really feeling. You know, they got a couple speakers speaking. Sometimes I feel like it's a bit unnecessary. It's a bit old school. We don't move forward. It's not modern. It doesn't really involve the youths. Do you know what I mean? And it's just like Rasta camp versus Rasta camp. And that kind of thing. And then the Nation of Islam walks out in front, and then you got Forever Family doing army drills on the side. And it's a bit of a disjointed thing. But they walk from one place to another. Like, personally, I just feel like we need to renew it. They need to update what it is they're doing. Protests, like a bit like the Grenfell Silent March, they become a bit routine. And then you're just bopping, and then after the bop, you're like, yeah, I've done my bit, and then I'm gone. And I think there needs to be a little bit more dynamicness within these protests, these events. They need to grab a bit more attention. They need to make a bit more noise. They need to stop maybe walking the agreed police routes and just veer off. Like, yeah, our police said you can walk this way. Well, we're going this way. The permission and this is the route you can walk in at. It kind of files down the teeth of the beast. You know what I mean? It files down the sharp teeth that you're supposed to be using to gnash and bite and scare them. You're looking soft. You're looking like, okay, well, we can tame them, tell them to walk this way, walk that way, and they just do what we want. And I don't know, I feel like that, as it being a black person's, black people's, African descended activity, they should definitely represent our African fire and passion and ferocity that always needs to be there. They need to know that that's not far. But yeah, man, big up to everyone going out to Emancipation Day in Brixton. Unfortunately, I won't be joining you. But yeah, big up to anyone that reaches down there. I'm sure Shaka, them kind of folks will be down there. I know, I know coming a couple of the sisters and that, they go down there religiously.
Yeah, so today's
I won't be rolling. Let me put this link out. I will not be rolling. Join me. Right, so here's a link. Let's get some of you lot on there, man. OTAC 75 people in the building. Hit the like button. You lot, like up the show, like up the show. Let's get these likes like far. Let's see how good we can do today, man. Let's get these likes up. If you're here for some entertainment, if you're here for some education, some pasta, some veg, whatever, come through, man. Randy said he's going to call out 2 people. So maybe he's going to start off today's procedures. Okay, the link is out there. You lot have hit that link. You're here. MJ can let herself in.
Big up, Jed.
Big up. Mrs. Sarah says, I personally do not believe. Oh, shit. Are you up early, man? You're on early, Dupes. His Grace King James.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of hoping that actually we might get a decent discussion without all the personals today.
I think we will, Dupes. I think we will, because you're on Trilluminati Live. You know, when I'm in the mood, I'm gonna moderate really nicely. You know what I mean? Yeah, we get a good convo going on. Because I need to understand a few things. But yeah, King James.
Yo, how you doing? Can you hear me? Is it working?
Yeah. That's good.
Sweet. Nice one. Thanks for letting me on, man.
No problem, man. Talk to us. Who are you? Yeah. Where you from?
Well, I'm from up north, innit? Like, so, but yo, I agree with the reparations thing, man. Because I've got slavers in my family, right? Historically, yeah, from back in the day. And I think it's right. I think it's right that people are given reparations, because at the end of the day, they were people taken from their own lands, from their own countries.
Right.
And I'm not being funny, but our country's had no fucking business being over in these places, taking people when they can't even fucking look after the fucking own people, let alone anybody
That's
else.
interesting. That's interesting.
Mm.
That's an interesting perspective. So you know for a fact that you had slavers in your family.
Yeah, through my genealogy, I discovered it. So there's a slave owner from Yorkshire called Joseph Staniforth.
Yeah.
Now the name Staniforth is pretty well known in Leeds, but they were Yorkshire-based slavers, so they had access to a wide number of people. Now I don't know how many he was responsible personally for, but that's what I am interested in finding out, because I want to know what people were taken by members of my family.
Right. Specifically.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, them people are directly owed reparations from, say, my family.
Let me ask you a question then.
Go.
You got money?
No
money?
but,
No money.
but you know what? I got time, so I guess I got to give
you got time. Okay, you got no money.
No money.
Did your parents inherit any money? House, a car, jewelry, anything?
Nah, you know.
Paintings?
From what I know, all that shit got took.
Oh, for real?
For real. All that shit got took. We're just as broke as everybody else. So.
Okay, cool. Because often people talk about the privilege that people get and the benefits, right? But you're saying from your perspective,
I never received nothing.
Material wealth and that did not reach you. You
not reach me.
What about that? What home did your parents grow up in? Whose home did they grow up in?
My parents were like separated, so I grew up with my mom.
No. I mean them. Who's
them?
Which one's the descendant? Your mom's side or your dad's side?
Mom's side.
Right. So your mom's family home. Was that a big home? Was that handed down? Was it your grandma's home? Did they where did they grow?
Oh right. Did we have any property? No, not property. Right now we're talking property. Did we have any property from the proceeds of slavers? I am not sure of, but by time 1700s, 1800s came, we had nothing.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough. So, how would you personally like to move forward?
Well, that money's gone somewhere. Those assets went somewhere. And whoever's profited off those slavers' assets, either historically or through time or whenever they've passed down, should, in my opinion, be handed over to those who were held as slaves on, say, that property. For example, if they were held on properties for like 30, 40, 50, 60 years, they should get that property.
They should get that property. So, okay, cool. But now, for instance, you're living there with your kids, your family. You've been there. You were born there. Now, someone's gonna the new prime minister is gonna call you up, send you a message, and say, "Listen, we're doing reparations. It's on our register. It says that this property was bought by the proceeds of slavery, and therefore we're awarding it to Jermaine and Tyrone." You're gonna be cool with that?
I'd have no choice. There'd be no choice in the matter, because did slavers have did the people who were slaved have a choice? No. So,
but do you think it's fair for your kids? You got like little kids and that. Do you think that's fair for them to now be homeless?
Well, if they want to learn by example, the example you set is don't slave people, and you won't lose your stuff in the future. There you go. It's simple, but it's harsh. But it's not as harsh as what we did to other people.
I like your attitude, you know. I can't lie, man.
You sounds quite reasonable.
Yeah, you sound scarily reasonable. You got to have something fucked up wrong with you, King James.
Oh, believe me.
But then I suppose, is it easy to say that when we live in this society where if you become homeless, you're just going to bop down the road to a council anyways, and okay, you may not have your pretty house or whatever that you had before, but you're going to have a roof over your head anyways.
But you see, I've been through the homeless thing myself. I've seen it all firsthand, so it's not that easy. It doesn't. People conventionally think about that kind of life. It isn't. It's
not. But what I'm saying is, like, you losing your home doesn't really compare to the people that were enslaved, because, as I said, you have a society and a system that's there to support you. Do you know what I mean? You're not going to be taken away from your land, sent somewhere, have your identity stripped away from you, and not know about your family history. All of these things that you have been able to access. Do you know what I mean? So as much as it might repay them, like, you're not really going to lose out that much in it. There's a lot of people that fall on their face and fall on hard times and have to go down homeless routes and stuff like that. So I don't know if that's really good enough, if you know what I mean.
I don't think it's good enough, but I think there has to be a start somewhere.
And who says they even want like a house over here? Do you know what I mean? Like, they might just want to go back home and have the land that their family originally owned. And if that's how I feel, like, with Ireland, just give us back our land, innit? Give us back what was ours. Like, there's all these court cases and bullshit going on, and it's all been given back to the government as national heritage and shit. And it's like, this actually belonged to people's families.
Yeah.
Right. So let's get Jupes in on the convo and Randy. So what do you think about what King James is saying, Jupiter?
I think he's saying all the right reasons just to be on your channel and talk, because that's what he's known for.
Oh.
Thank you, Jupiter.
So you're saying he's not genuine with what he's saying?
I don't really know where his politics stand. You could say that Sean's a bit of a troll. So I don't know what he really stands for. He'll just agree with any host.
Okay.
I don't know this guy personally, but from what he's said so far, his rhetoric sounds good.
And to be fair, Jupiter, you hardly ever let me on your show to have a debate with you or a topical discussion. So
I don't have you on my show, and you know why I don't have you on my show.
Oh, can you please explain? Because I don't know this man that we're talking to.
I don't really want to get into his personal life, but there's things that he's done that I don't approve of.
It's just personal, that's all. It's just personal, guys. It's not,
no, it's not personal between
it's not related
me and
to
you.
the topic, though.
I don't approve of the things that you've done.
Okay, so
what have you done? What have you done, King James? Just because
I don't know. You know, Jupiter, you call me a loss here.
You know what she's talking about. Just come clean. Pause.
Well, there's a lot of things people accuse me of, so it's.
What do you think she's on about?
I have no idea until she actually says. So,
Jupes, please just enlighten us quickly, please. Just
come on,
what?
Mate. Come on, Jupes.
Jupiter, just spill the beans. What are you hiding? What the hell?
I'm not hiding anything.
Please, can you just give us
so allegedly, Sean cons older women out of money. He defames them online. He sends dick pics. He's got STDs, and it shows up.
That's a bit personal, Jupiter.
This is all what you've done. There is evidence out there, and you also went to the police because you're slightly mental and reported yourself for rape. You then went online and read out your police statement, which included detail by detail of you having sex with a disabled woman. I don't approve of any of that, and I don't really want to get into it.
All right, well done. All right,
yeah,
okay. Right. Was that even relevant to the topic?
Yeah. I asked. We wanted a character reference to understand.
Oh yeah, fair dues.
Right, so you fuck old women, and then take money off them.
Well, no, actually, I've been with one older woman in her 50s. She paid for me to like go and see her and that, and she paid for all my transport and everything. Right. So,
how old are you?
I was actually, I think I was pretty young when I actually met her. She was 49. I think I was about 25, 24, I think.
All right. So
I'm 28 now. So
it was a financial arrangement. Let's cut to the quick. Yeah. Have you got any criminal charges against you? Have you got a criminal record? That's it.
I have a criminal record, and I've only been ever sent to prison once, and that was for an offence of malicious communications.
All right, so you have done
all right, cool, man.
Let's communication business, yeah.
Let's move on. And you reported
That's
yourself.
basically being an idiot online with my mouth and my words, and sometimes you end up in prison.
You reported yourself for rape. Is that true?
Well, that's what's being accused of me, but no. In fact, I was on a date with a woman. I blocked her on plenty of fish after we'd seen each other and that. And sometimes a woman can take that the wrong way, and so some women can react differently. Some can take it like as it's just a rejection, but some can take it further. That's what happened. Now I had everything I needed to prove my innocence: phone calls, text messages, call logs, everything. Like, I'm not being funny, dude. There's recordings on my phone of the woman ringing me up, apparently allegedly afterwards, asking me to come back and stay over. I mean, I'm not being funny. If somebody's accusing you of that, they're not going to do that. You know what I mean? And you know, I was arrested, I was investigated, I was NFA'd, I wasn't charged, and that was it.
Sorry,
all right,
so,
all right. Let's move on. Let's move on. Honestly, guys, because it's just we're gonna go left and we're trying to go right. So
exactly, we're trying to have this conversation, isn't it?
All right. So, the question I asked is, can you be racist and be in love with someone from a different race? And
no.
Can you love a racist?
You can love a racist, but you can't do the first one. You can do the second one.
Racist, but love someone from a different race.
Pardon, say that again.
You're saying you can't be racist, but at the same time be in love with someone from a different race.
Yes, you can't be racist and not love some. Wait, wait, hang on. It's a cleverly worded one. Let me word this.
Can you be racist? Can you be racist? Yeah. And be in love with someone from another race at the same time?
Ah, right. Can you be racist and be in love with somebody from another race at the same time? Yes, you can. Because when you're with somebody who is from another background or faith, creed, or race, whatever, if you're with that person and you love that person and you insult somebody of their same creed, you're technically insulting the person you love.
Of course.
So technically speaking, yes, you can. But the but is, if you insult somebody else, you'll be insulting your partner at the same time.
Right. So then the question might be, if you can racially insult your partner, is that love? I suppose is the question.
No. Simple answer, no. You can't racially abuse your partner
and claim to love them.
Yes, because it kind of goes against.
What if your partner says they don't mind the racial abuse? They don't mind.
Why would anyone want to racially abuse their
partner? Hold on.
He's
made a valid point.
Because it's inherent in them sometimes.
Yes, and some people, historically, some people, if they've lived through racist households or racist families, can grow up learning that language, thinking it's completely appropriate and entirely normal, yet when they go and speak outside, they'll be attacked and whatnot, and they won't understand why. Wait, hang on, what's going on here? Oh, right, that's why this language isn't right. Where's that language come from? You look back to where they've grown up, where they've been raised, who's raising them, what are they teaching them, how are they speaking to them, how do they conduct themselves in front of their kids? It goes deeper than just basic racism. Have you ever said
the word nigger, Sean?
Yes, I have. What? Okay. A couple of times, and I don't feel that great about it. I don't brag or boast about it. I see how you just tried to use that as like a little point score, but it's okay. Was it
directed at someone or in context?
It was actually directed at somebody. Yes, it was, and I think you know who that person was, and that person was a part of a group that I cannot mention. You understand? For legal reasons, yes, Jupiter? That same person also tried to entice me into doing something that they should not have been trying to do to me. Yes, no, Jupiter? Where's your mouth gone now? Where's your words gone now?
I don't know what you're talking about. I only know that
that's convenient. That is convenient.
No, I only know that I've heard you be abusive to someone.
Hearsay. So hearsay. Objection.
Them.
Objection. No. Hearsay.
Okay, simple. Well, you've admitted to it. It's not hearsay, but anyway.
Yes, I was just pointing out tonight, but yeah, all right. Yes, fine. I am a former racist. Yeah, I grew up in a racist family. Unfortunately, right, I try my best to not use that kind of language because it is not right. right? Now, I've had to grow up past 2 generations of racism. So I've had to grow past the elderlies who were a lot more belligerently racist than our parents. And then I've had to deal with parents who think it's okay to call people Bible bashers just because they've gone to mosque on a Friday.
Sean, can you switch on your camera, please? I'll switch on mine.
I don't have a camera plugged in, what? I'll have to come in on my phone.
I was just interested.
Curious to see if the face is still the same behind the picture. I get it. Yep, that's me. That is me. Aye.
Okay, so where was we? We was on this. This racism, being a racist but having a partner, abusing your partner, and I was like, why? Jupiter asked, why would somebody want to be abused racially, or why would somebody abuse their partner racially? I feel like, personally, this is my opinion. If you're white and you're with a black person, I think it's incumbent on you. It shows good effort to make yourself aware of their culture, aware of aspects of their culture. I feel like you've got to be living on a rock, under a rock, to not know about the climate of racism and social injustice that many people of color, black people, Africans, Caribbeans have experienced. And you're not obliged to, but I personally think it's a measure of someone that's here for more than fetishism when they consider, the parts of life that affect your partner. For instance, you get with a black person, you might want to be sensitive around using the word nigger, regardless of how thick-skinned your partner is. It might just be something that you think, you know what, this word is problematic. It's often used towards people like my partner to downgrade them, to make them seem less than human. It has a historical nature to it, which is associated with all kinds of human rights violations, slavery, kidnapping, murder, forced labor, and things of that nature. And also, it seems to gaslight other black people when they hear a white person using it, right? So out of respect, I'm going to refrain from using this word. Even though I know my partner is thick-skinned and has no real issue with the word, I still don't want to use it out of respect. Simple. For instance, my mom don't mind swearing, but I don't swear in front of my mom. My mom don't mind smoking, but I don't smoke weed in front of my mom. Like this, I'm just giving you an example of ways that people have people around them that are tolerant, but still don't give them any need to be tolerant because they just don't do that thing out of respect. Oh, I know you're fine with it, but I just couldn't. I'm smoking my cigarette. You pull up with your kid, and I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna go and stand over there. Oh, don't worry, it's cool. I'm like, no, I know you're fine with it. You're fine with me lighting my cigarette in the car with your kid, but I'm not.
Because if you tolerate this, your children will be next. It's just like a Mank Street Preacher or something.
Yeah.
That being said,
I don't think it's going to work with Sean being on the panel, to be honest.
You don't need to concentrate. Sorry, don't. This is this thing of telling people what's going to work, what's not going to work. You seem to be very sensitive about what
like
works.
you. Yeah, like you. Because I believe that this is a really deep discussion that deserves respect. And if it's going to have silly people chipping in, it's not going to work.
Unfortunately, this panel is an open panel for you to jump on, for Sean to jump on, for Randy to jump on.
Yeah, but I can't hear what you're saying when other people are talking.
He's not talking that much. He literally said a couple of words. I'm the first one to tell people, shut up when I'm talking. So I just feel like you're sensitive to whatever he's saying. It's cool, man. I will moderate, and I'm not going to let it go.
That's fine. A lot of people are sensitive.
Anyway, like I was saying, anyway, yeah, honestly. Because the point I was making was a really good one. I hope that you can grasp what I'm saying. Out of the sheer respect, love, admiration for your partner, your husband, the leader of your family, you're like, you know what? I would expect you to be like, you know what, Hector, even though I know you got thick skin,
even though I know I love you and I'm not racist, I'm not going to use this word because others that hate you and hate me will try to use it to attack us. And plus, I want to be a shining example next to you. So I don't want there to be loads of audio of me saying nigger, knowing I've already got like right views and I've got certain views and people maybe think I'm a racist. I've been connected to Tommy Robinson and stuff like that. I don't want to go, and I'm publicly a public speaker, a figure. I don't want to go out there and represent you bad where there's audio of me saying nigger and then I have to explain the context every time. I'm just not going to use it. But you don't seem to have that kind of consideration.
No.
Why is that?
So in the real world, I would have that consideration. Online, I think it's a different ball game. I think that people are not being genuine here. It's not as clear cut as you're making out. So I am not going to sit on a panel and allow other black people to racially abuse my husband because they think he deserves it because he's married to a white woman. That's racism.
Sorry, Jupiter. The reason why the word nigger was thrown towards your husband by another black man. First of all, I just wanted to say, my personal opinion is when two black people are involved in a conversation and one black person starts racially abusing the other or attacking the other or admonishing the other, throwing hurtful words in their direction, I think that that's an in-house situation. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't get involved or you can't speak up or you can't stand in front of your husband and be like, no, you're not fucking talking to my partner like that. I get all of that. What I think was out of order was the fact that you chose to use as the only white person.
Yeah, that's your opinion. I disagree.
Yeah, and I finished my opinion. You don't just cut me off when I'm giving my opinion as if you're trying to rubbish it. Don't be so quick to dismiss. You said you want to have a good conversation. Stop trying to dismiss.
I'm here for a conversation. Yeah.
Stop dismissing me mid-sentence then. Like, show some respect. Because what I'm saying is actually like it. As much as you want to, like, maybe you might feel attacked, yeah, I think that there's a truth you could walk away with. And if you're genuine, you could actually update your belief system to incorporate something that is, all I'm asking you to do is have a little bit more respect for your children, your partner and his family and your black associates and friends. I'm saying carry yourself to a higher level where you don't stoop down and use disgusting words. Because the problem is when two black people use this word, as we know, there's a massive amount of hypocrisy around it, right? Blacks can use it, this can't, that can't, but you're aware of this. You know the nature of this word. So for you to use it, for you to refrain from using it so that you don't get drawn down that avenue, I think would be wisdom. Not only would it be more respectful to your black family and counterparts, you said in the real world, you wouldn't use it. Unfortunately, YouTube is the real world. I am a human. You are a human. You eat, shit, sleep, just like I do. We are real people. We've met, and undoubtedly, hopefully, you know, before one of us passes, we'll probably meet again. I'll see you somewhere again in public. So we are real people. And your words have ramifications. Because you're representing your family online, and your family is a real family that exists off YouTube. So this N-word, this video, like I'm telling you, you could be in the most awkward place, and someone wants to bring up the fact that you like to casually say the word nigger, or you feel like you've got the right, and it could be an argument, it could be a great discussion, or it could be something else. There's absolutely crazy people out there. I don't think that you should be arming.
There's crazy people.
Hold on, please. I don't think you should be arming anybody with this negativity. You're married to a black man, an African, a Nigerian who seems to be proud of his heritage. Yeah. Using this word nigger while you are married to him, whether or not you are addressing him or someone else that's attacking him, using that term while you're married to him is only going to create a bad taste in the mouth of people around you, because it's not nice to hear a white woman using that word and she's married to a black man and got mixed kids. It's not nice.
So you want me to conform to what you believe?
No, I want you to be considerate, respectful for your black family, and know that
you as a white woman using that word is going to be painted in the worst possible way. So maybe refrain from using such a volatile word and you know, represent your family a little bit better, so that there's not footage, so that the kids don't have footage of their mum saying nigger, 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 nigger.
Right. So you don't know what goes on in my family. You don't know what my children think, what my wider family think, or even what our friends think, or even what my local community or the black community or the black community that I do live amongst.
I've not made a claim to.
Right? No, but you're trying to tell me that it's going to harmfully affect my children.
No, I just said that you don't want it and it's unnecessary. I'm not claiming to know anything.
Well, I believe, please, Jedi, let me thing in, then you can come back at me.
Cool.
I believe that respect, right, goes two ways. And if there is a community online that doesn't want to respect my husband because he's got a white wife and wants to disrespect his wife all the time just because she's white, and also wants to disrespect him all the time just because his wife's white, then I don't need to give those people any respect that they don't want to give him or myself.
Yeah. You missed the point, though. The point was the respect wasn't for outsiders. The respect was for your family and your family name and your family honor. That's what the respect was. Not to, for a black man not to be married to a white woman that uses the word nigger in defense or not, in jest or not, in conversation, in context or not. It's respect for your husband and your family and your kids and your community, not outsiders. So I don't know why
disrespecting my husband.
I don't know why you
by telling him in context.
You're not respecting. Listen, hold on 1 second.
Yeah, go on.
You're not respecting Hector by using the word nigger.
In your opinion,
while you're sitting right next to him, you're not respecting him.
In your opinion,
I'm a black man. He's a black man. I'm a Nigerian.
Exactly
I'm a Nigerian. He's a Nigerian. We're both black. We're both Nigerian.
I mean,
and I'm telling you, and I'm telling you, yeah, we're exactly the same. And I'm telling you,
exactly the same. You're not.
We are exactly the same. We're both black Nigerian men. I don't know what's so different. What's so different?
Okay, so people are individuals and mindsets are
yeah. But we're both black Nigerian men, and I'm saying to be using the word nigger in his presence is disrespectful as his white wife. It's disrespectful. And you use it once for context. You don't say it 6-7 times and call that context. That's not context. You used it this morning. You like using it.
It's not about like using it. It's about the fact that there's a wider debate here.
It's necessary.
And the wider debate for me is, why have we made it so that we are now going to have words in the English dictionary or any other language where you only put the letter there? Okay. Now, if it was a direct insult to somebody, I would be deserving of castigation.
It was
but when you're using the word in context, I don't understand why people are running around fainting like it shouldn't be there at all when they are propagating the word themselves.
No. Okay, so let's be fair. Let's not do like this silly argument, because I think me and you have had this conversation a couple of times before. So we're at an advanced stage of this, right? So let's not pretend. No one's running around fainting. Yeah. What did happen?
I don't know. I think some people.
Hold on. You don't need to interrupt me to say you don't know. I'm telling you, no one's running around fainting. All that's happened is your husband's been questioned. First and foremost, before I even get to that point, you said your husband's being abused because you're white. That's incorrect. You said you're being abused because you're white, and only because you're white. That's incorrect. In fact, what's happening?
No, it's because I'm white, married to a black man.
No, it's not. It's not. It's because one of the reasons is because you are a white woman married to a black man that consistently throws out ignorant, minimizing, dismissing comments about racism. Your blindness to racism. Jupiter, we've had this conversation a million times. You know what it is. Your alignment with people like Wendy Wu, who call people Jungle Book characters and all kinds of racist. Your alignment with Tommy Robinson while being with a black man, knowing that there's immigration issues and blah, 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 and his rhetoric. This is what's been going on. This is why people are on your case or get on your case or have a certain view. It's not because you're a white woman, because there's many white women around us and on the platforms that have no issue. They don't get attacked. They don't get
Yeah,
into
they have your mindset though.
No, it doesn't matter. They're white.
That's not true.
They're
That's
white,
not
isn't it?
true.
And they
I
don't have
know
any issues.
mindset.
Yeah, and they also have black partners, and they're not targeted for that. So as far as I'm concerned, you got to realize you say nigga might be the reason why people don't fucking rate you and Hector being together or whatever. It might be that.
I don't need other people to rate us being together. We've been successfully married for a lot longer than most people.
Yeah, by isolating your husband from his community.
Can I just make a point?
Yeah,
My husband's not isolated from his community.
You're isolating him.
Hold on.
I've been waiting patiently to make a point.
Yeah, Randy's been waiting to talk.
Khan.
Yeah. So
I want to address Khan first. Khan, my husband's not isolated from his community.
Your actions are isolating him.
Look, we mix with his Nigerians and our extended Nigerian family and friends very often. There's even been videos uploaded online. I don't know why people think that I don't mix with the black community.
No one's saying that, but you're doing it on your terms.
Out there, which is a lie.
You're doing it on your terms.
Yeah, why not? They're doing it on their terms as well.
So your actions are isolating your husband.
So if a friend of mine was to tell me that they didn't like the M word, I wouldn't use it. But if they're not bothered, then they're
anyway,
not bothered.
I just jumped on to big up JEDI and say, brother, I love what you're doing here. I think it's very brave. It's like this is literally grasping the nettle. No one else would do this and give Jupiter the chance to come to the realization of the repercussions of her actions. And I really hope it's not a wasted opportunity. So I'm just going to stay out of it and just let Jez do what he's doing, bro. Because this is, to me, like, big up JEDI, bro. You know I love you in it as a human being. Like, you're an amazing guy.
Much love, bro. Much love.
Big
Much
up,
love.
brother.
Yes. Stick around, man. Stick around, man.
I'm here, bro. I'm here.
Yeah.
Can I just make my point now?
Please, Randy. Please. Go.
All right. So a few weeks or a month ago, I accidentally used the words, as we're all aware. Whether it was I was relaxed or just used in passing or whatever, I hold my hand up. Mary Jen caught it out. I'm not blaming Mary Jen. I said the word. And the first phone call I made the next day was to my ex-partner, who I'll not name. But I realized I'd made a wrong. I don't use this word. I don't remember any time using this word, but I realized I'd used the word wrong. And I was happy to sit here and discuss the situation around that. I understand the power of the word and what it represents, especially in the UK. It's different in America. They use it in rap songs, whatever, but I understand the power of the word. And I was totally upset. And I know people don't believe my tears or hurt or whatever, but I was actually quite distressed. And I don't understand why Jupiter doesn't get this. And as a white, old, fat, alcoholic 54-year-old, I've known about this for a long time. Since the 80s, 30 years, I understand the power of this word. So it does not make sense to me. That's all I've got to say. That was my point.
Well, that's a great point. Because I even kind of this morning forgot about that incident, but you're right. And yeah, you was using the word nigger in supposed context. To do with a video or whatnot. You were talking about an Asian man. I'm only highlighting that just to say that I don't think he was trying to be offensive to a black person. He was using it as some kind of term for just a person or whatever. But yeah, everyone was on his case. You know, we did our memes, we did our show talking about it. We hotted him up and blah, blah, blah. And he came on to explain himself and all of that. And it's pretty much business as usual, because I want you lot to know that you're dealing with a set of robust black people that are not going to just lose their shit every time they hear the word nigger, but they will challenge the person using that word, and conversation will ensue off that. And I think what's more telling about this whole scenario is Jupiter likes to be wrong and strong, feign ignorance, and that like, oh, well, whatever. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about none of you black people, unless you're in my family, unless you're in my circle. I don't give a fuck if you find that word offensive. Personally, I think it's unfair that you can use the word and white people can't, and you get offended by it. So I'm just going to use it. Blah blah
No,
blah.
that's not
First thing in the
actually my
morning.
position. Why do you
Hold
call
on.
me?
Let me talk. Let me talk. I'm impersonating you. I'm not saying this is what you said.
No,
I'm
but
giving
this
my.
is
I'm
this
getting.
is what
I'm
you're
giving
trying to
my.
put
Stop
there as truth,
interrupting me,
and it's
Jupiter.
not.
Jupiter. This is what I believe you are portraying. You can tell me I'm wrong and that. That's cool. That's not a problem. But I'm not trying to lie to the people and say this is what Jupiter said. I'm saying when I look at Jupiter, this is what I'm getting from you. Yeah. You will use the N-word in certain positions, and then when you're comfortable, you say nigger. First thing in the morning, 11:45, nigger. And it's like you frame like you're, oh yeah, like I'm really considerate, and if someone I know says they don't like it, then I won't use it. But shouldn't it be a thing of don't use it until someone you know says that they do like it? Shouldn't you refrain from using it in general? You're in the public. Like I said, man, like I said,
no.
Your son might grow up to have a black wife, black family, you know. You never know what the future holds. Neighbors next door's moving in, black family, who knows?
I've already got black neighbours. What are you on about?
I'm just, can you stop, please, with the stupidness, please? Honestly, I'm gonna give up in a minute if you keep interrupting me to make dumb mute points, please. I don't care if you got fucking black neighbors. The point I'm saying is you never know what happens around the corner, and you could be isolating yourself from other black community members, black friends, or you could be offending unknown people by using a term that you know people find offensive, whether through ignorance, whether through lack of education. You know people are offended by that term. Your husband is from that community, and whether he is robust or not doesn't mean that what the policy you use with your husband should be extended. Call your husband nigger, say nigger in private to your husband. In public, you should maybe think about refraining because it's a bad look.
So I've got more respect for my husband than I have for the public. So that's a stupid statement. I shouldn't have to be different. I shouldn't have to treat the public better than my husband. That's a ridiculous statement when I've got more respect.
Yeah, but it's like your husband. Like, yeah, you can, because your husband might like you slapping him. You're not gonna go out there and slap people. Your husband might like all sorts of things that you two
he might do. But the fact of the matter is that you are making it look like.
Do you get the point I just made?
Yeah, I get the point that you just made, but it doesn't mean
I'm not saying respect the public more than your husband. I'm saying if you and your husband have agreed on your boundaries, that's cool. But maybe in public, where other people are not privy to that agreement or that arrangement, maybe you want to refrain from just like one or two words. It's not like the whole dictionary.
So, out in the real world, because I do consider that the stuff that happens on these channels unbelievably stupid. I do. But in the real world, would I walk into a room and just start using the N-word randomly? No, I don't. I don't even do it online. You just
in the real world, if someone called Hector,
you just try to portray that I use it randomly. There was a reason why I used it the other night, and it was because it was directed at my husband by somebody that should have known better. And you want to morally say that I've got less morals because I'm white and he's black. That's what you're trying to do.
No. See, this is the thing. I don't think I think I'm giving you a little bit too much credit, because I would expect you to listen to what I'm saying and hear me. I gave you the social context of what I was saying. I weren't just saying, oh yeah, you walk around saying nigger. I'm saying you use it willy-nilly. You use it freely in these conversations. This morning, you used the word nigger with no stimulus. No one else had said it. You just wanted to use it. Christen the conversation with nigger. And this is what I mean. Like you're very comfortable using a word that is offensive to some people, which is cool. You don't have to care. But if you was to be considerate, if you was to consider the fact that you have black family, and this is an offensive word, and you never know, you could be offending someone within your family, associating with your family, or about to associate with your family. This is why I brought up the context of maybe neighbors or maybe a family member getting with somebody that hears you saying nigger, 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 and isn't given the context, right? And that can spoil things. It's actually detrimental. Like if you, for instance, say you was a bit younger and you was interested in maybe broadening your career, getting into media, doing other things. These sound clips of you saying some of these things over the years. So let's not act like it's just this sniper conversation. You've been online calling people black bitch. You've been calling people, you've called people nigger. Like you've said a lot. This ain't the first. Hold on. One second. Let me round it up. Let me round the sentence up, please. Yeah, I don't know how you can fully commit to the sentence you're about to make when you hear I'm still speaking. Let me round it up for you, though, right? All I'm saying to you, Dupes, is this. You could maybe be a little bit more tactful, and you could maybe be a little bit more considerate, yeah, in how you're using this racial term. But it seems like you're like a bull in a china shop, belligerent, ignorant. You don't care. There's no there's no sense of public relations. You're just like, yeah, so what? My husband's black. I can say nigger if I want to. I can say black bastard. I can say what was the other word you used? You've used some real sneaky fucking racist terms in the past to show that you don't mind. It doesn't make you flinch saying these fucking words. And I'm just saying, maybe you could have a little bit more consideration. I think, you know what? I'm not going to stoop to the level. What Maku said, did I agree with what Maku said? No. But it's a different argument when Maku and another Nigerian are having a slanging match and he wants to call him a nigger. It's a different argument from you jumping in and then calling Maku a nigger and then repeating the word nigger, nigger, nigger. It's different. I understand where you're coming from. You want to defend your husband. All I said to you was maybe you could defend your husband without repeating that same word.
Maybe I could have done, but would it have hurt him? If I used another word? Maku wanted to hurt my husband and humiliate my husband. He deserved a humiliation back. And as far as I'm concerned, my skin colour should not come into it. If it does, then you're discriminating against me. Because when you're on a level playing ground, okay, and you're meant to be on a level playing ground if you believe in equality, and you are going to use racial slurs on my husband, whether you're black or you're white, you are no better than the people that you are trying to say that you don't want to fight, you don't want to be.
Sorry.
So if you're going to do that, it's untrue. No, it is true. It is
untrue. No, it's not true. It's not true that a black man using the word against another black man is the exact same as a white woman using the word. A white woman married to a black man using the word in the presence of her black husband to another black man. It is not the same. I know you're desperate to fit the context in that, but in this opportunity, in this case, I think it would have been an early, best thing to just be like, you know what? I'm sorry. Yeah. But
I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry for calling Hector and saying to him, Hector, this is what this man has said. I am not sorry for saying that, and I'm not sorry for saying. Following that up and saying to Maku, if you are saying Hector is, I'm going to say the M word because you want me to respect you here, okay? And you've made it quite clear you don't like it. If you call Hector the M word, if you're saying he's an M word, then you must be an M word. I'm sorry, I stand by that.
Okay, cool. But unfortunately, Hector was not out of the room. He weren't like some far away where he couldn't hear or get the gist of what was being said. You've adopted this thing of what I was just informing Hector of what was said.
Could have told him on mute.
So can we
There's a button on your phone.
Can we confirm that Hector wasn't present when Maku called him a nigger?
When Maku called him it, he'd walked into the adjoining room.
Okay. So he never heard?
No, that's why I said it loud to him. And then...
So what exactly did you say? Maku just called you... What did you just say? Maku just called you a nigger? Is that what you said to Hector?
No, I said no to Maku, and then I said loudly, you're a nigger. He's just called you a nigger.
Oh, okay.
Can we take an advertisement break when you're ready, Judge?
Sorry?
No, yeah, in a minute, Randy. Okay, cool. I can't argue with that because I don't know word for word what was said. We will probably listen again, innit? But yeah, who else wants to?
Yeah, can I just say, like, Hector couldn't have left the room that quickly. Him and Snipes was going back and forth, and in the middle of him saying it, she just jumped in, took the mic, and just shouted down the phone. There's no way he could have left the room. There's no way. And even if he did, you could have told him on mute. You could have muted the phone and said, "Listen, this man just called you X, Y, and Z." Could have easily done that. But you took pride. You took pride in the fact that you were defending your partner, and you would do anything and cross any line to do so. And that's still your position today.
Yeah.
Yeah, my position today is that everybody would cross any line to defend their partner.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
So if Hector killed somebody, would you cross that line to protect him?
What do you mean?
Well, you just said you would do anything to cross a line. How far would you cross the
verbally?
line?
I'm not talking about fucking actions.
No. It applies across the whole spectrum. It's an equal statement. It applies equally to everything. You can't pick and choose.
No, that's not.
You're either going to cross a line. Verbally. That was just my point.
But really, at that point, from what I remember, it was Hector.
Online is not real life because it's not actions; it's only words.
So, if your words mean nothing, then everything you say is a lie.
If that's what you believe,
or for show, or an effect.
Thank you.
I just think you're really missing an opportunity here, Jupiter. I think all this defensiveness, all this going around the houses, it's just the same old bullshit. Like, you really missed an opportunity to show that you've got an ability to reflect on things that you've done and to basically apologize to people who deserve an apology. Like, it's not a sign of weakness. I know you think it is.
Apologizing is not a sign of weakness. I'm not afraid of apologizing, but I don't believe that Maku is justified an apology.
If I'm a man and I'm having an argument with another man, and my wife or my woman steps in to defend me, that makes me
other black person.
Excuse me, one sec. Leave the racism out of it.
Please,
leaving the racism out of it for a sec. If I'm having an argument with a complete stranger and my missus has to jump in to defend me, even though she didn't want to, she publicly embarrassed me right then. And you can't even seem to understand that. I can't see how you can't even accept that fact. And to me, you shouldn't even be on here right now. In my opinion, your husband should be on here saying, you know what, I'm going to talk to her and this will never happen again. And he should actually say to you, listen, in this day and age, you can't keep publicly embarrassing the whole family like this anymore. Like, can you just please just stop and just make you realize that he's the man in the relationship. He's drawing the line and saying, I'm not letting you cross this line. But I don't think that exists in your relationship. I don't think he can tell you that. Because you're using this whole thing of I'm sticking up for you. You're using this whole thing of I'm sticking up for you to hold him over a barrel. He can't even say to you, don't say that, because you're saying, oh, I'm doing it for you. So it's a mind fuck, really, what you're doing.
No, it's not.
Narcissistic.
No, it's not.
Of course it is.
So
you're saying to him, he can't shut you down because you're doing it for his benefit.
Okay.
But really, you've isolated him and you demeaned him. You made him look small.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Beg your pardon. Was I going off? Sorry.
No, yeah, just she needs to respond, right?
All right, go on.
Right. So you believe that I tell Hector that I do it for him? No. That's just ridiculous. In fact, there's a live stream on my own stream where you will actually hear Hector telling me to go in harder on people and to say it more often and not to apologize to anybody. So you're talking bollocks. You're actually talking bollocks. You're talking from a place where you're assuming that because Hector's black,
that argument doesn't hold water. It's like when I stick up for Yunus,
what do you mean
and the first thing he does is he has a go at me for sticking up for him. This is part of the cycle of destruction. Him saying to you it's all right for you to do it is the main part of the problem, because that's the weakest link in this whole thing. That's where he needs to turn around and grow a pair and say to you, babe,
no, he doesn't need to do anything.
don't do that
you
again.
Do not have to fit our lives to your mindset.
No, but you don't have a separate life away from everyone else. You don't have a life that exists within four walls where you decide within your family what's right and wrong and then force the rest of the world to accept that.
No, I'm not.
That
I'm not,
again
I'm not
is narcissism.
Yeah,
but that is what you're doing. You're saying that as long as my husband's all right with it, no one could tell me nothing. But that's not the case. That's not the case at all, is it? You've upset a lot of people. A lot of people. And like you carrying it on, like with this like thingy attitude, like of not backing down. Like imagine how many people's feelings are being hurt right now. Like you're not even admitting that you was wrong, or you're not even saying, "Oh, I just did it out of anger," or
I'm not going to reply. You can't.
Saying,
you don't allow me to speak.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. My apologies.
So the fact of the matter is, you can't make assumptions about my relationship and then put it out there that like it's fact. If you want to know something, ask a question first, and then base your opinion on fact of what I've answered. Don't tell me how my relationship is. Then tell me how you believe it is and what your opinion is when you don't know it as fact.
All right,
it becomes really tedious and annoying.
I understand that you're getting annoyed because it's obviously a very personal matter. But what I'm saying is anything that I say is based on what's apparent. Things that you said, things that he said, how you relate to each other. It's obvious. Like I don't need to be a fly on the wall to work out that he loves you and he's never going to say anything to upset you, which I agree with. But when it comes to a situation where you're upsetting a whole community of people, he does need to kind of like pull you into line. And you can't be to blame for it because you can't know how it feels when someone says that word. You can't know how badly it digs into some people's hearts. Fair. But it doesn't matter. But I've got things that hurt me, right? You've got things that hurt you, right? So we know how it feels when words hurt you. The fact is, he needs to reiterate to you that there's people out there that you're hurting. But he's not doing that. He's not doing that. It's the buck.
Am I allowed to respond?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know why you keep whining on. I don't understand why you're even speaking. Because see, you see,
because I was a witness to your abuse.
Hold on. This is the irony. This is the irony. You want to step up and speak for the whole black community because you believe you're virtue signaling and positive speak. But if it's negative speak, they won't allow somebody.
You're not the only one with black family members, love.
To speak. Exactly my point.
Well, let her go. Listen, Con, don't get drawn into an argument. Just have a convo. So which means you're going to have to hold it down, let her speak. She has to hold it down. She ain't going to get away with cutting you off again when you're trying to speak. But don't cut her off, right? And then we just keep it kind of clean. I know it's a little bit boring, but we keep it clean. It's too early to start screaming back and forth for now. You know what I mean? Let's wait to slap again.
So, number one, you made a statement, Khan, that my husband loves me. Yes, he does, and I love him very much. And that because he loves me, he doesn't want to upset me. Listen, if that man said to me tomorrow, I do not want you to use the M word, I wouldn't use it at all.
Exactly. The
would you refrain from using it if he was called it in front of you?
What? Say that again.
Would you refrain from using it even if he was attacked with it in front of you?
If he told me that that's what he would prefer me to do, yes.
And are you allowed to maybe come to that conclusion that you're not going to use it for your own reasons? Or are you just very happy to use it? If your husband don't mind, you don't mind using it. Is that what we're saying?
No. So what I'm saying is, okay, that when people assume that Hector is bowing down to me because he's doing it out of love because he's scared to tell me what he doesn't like and what he does like, that's not true. Okay? If he felt some way about it, agreeing with you, he would tell me.
But so indirectly, you're saying he gets pleasure.
The way that we both see it. Oh God.
Does he get pleasure out of seeing you do this? Then is this like what he wants to see?
No. Who would get pleasure out of insults?
People are fucked in the head. I'm just asking you, if he's like bigging you up, going, "Yeah, babe," you tell him that, then you're being his mouthpiece. Really, that means that that's what he really thinks. You're speaking on his behalf, so he's rubbing it in even more. He's rubbing it even more by letting you be the one to say it. Listen to what I'm saying. He's rubbing it in even more and hurting people even more, because if he says it to them, it's not really that bad. But if he gets you to say it, then it's hurtful. So he's weaponizing you, basically. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, it's only one or the other, isn't it? There's only two things it could be. Either he loves you too much to tell you to stop, or he's actually getting pleasure out of it, going, "Go on, babe, you tell him."
No,
it's either one or the other.
Many other gradients in between. I'm not.
Go on, then, give us one. Then
you might be an extremist who goes from one position to the other. I'm not like that.
Give us an example then.
This situation is much more complex than you actually perceive it to be.
Well,
and
tell us
because you
then.
never ever let me talk, you never
go
ever.
on mute then. You got the mic. Go
right.
ahead.
So, for me and my husband, we are against discrimination to black people and to white people, right? But the politics of today states that only black people, for some reason, are allowed to be offended, allowed to be upset racially, are allowed to cry out injustice. We don't agree with that. We believe that Asians, we believe that white people, we believe that every other nationality or creed, race, what you want to call it, in between, can also have feelings. Okay? Now, we also believe, that people should be treated equally with respect. Not equal outcome, because that's all down to your own personal motivation, but equal respect and equal rights. And that the way that the world is right now is skewed to cause division. And if we have to highlight that division by making it look like we're divisionists, we will. Because at the end of the day, we do not believe that you are being correct in dragging this woke shit to the level that you are. That's the first political thing. The second thing that is more personal is I have been, let me finish, please. I have been with my husband for over 20 years. Okay? There's not many people that actually make it to that marker. I'm not trying to brag.
That's not even true, though. That's not even true.
Don't interrupt at this point. Let her get this point out, and then you respond.
Right? I'm not trying to brag. I'm not putting other people down, because I've also had a first marriage that I've separated from. So I'm not trying to be better than anybody. But in this relationship, it has lasted for a very, very long time. Okay? And we believe that instead of looking at us and going, "Oh, he's black, she's white, let's treat her different." Okay? You should be treating us exactly the same as you would treat a black couple or a white couple. And when you don't, then we lose respect for yous.
Can I respond now? Yeah, what you just said is distinctly un-British, because British values means that we do have people or communities that are protected communities. Yeah. So, for example, Jewish people are protected by anti-Semitism. Yeah, we've got Sikhs who are protected people. They're allowed to carry their kapans and whatever. Yeah, these people's rights are given to them based on their own particular need. So there are legislations in this country to protect people from racism. That's in the law. You can't say that law can apply to black people and white people equally. That does not make sense. So for you to ask for equality means for you to ask for the removal of the laws that protect people or minorities from discrimination based on race. And that's what you're asking for. And that makes you, my dear, institutionally racist, not a racially prejudiced person. Doesn't matter whether you like the smell of garlic coming off an Italian man's breath. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about institutionally racist. And that's what you are.
Actually, what you've just done is prove that you can't see or hear a single word that I just said. So the bottom line is this, okay? If you want specially protected people, okay, you want to give out special protected cards, then interracial couples need their own category. Interracial couples need their own rights. Interracial families and mixed race couples, seeing as you don't want to allow us to be in the black community and you don't want to allow us to be in the white community, and you want to draw differences and you want to poke at our differences because we're not exactly the same, then give us cards and we'll start using them against you.
Yeah, I've made my point. I don't think there's any getting out of what you what. I just think that, yeah, I'm done.
Can I do my advert now?
No, but let's stick on the convo. We're having a convo.
All right. I'll move.
Yeah, join the conversation. Say something based on any of the last two monologues that have been made. Say something.
I don't really agree with anything Jupiter's said.
Right.
As you know, I've had a number of race mixing relationship, to use Kale's words, which have differed in the way they've been received. So if I've gone with a light-skinned black woman as opposed to a dark-skinned black woman, the reception has been different. And it was very illuminating to me in my last relationship with a dark-skinned black woman, living in a place like Hackney. I mean, for fuck's sake, you know, it's the centre of wokeism, if you like. To walk into a middle-class white pub and to get second glances. I'm like, are you not walking down the street? You know, when I go into a general store and somebody's checking on my partner to see what she's doing, I'm like, are you not aware of your situation around here? Why are you judging everybody by the same stick? And it's everyday racism that became a
Randy
over the last 9 years, which I was ignorant to. I was literally ignorant to until the last 9 years.
That's fantastic. Randy, can I ask you a quick question?
Black woman as opposed to a light-skinned black woman. So I was educated over the last 9 years.
Randy, are you there? Randy?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, my point was that it's a distinctly British attribute and a British value that we protect. Yeah, across the board, we all agree that protection should be given to minorities. Right? Jupiter doesn't agree with that. That's one British value she doesn't seem to agree with. Right? Secondly, I want to ask you, Randy, as a British man, as a quintessentially British English gentleman, right?
Sure.
Would you say that anyone given any particular rights, like I said, Jewish people protected from anti-Semitism, black people or BAME people have got legislation in place to protect them from racism based on like discrimination against their ethnicity, whatever. Yeah, whatever it is. Does any of that take away from your life? Does it take away, giving rights to minorities, does it take away from you living your life, Randy?
Absolutely not.
So why would Jupiter object to that?
It actually empowers me to know that I'm in a society.
Exactly. Bravo, Randy.
Looking to give rights to everybody equally within society. I mean, we can discuss. I mean, I don't really like the Islamophobia argument. We can look at Muslim bigotry,
right,
and look how that is done in the press, in the media, and in everyday society. Now, as you know, I have been living within a Muslim community for 30 years. They are next door, the other side, the end of my street, businesses, everything. I've got no problem. They've been in my house, as I've told you before. 9 months, I've had Muslims staying in my Airbnb. We've had no problems. They wanted.
Randy, this is the thing. Randy, just hold on, just to jump in on your point quickly,
a blue window in my
big up,
which isn't translucent. So the Muslim gentleman said, "Can you put something up?" So I put a sheet up, just so his wife would feel happier. Just a privacy sheet, yeah. So I just put that up. He's happy, gave me a great review, no problem, because his wife felt a bit uncomfortable. So I understand that, and that's fine.
Randy, can I just say one thing before I pass the mic to MJ? Forgive me, right, if I make a mistake here, because I'm not British, ethnically British, right? But I've been led to believe that tolerance is the main British virtue. Would you agree with that, Randy? And after that, MJ can speak.
Yeah, okay. So this weekend, just for an example.
But what I'm talking about, Randy, is Jupiter's intolerance.
I understand that. So this weekend, just for an example, you know I've had a dispute with our neighbours, yeah? So the son decided to have a birthday party. It went on after 3 o'clock in the morning. They're getting drunk, they're making noise. I'm a heavy sleeper. I heard it, shut the windows, went to sleep. I don't care. You know, just as though, the next door neighbours, they have a legal rooftop. They cook their Turkish food. I don't care. They're having a good fun. They're just having a little barbecue on their illegal rooftop. It doesn't offend me. I just move on. I wave to them. They're inviting me around. I said, no, you're right. Because they're speaking Turkish, I don't really want to, interrupt their event. So I just let them. Yeah, cool guys, off you go. Wave at them, smile at them, and then move on with my day. That's it.
So I think Randy's demonstrated that obviously, we're quite capable of interacting with different cultures, especially in London. Everyone does it on a daily basis, be it socially or businesses or whatever. And there's plenty of us here that have probably experienced interracial relationships. And other than a few looks, maybe comments from people, like, we get on with our day-to-day lives. So I wanted to understand from Jupiter, what is this interracial relationship card that you want, and what do you need it to do? How and why is it always that all of a sudden you and Hector as a couple, as an interracial couple, have now become the victims, and you still can't see what you've done wrong? Why does it always go back to you being the victim?
So firstly, I don't particularly want any interracial card, but I'm saying if you people want to divide your communities up and have little categories that you're going to band together, then I think that maybe the interracials and the mixed race kids, they all need to do
How would you label the group?
Because
the group
it seems
just
to me that this is nuts. To me, what you're talking about is a country like 14 all over the place.
Sorry, Dukes. The group you just described as you people, how would you label them? What is that? What's you people?
The mindset that believes that black people are victims all the time. I believe that black people are a range of people, that you've got underprivileged as well as those that are very socially adept and very intelligent.
Sorry, Slot, can I just say, being being adept, being socially intelligent has nothing to do with being a victim. I just feel like you're just saying random things. Like,
yeah, she's not making any sense.
She's making assumptions on our mindset, and she's making wrong assumptions.
Yes, mindsets. I think mindsets are different, and not people. The color of skin is not nothing to be focusing on.
So people that think that black people are always victims.
I think that a lot of the people that come on your panel and on Maku's panel see yourselves as victims all the time, and I find it fascinating, but also quite disgusting.
Okay. And well, being somebody that runs a panel and is heavily invested in Sniper's panel, I don't know people that come on and victims all the time. Apart from Kale, I would say that statement would probably. No, no disrespect to the brother Kale. I could say that probably brother Kale would be one of the only people I know that could remotely fit that, and even that is a slight injustice to my brother, but I'm sure he can defend it if he needs to. But I don't see no one else doing that. What you're doing is this is called denial, minimization, and blame. Yeah, and perpetrators do this a lot to shift blame, to deflect from their wrongdoing. They minimize, they deny that they've done wrong, they minimize what they've done, and they do the whataboutism, and then they start pointing fingers. So now what you're doing is you're like, okay, well, I think you lot are victims, and you lot think that you're victims a lot. And essentially what's going on is you're deflecting from the fact that you called a black man a nigger on Friday, and people got onto you. You
No,
use
I
the
repeated
you
what the
use,
black
hold
man
on,
said
no.
to another
No, you
black
said
man.
you're a nigga. You listen, please. I'm gonna play it anyway, so it's cool. But you definitely said the words, "You are a nigger." Yeah.
Yeah, to Hector. You're a nigger. He's just called you a nigger.
Okay. Well, we're gonna play that. We're gonna definitely play it. So if I've got that wrong, then I'll stand corrected. Either way, you definitely was aiming nigger at a black
But what
man.
I did say, which I will concede,
so,
is that afterwards I did say to Maku, if Hector is an M word, then you're an M word.
Yeah, you called him a nigger. Yeah, exactly. You're a nigger. Cool.
Yeah,
So,
at that point,
yeah.
indirectly, yes.
Right. Now, I'm just saying that people took offense to that, you using the word. Maybe you had some responsibility.
Right, so let me just
No. I let you do it a second ago. Don't do it again, please. Yeah. Maybe you got some responsibility in this, Jukes. Maybe you could have handled it differently. Maybe as a white, and I'm saying this ain't for you. I'm just highlighting options of different ways that this could have played out. Black man calls another black man a nigger. White woman's involved in the conversation, says, listen, you know what's sad is that you lot throwing this word or you throwing this word at another black man while I'm present. Have some respect for yourself. Have some respect for the other black man. Have respect for your family. Don't be calling man a nigger and he's online with his woman and there's other people listening. This is downgrading, because if I start using the word, then everyone's gonna go crazy. I don't know, some kind of reverse psychology or whatever to get man to see that, yo, this is not on. But instead you went full steam ahead, and you're doubling down. 2 days later, you still don't see the error of your ways. You don't think there's a better way you could have dealt with it. Your man's all right with you saying the word nigger, so what's the fucking problem? And I'm just
I think there is better ways I could have dealt with it. However, that is the way that it was dealt with. And on top of that, do I essentially, the feelings that made me make those comments, are they still there? Yes. So I do feel that Maku was completely disrespectful in what he did to Hector. And if he wants to humiliate Hector, he needed to feel the humiliation back. Now, for any other black person, I can apologize to them if they feel offended. I don't have a problem with that. But with Maku, I do, because of what he did.
No, I get that. I kind of get the part about Maku, you do whatever, but yeah, I mean, like, I guess some of us is acting like this nigger is a magic word, and once you say it, it creates people form a view on you. Once you use it and you use it in that kind of way as well, that kind of context, people form a view on you, and maybe that's like totally wrong. Yeah, maybe you should just be free to say whatever word you want, yada yada yada. But I think in the meantime, until we establish that,
if I'm totally honest, I don't want to fight to use the M word. That's not my position. My position is actually, yes, it's an abhorrent word. Nobody use it. But I resent the fact, right?
Maybe that Mac can use it and you can't.
No. I resent the fact that Maku can use it against my black husband, thinking that because I'm white, I've got to sit there and allow him to insult him.
No, but it's no.
That's a racist argument. That's a racist argument.
Can I have a little?
All right, wait.
Chime in a little bit.
Yeah, please chime in.
Yeah, Jupiter, you said you did it to try and offend me. Do you think it worked?
Yes.
How? In what way?
Because it hasn't stopped being the topic of discussion since then, and because of the way that you went on yesterday.
All right, so when I drew you out, listen to the words, drew you out, yeah? I knew what I was doing when I was doing it. I said it.
Exactly.
Yeah? And on top of it, I quantified it. I didn't just call him a nigger. I said, yeah, this is my interpretation of what a nigger is.
Yeah, you race baited.
Ignorant, hold on. I said an ignorant black person, right?
So there's black peoples and there's niggas.
Well, I
right?
would consider
So,
you
anyway,
a black person. I would
wait, but
consider
hold
you
on, man.
ignorant.
Hold
So I
on,
don't know
man.
why we're arguing
Hold
then.
on. Hold on. You know,
Yeah,
you
we
had
gotta
your
have a
say.
conversation. He's
Yeah,
just
you had your say. Let's just
just
relax.
let him speak.
So what my point was, you saw that when you said it, yeah, what was my response? I laughed. Yeah, I laughed. It was humorous for me and showing the frailty of your actual mentality. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm trying to prove a point. Look at that situation. I couldn't have made that up. You did that yourself. Do you get what I'm saying? Now you have to face the consequences. You have to come here and make excuses. I don't have to do nothing. You notice that? So it was just part of a process. We already know you're racist. That was the main point. The main point that you didn't understand about reparations, that was the main point. The fact that your husband came on and started insulted R.S. Sid, yeah, calling him an Indian cunt and all of this type of stuff is interesting to me. Yeah, where you're trying to pretend like he just came in playing the victim. Yeah.
So you're lying.
Right. I'm not lying,
Again.
man. Everyone can see the video's
You
there.
are,
I'm not gonna.
Am I allowed to reply?
Go on. Sorry.
Right. In my opinion, you're lying. Okay. You can go and get it. Cognitive bias is always going to be there for a lot of people. But at the end of the day, you're lying. I came onto this show to have a conversation. I was mucking about with R.S. Sid. You took it seriously. If you are stupid enough to believe that I've never heard of a conspiracy about 9/11, and your ego is so big to believe that I would never have heard about it, that's not my problem. Of course I've heard about 9/11. I was teasing Sid because Sid was making me laugh with his expressions and the way that he was explaining things. Okay?
Right. There was a good back and forth there, right? But your husband then chimed in.
Hold
and
on.
attacked Sid. I don't understand.
I haven't finished. Then R.S. Sid started going on about reparations. And he started calling British fucking British fucking fuck. Even then, I still found it mildly amusing.
Right.
Then I got asked the question, what do I think of reparations? And I said, you can go ahead and ask for it, but realistically, I don't think you're going to get anywhere. Then I was asked, why? What am I going to do about it? And I said, I'm not going to do nothing about it. I was then told, well, we have to start change, and we have to start change from you. I said, I haven't got nothing to apologize for. I didn't do it.
Right. And that's after playing the video, right?
Yes. And I stand by that.
So hold on.
I have no objection to any group going to Royals or the establishment and trying their luck. In fact, if they are successful, the English people will then put in their claim.
Sorry, madam. You haven't got a claim. The most important thing, and that's why you don't pay attention. You should have watched the video. Yeah, you do not have a claim. You are the ones who have to pay out, right?
No,
it's just plain and simple. Now, hold on. The point was, I think the main point was that do you benefit? Like after all the evidence placed in front of you, do you understand what people was talking about? And you said no.
I don't understand the word
thank you. You refuse. 1 second. You refuse to acknowledge, just like with racism in our environment and all of that, yeah, you refuse to acknowledge, and that is very disrespectful.
Acknowledge
not to me, to other people's plight. 1 second. To other people's plight. This is why it wasn't a thing of
I've already
insult.
said if you want to go to the government or royalty, I have no problem with it.
Listen. Yeah. You just don't understand having a conversation, yeah, and what the basis of the conversation was, yeah, and what point we was trying to get to before people came on and started insulting people. This is the point I'm trying to make, yeah. You know we're very good at having conversations, yeah, and that's why you're here. Because we always have fruitful, interesting, blah, blah, blah. People say, oh, play this video, okay, to prove their point. You can do something in counter. It's no problem. But now, all of a sudden, you're pretending like you don't know. This feigning of ignorance, but you're expert when it comes to all sorts of rude words or words that describe color from Old English. Like, you're the expert at that. Swaffy, yeah? Tommy Jugs.
I've never
all of
used
these.
swarthy.
Hold on,
I don't know what you're on about.
1 second, man.
I once used the word
1 second.
swarthy, which was a cleaning product.
Oh
I've never used the word swarthy. I don't know what you're on about.
Okay, cool. Yeah, again, you don't know what I'm on
yeah,
about.
we know what you meant.
So exactly, this is my point. When
So you put your own interpretation.
1 second. This is what happens when you feign ignorance to many scenarios that are clearly obvious to everybody else.
I'm only responsible
Now,
for
the
what
main
I say,
thing,
not what you interpret.
the main thing on Friday, I don't want an apology because I know you're a racist. So I don't apologize for calling you a racist. I don't apologize for other people bringing it up and saying, "Oh yeah, but she's a racist. Her friend Wendy's a racist, and her husband's an Uncle Tom." This is clear.
You see, you being racist again.
No, he's not said anything racist towards you.
No.
No, he just called my husband an Uncle Tom.
Of course. Because that is along the same lines I was going anyway.
Why do you? Okay, so why is my
sorry. Let me add this. Yeah, let me add this. Yeah. A black man calling a black man Uncle Tom simply means that he thinks he's a turncoat or some kind of sellout, right?
Right.
Based on what? Skin color?
Hold on.
Is it based on skin color?
No. It's based on his affiliation with a woman that will use racist terminology and his political stance.
Yeah, his political views.
And
what is Hector's?
Hold on, man. Macu views him as being a sellout, and Uncle Tom describes that. Now, is Macu right for that? That's between you and Macu and Mirror, but is Macu racist for that? No, unfortunately.
I don't know, man.
Okay.
And sorry, to quantify, I
view Macu's skin as black. I also view him as ignorant. There's a term for that too, isn't there?
Sorry. No, I bought backup today. I bought backup today. What are you saying, Uncle Frank? What are you saying? What's she talking about? Huh? What's she talking about?
Anyway, so yeah, you feel that he's Macu's black and ignorant, yeah?
Very, yeah.
Okay, cool. All right.
Right. So
the point of that is what? That makes him a nigger. Is that what you're trying to get at?
Mad.
That's your word, not mine.
What are you trying to? You said it for a reason. So what are you saying it for?
I'm saying it because we can play word semantics if we want to be truthful.
So you was trying to. Indicate that
and you want to race bait again, Macu. That's what you're trying to do, yeah. And you want to take it down to race baiting and insults. We can lower the level of the discussion, or we can stay on the truthful one. It's up to you, mate.
But you won't answer questions.
Either way, so you was just trying to subliminally say that. Well, you're black and ignorant, so that makes you a nigger, right or wrong?
I said he believes that's what the N word means, and that is what he portrays.
He is one himself.
So cap fits.
The nigger cap fits. If the nigger cap,
that's your word, not mine.
That's
not mine. I just think
he's blank out the word, didn't it?
I just think he's black and ignorant because you're quite right, Jedi. I could do this much better. I just think he's black and ignorant.
Why couldn't you just say he's ignorant? Like, why could you? Do you have to add the black? You see, that's what leads you into one of people.
Because
it's just
Macu,
yeah, go on.
Because Macu, you are black.
Oh shit! Hold on.
Up is down, left is right. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Let me check, bro.
What? Are you the? Are you
ignorant or no ignorant?
Are you the one in the white top with the chain on?
Yeah, I'm the one.
Oh, hey, Macu, you're black, bro.
I'm black, bro. I didn't even realize.
Oh my god, I can't believe it. I thought you were fucking Asian.
Hey, shut up, man.
The fuck?
Shut the fuck up, Cage, man.
I'm like the same complexion as the heavyweight champion of the world.
Let's go on mute, Cage. Don't get yourself kicked off the stream yet. You just came in. Let's go on mute, Cage. Big up, welcome.
Welcome.
All right, big up
I met Frank Bruno at Play for Dogs as well.
Sorry?
Say that again?
I said I've met Frank Bruno at Play for Dogs.
Is he a black man?
All right. Let's stick to the point. So anyway, what was the last point made? You're black, you're ignorant.
Mm-hmm.
Black and ignorant. So the cap fits.
So I'm an N-word.
Yeah, blank. You're blank.
Yeah, blank.
This guy's looking like a big bumblebee
man.
over there, though.
Hey,
I'll tell you
listen,
that.
listen. Jupiter, you have to deal.
Happy New Day, Happy New Month, everybody.
Happy.
Peace, peace, peace.
Big up, sis, man. Big up, sis. You have to deal with the matter at hand. The matter is not that you called me a nigger, that you explained to your husband I called him a nigger. That is not why we are here, woman. You said it on many occasions, but on that particular occasion, and I was so surprised because I was under the impression you only said it twice. Yeah, when I was saying, say another time, and then you actually said it 3 times then, and then the 4th time you used the N-word, and I pulled you up. I said, oh, now you want to use the N-word. Yeah,
you said,
and then hold on, while I was talking, sorry,
and then you gave me a threat, so I said it 3 times to see if you're going to carry out your threat.
Right. So now that's down to you. Now my point was,
words are like great.
How comfortable? Hold on. Sorry, please. How comfortable was Hector in that situation? And I made a point of it. And I was like, how did that work? Because you came back on crying afterwards.
You're giving it power to it. Stop giving it power.
You came back on crying. Macu, you're so horrible.
Let me establish something, for all of you. Look, there's always somebody in the chat saying, why are we giving this energy? But you lot are low-key the ones that never have nothing fucking interesting to speak about.
But you stopped it back on them. They will get obliterated. They will get eviscerated. This is the mindset. You cannot be controlled by words like a fucking punk.
Shut up, Cage.
Yeah, no, he's gone. This is how, and I really like Cage. Cage is a friend of mine, man, but it's just like, But this thing of this, I just can't take it, Cage. It's long. Anybody else? Let me just explain. Sometimes we just do jokes. Sometimes we do serious conversations. Sometimes one subject will get broken down for a week, 2 weeks, 3 days. Just hit the like button, shut the fuck up and enjoy the fucking show, bro. You acting like you're going to go and engage in some next more riveting convo. You're not. This is balance. This is what balance looks like. Yeah? This is what balance looks like. Sometimes we talk about racism. Sometimes we talk about Islam. Sometimes we talk about Christ. Sometimes we talk about Castillo. It is what it is. Like, just please stop crying and complaining. Well, because we want to have these conversations. I'm enjoying this. So, sorry. Continue. Snipes, please continue.
Yeah, I'm saying that. Look, you called me names and all of that. No, that's not the issue. The issue is your attitude. And then you proceeded to expose yourself and say, look, my husband endorsed it. He even said it. Yeah? She can say it. She can do what you want. What? No, brother. Yeah? You are now a certified nigger because your behavior, you not understanding. Hold on. You're not understanding, that how can you sit there, and have mixed race children with the woman, right? And she's online talking to me, a fellow countryman, supposedly, and saying what she's saying. What rights has she got to use racialized language just as freely as that? And that was the points I was making. You see, it was easy to fucking tear you lot apart because you made fundamental errors. It wasn't based on laughs and jokes and It was a very serious subject in the beginning.
The reason that I don't have a right is because we've got stupid woke politics. Not that I'm fighting for the right. I just think it's ignorant of somebody of your stature who claims to be somebody that's raising up the black community to actually racially abuse another black man and then think that the other black man's wife is going to sit there just because she's white and allow you to racially abuse them. If you're ignorant and black, wear the cap.
Why would you have to respond with racial abuse though?
Who's raising the black? Hold on.
Wait, Snap. We understand you're defending your partner. You're sworn to do that.
That's right.
For better and worse and blah blah blah. I
and all that.
For your man, he jumped on to ride for you. That's understandable. But why do you have to clap back using racially abusive language? That's what didn't make sense. Fuck off, you cunt.
I've explained this before. Actually, in British culture, in most cultures, actually, when people give,
is that a real one?
Yeah, racist backup.
Yeah, it's me. I have to go on mute for a minute.
When people insult each other,
Yeah, timestamp in the private chat.
Yeah, good. Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
when people insult each other, okay.
Yeah.
If somebody, for example, if you say, "Oh, this is why I said to you actually on Friday, are we really going to do this? My dad's better than your dad, Maku, because it's pathetic." Right?
No, because my dad is better than your dad.
Man was actually
You
chatting
guys, what
about
do you guys
real
like?
dad.
Little children? Little children?
Let her talk. Let her talk. Let her talk.
Oh my God, what is going on, bro?
You lot,
Because when
listen.
people
Hold on, you lot. I want to conduct this conversation in a certain way. Saturday, you lot had your convo. Sunday, you had your convo. Monday, you lot gonna do it my way, please, yeah? Because that means that everyone can be surgical. Don't fuck up your words. Don't stutter. Speak for yourself. And by the end of this conversation, we will know where everyone stands. And we can't, it's not going to be a thing of, 5-1 or blah, blah, blah. Everyone.
I'm going to complain and have no accountability in my little bitch. No, we know who we are. I know who you are, Jedi. You know who I am.
Cage, this is not gonna work, mate. Just
okay. I'm gonna shut up. I'm
just mute up, please.
Yeah, all right, cool.
Piss me off, please.
That being said, sorry, Jupiter, you was talking. I just don't want them interrupting.
I respect for you and your. I respect for you.
Respect, man. Thank you, man. Thank you. Sorry, Jupiter. You would say.
So I've explained before, right, that for 3 reasons. The first reason is that I am culturally British, and just like many other cultures, but mostly in Britain that I know of, if you insult someone, so if you say to someone you're a slag, that you're more likely going to get a reply, no, you're a slag or you're a slapper. If you say you're fat and ugly, they're more than likely going to go in on your looks. If you say to them, you live in a fucking shitty council house, they're going to say, well, you live in a caravan. It's just the way that people go, right?
You wasn't called a nigger. Your husband was.
No, my husband was.
So you had to call the other person a nigger.
You're white and you have a vagina. You've been fucking blessed for your entire life. Super easy mode.
So you're not. So can I clarify something, Jupiter?
That's only the first point.
Are
the second
you
reason,
not? So just because I need to understand from what you've just said.
Yeah.
Are you or are you not offended by the term nigger?
I'm not actually offended by it, but I
Okay.
understand that people do get offended by it.
Is
And
Hector offended by the term nigger?
no, not really, no.
So then explain to me why you felt you needed to clap back with that term.
Because it was meant to be an insult. So it wasn't that it was actually offensive. It was because it was meant to be offensive.
So it's not really about the word, it's about the intention behind the word, then maybe.
Hold on. And therefore, Maku was playing to an audience, and because he was playing to an audience that he wanted to offend Hector and take brownie points away from a decent discussion just by being racially derogatory to him to make himself feel superior. I thought, well, let me give it back to him, see how he likes it. The fact of the matter is, right, do I actually want to go around defending the whole black race? No. Did I want to offend Maku? Yes.
It's the intention behind the word.
You mentioned
I'm so hurt with my feelings. Enough of this shit. What are we living in insanity?
You mentioned fat people and slags.
The intention behind the word. You cannot tell me
where
shit.
in history fat people were collected and kidnapped and placed on boats and sent to different islands and were slaves. I don't know in history where slags were kidnapped, placed on boats and sent to different islands. You're conflating issues, trying to belittle.
But that's another conversation. That's actually debatable. That's actually debatable.
Where in history? Where in history?
Well, that's actually debatable.
Where in history were slags kidnapped and placed into slavery?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where in history were fat people? Where in history were fat people kidnapped for being fat, placed on boats, and were slaves?
And they get trafficked by people that claim they've got them under voodoo.
Is that for them being slags, or were they slags?
But like I said, it's debatable, but that's going down a whole nother road.
You are trying to play games, but understand you're speaking to adults. You're not speaking to children, Jupiter. Please think before you say things, because you sound really silly at the moment.
Yeah, stop trying to gaslight me with your little voice like that, because I can talk.
No, I
like
have
you
to speak to you like this
I
because
can
at
talk.
this
No, I
moment
can
you
talk
have.
like you to you. And what I could do,
All right.
I could talk
Should
to
we
you
get
about
back to this?
from
Anyways, go back to the
Nigeria.
video.
No, let's stick to our points. Everyone, family, you lot all be on point, man. Let's stick to our point. So the point that Sarah was asking you is, if you're comparing slags to niggers, is there any historical evidence that slags were kidnapped from their homeland and forced into servitude?
And fat people.
So that is a false fallacy, because that's not what I said.
Okay.
That's what she's arguing that I said. Okay. I said that when you argue back, when you get an insult, you return the insult in kind. I wasn't saying that slags are the same as slavery. She said that. She made that false argument.
You used them as an exemplification next to using the word nigger. You said, if I call somebody a slag, if somebody calls me a slag, I'm going to call them a slag. If someone says you're fat, you call them fat. And if someone says the N-word, what were you insinuating? You use the N-word.
But I never said that they are the same level of, that they are the same.
Then why did you bring them up as exemplifications? You should have picked better examples then.
No, I shouldn't have. For whose benefit? What,
for your sentence to be coherent and to make sense? Because you're not.
Are you trying to make this personal again?
No, for your sentence wasn't coherent.
Can you stick to ideals?
You put examples.
Calm down.
Guys, do you understand that the style of conversation is just leading to an argument?
You try to justify using the N-word by comparing it to someone using the word fat and slag. That was your choice of exemplification. That wasn't my choice. That was your choice.
No. The reason why it was the M-word itself was because it had already been previously used by Maku on my husband. The M-word was chosen by him, not me.
Okay.
The arena for the argument and the insults was chosen by him, not me. And he admitted that by saying that he drew out. In other words, he race baited. He knew what he was doing.
Okay. Because so basically, to summarize, we are agreeing, or you're agreeing with Maku, that he knew already that if he used certain terminology against Hector, that you would respond.
Yes.
And he knew you would respond with racism. So let me ask you this. Hold on.
He knew what he did to Hector. He knew that, yes.
For a man to evaluate and surmise your reaction and get it spot on, is that not concerning that you might be a little predictable or easy to read?
I'm not concerned that I'm predictable, because that is exactly what I would do, and I stand by it.
Right.
And I've said that right from the
even
beginning.
If anybody wants to get you to say,
which was my second point, because I said there was three reasons, which is my second point, that I do this particularly to mirror people's racism. And and then the third point
that's not true.
Okay, it opens up the fact of the inequality and the stupidness of wokeism in this country.
Can I go? Yeah, why I'm not buying what you just said is because you have a whole political manifesto, to back up your argument. And that proves that you're not sorry. It wasn't a spur of the moment thing. It wasn't a retaliation thing. You're doing it because this is actually who you are. And that is fundamentally a racist person. Now, if you can't see that, that's not no one else's fault. People trying to show it to you in a polite way, in a roundabout way. But I'm telling you straight, the position that you hold, this political stance that you have, is racist. You're trying to make it sound like as if, I want to equal, where if I call Sid the P word, then to not be a hypocrite, I have to be able to call my husband the N-word or someone else the N-word, because then it's equal. Doesn't make any kind of sense whatsoever. And this is why your position is untenable. It's just a made-up political stance.
Let her respond. Don't go on too long. Don't go on too long, Carl.
It's a position that's used to infringe upon other people's right to not be abused, and you call it freedom of speech when really people have the right to not be abused,
including my husband. So,
but you're abusing your husband to give you the right to then call other people names.
Yeah. All right. Let her respond to that. Welcome,
that's just your frilliness, Khan. You're trying to be clever, but actually you're making it a whole lot more different to what I'm actually saying. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Hey,
you might not agree, if you don't agree with what that's fine. But to try and make out that I'm saying something that I'm not is just disingenuous. What I'm saying to you is, yes, in a way, you have got a mild point there. That is my politics. That is my politics. Because I don't like wokery. I think that the fact that you are trying to shut people's speech up is ridiculous. And the fact that we have now got a two-tier system. People feel they can racially abuse each other as long as they're all black, which to me is just degenerate anyway, right? It's ridiculous. Now, am I arguing for everybody to be abusing black people? God. No. Am I arguing for everybody to be abusing everybody? No. That's where your falseness comes in. Because you
the dirty cat shitting in your house. Fuck you know.
Yo, family, honestly, we're trying to have a conversation. If people want to do that other style of thing, maybe wait till later.
Sorry, apologies.
Nah, for real though, like for real.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
You got to come off mute to say these things and interrupt. The distraction is not worth it. And in the end, you don't walk away with, oh, what's the point of chatting to Jupiter? But you don't keep opening fire escapes and windows and doorways. It's like you don't want people
to get pinned down.
Treatment. Come on, family. There's no room to excuse. If we sterilize this convo, there's no room to escape, and we're gonna get to the truth.
I just want to say, I don't agree.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
I don't agree with what Jupiter said, that I'm somehow painting her in a different picture than what she's put forward of her own politics. And then inadvertently, she agrees to it herself, saying, oh, you've got a point there. So the thing is, Jupiter, what came first, the chicken or the egg? What came first? You putting this type of politics out there for people to know what kind of person you are, that it don't take much to trigger you, or people triggering you, and then you're coming with the explanation. Because from what I know, everyone knows your politics and where you stand. So for Sniper to do what he done and then afterwards gloat about it, going, haha,
you ask a question and then you answer it.
No, but you're so impatient when you
I'm just going to round it up quick.
No, one second. This is like the 4th or 5th time you tried this technique on Khan. I know Khan can be long-winded at times, but you're extra impatient and sensitive whenever Khan talks. And you
because Jedi, he asks a question and then he answers it.
Yeah, well, just let him have his window to speak, and then you choose what you're going to do with it after. But you can't keep cutting him off.
I think in this particular instance, right, forget the past, forget the fact that we know Jupiter and she's easy to trigger and we know what she's going to react with. Leave all that to the past. People could have still thought, you know what, this woman might have learnt her lesson by now. This woman might have actually grown a bit of sensitivity. She might be a little bit more tolerant. Like if we try to trigger her and see how she's been triggered before, maybe she's going to impress us and not be such a whatever you want to call it.
Cool.
Are you crazy? So you expect me to be tolerant? You expect me to be tolerant of people abusing my husband?
It was all in jest.
It wasn't in
No,
jest.
it wasn't.
Matthew told you that he'd done it on deliberate.
Yeah, for a laugh, because he knew how you'd react.
No, not for a laugh.
You took the bait, and now you should put your hands up. There ain't no politics. It was just a joke. Matthew dropped that line as a complete banter.
Yeah, please, Raheem. And Raheem, I'd like to hear from you, and also Wendy, I'd like to hear from you after. So yeah, go on, Raheem.
Yeah, so I think I can understand both sides of it. The fact is that no, there are very few situations in which, or it is acceptable in which anyone should use the N-word, especially white people, given the emotional history attached to it. But at the same time, I can understand a woman attacking someone who's attacking their other half. And it kind of should be expected and understood, especially us knowing Jupiter, that that's a reaction that is going to happen. As Matthew said, he did it intentionally to provoke something out of her. And it's worked out that way. But I do think that Jupiter, you need to learn that it's just not accepted in any form from the wider community. Although you don't have to listen to the wider community, it's just not accepted for the fact that black people don't like it when you start using that language, because it kind of solidifies the opinion of people that you are nothing but a racist and your husband is for want of a better word, a Sambo or whatever, a bounty sellout, etc., etc. that people will say, because it's almost like, as much as he's your other half, you're still a white person first and foremost. So the sting that comes with it will never be accepted by the wider community, whether or not he's offended by it or not. Yeah, that was my little bit.
Yeah, I get that, Raheem, which is why I said any other black person that got offended, I can apologise to them. I don't have a problem with that. My intent was not to offend the black community. At that moment in time, I wanted to offend Maku because he thought that he could humiliate my husband just because he was another black man.
Yeah, that doesn't even make sense. And this victim mentality that you're...
It does to me, Maku.
Okay.
And if you love someone as much as I love my husband,
I'm sorry,
maybe
I
you
didn't
feel
mean to
the
say
same way.
Shut up, Chris, man.
No, I was gonna like.
Shut up, man.
No, wait. If Chris wants to say something, I know you was just about to, but Chewy's not spoken yet. Chris, did you want to add something real quick?
I was gonna solve your guys' problem right now. I have multiple black friends and shit. They're my homies, like fucking, and they also fucking refer to the N-word, as people that like break the law and like they don't, they're bad people and shit like that. And they're also, black or whatever. So that's, you know what I mean? Like fucking, I have friends. That's it. So like the N-word means, somebody that's like a criminal or something, like in their language, I guess. Like I have friends, like I said, and he told me this. I have like multiple.
So you
I'm not like, dude.
Criminal because you don't know.
I'll bring him over. You guys.
All right,
what he's saying.
Where the fuck are we going with this?
There we go.
Let me subtitle. Yeah.
Break it down.
What Chris is saying is he has black friends, and when they use the term nigger, they usually use it in a negative way to describe criminals, bad people.
Yes.
Black. So they don't use it as, I'm about to go and pick up my 4-year-old son from kindergarten. Man, I miss that little nigger. Like they don't use it like that.
Right.
They're more like, this nigger was trying to break into my car. And I've noticed that there's a lot of, even though people say they use it as a term of endearment, it's far more used as
I'm telling you, dude, it's no big deal, dude. Like if we say with the A, you're good.
Wendy,
come on, bro.
Let's not. 1 second. We moved on. Good point.
There's
Chris.
2 different ways to say it, bro. Like fucking, I've actually said it to my friends, dude.
No, you kind of confirmed what I said, Chris.
I'll fucking, if you guys are live, I'll join the StreamYard and I'll talk to him. You guys, he'll say it, right?
All right, cool. But let me just move forward from this point. Maku, did you want to say something else? I just want to.
Yeah, I mean,
no, I don't want to clog your shit. I mean, you guys don't give a fuck anyway.
No, we listening, Chris. Big up yourself, man.
Can I just say something to Chris quickly?
I was going to say to Chris that I understand what you said, and Jedi explained it perfectly, and it's kind of what I was trying to say to Jupiter when to even Hector, because when he jumped on, he said, I heard you you call me, what did you call me? So I repeated it and I quantified it. I said, this is the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Right. So this is my point. All this pretending and not understanding my interpretation of what's being said. She full and well knew. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So for
and
her
I
to
said
repeat
to you,
it,
my reply to you was, if he is, you are.
Yeah, that's cool, but that's like playground, kindergarten, and remember we're in the middle.
I swear there weren't no if
One
in
second.
there.
One
Don't
second.
lie.
And the thing is, that was excellent. Yeah. If you said, Sorry. Go on. Sorry.
Yeah. So I'm saying like, you saying it to me. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not no effect on me, right? I never made that choice. Yeah. I didn't really goad you into it. Do you get what I'm saying? If anything, I'm trying to mock. I was joking.
Oh,
I was
look, now you're backtracking.
I added to it. And
Earlier on, you
remember,
said you
it's
did.
not the first time. 1 second. It's not the first time I referred to your husband as that. Yeah. I've referred to him many times as that and had the B word. Yeah. I've said black bastard. I've said all these things to your husband before. In jest or whatever. But at the end
It's
of the
not
day,
jest,
you
though,
know,
is it,
on a
Matthew?
normal, on a normal occasion, there's always the utmost respect. You know this because you wouldn't jump on my panel.
Listen, do
yeah,
you think I'm a foolish
after,
person?
hold
You
on.
think you can insult my husband and then
Hold
say
on,
you're
Mark.
respecting him?
Listen.
What the fuck?
Remember that you don't have the mental fortitude, yeah, to know even who you're dealing with.
Stop trying to gaslight me with your
You think you just worked out. Hold on. You think you just worked out one of the things I did in a discussion. And remember that it was a discussion at first before it turned to an actual
this is
roast.
not about
What offended
elevating
me?
your ego right now.
Listen to me. What offended me more than you using the N-word, yeah, was the way your husband was talking to other panelists. Yeah. It wasn't even me. This is what I say to him. I was like, bro, yeah, you came on, yeah, said 2 words about me, and then you switched to RS Sid. These are the facts. The video's there. So when we play the video, we're going to see what happened. You know what I mean? It's like weird. You're just making it like I attacked your husband out of the blue and and remember, I was directly talking to you.
No, you did. The only reason Hector came on is because you called him a coon.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. But I'm saying at the end of the day, yeah, I was talking to you, right? Whether he heard or that's neither here nor there. Hold on 1 second, because he hadn't jumped on the panel. So regardless, I don't know if he's in the background. That's not my business. Yeah, that's you lot's business. And you lot like to do this tag team, jumping in front of each other and all of this type of thing. So you're open to the same rules. He knows this. He's like, if anything, hold on. What would be sensible is if he had said, like, "Hun, just come off the computer."
Oh, here we go again. You're trying
to. But he don't want to do that. Hold on. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying, yeah. In a normal scenario, it could have easily been resolved, but he came on combative, right?
Because you were slugging him off for no reason at all. Again.
Fair enough.
No, it wasn't for no reason.
Hold on.
Dirty, filthy Indian. They weren't for no reason. Sorry,
don't sit here making out you never said nothing to RS Sid because you did.
Yeah, sorry. I don't want the chiming in.
I just wanted the RS Sid thing. For me, as I said, is what offended me because he jumped on. All right, fair enough, to address me at first, but in 2 or 3 seconds, it turned to someone else on the panel. So are you saying that he was so pissed that what I said, he took it out on RS Sid?
No. So RS Sid then tried to involve himself on your behalf because RS Sid was already slagging off British people and the fucking British this and the fucking British that.
No, that's the conversation. Sorry.
Yeah, but he was already saying that. So
that's not slagging off. Sorry.
Hold on.
That's not slagging off. If you don't interpret a conversation correctly.
It was, but we all found it funny because of the way he said it, including myself. Until he went too far. Until he tried to put me on the spot and apologise for what a whole community did 200 years ago when I weren't even born.
No, bro. Listen, I think a lot of people.
I agree. We're guilty of being white.
Yeah.
I'm not guilty.
All right. Okay.
Sorry,
let's get from. Let me smooth this up because I'll find. Yeah.
You guys are the ones bringing up the whole conversation in the first place. Like, who cares, dude? Like, it's not even a fuck. Like, let's liberalize.
Chris, what do you think we're doing here? We're here to have conversations.
Yo. Like, if he's gonna express himself, let him express. Like, why do people not let people get to the end of the sentence? Please, man, just let him. If you're gonna say something, let him say what he's saying. What was you saying?
That's what I'm saying. Like, fucking, don't even make the podcast about racism. Like, the question about it in the first place. Like, it's not a. Yeah, like fucking. Who cares?
That's
dude, like,
what we're
I'm telling
here
you
to
guys.
do.
if you don't think about it, and
Chris,
like
I'm
people
not-
are people, then you
Chris, I'm
fucking
not
like
having
I
a
have
go,
friends.
man.
Let the brother talk.
Here we go.
Why is it so hard? Because it turns into even more bullshit when you start going back and forth over it. Let him get his stuff off his chest. Then you be like, well, that's the purpose of today's stream, and we just move forward.
Easy.
All right. So yeah. Anyway, Chris, the reason why we're discussing this is because in our little community, there's been some conversations, and in one of the conversations, a white lady that's married to a black lady, a black man, was defending her husband and called another black man a nigger, or said, if he's a nigger, you're a nigger. And we were basically discussing what that looks like within that relationship. Does she have the right? Is it acceptable? Is it understandable? What is it like being a black man when your white partner is using?
I gotta be honest. Like fucking, I can't imagine. I feel bad for like if you're a black man in America today. I mean.
So you feel sorry for black men in America today, but when we're discussing racism, you're like, what's the point of discussing it? Shut up, man. Go on mute. Shut up.
No,
man.
it goes.
Go on mute, man. Shush. Wendy, let's hear from you, man.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So, Maku, if you hadn't called Hector that name, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Jupiter would not have reacted the way she did, and nothing would have happened. So you were the instigator of what happened. You deliberately set out, right, to call Hector the worst name you could think of. And whether it's because you're black and that means you're allowed to say it, that doesn't no, you can get took to court for being racist even when you're black. Okay? So why did you call Hector it? Why do you call Hector a coon? Why do you constantly put Hector down and then you're shocked when Jupiter reacts to it? I don't understand.
No, I think you're mistaken there. One, I'm not shocked. Yeah. If I did do it on purpose, I knew what I was doing, right? Because I know Jupiter, right? And I know you.
I don't think.
So if I wanted to, hold on. If I wanted to race bait, or if I wanted to bring an example where you have been racist before, I could have easily have done that, right? That's not what was my intention, right?
No. I listened to the clip. I listened to it. Yeah.
Hold on. Okay. And then you would have heard me say, yeah, but you support the British flag. You support the British monarchy. Oh, well, yes, I do.
Why not?
Okay.
Yeah, why
hold on
can't
1
he?
second. 1 second.
Why not? Well, he lives in Britain, for God's sake.
Someone being racist towards him.
1 second. Yeah, that is his God-given right? As coming to this country, he can choose whatever side he wants to. He can take up whatever political views he wants to. But unfortunately for him, yeah, it's on the racist side. We've all seen it. I've been there.
Oh, so hang on.
Hold on.
Supporting the flag is racist to you.
Please,
yeah?
No. If your wife is into that, right? That's understandable. That's her thing, right? But it's not. It's a husband and wife thing. So when they're going on these marches, when they're going outside the prison, when they're going outside the court, when they're going out to Speaker's Corner to give Hatun flowers and chocolates, and Tommy's there and all of that, all of these things, remember, we've seen all of this. We know their capacity when they came to the park and who they came with.
I don't like.
So now every association seems to be. Hold on. I'm not saying bothers me. I'm explaining to your husband why I'm calling him a fucking Uncle Tom and a nigger. One, because he's ignorant.
Right?
Hold on. Yeah. One, because he's ignorant. Yeah. Really ignorant. And you can't deny that. Yeah. Because if you don't want to say he's a nigger, you have to say, overstand when I'm saying he's ignorant. Because he's with you. You're using the N-word. Yeah. You are a known racist. Yeah. Whether you decide to call it, whether you decide to call it racialized language is beside the point, right? At the end of the day, you have these Freudian slips or these purpose ones, it seems, yeah? And then he has to, in a sense, pick up the pieces because you felt so bad about what you said, you cried, and then you went to sleep. yeah, and you sounded inebriated, and now you're saying you was on medication. What the fuck was you doing
So I
online?
didn't cry and go to sleep. You're not in my house. You didn't know what I did. I was unwell. I was already on my sofa with a blanket.
I fucked you up, man. I hear
right? And yes, I did get emotional. I got emotional because I didn't think that you needed to go down that road or do what you did. And I don't deny that if you call him it again, there's still a chance that I would still react the same way.
Yeah,
Because I don't think
that's
that
not down
because
to me,
I'm
though.
white, I have to allow racial abuse to my husband,
I'm
whether you're
saying
black or not.
that is not down to me, because on another occasion, it could be a set of black guys walking past you and your husband, and then they start cussing him, and then one of them goes, "Look at this nigga." Yeah, what are you gonna do? You're gonna turn around? Well, you're a nigga then.
You stole one of my questions.
Sorry.
I actually wanted to ascertain when Sister Jupiter said, you know, in real life she would move differently. I wanted to find out that. So in real life, if Maku calls, if we're in a group, we're at Speaker's Corner, yeah, we're having a conversation with you, Dupes, and then Maku starts going off on one and starts calling Hector a nigger. Would you respond in the same way, do you think?
Before that argument, probably. Now I'll just say, well, you're acting like a very ignorant black man, aren't you?
You learned something. I'm glad.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's more because of the play.
No, I don't think she's learned anything because she didn't do anything wrong, Maku. You were the one that set it off, Maku.
It doesn't matter.
You set it off, Maku.
Hold on, Wendy. I'm black. I can say it, right?
No, you don't. You see, this is again. You don't own that word. You don't have. If you're black, yeah, and you can get done for racism for calling another person that word.
There's no court in the land that would do such a thing.
You can. It's
anyway,
there is, and it's called Britain, Great Britain. Yes, it is.
Done in Great Britain.
It's already been done. It's already been done, Maku.
Sorry.
It has.
While you're,
it should be.
Sorry, while you're living a fantasy.
So you don't own the word. You can't run around calling other people just whenever you want, Maku.
But that's what you've done.
Well, we're not on about me, are we? We're on about the fact that you called Hector it for no damn reason, and then you say you can use it because you're black. Well, now actually you can't.
So now, what I'm saying is, I can. Everybody knows I can. If we did a vote,
no, you can't.
If I could use, hold on.
No, you can't.
Hold on.
Yeah, please. We've been doing great so far. Please let's not start interrupting each other.
Right. So I'm saying if we did a poll right now, and on average, if we just went down the street and did a survey, yeah, you would find to be in the minority in your thinking. Do you get what I'm saying? The vast majority of people on the panel, in the chat, and in the bloody universe, yeah, overstand my position, right?
Well, the courts of this country don't overstand your position.
So, according to the courts of this country, I am an ethnic minority. Now,
no, look, if you're walking down the street and for no reason you call another black man that word, and that black man takes, offense by it, he can take you to court for racism. So, it's been done.
I've never seen it done.
You wouldn't
what I have
seen.
No. Hold on, Wendy. What I have seen is that anybody using racialized language who is European, who is British, is liable, for arrest and conviction.
So are you, Maku. That's the whole point. You're missing the point.
It's not the point. It's not the point. Me and you stand in front of. Hold on. If me and you stand in front of a police officer, and I say nigger, and you say nigger. I'm sorry, they are approaching you. Yeah.
No, they're not. Guess what?
Hold on.
They'd approach both of us.
Listen to the charges.
No.
Listen to the
they would approach both of us. If you say it first, and I get like offended, like you're offended at the moment. If I get offended, right, you're going to court.
But you're not getting
You don't.
offended
You
because
don't have a pass. You don't own the word.
sorry, madam. You do not have any rights in this situation. You could assume that you
it's
have
a
a right.
word.
Hold on, man.
It's a
Listen,
go and
madam.
check out the law of this country.
Yes.
Go and have a look.
And
yeah.
I know my rights.
Go and
I
have
know
a
my
look.
rights. I know my rights. Obviously.
You don't know
Yeah.
your rights. If you knew
I
your
do.
rights, you would know that if you run around calling people that word in the street and wanting to be racist by using that word in the street, right? You'll end up in court.
Never happened.
No, you say it never.
In all my 40-something
My
years,
God.
hold on. In all my 40-something years, this has never happened. Right. What's happened just recently in the last 10 years? They brought out a law saying that if you offend any of these ethnic minorities, especially black folks, and using this N
Okay,
word,
can you go and get us that law?
1 second, man.
I don't see you as an ethnic minority, though.
1 second.
Sorry.
1 second. Yeah, but you're not the law.
Yeah,
Exactly.
but what I'm saying,
So
I'm
you're
going to go
asking me-
along your lines.
Yeah, but
You
hold on.
refuse to see the
Oh my
law.
God.
You refuse to accept the law. So I don't
No,
see black people as ethnic minorities, right? I just
wanted
don't.
to say something.
Yeah.
Because like when this law came out, right? It's like
So it's
double
fucking,
jeopardy.
don't say it, fucking, that's
Listen,
it. It's not going to
listen.
change, bro.
What are you doing, man? Put your top on.
I'm telling you the truth, dude. Like, nothing's going to happen. Like everything you're saying, I agree with, but we still have to like live here in like this world, and fucking, it's like, you can't say that shit. Fucking, I agree with what you're saying though, but like fucking, you know what I mean? Like fucking, dude, like in your lifetime, it's going to be the same. So like, you know, don't fucking worry about it. Like, just fucking, that's it. It's easy, dude. Like, god damn, you guys are retarded.
Really?
Just fucking, it's easy.
Okay.
Don't fucking rack your brains. Like, you guys are like driving. Don't rack your brains on it. It's fucking an easy solution.
Sorry, Chris. Did you forget that only the other week you used the N-word?
No matter how much you say the N-word, it's not gonna fucking solve your problem, bro. Like, the world's gonna be the same for 50 years from now.
Chris.
Like, dude, that's it.
Chris.
They're not gonna be a racial fucking uprising against, like, you know, black people in America. That's not gonna happen, or like Europe or whatever, dude.
Chris, can you hear me?
So just fuck it, dude. Like, you know, we have to, like, you know, coexist. And like I said, I have two homies that fucking, they're my dude. I don't know, I gotta say anything, but like, they're my like good friends, dude. Like, they're black. So like,
Okay,
Hello?
so
get over it.
Maku.
Jesus.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, whatever. Maku,
I'm sorry, I get carried away,
if you're
dude.
standing, if you're standing there, Maku, and I call you the N-word, right?
Right.
But then I've got a friend next to me who's a homosexual, right? And you decide to be homophobic towards a homosexual. Which one's going to court?
I actually say it too.
Which one's going to court, do you think? It'd be you. Because you've been homophobic towards the homosexual.
But that's the thing. I call my friends faggot.
I don't even know that. That's some.
I literally
fantasy
call my friend. I'm
scenario.
like, you're a
What's
fucking
Chris
my friend. It's like
I'm
this.
confused.
Sorry. The most likelihood is that a gay person can be racist too.
Well,
So,
yeah, but
it
you,
doesn't matter.
right?
It doesn't
You
matter.
could
Hold
be
on 1
racist. Yeah,
second.
no. He can be as racist as he likes, right? But if you start on him about his sex,
Just fucking be cool
right?
to me.
About being
That's it. It's easy.
Chris, can you shut up? If
I'm
you
sorry,
start
I'm
on him about that,
I'm sorry.
right?
I'll be
you
my
will
shit.
go
I'll be
to
my
court.
Sorry, how would I know that?
Sorry,
Pardon?
I'm back in your room, man. I'm my bad,
Yeah,
man.
I'm saying, how would I know that?
Well, I'm
That's
just
the question.
pointing it out to you for your future knowledge,
Thank you.
Maku. Future
Thank you.
knowledge, Maku.
So what I'm saying is, when you can throw, oh, you're a faggot, you're gay, you're at anyone.
Go with,
because
yeah. You
it's
go
hard to
out and
prove.
try it.
Hold on,
Yeah, see what happens.
Sorry.
No,
It's hard to prove.
Let's re-establish a little bit of order.
Order.
I
She
left the
just keeps
room.
butting in when I'm talking.
Yeah, please, Wendy.
But no,
Like,
It's not me. It was Chris.
No, but I'm saying now because Chris is on mute. I'm saying now. Let's just try and like give each other a chance to finish their statements. And if you're talking, bear in mind that the other person wants to respond, so don't go on for it forever either.
Hmm.
All right, cool. All right, everyone. Yeah, remember what I told you. Anywhere you see Lottie, any kind of Lottie, any yellow kind of Lottie, any name of Lottie, block them. It's a good game, good practice, because he's got 1 million accounts. Sorry, carry on, Snap.
Yeah. So yeah. What was you saying, Wendy? Yeah, I'm saying you were saying that I would get arrested if I abused someone who was gay, and I just said to you, how would I know that? Right, and it's a
Yeah, and
thing
I
that
said, well,
it's
because
not
the
in the
law is
same.
very strong on
Sorry,
that. Yeah.
yeah, but it might be strong, but it's not the same bracket. It's still, the N word is still in a realm of its own. It sits in a
Yeah, and if
position
you
on its
call
own.
another black
Right.
person the N word, and that black person gets, you know, is offended and everything, and you know, you lay it up in court, Maka, whether you're black,
Right.
pink, whatever
Okay,
color
so
you
what?
are.
So he let it
that's not
slip one
actually
time.
true.
What do you
No,
what do you
no,
want him
but
to
what
do,
you
dude?
sorry,
I'll
what
go
you're
on mute
actually
till the
acknowledging.
American calms
I'm sorry.
down.
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
what you're actually acknowledging is that the position and the law exists. Yeah, it does
I mean,
exist.
she's
So,
like keeps
but the
talking about
problem
it.
with
Like,
you
okay,
is,
so
hold on.
what do you want the guy to
Oh
do?
my
Dude, like kill
fucking
himself
God.
because he fucking said the N word? Give him a break. He accidentally said it. Jesus.
Chris, please shut the
I'm
fuck
sorry.
up.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm gonna mute my
because
shit. Sorry.
you said the N word the other week, man. Shut the fuck up, man. Yeah, Mr. N word specialist. Fuck's sake, man. Yeah, got pure of you around here. No, there's pure of you around here, and we're just being calm and having a conversation, right? But when we
Including
get down to the
yourself.
crux of it, there's a lot of people around here who use the N word, and the N word just flies out of their mouth and da. But I'm here to tell you, and I've said to many people, yeah, when this law came in, we obviously real man then refused to use it. Refused to use it. No,
Yeah,
it's
but
there.
you
But
used
how
it.
am I gonna now
Well,
run
you're
to a
not a real man
policeman?
yet.
1 second. How am I gonna run to a policeman and say, "Oh, this person abused me"? No. If anything, yeah. If I get abused or attacked or I could use it as a card. And I've seen
No,
it
no,
being
no,
done.
no, no,
You know what I mean?
no.
Like, yo,
Well,
yeah,
you
yeah.
can. You can
He
always
fucking
use it as a
abused me.
card,
Oh, excuse
Maku.
me. We're gonna go and have a word with him. No, I didn't. No, I
Wait a
didn't.
minute,
I've seen it. I've
Maku.
seen
You
this on
Maku,
can,
you
you
camera.
could
can
send the
call, you
police to
can.
my house, no problem.
Hmm?
Hold on.
Sorry?
You could send the police to my house, no problem, for what I said to you because you were offended.
Send
But
people's
Hector will
house.
counterclaim it, and you will get done
Send
because you
people's
provoked
house.
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
No.
You would get done.
If
You would
Yes.
get done. I would get done. You would get done.
you assume, yeah, he can't even speak English
No, I
properly.
know the court of the
Yeah.
law. I know my legal
Right.
rights, and I know
Right.
you would get done.
So imagine that. I know mine, yeah, and I got a good lawyer.
So have I,
So
Mac.
I don't know what you're thinking. You know what I mean? Because you're gonna go with the duty solicitor and all of that to try and me.
No, I won't go with a
No.
duty solicitor. I've got a family solicitor.
I got my
No,
own.
stop assuming.
Hey, my lawyer's firm is big out here.
And
Like,
I
you know
sat
what I
on
mean?
your
We
panel
need
and I
them for
was the
some
one
stuff.
that told you never go with a duty solicitor. So
But-
don't sit here talking rubbish to me, Mako.
Well, I'm not even interested in duty solicitor. I'm just running a joke. But
Well, I
the
think
reality
everyone
is, yeah,
knows that you don't go with the
the
duty
reality,
solicitor.
the reality is, yeah, that please, you know now not to use the N word, regardless of what I say or whatever any other person of color says. Yeah.
Yeah, but you
do
should
not have
know
the
not
right.
to use it also.
I still reserve the right to
Why,
use
Wendy?
the N word in full
Why?
context
Oh.
as long as it's in context
This
and
really
not
hurts
aimed
because
at
I
a
can't even
particular
speak.
person.
This is unfair.
Speak, Maku. Speak.
Thank you. You know what I'm saying? Because I seem like people are feeling a bit uncomfortable with what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm just saying
No.
you cannot. 1 second, you cannot use the N word, and then you cannot start deflecting and put it on the people who are protected by law, the law of this land that says, listen, they are oppressed. They have been oppressed. Yeah, we have enslaved them. We've done so many atrocities to them. We've also colonized them, and then
No,
we've used
that's
them
not
as
the
a
reason the law is in place.
Hold on. It's like a form of reparations. And it's
no.
Even in its conception, I was always saying the fact that they have this law in place now is racism. because you shouldn't actually have to have it. Why should we have it? Why is there a scenario that people using this word, yeah, when the National Front was using it, yeah, all way back in the day before any BMP and any of that stupidness, right?
That's right.
I was alive then. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, please do not play this game of
don't play it with me. I was alive then as well.
Sorry. But I'm saying I lived these racist situations. It's part of my life. I grew up in an area
the
where
National
people
Front
were
grotesque. Yes, grotesque.
Yeah, we ain't got to worry about BMP. You never existed yet. So, like, what? I'm there with the real, the mods, the rockers, the skinheads, the fuckery. Yeah? Yes, they're still about when I'm a kid. You know what I mean? Our adults are still running, being chased down the streets, grandma, all sorts. Yeah. So when we know about this, hold on. So for me, yeah, the N word, yeah, has many different parameters and significance.
So why use it? Why use
I'm
it?
using it. I explained why I used it. Because it's
why do you use
it?
Wendy?
Yeah, why do you use it?
I don't use it.
Yes, you do.
Wendy,
You've used it on many occasions.
Wait, Snacks, 1 second. Wendy, why
Hang on. There's that clip of me using it on Esau, right? And
it's
that's
more
it.
than just Esau, man.
More than Esau.
No, it's not.
And we don't even want to start with your Jungle Book antics.
Cool.
Like, stop it.
Right,
Well, look, we've gone through all that. But what I'm saying is, Maku, you don't have a right to use it either.
I got a right to do whatever
No,
I
you
want.
don't. You go out the street and pick.
Sorry. Let me get involved, please.
Yeah.
I feel like socially the same expectation or stipulations around that word can't be placed on white and black people, right? As a conscientious white person, you decide whether you want to partake in using the word or not, knowing that some people are offended or might view you differently or might even suspect you of being a racist, right? Knowing that in certain scenarios, using the word nigger would actually be seen as a hate crime and illegal. I don't think that it's safe for you to use it basically in any public context. I don't think that it's, if I was white.
Of course it's not. Of course it's not. But on the other hand.
Hold on.
No, I haven't.
White, I would avoid the word and pride myself on the avoidance of the word and the lack of evidence of me ever using it in public, because I think that that's an important stance to take. I don't need to participate in it. Obviously, it's too late for people like you and Jupiter, right? But you must admit, right? Even if your husband is a Nigerian dude that doesn't mind you calling black women black bitches, doesn't mind you calling black men niggers, yeah? Even if you have a Nigerian husband that is that lenient, surely as a conscientious adult, yeah, and mother of mixed race children, you should think to yourself, do you know what? I don't want to be associated with saying this word. I don't want anyone being able to pin it on me and be like, well, you're a racist because you called so-and-so a nigger. Or do you know what? You're disrespectful to your husband because you're married to a black man, then you use words like nigger. But it's like, do you see that could be problematic?
But don't all those things?
Do you see, Wendy? Wendy, do you see that could be problematic?
Well, I'm not. I mean, Jupiter said it because Maku called the man that she's married to a bloody. He called him that.
Wendy, with all due respect, I'm not asking you that. I don't know if you're able to answer my question. Do you see that being a white woman married to a Nigerian man and using this word frequently and associating herself with people like you who have had a history of using it in the past, all within context, all to defend yourself, but do you not see how moving forward this could be a problem? This might be an issue.
I've never heard Jupiter use it apart from that once on Friday with Mako.
So
not like that.
So you don't think it's a problem then?
Well, he called her husband that she reacted at the time, and that's what she said. Well, of course it's a problem because you seem to think you own the word.
I just wanted to understand whether you was able to be honest about it. Do you think
I am being honest?
A white woman or a white man calling their black partner, using nigger when they're around their black partner. Do you think that's an issue? Do you think anyone should have a problem with that? If the partner's cool with it, do you think it's something that they should just continue to do? Or maybe, regardless whether their partner is comfortable with it or not, refrain from using such language?
Well, yeah,
so
but I think Jupiter has said today that in future she would use.
I'm asking for your opinion. Stop trying to refer to Jupiter. You can think for yourself. I'm not answering.
Okay. So
I want to know your opinion.
I'm not married to a black man. I don't have mixed race children. But what I heard on your stream, or whoever's stream it was on Friday, was Maku called Hector it, and Jupiter reacted. Whether you think Jupiter reacted in the wrong way or the right way, you think she reacted in the wrong way.
How do you think?
Well, I think her reaction was well, yeah, it was normal.
Okay.
It's degrading words. They're gonna call you.
Wait, you know. Paige, one second. So you think that Jupiter's reaction was normal? Does that make it right?
No, but it was normal. A normal reaction. Normal.
Yeah. So was it right or wrong?
No, I'd say she was right for using it.
So it was right and normal. Yeah. No wrongdoing, no wrong.
No.
Right, cool. Interesting. Yeah, please do, Jutes.
So are you trying to elevate my children as some exceptional case? Because Maku's got black children, he's got a black partner. Shouldn't he be mindful of using the word around them as well? Or are his children not?
Sorry, I get your question. I feel like I've tried to address this a few times, and I'm trying to point out something to you, Jupiter. Maku and the person that he called a nigger are both black and from Nigeria. This is
but Jedi, does that make it less of an insult?
Hold on, because I'm sure you asked for an answer. This is an in-house problem. Now, no, I am not co-signing it. I'm not saying that he was right. I'm not saying I agree. This is me personally. Yeah. I don't call black people niggers or whatever. I don't refer to my friends as nigger or whatever. I tried to get out of that whole language. It was in my vocabulary as a youngster from media, from music and stuff like that. But as an adult, I don't really refer to anyone I know like that. Maybe in very extreme circumstances for descriptive terms, I usually will say, well, in this circumstance, there's no other word I can use to describe this but nigger or whatever. But that's few and far between, and there's no need for the word. So as far as you're concerned, Maku's black children are going to have to deal with this in-house issue of this word, and we're going to work through it as a black community. As a white woman and as somebody who is associated closely to the black community by way of marriage, I think that it is 100% incumbent on you to not use that word. As for Maku, it could be debated on, it could be spoken about, he could be advised. But is Maku calling Uncle Hector a nigger racist? No. It's not.
Yes, it is by the law of this country. Yes, it is.
Well, I, as far as I'm concerned, a black man, a Nigerian, calling another Nigerian a nigger isn't racism. That's my own opinion.
And if Hector is
that's my own opinion. A Nigerian man calling another Nigerian a nigger is not racism.
Well, if Hector is so offended by that, right? That he decides to go, he won't go to the police, but he decided to. Yeah, Maku would find himself in court.
That's fair dues. No, that's fair dues, and that's cool. But unfortunately, I am not going by what is lawful. I'm going by my own morality, by morals, right?
Oh, so the law of this country doesn't matter, doesn't count.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. The law of the land doesn't matter to me. And at one point in time, it was legal to sell humans. So I don't really care. I try to stay ahead of the law. Yeah, I use my own moral guidance system to tell me what's right and wrong. I try to stay ahead of the law. I try to avoid the long arm of the law, and I'm always happy when I break the law. Thank you.
Yeah, you're always happy when you break the law.
I love breaking the law.
Sorry.
I'm a habitual lawbreaker. I love it.
Can I make a point?
Sorry for your children, then.
Sorry, can I?
Please, no, 1 second. See, this is the thing. Your little smart mouth gets you to start talking about other people's children. Like, just keep your own views about my fucking children out of it. I ain't talking about no one else's children. Don't be feeling sorry for my children.
Well, you're the one that was clever and sat there going, "Oh, yeah, I love it when I break the law."
It's called loophole.
Yeah. Do you want me to start talking about your kids?
The people who write the
You
law
can do it. If you want to, go right ahead.
I don't want to, because this is the problem. You don't know how to keep your fucking mouth on a subject. You start talking about shit that's no concern of yours. Don't talk about my kids.
So you constantly break the law. Where are you going to end up then, Jedi?
On a live stream telling you to shut the fuck up.
No.
Yeah, that's where I am here. That's where I am. I break the law.
What value do you have? You bust open your porch. That's the only value you have. Shut up.
No, Cage. You're going to go back to where you came from in a minute. I break the law every day. Yeah? And I don't give a fuck about the law, because the laws are against the people. They're not for the people. I don't care about the law. Yeah? I'm a moral, upstanding human being without the laws. I follow the laws of the land. That's it. The common law. That's it. You can worry about maritime law, admiralty law, statutes,
Okay,
and all that.
So if we were to go by the law of the land, Maku caused me alarm and distress, as you could see, because I was quite emotional about it. By doing
No, I didn't believe that.
No, that's a lie.
No, your medication caused you alarm and distress.
Your medication.
You already told us yesterday.
Not the judge and jury.
You already told us yesterday.
You drunk, man.
Hold on.
That's only your opinion. It's not my opinion.
Yeah.
You can't tell me whether I felt
get in
alarm
and this point scoring? Can I get in and respond, or are you just going to keep going back and forth, Hey, allow it, man.
It's never ending. It's zero. It's zero logic. No logic at all. No logical.
Why would you join the convo then?
Come on, man.
Why would you join if it's never ending? No logic.
No. You're making the point. You're doing it for a reason. I'm not disagreeing. It's fucking hilarious if you think about it, Jedi. Come on.
Yeah. I hear you. Anyway, sorry, Jupiter, man. Remake your point again, please, because
what I'm saying is, if we're going to go down that road, right? You see, this is what everybody's trying to ignore. The fact that I've got feelings, Hector's got feelings, and if you want me to respect your feelings, it has to be reciprocal.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So the point, I now remember what you were still talking about. So you were saying that if you was caused alarm and distress, and clearly we could hear that you was emotional. Now, what I would say is, yesterday I spoke to you about that emotion, and you told me that it was because you was on medication.
Medication.
Quite unwell. Hold on, excuse me. You've been quite unwell, and you've taken medication, and that's the reason why you got so emotional. So I think personally, yesterday, with that statement you made, you would have null and voided, like, any talk of you being alarmed and distressed, because clearly there was you was under the influence of some kind of medication.
No, I was alarmed and distressed because I was in a vulnerable state.
This is a vulnerable state because you was on medication, right?
Jupiter, come on.
Because you was on medication is why you was vulnerable. Is that not right?
Jupiter, look, I'm on medication.
You can't blame that on.
I think you're all judges, but at the end of the day, the bottom line is all those things are just frills. The bottom line is that under the law of this country, Maku would get done for racism as much as you could try to get me done.
It doesn't matter though. It wouldn't make him, in my eyes, as much of a racist.
People can say whatever they want. Can they back up?
This is the thing. The law often gets it wrong. The law often persecutes people that shouldn't be persecuted. The law often sides with interests that are far removed from what the
I
public
agree.
needs.
So do kangaroo courts.
So that's not going to be my barometer. Oh well, the law says fuck the law. This is why I said what I said.
Fuck the law. There we go. Say it again for the ones in the back.
Yeah, fuck the law. So,
Fuck the law.
You know, and that's sincerely.
I will meet you in a pub to discuss with you. I'm not trying to fight.
Oh, now this pub chat, man. We having a convo now. You talking about you want to meet in a pub to discuss? Listen, give your views to the panel right now. Anyway, let me tap into the MJs, the Sarahs. Who else had I heard from, man?
A few people there, man.
There's a few people.
John, have feelings. Fucking hear me. Like, enough.
All right, go on, Cage. Go on. Let me hear what you got to say.
I'm saying it's getting ridiculous. Okay, like it's getting to the point where JEDI, we know this is pretty much just been like a little test run. You know what I mean? The real shit's coming. You better smarten the fuck up and get to your shit. Do not be fooled. You know what I mean?
All right, thank you.
Deal with your shit.
As usual, just random, obscure fucking sentences strung together. I don't know what's wrong with you, look, man. When I'm on my shit and I want to hear some intelligence. Nah. This is when I'm on my shit and I want to hear some intelligence.
All right.
I couldn't say certain things. You know what I mean? I'm trying to be clear with it on purpose.
Shut up. When I kick you off, I'm not letting you back on, Cage. Just know that. Yeah. And Chris K, you've been on mute for the last 10 minutes and you still haven't shut up. Stay still, dude. You took your top off, put it back on, took your top.
Bro, that motherfucker, I see him fucking, he's tweaking. He's like a meth.
What kind of crystal meth are you on, bro?
He's on crazy meth. He's tweaking. I can see it from a mile away. I know. He's tweaking.
What meth are you on, man? Relax yourself. Stop fucking fidgeting and
what in the Walter White is going on?
Wobbling, man. All right, man. All right. So, I don't know. Is anyone else there? MJ, are you there? Sarah,
I'm here, bro.
Yeah,
I've not even been listening to this conversation. Nope.
Right, cool.
I'm not entertaining these lot.
It's long.
You say you're not entertaining these lot, you said?
No, I can join in the conversation.
Yeah,
but
please do.
Yeah.
That's the
I've
purpose.
missed it.
I just feel that this thing about us being me being guilty of something. Listen, why are we out here victim shaming? I'm the victim, supposedly, in this situation. Yeah, I was racially abused. Yeah, but hold on. You're deflecting. You lot have been deflected all today. That's all I'm hearing. Well, Maku did it. And if this scenario happened, and if that scenario happened, let's deal with the reality. Why are we messing around and pretending? You lot are a bunch of racists, right? And Hector included. Because he's
hang on, wait.
Down, hold on, no, don't tell me to fucking wait. Don't tell me to fucking wait. Go on fucking
Why are you
mute.
swearing? Why are you swearing?
Are you dumb? Go on mute.
Why are you swearing?
Go on mute.
Can I ask, Wendy, is it a technique that you've employed to always speak when Sniper speaks?
Exactly.
You don't seem to do it when I'm talking.
Yeah.
All right, Snipes, you're gonna
Can I jump in after him? So.
Yeah. With all due respect, hold on, Snipes. Give us a punchy fucking sentence, bro. Like, just get your point out, and then let Sarah jump on.
Yeah, this is the point. Yeah. I keep getting cut, so I'll lose my spot.
I know.
Yeah, and then I'm like, oh shit, what was I saying again? You get it? Like, this is the tactics they use. Cool. Yeah. But I'm usually focused. I know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? I'm saying, why are we deflecting? I am not the main subject of conversation. It's the main topic today is that people feel they have the right to use the N-word against people like me and other people, right? And it's a regular occurrence. This ain't the first time.
Fuck
this
them.
Ain't a
Do not let
Freudian,
words
and hold on. Where some
you.
people on this panel have had Freudian slips, right? But these ones are consistent in their, ignorance and things they say, and I'm going to do it because I'm going to say it because you say it. That's very childish. Like, come on. Let's be realistic. You should not
it is
say
childish.
the word.
No one's denied that. No one's denied that it's not childish, Matthew.
As I said, look, you're not from my world. So the N-word and how I use it is going to be different to you. Like, you got what I'm saying?
Exactly. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that, Matthew. Because what you're saying is that your mindset is different to mine, and I would agree with you. It is. I don't believe anyone should be using it if it's that abhorrent. Okay? But if you're going to use it against my husband, who just happens to be black, and you're only using it against my husband because he's black, and you're doing it in a political manner because you think as a white person, I'm going to have to sit there and suffer yeah, my husband's being racially abused for your pleasure. No, I'm not going to sit there. And I would actually take a custodial sentence for the right to be able to defend my husband.
You're gonna sue people?
Sorry.
You say something I don't like, I'm gonna sue you.
Sorry.
Oh my
Can
God.
we say the same? Can we say the same for poor R.S. Sid? And if Mrs. R.S. Sid decided to take offense at what your husband was saying to him, do you get what I'm saying? Like, we're not going to do this game about what about ism. He's hold on 1 second. 1 second. The man you're defending is a nasty piece of work when he's ready. Yeah, he can defend himself. I don't know why you're caping and acting like maybe the medication skewed your judgment. Because you know, if you
back in the
him,
kitchen, grab the fucking vacuum, go in the kitchen, make a sandwich for him.
And what you're admitting is 1 second.
And you're good. Shut up.
God.
Go back to your duty. Enough.
What are you doing?
Sorry, hey, you guys are boring, so I'm listening to music on my computer. I hope it's not too loud. Hi.
Go on, Matthew.
I want to breathe. So yeah, I'm saying like Jupiter, yeah. At the end of the day, you know you are a racist. Your husband, is for some reason facilitating your fuckery. Yeah.
She has a pussy, that's why.
Because even if you think about it, even if you just said what you said to me, right? And it's directed at me, I'm the one supposed to take offense. All right, it's not meant to offend no one else, right? But when you later on done it another 3 times just to prove a point, then that's in the realms of everybody else getting offended. And that's why we're here.
Yo, Snaps, you know what? Can I play this? Because
Come on, bro.
You know, we got the timestamp on that. Let's just hear it one more time. Let me listen properly. Yeah?
Yeah, go on.
I listen properly.
I want to hear it. Play it.
All right, let me play it.
Let's go.
You up, let's listen.
So first and foremost, Hector is right there.
No sound,
when he gets
bro.
called a nigger. There's no need for Jupiter to tell Hector what he just
There's no sounds, bro. No sound.
Oh yeah, okay, cool, my bad. So
no, we hear you, bro.
No, it's not me. It's
and you guys are still bringing up that shit. It's crazy.
What?
Get over it, dude. Like the N word is like, dude.
I'm gonna deal with you in a minute.
Don't worry.
I know, man.
You guys keep talking about it. It makes it like last longer, dude. Stop talking about it.
I hear
if
you.
anybody says that shit, if you're a fucking offended, go fucking handle it. Go fucking throw a fist at them, dog. Beat their fucking ass. It's easy.
Check this though. You talk about how
God damn it, dude.
Yeah, but see you, God damn it, you're frustrated. This is how.
No, it's fucking. You guys are retarded.
You man are closed-minded, yeah. Because in one breath,
no, it's like fucking what a waste of time. You guys are talking about this shit for 2 hours.
You don't understand how it is. You're
like
never living in their shoes. You don't get how
if
it
you're
is.
that fucking upset about it, then fucking beat the fool's ass.
Jedi, just kick him.
I'm not gonna kick him. No, why? Why am I kicking him? Why?
No, because it's fucking. I'm 100% right. I'm like,
you're not. You smoke too much meth and fentanyl. You're living in your own bubble of reality. You don't know how other people.
I'm not. I just fucking speak my mind, and people get upset.
Oh my
God. Oh, here we go.
Yo, Chris, I just want to respond. I don't know if you're interested in someone responding to what you just said, right?
Dude, it's easy. You guys are retarded.
Can I respond
Get
to
off
what
the
you
crank, you fucking dummy. What about that?
Can I respond to what you just said, Chris?
Go ahead.
You're gonna listen, or you're gonna keep
I'm
having
listening.
the fucking method?
But Jedi, can I just request that when you play it, make sure you play it?
Wait, let him say what he wanted to say. Hold on.
Let the man respond. Shut up, everybody.
Bombard me with just like there's two sources, output and input. When you do the output, yeah, that's input for someone else. When someone else does the output, that's supposed to be input for you. But when I'm trying to output, you're trying to output. It's not working. You talk, someone responds, but you keep talking. Shut the fuck up. Sit still. Stop fidgeting.
Okay, sorry.
Let someone else respond.
Relax. Big man, continue.
Now, Chris, yeah? Chris, I can't lie to you. earlier you said, "Oh my God, I can't even imagine what black dudes have to deal with over here."
No,
like,
I agree with.
Yo,
I still
shut up. How can you agree with your own statement? This is your statement, and I'm reminding you of what you said. You're talking about you agree. Shut up, man. You said earlier, "Oh my God, black dudes." I mean, I couldn't even begin to imagine what black dudes
like a
deal with,
bitch.
right?
You tweaking
And then at the
little
same time,
fucking
Jay,
weirdo.
stop your fucking self. I'm talking, and your little slurry fucking. What's wrong with you, addicts as well?
I'm agreeing.
What?
Right, man. Don't agree while I'm talking.
Well, you asked a question. You asked me a question.
Anyway, man, you two can both fuck off. And this is the thing, yeah. Both of you lot can just fuck off and suck a dick, man. Don't come back to the stream, man. Pricks. Sorry. Anyway, man, that's a distraction, not worth it. And Jupiter, I heard your request. Can you play it from blah blah blah? I'm just playing it from where the person gave me the video, to be fair.
Yeah, no, but, I know, but can you allow it to go on because if you clip it.
No. You said to me.
I want it in full context, yeah.
All right, cool. But you said to me that you repeated the nigger thing to let your husband know what had been said because he had stepped out of the room.
And even Maku says, yeah, that's right. He's a nigger. He actually said that after me.
Clearly, he didn't leave the room though.
So our kitchen is adjacent to our front room. So he was in the other room. Yes.
No. He's right in the microphone. He's not just around in the same room or the next room. He's right in the mic. Like he's the loudest thing.
No,
Maku. He is the loudest thing you can hear.
The first bit where I'm loud
is
where I'm calling to him.
Yeah, play it, man. Play the tape. Play the goddamn tape, man.
Into the front room, which brings
play
him
the goddamn tape.
You're in denial, but cool.
You wouldn't treat Hector the way that you do if you actually.
Are you mad? Exactly, man. He's a nigger.
I said, fuck your papa.
So you say fuck your papa is from the adjacent room, yeah? Come on, man. Just be fucking honest, man. He's right there, all up in the mic.
Right.
No? He's the loudest thing.
Look,
this is his voice.
Room,
I said, fuck your papa. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on.
At that point, he says, fuck your papa. And then he goes he goes in through our doorway.
Well, cool. Okay? So when he was called a nigger, yeah, he was right in the room then. Because that was before he said fuck your papa. So you're wrong.
I'm not sure what. No.
That was an instant response as well.
The first part of it where I call to him, you're a nigger, right? It's when as he's in the other room,
man.
Then walks back in. It literally takes seconds to go from one room into the other room.
I think we're on 7.
Wow.
Someone correct me. If anyone else is doing the Jupiter nigger count, then cool. But yeah, sorry, you're wrong. I don't know what you're trying to say. You said when Sniper called him a nigger, he was in the adjacent room, and you had to call out to him. And you had to call out to him to let him know. Hold on. You had to let him know what had been said. That was a lie because he was right there and he responded straight away. So that I don't even know. There's no way to spin it. That weren't true what you said, or it was incorrect. Maybe you weren't lying.
It is true. Hector walks a lot of the time when he's on these live streams. That's why sometimes you talk to him and I go, he's not here.
Yeah.
Hector will say something and then walk away into the other room. He has a habit of
I get that, but he was called a nigger
to and from the mic.
I get that, but he was called a nigger and he responded with, I said, fuck your papa. He was in the room before you got to say anything. So you're wrong. I'll play it again.
No, I'm not wrong.
All right,
you
let
can't
me play it
tell
again.
me what I said.
Let me play it again. No, because we can hear for ourselves.
Yeah, play it all in context, right the way
we
through.
We can hear for ourselves. Listen.
Play it in context,
Listen.
I asked you not to play
listen.
And put a
listen to me.
Play the context right the way through.
I'll let you waffle on. Like,
crying, boy.
You're talking about context and false narrative. You said that when Sniper called Hector a nigger, you repeated it so Hector could hear what you said. And I'm saying in this clip, Sniper calls Hector a nigger, and Hector responds straight away for himself in the same room. And there's no room for you to then tell him, oh, well, he said you're a nigger, because Hector responds to what Sniper calls him straight away.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
So that's what you're saying, okay? And you're entitled to interpret it that way. But I'm telling you that that's not the case. The case is he might have responded straight away, but that doesn't mean it registers with me that he's responded straight away.
What? We're talking about whether Hector was in the room or not. No. We're talking about whether Hector was in the room or not. Was Hector in the room when Sniper called him a nigger?
I'm telling you, Hector was walking in and out of the room consistently.
Was Hector in the room when Sniper called him a nigger?
Yes.
Well, by the look of that, yes.
All right, then that's it.
But when I talk to him, he's not. Hector is walking in and out of the room. Are you not understanding what I'm saying?
I am. But that's not the point I was arguing. So you like to straw man.
But I don't know if that is the actual bit where it's full. Play it full. Because as I recollect, when it was said by Maku.
Oh, we're going to play it all right.
Yeah, play it in full. Play the
Don't
full
worry.
thing. Because I think that you're making up stories.
Just getting started.
Oh, so you think that you think I'm lying?
In and out of the room.
Who's making up stories? Who's making up stories? Sniper or me?
Whoever. Look.
Can't even be straight. Fuck's sake. Why are you beating around the bush? Just say what you feel,
because
man.
in a court of law, I can prove it. I've got.
No, you can't. This evidence is damning.
Put it here online.
This evidence
and at
is
the end
damning,
of the
man.
day,
Come on,
you
man.
still called him a nigger.
It's not edited. Like,
And that's count 8. So
please.
the fact of the matter is, right?
You failed.
Hector was walking in and out from the kitchen and front room the whole time. Quite often, you will say that you want to speak to him, and I have to call him. You know that.
He was in. He was
not when he responded to Maku.
No one called him. Remember, no one called him.
So when he says what he says, I am not registering what Hector's saying. I'm shocked at what you've said. I repeat to Hector what you've said.
Yeah, fair enough. That wasn't the argument, though.
Yeah, why though? Why do that when he's already
he's right.
Responded
he's
in
on
kind?
the mic.
Because I'm not even hearing that. All I hear is your insult, mate.
All right.
All right, cool.
All right, fair enough, man.
Play it again, please, man.
Yeah.
I don't know what she's waffling on about.
Exactly.
Come on.
That you do, right? But you actually hate Africans because you wouldn't treat Hector the way that you do if you
Fuck
actually
Hector, man. Are you
Africans.
mad? Fuck Hector, man. He's a nigger.
I said, fuck your papa.
You're
Fuck
a
your
nigger.
I'm going to play out. Fuck this guy.
So here we go again. You're a nigger. Not if he's a nigger, you're a nigger. No, not Hector, he's called you a nigger. None of that. Just you're a nigger. And what does Hector say?
I say to Hector, you're a nigger.
No, you don't. And what does Hector say?
Yes,
Hector
I do. And even Maku knows it because
No,
Maku
hold on.
says, yes, that's right. He's a nigger.
Hold on. All right. You are going to listen to this, right? And we're all going to listen to this, right?
Yeah.
Now, Uncle Hector says something like,
look,
no, you're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me.
Yeah.
Uncle Hector says, yeah, there's no need to even respond. When Uncle Hector is called a nigger, he gets mad and says, I said, fuck your papa. Yeah, that's a response. Yeah, that's his reaction, should I say? Yeah,
right.
And you say, you're a nigger. And he
my
says,
reaction.
Hold on, man. Hold on. He says, you say, you're a nigger to Maku, and then Uncle Hector at the same time, or just after you saying, no need to even respond. So the whole he called you a nigger is gonna be after, right? I'm not saying you never said that. I'm not saying you never said, oh, he called you a nigger. But for now, this initial response, none of it is going the way you've described it.
Yes, it is.
No, it ain't. No.
Yes, it is. You can't convince me of what my words were or who they were addressed to.
We're listening, though. We got ears. We're listening. I'm not trying to convince you. I'm playing it and telling you.
You're
this
playing
is what's being said.
and you're
So,
trying to rewrite what actually happened. So I say with exclamation, "You're a nigger" to Hector. Maku then says that he's a nigger. He knows.
No.
You called Hector a nigger.
I was exclaiming because he then repeats it.
We can hear
the part
your
that you
inflection.
Want,
Sorry.
Jedi,
I'm saying some words. I'm saying some words. Yeah. The part that we hear just now, and we're going to go through all of that little bit, that exchange. The part we can hear right now is where Sniper says that nigger or whatever. Uncle Hector says, fuck your papa. And then you say, you're a nigger. Not, right, he's calling you a nigger, Hector. You say,
no,
you're a nigger. Now, the inflection in your tone is like a response, like, nah, he's not a nigger,
no,
you're a nigger. And at the same time, when you're saying that, Uncle Hector, you know you can't fuck around with my ears, you know. Uncle Hector says something about not needing to respond. But your initial claim was, Maku calls Uncle Hector a nigger, Uncle Hector's in another room, you have to now let Uncle Hector know that he's been called a nigger, but it doesn't go in that order.
Yeah,
we're listening, and it goes in a slightly different order than how you explained it. That's what I'm saying.
No. You think that, but that's not true.
So when you say you're a nigger, you're talking to Hector and not Sniper.
Yeah, I'm exclaiming and repeating his words.
Okay, let me
the
play
bit where I am in the wrong
is
where I tell Maku, which is further along, you're a nigger.
Exactly.
That's the bit where I'm wrong.
I said,
because you wouldn't treat Hector the way that you do if you actually.
Are you mad? Yeah. Hector, man. He's a nigger.
I said, fuck your papa.
You're a nigger.
So you're saying that you're a nigger is to Hector to let him know what's been said, yeah?
Yeah, I'm like exclaiming, you're a nigger. Yeah.
This is what I'm saying to you, yeah? With all due respect, yeah? When we have these conversations, there always seems to be a point where you and honesty go separate ways. Everybody can hear what you're saying. Everybody can hear that someone's just called your husband a nigger and you've responded with, you're a nigger.
It.
Hold on.
You are deliberately taking this.
Can I talk, please? Yeah, I don't care what I'm doing. Let me do it. And when it's your goal, you do what you're doing. Yeah? Let me talk. Because you are actually starting to muddy up and mess up my speech. Because you want to project what you want us to see and what you want us to, but I don't even know what this is. This is like magic. If you convince anybody that your response was to your husband and not to the man that just called your husband a nigger, if you convince anyone, then I've lost all hope in humanity. It is clear as day what you are saying. But you can't be honest. That lets me know that you don't think that you're in the right in this conversation, because at no point have I had to lie. So if you now want to lie and be like, oh, no, I was talking to Hector, you can't tell me who I was talking to, that's up to you. I won't even go down that route and argue that with you. But we can clearly hear a man calls your husband a nigger and you respond with, you're a nigger. Now you're trying to say you was letting your husband know that he'd just been called a nigger. Your husband was busy responding already, love. Yeah? I don't know what you're chatting about.
Yeah, I don't know what
and he wasn't out of the room like you were saying earlier. You called him in to let him know.
Yeah. It's just dishonesty, but it's cool.
It's not dishonesty.
Cool. It is.
And I'm not afraid of you and your fucking fake story. Okay? So you can carry on. I was talking to Hector. I was talking to Hector. I was exclaiming what you said, what Maku said, not you. Sorry, Maku said. Yeah.
So it wasn't like
He said yes, that's right.
It's not like me saying rah. Man's calling you a nigger or what? Whoa! Oh, he's a nigger now, yeah. Hold on. It's not like rah. What? Oh, he's a nigger now, yeah, Maku. No, it's now you're a nigger. You're a nigger. You were calling Maku a nigger.
Yes, I'm looking at Hector in my living room and saying to him, "You're a nigger." He's just
you're a liar.
All right, so Jeds, why did she go on to try and justify it? She went on to justify it. So why did you go on to justify it then if you said it to Hector and not Maku?
I went on to justify that I will call Maku it if
because you did call Maku it. Point proven, case closed.
No, because I've always said before that I will if I want to. I'm not afraid to, Mary Jane.
Sorry,
Don't you
madam.
get that?
Exactly, and you proved that on Friday,
I am not
Jupiter.
afraid to say it if I want to, Mary Jen. What is your problem?
Yes, and you did.
No, MJ, don't get drawn in. That's more deflection. Because you ain't said nothing different from no one else. I don't know why she's screaming your name. Like,
I think that's kind of the problem, though, that you're not seeing, Jupiter, is that you feel like you can say it whenever you want to say it, when you shouldn't be. That's the point. That's my understanding of this whole conversation that you've been having, regardless of whether you were saying it to Hector in response, which it don't sound like it is you informing him. It sounds like, as Jedi said on your inflections, sounds like you're saying you're a nigger, like to Maku. But the point is that you're mighty comfortable with using that word when you shouldn't be.
Okay, so Raheem, there's two things there, right? The first thing, yes, it does sound like that when you break it like that. But if you play it in full context, you will understand that I did actually exclaim it. And then I go on to argue with Maku. I'm not denying that I didn't insult Maku, because I did. And indirectly, I did call him the N-word. Or nigger,
right.
as you want to
No, you did it indirectly, because you said...
What are we on now?
Sorry. Sorry.
I don't give a shit about that. When it's in context,
remember
when it's
what you said earlier.
Context,
sorry, madam.
It is not direct.
Yeah, go
so
on,
I don't care what.
Sorry, you said earlier that you did it.
I'm speaking to
hurt
Raheem.
my
Hold
feelings.
on, I'm answer Raheem.
So hold on.
No, you're right. No, you're right. You're right. She's right, Snaps. No, let's be fair. She was speaking to Raheem. Sorry, she was.
Right.
Coming
so
after
Raheem,
this.
So I do understand the first point that you make, where you say that you have got a problem with me thinking that I'm entitled to use it in context. I understand you've got a problem with that. The fundamental point is I disagree. I think that no one should be racially discriminating the language and saying one group of people can say something that another group of people can't. That is where my politics comes in, Raheem.
To be honest, sorry, my son distracted me.
No, fair enough. It's cool. Snaps.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but you just said earlier that you did it to hurt my feelings. So, and I asked you, did you think that it hurt my feelings, or did I just burst out into laughter and explain that you just set yourself
when I
up?
told you if he's a nigger, you're a nigger. That is when I called you a nigger.
Right. So what I'm saying is, so hold on, and that's the first time. That's straight away. That's what we just heard, right?
Yeah, but that is the part where I called you a nigger. I don't know why you're all dressing it up, trying to make out something else has said.
No, it's not.
No, we're not saying that. We're saying you're saying it was to Hector, and I'm saying it was to me, and I understand it was to me. It didn't really have the desired effect that you thought.
To you. The first part was not to you.
Okay.
But the second part, where I say if he's a nigger, you're a nigger. That's where I called you it. Why are you lying?
So you're saying to Hector, you're a nigger.
It don't make no fucking sense, man.
None of it.
No, wait, and let me just no, Snapper. No, one second. Hold on, Jupe.
And I say to Hector, you're a nigger. As in, that's what he's just called you.
I beg you lot, make sure you're doing this count, yeah, because it's gonna be
yeah.
right? But,
we're double figures right now. But
yeah, that's something like 25. I don't know, something roughly. But anyway, let's ignore the inflection, the emphasis on the you're. Let's ignore the fact you said you're a nigger. Yeah, because that actually gives it context. You didn't say you're a nigger, you're a nigger, you're a nigger, you're a nigger. You said you're a nigger, as in fucking me. Yes, because no, I'm fucking you. Yeah. Internationally, that tone of response is recognized. Yeah. Fucking me? No, I'm fucking me. I'm fucking you. Here, I'll give you another version. Bloody me? No, bloody you. I'm bloody. You understand?
You bloody Ben George.
Yes, it's in any language, it's so bait. The inflection in the you. No. Yeah. Let's it know that. No. The nigga ain't over here. You're the nigga. Yeah. But for some reason, you want us to ignore decades of English language speaking. What? I like Canada. Moving like the slim Charlie Chaplin.
Come on.
Look at this dude.
Shit.
Right,
Go on.
I can see you slimming down. It's working, Khan. Keep it up.
It's
working. Well done, Khan. Well done.
I can see it now. I can see it. Slim Charlie Chaplin.
I know, man. I was like, bro, who's that?
All right, cool. So yeah, Dupes, I know you're gonna argue against that fact, and it's your right to. But come on, Dupes, you know you could just be like, yeah, I did fucking say that, but because he just called my husband it. You know you can just say, you know what, I fucked up. It's cool.
Yes, and it would be a lot easier if I had, but it's not the truth.
You guys from the UK do not fucking understand how.
You've already got the clear bit where I do say to him,
dude, Exploited is the fucking one of the best punk bands there is, and they're from England. So quit crying about your N-word shit and fucking listen to punk rock and let's go.
But there's no point lying. We were all there. We were all actually there. Yeah. There's no point lying. You didn't say if. There was no if. He said, Hector, you're a nerd. And you went, no, you're a nerd. Straight back at him. Why are you even lying? Why are you even lying?
Doesn't even make
sense. Weird.
The evidence is there. Let's play it again anyway.
Right, cool. I'm gonna play it one last time. Did I do the vote?
Yeah,
oh no, I was
doing context.
Oh, you was doing a vote.
And allow it to play on a bit.
What?
Because you're only cutting it. You're not allowing it to play on.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna do that now. I'm gonna do that. Give me a second. Hold on. Let me just do this vote.
The public shall decide.
Boom. So there's a vote. You lot vote. And obviously, don't be swayed. Make up your own mind. I'm going to play it one more time. Before you vote, let me play this one more time before you vote. I don't know if you're listening. All right. People are voting already. I'm going to play it one more time. Tell me what you think.
He's a nigger.
But you
move around a lot.
Right. So, Matthew, you're not calling anyone but yourself. You're showing yourself up. You've stuck up for Africans loads of times, right? But you actually hate Africans because you wouldn't treat Hector the way that you do if you actually respected Africans.
Are you mad? Hector, man. He's a nigger.
I said, fuck your papa.
You're
fuck
a
your
nigger.
What you playing? Fuck this guy. Your papa, eh? Your papa.
I always win. I always win. I drew you out. Look. You're so fucking ignorant and dumb. You fell for it.
Whoa. I'm not stop the tape. Rewind the tape.
You're a nigger.
Exactly, man. He's a nigger.
I said, fuck your papa.
You're
fuck
a
your
nigger.
It's a shame because you know that you can't trust someone after this blatant dishonesty. I'm not going to argue, but it's so obvious that it makes you wonder, rah, if you can't be honest about this, what else do you lie about? Because this is like a blatant lie. Like, you're a nigger was a response to Sniper. So clear as day. The fact you're trying to convince us you was letting Hector know that he'd been called a nigger is ridiculous. But cool.
Man.
You do if you
Fuck
actually.
Hector, man.
That's
Are you mad? Fuck Hector, man. He's a nigger.
I said, fuck your papa.
You're
Fuck
a
your
nigger.
I'm going to play out. Fuck this guy. Your papa.
Hey,
Your papa.
Always win. Always win. I drew you out. Look. You're so fucking ignorant and dumb. You fell for it.
Whoa.
No, Leila, stop the tape. Rewind the tape. Rewind the tape.
Hold
Mike,
on.
I didn't force you.
Hold on. I had this.
Hold on. I can say it.
Hear that?
Wow.
You hear that? Did you hear that?
Yep.
He called you a nigger, so I said he's a nigger. Did you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
This is Jupiter confessing on the very same tape she's telling us to play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Exactly.
She's confessing. He said, I'm a nigger, yeah? This is not from her saying he just called you a nigger. Yeah?
So
he said, I'm a nigger, yeah?
You wanted more context? Here's your context.
He said, I'm a nigger, yeah? And she says, yeah, so he called you a nigger, so I called him a nigger. She literally confesses. I'm going to play it again.
Yeah, play it again.
Hold
Mike,
on.
I didn't force you.
Hold on. I had this.
Rewind the tape.
Did you hear Hector? She says, he called you a nigger. And she says, yeah, I heard him. He says, yeah, I heard him.
I ain't hearing none of this. Can you play it?
Slow it down.
I don't know why you're not. What do you mean you're not hearing none of this? Listen to
Yeah,
this.
to be honest, Jedi, I can't hear it either. Just slow it down. And
hold on. I had this.
This is the thing. I think that this is when it comes down to intelligence, yeah? If you're listening to hear what is being said, nothing is being hidden. If you're listening, trying to project words onto what's being said and thinking and doing all this other stuff, you miss it. It's so clear, Raheem, I beg you, just listen. Don't try and do anything else, but listen. It is.
Yeah, no, I am.
Hear it now. You're going to hear it now. Listen.
Hold on.
Rewind the tape.
Hold
Mike,
on.
I didn't force you.
Hold on. I had this.
Hold on. I can say.
You hear that?
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah, nigger. You call me a nigger here. He called you a nigger.
Yeah,
I heard him. I heard him. So I said
heard
he's a nigger. It's
Yeah.
there. Like it's like what more is it to be said? You ain't even got to the part where you're like, if he's a nigger, you're a nigger. You ain't even got to that part yet.
Exactly.
You've confessed to call him a nigger. What now? You ran?
Yeah, so that's when I call him a nigger. He's a nigger.
What?
When you initially said it, that's what we're talking about. That was Tamaku. That's what you confessed to just there.
Come on, man.
The first part was an exclamation.
What?
No, it wasn't, because your husband was standing there.
Yes,
your husband heard it and
was.
responded for himself.
Right.
In fact, you were both speaking at the same time. It was clearly Tamaku.
Exactly. And he even says, I'm a nigger. Yeah? Because he goes back to that point. Oh, you're a nigger. Yeah? Because he heard it. And then you said he called you a nigger, and he said, I heard. So he's responded twice to the nigger thing and let you know that he heard. So don't act like you were just, the reason why I said nigger was just to let him know. Now it's an exclamation. Come on, just honestly, Jukes, let's just say
First, you're a nigger was an exclamation.
What do you mean by
to
that?
Maku?
No, to Hector. He called you as in you're a nigger, as in shock. He's not. Hector's
It
not
doesn't
a
make
nigger.
sense because you didn't say he just said.
Huh?
You didn't say he just called you, or he just said, or Maku just said. You said
When
you're.
you're married fucking so many years, you fucking have body language by the way you look. By the way, we're in the same room. This is what you're not getting. We're in the
So why are you
same
shouting
room.
at him then? Why are you
Hold
shouting?
on. Sorry, Jupiter. If you
Calling
study
him a nigger.
linguistics, you learn about the upward inflection, which is used when you want to emphasize something.
Really?
The other thing being that you
I
came
just said
closer
that.
to
I
the
was
mic.
exclaiming. Yeah.
You came closer to the mic because your voice was louder. So you went to the mic and he said, "You're a nigger," and then you turned around and
I
you
didn't
confirmed
go
it with your
anywhere.
husband.
I was sitting there the whole time.
No,
you
you
dumb
went
bitch.
closer to the mic. You brought the mic closer to your mouth because your voice rose.
No, I didn't.
And
You're in
please don't
my
use the
room.
term exclamation because the exclamation comes at the end of the
I
sentence. So the
said
last
I
word should have been
explained,
exclaimed
which means your
and should
voice
have had an
goes
upward
higher.
inflection.
So
People here
I'm
have studied
talking louder
linguistics.
now. Have I moved closer to the mic?
People
Or do
here
you
have
think I'm
studied
just raised my
linguistics.
Let's
voice?
not do
You
that.
wanted to
Hold on,
emphasize
hold on. Hold
you
on,
were
one
talking
second,
in
one
second
second, one second.
person to Mackie.
Yo, Sarah, wait with me. This is why. Let me establish something. Yeah?
Linguistics, bro. Come on.
Let me establish something. I know, like you don't even need to, but I'm glad you are doing it. Yeah. But Jupiter, do you think it's possible for you to respect Sarah when she talks, and just let her like say what she needs, and then because I know that I don't know if it's because it's a woman or whatever, it annoys you that she's speaking, but you start shouting and I'm saying this because that while she's talking. It's like a total lack of respect.
As much as I can respect you.
I'll
which
mute
is not
up
a lot
after.
of time,
then you can
which is
respond.
not a lot of times, right? If you stop telling me what you don't know. You can
Okay,
say
can I
you
make my
believe,
statement and then you can
you
respond?
can't
No,
tell
don't,
me
Sarah,
what's
let her
going
go,
on
let
in
her
my
go.
front room. You literally said that I moved closer to the mic.
Yeah.
How do you know that?
Do you want her to respond now?
Yeah, go on.
All right, please don't interrupt her.
What I said was it sounded like you moved closer to the mic because your voice was louder. Now, let me go back to what I was saying. As somebody studied linguistics, if you study inflections and upward inflection, where your voice, when you want to emphasize something, you will say that specific word louder. You were speaking in second person. You were speaking directly to Maku. Grammatically, linguistically, you were speaking to Maku. And that was further emphasized, right? When afterwards you confirmed that you were speaking to Maku because you said that he called you a nigger, so I called him a nigger. The other thing being you said something about exclamation mark. Now, if you're exclaiming something, usually the end of your sentence, the exclamation mark goes at the end of the sentence, therefore the last word is exclaimed. So I don't know what you're trying to do there. I don't know what you're trying to do there either. But yeah, I agree with what Jedi said.
Emphasizing to Hector.
Yeah.
While I am exclaiming at what he said and repeating.
No, but you exclaimed the "you're," the second person pronoun.
I'm saying to Hector, he, Maku, who I see as beneath Hector, yeah, is actually calling you.
Then afterwards, why did you confirm that you were speaking to Maku by saying that he called you a nigger? So I called him a nigger. Therefore, the nigger that preceded, the second nigger, was aimed at Maku off of your own words.
The only thing that I can assume, but you're playing it in sections rather than playing it.
No.
Let me answer the question. If you play it in all one go, you might actually pick up when I actually do call him a nigger.
Okay, should we call it nigger 1 and nigger 2? So nigger 1, yeah, nigger 1 was aimed at Maku, and nigger 2 confirmed that nigger 1 was aimed at Maku.
Yeah, blatantly. No, but how do you actually say the words? How do you actually say the words? He called you a nigger, so I called him a nigger.
You confirmed the nigger 1.
Like, you literally confirmed it. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah. Between that time,
can we call him nigger 1 and nigger 2?
Hold on, Maku.
Go on.
I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah.
Okay. At some point between that time, I do actually call him a nigger, but not loud.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
What? Yeah, I do.
Play
it's
again,
just obviously not been picked
yes,
up.
exhibit number 1.
She's insinuating there's some sort of a cut up. Listen, play it again.
No, she's saying that in between that time there was another occasion where she'd called Maku a nigger.
Play it again.
We didn't hear it, but that's what she's confessing to.
Yes, and Hector looks at me, and I said, "Yeah, he called you a nigger, so I called him a nigger."
All right, man. I mean,
we're gonna have to slow this down and analyze it bit by bit.
Can we slow it down?
It's not worth it. It's not even worth it. It's childish now.
It is.
No, we're gonna have
it's childish to play the game. Sorry, go on. Huh?
Can we play it in slow motion and can we refer to them as nigger 1 and nigger 2 and nigger 3? We're gonna have to name them now.
Yeah, but I don't
do that, man. But it's very childish, man.
Hey, you're gonna have to rename this the nigger
You
tape.
are trying to prove when I've already
I'm not
told
comfortable
you
with this.
I could call him it, and
Yeah.
I wanted
Ninja one
to
if you want. You're
offend
not
him.
comfortable.
What is the problem?
It didn't
It's
work.
all right. So
all
we'll play it.
right. Cool, man.
But
I
do
hear
it in
you.
slow motion, please, if you can.
I'm
I
gonna
had
do
my
it. I
psychic
don't want to.
self-defense,
This is
man.
under duress. I'm doing this.
For me, yeah.
Yeah.
Just give it Sarah. Go on.
But I feel
But
like
any
this is-
avoidance of doubt, please.
Yeah, I will do that. I will do that just in case anyone's got any doubt. What's the survey looking like? 92%. That's the best odds we've ever had. 120 votes. 92% of people that voted say that Jupiter was talking to Maku when she said, "You're a nigger." But obviously, it's because you lot are all minions. Why you look you know, minions and race baiters,
And that's about 110 people out of the 100.
Yeah.
That's mad. That's
Yeah.
a lot of people. That's
a lot of people, but cool.
But anyways,
Big
let's
up,
get
is my mic working?
Oh, big up them.
Oh, big up. Put the mic closer to your nose so we can hear you better.
All right in the nose. Right up the nose. Cool. Yeah. So obviously, when it comes to Jupiter, I like to just drop bombs and leave. Yeah. Like the good Muslim that I am.
When it never was, you daft cow.
Sorry, my surname's Keith.
No,
I don't know what you're
come
talking
on.
about.
Don't do it, Triller. Don't do it.
Remember what happened last time?
Anyway, so if you play the tape, Jedi, yeah?
Yeah.
Right after, she actually says that she listen to it. Just listen to it. She admits right before the second admittance. Just listen to it, please. Again.
Yeah, I know. That's what I've said. She admit. I've already said she's admitted to it.
And she carries on to do it again and
That's what I
again.
just said, sis. The nigga 2 confirmed the nigga 1.
No, wait.
We haven't even got to 4, 5, 6, and 7 yet.
Hey, this is the funniest shit I've ever heard.
What I'm saying is, as soon as that happened, and she says, "You're the N-word," she then goes, "If Hector's an N-word, you're an N-word." That's exactly what she says right there.
Yeah, I saying, sis. You said that already.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's why I'm just saying the nigga 2 sis confirmed the nigga 1.
No, you not got that wrong. You not got that wrong. If Hector's one, your one doesn't come till after this.
No. It's before. Please listen to it. Look, watch it again.
Let me play it though.
Say it.
Whoa.
So guy.
You've stuck up for Africans loads of times, right? But you actually hate Africans because you wouldn't treat Hector the way that you do if you actually respected
Are you
Africans.
mad? Exactly, man. He's a nigger.
I said, fuck your papa.
So obviously he's a nigger. Hector says, "I said fuck your papa." At the same time, Jupiter's coming with the "you're a nigger," but she reckons she's looked at fucking Hector and said, "Oh my god, you're a nigger." You know, of all people, you're a nigger. That's what she means by this inflection, which I'm not buying. But I'm a
As someone who's worked with children with speech and language challenges, sorry, you don't. There's no
what's your
exclamation
qualifications, love, for the
at
court
the,
of law?
after. There is
No,
no
let's just do
exclamation.
let's just go right now.
You
Want
don't
full
have the
context?
last part of the sentence. That doesn't make
Full
sense.
Full context. Let's
Yeah.
listen to.
I'm gonna keep playing.
Yeah, keep playing it.
You're
a nigger.
Exactly, man. He's a nigger.
I said, fuck your papa.
You're
Fuck
a
your
nigger. You knew that I was talking to Hector. Yes, exactly.
I
Yeah,
said,
that's what
fuck
you're
your
gonna do,
papa.
You're
Fuck
a
your
nigger.
I'm going to play fuck this guy. Your papa. Eh?
Oh, you see what he said? Something about replying them. That was to you, Jupiter. He's letting you know. Yeah, man's gonna reply to that. Yeah, I've got to reply.
I've exclaimed, and he's saying, "Yeah, I'm gonna reply."
I hear you still.
Hey, your papa.
I always win. I always win. I drew you out. Look, you're so fucking ignorant and dumb. You fell for it.
Whoa.
There you go. There you go.
You hear that?
There you go.
You didn't draw me out. You call Hector a nigger, I'll call you a nigger. She ain't even done the. Hold on. Listen to this. You haven't even done that. If Hector's a nigger,
but you obviously
no. Wait. I beg you, please. We can't both talk at the same time.
Yeah, go on.
You haven't even said that. If Hector's a nigger, I'm a nigger. You ain't even you're a nigger. You ain't even said that yet. What you are saying is
But what has happened, Jedi,
let me talk.
obviously hasn't
Let
been
me
picked
talk.
up.
Let me talk.
Oh,
you ain't
God,
said
yeah.
nothing since then. Your first reaction was to call Sniper a nigger, right? Second reaction was to say if he calls you a nigger, I called him one back. So you're admitting that you just called him a nigger. Then
Yes.
you're gonna say it for the third time, yeah? That he called you a nigger, so I called him one. So there's two admissions to the fact you initially called him a nigger. Then after that comes the if Hector's a nigger, then you're a nigger. Right?
Right.
Thank
Hold
you.
on.
Yeah, we ain't even got
So the fact that you
Where
said
I call him a nigger hasn't actually been fucking picked up because
you ain't said it.
When Hector looks at me and I go, yes, if he calls you a nigger, I will call him a nigger. The first time to Hector, not to Maku.
Yeah.
I've already called him it. The your is not when I call him it.
Okay. So it's what? Is it after you say you're, yeah?
No, there must be a bit there
Before.
that hasn't picked up. Yeah.
Wait. So when you say you're a nigger telling Hector that, yeah? And then after that, you say like
at some point after that,
hold on,
I
yo.
mumble.
No. You're just responding. You don't even know what I'm asking.
Yeah.
You gotta just listen.
Go on.
So you say you're a nigger, but that's to Hector, yeah, to let Hector know what Sniper's just said. Then after that point, at some point, you call Maku a nigger, but we can't hear it. Then the next thing you say is, if you call Hector a nigger, I call you a nigger, and that can be heard. So it's like only thing that you can't be heard is this supposed you calling of Maku a nigger that we can't. Like, what is this? Why is the microphone all of a sudden not working for that tiny piece?
But 1 second. Also,
And how did I pick it up?
additionally, sorry, I just.
How did I pick it up and start laughing?
1 second. Additionally, Maku, you said you drawed her out, and she went, "You didn't draw me out. If you call him a nigger, I'll call you a nigger."
Right.
So whereabouts in between that did you say the N word again?
Yeah, she's lying, man. Sorry.
It wasn't directed at Hector. It was directed at me.
Hit the like button, family tree. Drop it.
Hit the like button, man. This is
PayPal.
The point where I actually call you it is not being picked up.
My job was successful. And anyway,
yeah, man. This is a brilliant case study which we'll be using PSHE lessons to illustrate to our children that racism
Well, I hope
does
so,
exist.
and I hope they talk about
you are
the
a
fact
case
that black
study. You
people
are
are
a case study,
victimized
Jupiter.
to
You
the
and your
point
family
and
are a whole
brainwashed
case
to the
study.
point
I am
of
going to
thinking
put
that they
together a
need
PowerPoint
to
for next
segregate
year.
the
There will be
English
a whole
language
unit
to
dealing
try
with
to win
racism
points.
in the UK. I appreciate your services and how you're going to help me with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't
You're a
even know.
case
I
study.
don't even understand why you don't just stand strong at the
And
end
I'm
of the
open
day.
for lectures as well. So
You were standing strong before that. I don't even know what.
Like you're admitting to saying it.
Argument came into it. This little avoidance thing. You were standing strong, and I respected that way more. Like, yo, you call my man a nigger, I call you a nigger. I respected that way more than this.
Yes.
I didn't call him it there, and I called it. I don't know what's going on. Your response to Hector being called a nigger was, "You're a nigger," and it's standard. We can hear it.
Yeah.
I don't even know what is
the tit for tat made more sense.
by denying
Yeah,
that.
exactly. Tit for tat makes
Made more
extreme
sense, way more sense.
At the end of the day,
Way more sense. It's
exactly.
like it's in the moment, it's heat of the moment, makes way more sense.
You can just say it
You're
was
trying to
an
get us to, like, what are you anyway?
Yeah, you could have said it was
Because
passion.
you know what it
You
is,
had loads
Jess.
of
You know what it is.
Crime of passion.
You know what it is, brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
We have to gauge also my response to
Right.
said thing. And it seems a bit strange that I'm always laughing at the first N-word, right? I'm really laughing at the first
You laughed,
N-word
didn't it? You was like,
because I know.
you. No, because
Yeah,
you know.
directed it at
he just
me.
called you a
Like,
nigger.
yeah.
No, bruv.
Yes,
It's
thank
not
you.
rocket science.
No.
You just said, she just called you a nigger, and you're like, yeah,
If you
checkmate.
play it in full
Checkmate,
context,
family.
you will
That's not that. It's
understand that even Maku knew that I was
so
talking
clear.
to
No,
Hector.
relax.
So, Jupiter, were you drawn out, or was that a deliberate and intentional use of the word nigger?
Right.
What do you mean was I drawn
Were
out?
you drawn out?
Can we
Did you
find
make
out
you was
why
emotional.
Maku? Is it possible to find
What
out
was
why
it?
Maku called Hector
No,
the
shut up,
N-word?
man.
No.
Yeah.
When
Because he believes he is one. Right.
Go back
Anyway.
to the grave and
You know what?
cry,
You
man.
know what? You know what?
What's wrong with
You
this
know
woman?
what? You know. Wait. Let me play the rest. Let me play this
Okay,
little
play
snippet,
it.
and then we can get into that. Why did Sniper call him? All right, that's a fair. I think that's a fair question, Wendy. So we'll get to that. Let me just play this.
Can I just quickly make my little point just before you do that?
on.
Sorry, because I'm not really got time. I'm listening in though. That's not on time of the panel. But I was just going to say, like you were saying, it just makes complete sense for the retaliation. What doesn't make sense is the continuation. So the use of the words continuously after that, when you've used it 3 times. This is a little bit later on down the line when you used it 3 times in a row. You used it again at Maku, and this is you calling Maku the N-word multiple times in that stream. Initially, yeah, cool. If you said you're an N-word, fine. Because when somebody's cussing your husband, there's no whole bars. Whatever. You can say whatever you want. Like, and that will be, it's dismissed. Because Maku's behaviour wasn't obviously on point, I don't believe, personally. And I didn't expect you to be any better. So that's fine. It's cancelled out. But to continue to use the word after, why was that? But my question is, why was you using the word after that?
Yeah, that's what I just said. You want me to explain why I used it so many times after. So that so now I'm pissed off at him for insulting my husband.
Right.
Okay?
Emotional.
Right? Yeah, it is, yeah. I'm pissed off at him for insulting my husband and believe that he should get the same insults back. Yeah. It wasn't aimed at the black community. Like I said earlier, I don't mind apologizing to anybody else that got offended, but not Maku. Right? It was aimed at maximizing the amount of annoyance on him. And I don't care how that makes me look, because at that time, I'm in a defensive mode for Hector.
But
if a white man called your husband a nigger, would you refer?
Let me. I just want. No. Keep that question there, Sarah. Remember it. I just want to play this snippet and just get this out of the way.
Yeah.
Right. I just want to play the snippet and get out of the way.
Yeah, got you.
Freestyle.
You wouldn't treat Hector the way that you do if you actually.
Are you mad? Fuck Hector, man. He's a nigger.
I said, fuck your papa.
You're
Fuck
a
your
nigger.
What you playing? Fuck this guy. Your papa, eh? Your papa.
I always win. I always win. I drew you out. Look. You're so fucking ignorant and dumb. You fell for it.
Whoa. No, stop the tape. Rewind the tape. Rewind the tape. Hold on.
I didn't force you.
Hold on.
I can say it. Motherfucker. Nigga. Make my teeth white.
What does that mean?
Bet you're grey motherfuckers. Yeah. Now, you saying it now. Well, this is what I'm saying. Did your husband twin? Did he even flinch when you said it? Did he even flinch when you said it? Did he even pause and say, hey, Jupiter?
Show me the black woman that stood by you, or a white woman.
He's a cunt. Yeah?
Show me that. Right? Show me that.
He's
I stood with my husband for 20 years. Yeah? I love him. You call him a nigger, I'm entitled to say, well, that makes you a nigger then for calling him a nigger.
And there you have it. See how long after it took you to get to that point? That's when this is the point you're trying to say, this is when I called him a nigger. Well, yes, you changed it because you said there was the missing link nigger that no one's found. The missing link, the descendant of the ancestor.
She even said
side baby nigger.
Nah, she even said, what is a nigger? She said, what is a nigger in the background? I said,
yeah,
what?
exactly. What
I
is
didn't
a
even
nigger?
get that one.
So what is a nigger?
And now you've told me it's an ignorant black man, and I know the cap fits on you.
Oh, because now you was listening.
Oh, so
you
nigger's
see,
a black man.
You see,
so the
excuse
cat
me,
fits
everybody.
He told me that's what it is, and he is black, and he is
that for every black man?
You heard it. Anyone heard it clearly anyway.
All right, so let's get back to
not.
Cool. 1 second.
Black men are ignorant, Sarah.
You heard it over the shouting of the N-word.
Sarah had a question, and someone else had some kind of question. Who was it? Can't remember. But
me, I wanted to know why Matthew called Hector that anyway.
Yes. That was the question. Right. Snipes.
Yes.
Wendy wants to know, why did you deem it fit to call Uncle Hector a nigger?
Well, Jupiter just explained it. I just explained it in the video at the last minute, even though it was kind of muffled because she was n-wording me over my actual talk, right? Because you notice I don't really use it that much after. I just say it once to say that, yes, confirm he is, and this is the reason why. That's it. You get what I'm saying? Because I'm more on the thing that, look, I'm successful in my mission, exposing you as a racist. This this is very simple. It's not complicated. The explanation has to come from her, not me. You get what I'm saying? You're deflecting. Oh, Maku did Maku. It's not Maku.
Oh, wait. So
Maku is doing what Maku does, exposing racists. And because of the previous situation, where again I exposed your racism. Remember, you ran off for so months, and welcome back. Thank you, Wendy. Do you get what I'm saying? No
Hang on, Maku. So before
you lot went off and made
said
endless streams. One
trying
second.
to be a
One
big
second.
man. He can't have
One
a
second.
decent conversation.
But listen, you know what it is. Yeah, you're either gonna sit there and get that work.
Yeah, you want to
know what I mean?
inflate.
Because
You
when you
want to blow
listen to
the
me,
wind up your own arse. You want to blow
no,
smoke
when you
up your
listen
own
to me,
arse.
when I do speak, it's very, it's a very effective. You know, I got a bit of style
Maku.
and
So
grace to my thing.
Maku, before that word was said, what was the conversation about?
Right, she tried to bring we was talking something else anyway, but
We're watching
all
the
of a
video. We're
sudden,
just commenting on the video.
Exactly.
yeah,
Exactly. You were talking about something else.
Hold on. Remember,
They were
I
being
was the
racist
one.
to British people.
One second.
Ah, right.
One second.
Okay.
I'm the one setting the parameters at the time, right? I'm the one playing the video, being asked to play the video because RS Sid wants to have this discussion with Jupiter, who's sitting there just mocking and laughing and running jokes after the guy, right? Oh, I'm just trolling him. Cool, no problem. But he took it kind of personally and decided, listen, Maku, play this video. We played the video, yeah, and after, some people's getting upset and wobbling. Obviously, they're going to, because it
but
hits
why
home.
would they get
Because,
upset if I say I have
yeah,
no
it's
problem
got
with
nothing
you
to do with
asking
you.
for reparations, but realistically, I don't think you're going to get it. But feel
You
free,
didn't
go
say that,
ahead.
Jupiter.
Yes, I did.
Say that.
Yes, I did.
You did not say that.
Yes, I did.
You're
and
not
you
even that
said you
articulate.
started on the fact
Like,
that
why
I
are we?
I didn't know about
Why are we
conspiracy
making up
theories
myths?
because I'm English. You said that I don't care about reparations
This
because
is
I'm
myth.
English. That white people don't give a fuck. You started going on about racism and about British people and how Hector shouldn't fucking fly the flag for Britain. You were the racist first.
No,
Yeah, all
that's
of
just
that's
an opinion.
racist. Yeah.
Sorry, it's not racist. That's just an opinion. Hold on.
Yes, you were.
Sorry, can I respond though? Because that's all nonsense, right? Because really, you don't even understand what is racism, who can be racist, and You've clearly
Who can be
demonstrated
racist?
you don't know, yeah, when to stop. Yeah, this is the reality. It's not about me stopping. It's not about me not using the N word. In reality, it's about you lot not using it, and whatever context you're trying to make, or nuance and puance, yeah, your favorite words, or racialized language, your favorite words, yeah, these are not my issues.
Weaponizing a word. Sorry.
Right. Well, these are not my issues. These are not my issues. So the bottom line is, yeah, are you going to accept, yeah? Well, she's already accepted that using the N-word, yeah, is not a good idea in most environments, but especially this one. That's cool. We understand that now, right? Because I've drummed it home to you. Yeah. No matter
You
even
haven't
if I
drummed
say the
anything
N-word.
home.
No,
Let
he
me
hasn't.
get
I don't
let
know
me
what he
finish.
thinks he's
Let
been
me
doing.
finish. Let me finish.
I don't think he.
Let
I
me
don't
finish.
think he understands
Let
that
me
his style
finish.
of talking to
Let me
people
finish.
is very antagonistic,
Let
and
me
it's never
finish.
going to get the result that he
It's
wants.
always going to be. Sorry, it's always going to be like that for the ignorant. So you know what I
Yeah.
mean. That's not
Yeah.
my issue though. Whether
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
ignore the facts, remember.
If
And
you
the main
really
point
want to
I'm.
get the results
Yeah,
you want
just
to get,
stop
Hello.
interrupting. Stop interrupting.
Hello. The main point I was trying to get to, yeah, is that your husband is ignorant. Yeah. There is nothing wrong in me saying that. Yeah. An ignorant man with a racist woman, right? That is the point I was trying to make. I don't know why all of this other stuff and deflection and We've definitely established these facts from before. But Hector's never usually been in the fray. So now Hector's in the fray. I can talk to him straight, mano a mano. Yeah, I can bring him in because he decided to come in prior to that anyway to insult R.S. Sid. Yeah, call him an Indian cant. Yeah, so he's not unfamiliar with using foul
Yeah, but
language.
that wasn't that.
Like,
that
why are
Hector
you?
doesn't
Hold
go
on,
around
hold
racially
on,
abusing
please,
people.
please.
You're a
Jupiter,
liar.
let him finish.
Because
He's
what
answering
I'm
the
saying,
question.
what I'm saying is your husband doesn't need your protection. It's clearly demonstrated that he can insult people. He can say about their families, their mothers, their fathers, their grandchildren, their children, everything. He can do anything he wants. And obviously, from the position he was in, I wouldn't expect any different, right? And as I said, the only thing that I found disrespectful, yeah, was what you lot did to RS Sid, yeah, and the fact that you brought your child into the situation, yeah, which I thought was bad parenting. So this is what I tried to explain to your husband, yeah. Aside, remember, I haven't even gone into, oh yeah, you call me an
All right,
N-word.
how long do I have to wait before
I
I'm allowed
wouldn't,
to
I wouldn't
respond,
have to.
Jedi?
You're
One
going
second.
on and on. It's like a monologue.
I didn't
Like
make
Yeah, he's
a
trying to
point.
preach.
But to
He's
the
trying to
retarded,
grandstand.
it's
It's
gonna seem
pathetic.
like that. To the retarded, it's gonna seem like that. So I'm gonna fall back for a
Yeah,
second,
you're
and I'm gonna let you
monologuing.
lot
You're,
speak.
you're you're
No
fucking giving a
problem, no
sermon
problem.
now.
Because I've got that ability, and unfortunately
No,
for
you
you,
haven't
none
got
of you
that
have that
ability because
ability.
you're not making
Okay,
sense.
okay. You just have to
So
have a
first
good
of all,
grasp
my
of the
child
English
has
language.
been raised really well, and actually is a credit to me and Hector. You don't know what kind of a parent I am, and to keep bringing my children in is just pathetic because you don't. None of you on here like it when I bring up your kids.
But you keep bringing
right?
up the N-word.
Right. So that's the first thing. The second thing, yeah, is that you finding it disrespectful what I say in my home or that doesn't mean fuck all to me because you're not my husband. You're not married to me. Stop telling Hector what he should do. Stop telling me what I should do. The way that you approach everything, Maku, is very antagonistic. Very antagonistic. And if you think you're going to get results, if you can't even convince me, who doesn't even use it in the real world, yeah, who's not a racist, who's actually spent 20 years with a man that she loves, irregardless of his colour. If you can't convince me, how the fucking hell are you going to go up a proper racist and think that you're going to win any conversation or debate?
Oh well, I've actually
Well, he's
done that.
not, is he?
I think that's
He
my
ain't,
early,
no.
Shush,
All he does
please.
is make me want to say it.
Sorry.
Can
Nobody can't make you do shit.
You see. I have no power over you, Jupiter. Now, what I'm trying to say is intellectually, I do have power over you, and it's clearly been demonstrated that I can press your buttons.
I agree.
And,
You can press my
and
buttons to
force
make me
you,
want to call you names.
one second,
Yeah.
and force you to revert to type. Listen to the words clearly. Yeah? Reverse to type. So that's your natural setting. Yeah? You're out here pretending. That's cool. Because that we call that conservative. That's
What
cool.
is he on about?
Yeah, because you actually
I don't know. He doesn't know
better.
himself.
Yeah?
No.
It don't even make sense. He
Listen.
calls
Don't
it
talk when I'm
what's
talking.
conservative?
Try
It's
to listen. Jupiter, Wendy, try to listen.
No.
Stop
He's not in a
interrupting. It's not
pulpit and
helping.
he's not handing
not-
out a sermon.
He's not being coherent.
You're not having or letting me speak.
Just not
And
capable
that
of
makes no
understanding.
sense. You know what I
You've
mean?
done
You want to
nothing
ask
but
me,
speak.
but hold on, you asked me, I've kept quiet for so long. You've asked
Oh.
questions. I hold on one second. You asked me to answer a question. I answered it to the best of my ability. Other people chimed in. That's what it is. It's a panel, so other people can chime in with their opinions and da. You know, where I even felt certain times I need to jump in and say something. No, that's not how it works. You would have thought I was on mute. I was just quiet. So I've got the ability to,
Yeah,
the
we're going to
timing.
sit here and let you
right?
fucking just talk it out. You tell us what a conservative is, because you said you
I'm
call it
saying you're
conservative. Go ahead.
conservatively racist. Sorry. Yeah. It's not that the racist title ever leaves you. You see, once a racist, always a racist. There's no way you can deny these facts. Yeah. You grew up in a racist environment with racist family members and
That's
racist
not
neighbors.
factually true.
Well, it's factually true on the area because the area is known for black people dying unnecessarily, teenagers and all of that. So this is the truth.
So is
Yeah, and I
Peckham.
frequent
So
the
is
area now.
Brixton.
1 second. I frequent
In
the
fact,
area
more
now,
black
and
kids get killed in Peckham
oh
and
my
Brixton
god,
than they do in Eltham. What are
oh
they
my
fucking
god,
talking about?
oh my god. Not in that way, though. Right?
What do you mean, not in that way? Does it
It's
matter
in
who
such
kills
a
someone?
way. It's in such a way, yeah, that the parents of the individual spent 20, 30 years trying to get justice. Like, so don't ever pretend
Yeah, but they
that
got justice in
people.
the end, and
No,
good
they
on
didn't
them.
get no
Oh, wait,
justice.
wait,
They
wait,
didn't
wait.
get
The
no
same
justice.
thing happens
Justice.
to
They
white
didn't get no
young
justice.
men as well.
No, no, no. This one is
Yeah, it does.
worldwide and internationally known. I'm saying this isn't a situation, and even though
You're
yes,
being
you're right,
stupid. You're
it does
trying. You
happen.
see, this is your
Hold
problem,
on,
Maku.
man.
You live in the
Murders and
past. You
stabbings
can't
in this
progress.
day and age happen everywhere, right? We understand that, right?
Yeah.
And even Eltham's not exempt from but at that time, yeah, it was largely populated by these racists, the G18, the thing, the whole area, Charlton,
No, it
all
wasn't.
around there, all the way Blackheath, all of it, right? Is
No, it
known
was
for that
not.
the people, hold on, had these racist views. You cannot tell me there, because when I was going to Abbey Wood and all of these Thamesmead back in the day, you
Do you
can't
know
say
how
that.
far
Like,
Abbey
what are you
Wood is
doing,
from fucking Eltham?
bro? But from 18 years old, I was driving. So, like, what are we doing? So that's not the issue. I know
Well, so you
because I
were
got.
in a car,
Oh my
and
God,
random
man.
people were shouting abuse at your car. Yeah.
Oh my God, you just know,
Yeah,
right?
you're
South
talking
London,
lies.
South London
You're
is an
trying
interesting.
to. You are trying
Oh my
to
God,
clout chase on something that didn't even affect
I'm not.
you.
I'm not. You know what?
You
Even some
are.
racist areas
You
in South
are.
London.
You didn't live in
Sorry.
that area. You do not know the makeup of it. Yes, there were racists in it. Yes, it was a racist murder, but there was a hell of a lot of good people there as well.
All right, let's not deflect. It's about
All right.
you,
Yeah.
Chico.
So as I said, you know what I mean? Like, all right, you know that. So that's what I'm trying to say. You came from a racist area, racist background, and I told you long time ago that you are trying to be rebellious. You're going against the grain of your people by
I don't
going and
care what
grabbing a
you
black
told
man.
me. It's
One
got nothing
second.
to
One
do with
second.
that.
One
How
second.
dare
How's she
you?
being
One
rebellious?
second. One
How
second.
Wait, how's she
dare
being
you?
One second.
rebellious?
1 second. Because really, in reality, with her views and the side that she's chosen politically and all of that, trust me, those are racist people. Yeah, we know this for a fact. Yeah,
Right,
whether
with
it's
my
Not
Tommy,
views,
really.
whether
what are
it's
my
any of these
views? What are
people.
No.
my views?
No. Oh,
Let's
Tommy's
go
not
through.
racist,
Let's
no.
go through what my views are. So I believe that everybody
No,
that's
we
born
know
in
what you
Britain,
No,
believe.
is
You're
I don't
racist,
like
man.
Tommy Robinson.
British.
Why are
Please,
you bringing
man.
Tommy Robinson
Not
into
anymore.
this?
Yeah.
Not
Why are
anymore.
you bringing Tommy Robinson up?
I'm
What's
saying
that
not
got to
anymore,
do with
right?
anything?
Not anymore, right?
No, I don't
What?
Wendy?
like him.
Listen, I
Not
believe
anymore,
he's
right?
still got a voice if he's talking about groomed girls.
Not
But what's that
anymore,
got to do with
because
anything?
hold on, I don't want to have to pull the
It
tape
doesn't
where
change
me
the
and you.
fact that you supported him.
Right, when me and you was having these
I
conversations
still
back in the
support
day.
him when he speaks
Oh
about
my
groomed
God.
girls.
Oh
Why
my God.
should I feel bad
Why are
about
you
that?
shouting? Why are you shouting?
Because you keep talking over me, Maku.
I'm not. I'm just saying what I'm saying. Yeah. You don't want to hear it. You keep talking about monologue and da-da-da. It's
Right,
just
you've
gonna
got
go on longer
verbal
because you're not
diarrhea.
letting
You
me
just
speak.
don't want to stop speaking and you can't have a conversation.
Well, this diarrhea put you and your husband and your fucking son in the fucking hospital. Yeah? Had you fucking
What is
sick
he on
in your
about?
fucking yard. Yeah?
Now
So
what's he
this
talking
individual, this voice, yeah, when it gets going, yeah, it can drive people to all sorts of weird behavior. Yeah? And
Oh,
mostly
okay. He's got a
it
God
should be.
complex. Here we go. I'm just
No,
going to
it's
go
not a
on
God
mute.
complex. It's a Maku complex.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't know
Maku,
what
innit?
you think Maku's
You know
doing
what
for
you're saying.
you.
You've been
I
saying my
really
name like a
don't.
mantra from this morning. And
Yeah,
I wasn't even here.
No,
So,
we haven't.
Well,
No, we
Jupiter,
haven't.
Jupiter, I understand like
No, we
that Macu's
haven't.
got a lot to say, but maybe if you just stop interrupting and listen, then the conversation will flow. Just let him finish.
Yeah, we're going to let him finish. Can you
gonna
set the
hurt.
alarm for an hour? Because
Hurting.
he likes to rattle on about his own ego.
It's
So,
hurting. It's
yeah.
hurting. I know. I hear you, man. I hear you. It's not about me. Today, this show, all what we're talking about is not about me. Yeah? It's about what happened in a situation that I was in with you and your husband. Be
Right.
honest, man. And
No,
then
that's
it's
why
an
your name got
ongoing
brought
thing.
up.
It's
And your
an
name
ongoing
wasn't brought
thing.
up all morning and
Sorry.
shouted all about the place.
It was, man.
We
It
were
was.
talking in context because of the
Yeah, but you're still
situation.
mentioning my name, innit? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you,
Oh, okay. No
Right,
worries.
so, anyway.
I'll call you the ignorant black man from now on, okay?
Hello,
That's fine.
hello, hello, hello.
Mhm.
I'm
Big up to
sorry,
you.
Maku.
Big up to
I'm
you.
so sorry. Big up, big ups.
Go on,
I'm
go
so
on.
sorry. Cause I can't stay too long. I'm getting triggered out of motherfucker here.
Right.
And I just want to say what I want to say and get off.
Yep.
And I want to understand certain things, and I don't want to deflect, and I don't even want to put this on where the fuck it is. I just have these questions. So let me get this straight. Maku, you were having a conversation with a man, right?
No, I was having a
Right?
conversation. Sorry, with her. Sorry.
You was having a conversation with her, and then it turned to you having a conversation with this man?
With her husband, yes.
With her husband? Okay.
Right.
So when all this N-word thing came about, you were talking to her husband. You weren't talking to her, right?
No, I was talking to her about her husband. Because she
Oh,
mentioned
you
it,
was
right?
talking to her about her husband.
Right.
Yeah, and
Okay.
right here you can ask me. So are you married, lady?
Hold on, Jupiter.
Hold
Hold on, Jupiter, because I'm going to get to you. My question is for you, but I need to understand certain things because unlike you, I'm not fucking ignorant and I want to listen to what the fuck is going on before I speak. Is that all right with you? Is that okay with you? Let it be
Not
okay and
really.
let me speak and get the fuck off. Let me speak and get the fuck off. Thank you. Let me get my information together. Let me get my information together and then I will talk to you. He is calmly answering me. Let it happen. Thank you.
I won't
Back
be
to you,
answering you. I
Matu.
won't be
Back to
answering you.
you,
You can ask me any you
Matu.
like.
Back to you, Matu.
Yes, sis, I'm here, man. I got you.
So you were talking to Jupiter about her husband, okay?
Yep.
And you called him the N-word.
That's
good. Now I can ask Jupiter the question that I have for her.
Right.
Jupiter, are you a nigger? Yes or no? Are you a nigger? Why is there no answer now? That should be an easy question to answer. Because if you're not a nigga, this shouldn't have nothing to do with you. It shouldn't even be all this extra shit if you're not a nigga. If
So
Head is not a nigga,
because
he can easily just
told
say,
you
I'm not that.
when
That
you
don't
were
affect
busy
me.
shouting.
Okay?
I
All
told
this
you
other shit.
you are not going to get a coherent answer by
I
speaking
don't
to me
need
like
a
a
coherent answer. He wasn't. If he wasn't saying that you're the N word, why are you triggered? He wasn't talking about you. Why are you triggered? You should let that man answer for himself. But clearly, he was talking to you about that man. So you didn't need to
Why
get
are
all
you
this
getting
extra
involved? He
business.
weren't talking
All
to
you had to
you.
do, listen, he ain't talking about me.
This is
Why the fuck are you
unbelievable.
getting
The
triggered
low
about this shit?
IQ, the way that
That's
they
why I'm
think about
upset.
this.
And now you
So
offended
you
every
want to have an
fucking body
opinion,
else.
but his
And
own
that's
wife
what
can't.
bothers me with this shit. And you're okay with that motherfucking shit. You don't talk to me like you talk to your fucking husband. I'm not your fucking husband.
Oh,
I'm trying to
shut
figure
up,
the
you
conversation
loudmouth
here.
cunt.
You can yell and scream and act how the fuck
Shut
you
up,
know.
you
Whatever the fuck
loudmouth
you want.
cunt.
I'm not that bitch. Okay?
I
I'm
couldn't
not that
care less
N-word.
whether
I
you're
am not that
done or
shit.
whether you're
I'm a
going to
grown
carry on
ass
for an
woman.
hour.
So you gonna let
You're
me
still a
speak it?
loudmouth cunt.
You're not. All right, you can
Okay,
act
loudmouth
ignorant with
cunt.
every fucking body else. I'm not that one.
You're
So
in
shut the
America. You
fuck
ain't
up
going to
and
do
let me
nothing, you
talk.
loudmouth cunt.
Shut the fuck up.
This is all
Shut the fuck up.
grandstanding.
Shut
You
the
don't have
fuck
the
up.
IQ to
Why
actually
you
ask
shut
a
up when I
decent
ask you the
question
fucking
and have a
question?
decent
Shut the fuck up
conversation.
now.
You're a
Shut the
fucking
fuck
mental
up
case,
now.
like a
Shut
lot
up.
of other people online.
Shut the
Carry
fuck up
on.
now. Let me speak and get
I
the
give
fuck
you the
off.
floor. It's a gift. Carry on screaming.
Thank you. You carry on screaming too, and I will calm the fuck down. All you got to do is shut up and I'll calm down. It's immediate and simple. Okay? I asked you a question. Are you a nigga? You said nothing. So if you're not a nigga, this should not bother you. This should not affect you. This should not trigger you. This should allow you to have that man answer whatever he said to him. Okay, he said it to you about him.
My
Good.
God.
I get it. You want to defend your husband, but let these men do what they do. It shouldn't be all of this right here. If you're not a racist and you're not all of that, why did it get to all of this? Why? If you're not a racist, if it doesn't bother you, if the word don't affect you, if you're not a nigga, because of all the people with the N-word, you are the one acting the most niggerish out here. And that's what the fuck I want to say. And I'm out.
Yeah, big up, Shree.
Wow, the original black black angry woman there.
Wow. Is that what
Let
you're
all
gonna
the
do?
racism come out now.
Is that what you're gonna do? Is that what you're gonna do, Wendy?
Well, that's
So
what
at
she
the end of-
was.
Wow.
So at the end of the day, what was the point in all that? Because if she
Just
thinks that
exposing
she
yourself
can have
again, man.
opinions,
So
The
easy.
point is that people are
maybe I can
expressing
I don't even
get
have to
married
do
to
work.
him.
Well, hang on. It's all right to call us.
All right,
What is it?
Wendy,
You like
Wendy,
those
Wendy,
silly
Wendy,
names
No
you
one
like to
called
call
you.
white women.
No one called you.
All right,
But
Wendy.
she is the
I've just got a
original
quick
black
question for the
angry
both of
woman.
you,
Yeah.
for educational purposes, of course.
Wow. Racism.
If you're in a
Everything's
situation,
racism, isn't it?
all right, if either of you are in a
Seems to be
situation,
with
or
you.
you're not even in a mixed race relation or interracial relationship, if Jupiter, if you were, if a white man came to your husband and called him a nigger, what would you reply? Because the tit for tat criteria, using your tit for tat criteria, what would your response be?
Exactly the same.
So would you refer to him as a nigger, or would you use a white slur, quotation mark open, cracker, quotation
No,
mark
I'd call him a
closed?
nigger. That was clear. That was clearly highlighted when an incident like that happened. That Shahid goes around and tries to portray the person mixed race. Actually, the person was white.
So you wouldn't use a white slur, even though he used a black slur. You would just
no. I'd use the same slur back on him.
Okay.
No, it doesn't make sense. Remember, because they're
The
American.
reason
You
why I
you
would
left
do
that
that
fact
is
out.
because it's a pointless fucking word, and all you are trying to do is insult.
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry.
Add other
People
insults
listening have ancestors who've been through the slave trade. Please don't use the term pointless word. It means a lot to a lot of people whose ancestors were lashed, beaten, placed on ships, kidnapped, enslaved.
Yeah.
And guess what they were saying while they were lashing them?
Yeah, but
Nigger,
you're
nigger,
asking
nigger.
for a conversation
please,
to be
just
completely
be conscious of the
open,
words,
and
just
then
be
you're
conscious of
trying
yourself,
to shut
please.
down
Be
speech.
conscious.
It doesn't
Don't
make
say it's
sense.
just a word. It's a pointless word. Just be aware of what
So
you're saying.
why do you use it then?
I beg your pardon? I haven't. And
If
black
it
or
was
white, I've
used
never had to
during
use the word call
slavery,
someone a nigger,
why do
even if
you
they've an
use
argument. I
it?
haven't.
Why do you use it?
Are you okay? I haven't said it's a pointless word. The word has history behind it.
Well, you just said why do you use it then? If
I
it's so
said don't
abhorrent,
use the.
why
I said
do
don't
you
call it
use it?
pointless. I said don't call it pointless and have respect for the listeners whose ancestors may have been enslaved and whose ancestors were called niggers as they were being lashed.
Yeah, my
and placed on
ancestors
ships.
were enslaved.
So I'm saying just
Yeah.
be conscious. It's not a pointless word. It's a word with history behind it.
Yeah, but you see that lady that just come on and had a tantrum, right? She lives in America where they do actually call white people the N-word as well.
No, but in America, white people don't say the word nigger.
Yeah, but in America they do call white people the N-word
if they
as well.
do, the
So I
consequences
don't
are not the
understand why
same
they're
as they are
trying
in
to
Britain.
make
They
out
deal with it
that the
differently in
politics
America.
going on in America is exactly the same as the politics going
But
on
guess
in Britain.
what?
It
The
doesn't
same
matter.
the slave traders shipped some to America and they shipped some to Britain, babes. Liverpool, the port in Liverpool was the port.
When you suffered like the American
So I don't know
black
what your
people
point is.
have, I might listen.
Sorry, Karen Jupiter.
So yes, we use the ships, but what about everybody else that was involved? This is getting ridiculous. I ain't going to go into a slavery argument.
Yeah,
this
but
is about the N-word.
Don't use the N-word, innit? That's it.
America,
Don't use it.
Britain,
No matter
And
what
you
context.
don't use it either.
Listen, listen, guys. Mary, salute, y'all. Let me say this, please, guys, because this is going in circles, man. But look, let me tell you this
another
about
American.
yeah, but let me tell you about the word, though, right? So we all know it's double standards when it comes to words, right? Some people can use words that other people can't. I'll give you a prime example, right? If I get upset at my sister, I can call her a bitch, but nobody else on this panel can call my sister a bitch. So we're not going to act like it's not double standards when it comes to words and language. It's just shit you just don't say. I may hear Jupiter call Wendy a bitch, but that doesn't give me permission to call Wendy a bitch. You understand what I'm saying? So let's don't act like you use the word so I can use the word. Let's don't do that, guys. We know it's double standards when it comes to words and language, man. Let's not be foolish.
No. When Maku prides himself on having a dissing show that is always taking racial steps at every other race, which he does do, right? Because he thinks it's funny to cuss. Then there's no rules. And if he wants to, if he wants to be racial to my husband, then
Yeah.
I'll be racial back to him. It's as simple
But
as that. I'm not going to shy
hold on.
away from it. Now, what
All
I
right,
will
all right,
say
wait,
is
Jupiter, wait,
anybody
Jupiter.
else who gets offended, the offence is not
All right.
meant for you.
Cool, yeah, cool. But there's a problem, yeah. And the problem is this whole premise that Maku can be racist to somebody of his own race from his own nation.
Yeah, he can.
I want to understand
He
how.
can.
I want to understand how. Now, don't tell me that there's someone been arrested or gone to court for calling
Yeah,
another
we'll never find
N-word and that. Don't give me that anecdote. Tell me in real life how, with real logic, how this applies. Tell me how a black man is racist, yeah, to a another black man.
I think you'll find it was a black police officer, actually.
Whatever.
But let me go and find the case.
No, I just said, I literally just said, take the law out of it. Let's forget the anecdote of whatever happened recently in the law. I want to know from you how a black man could be racist to another black man.
Well, because some black people, they do get offended by that word. And you know it.
Yeah.
They get offended no matter who calls them it.
I know, but are we of the same race?
That don't
If a man from
Look,
Pakistan,
Jedi, what I'm saying
if a man
is,
from Pakistan
even,
calls another man from
if a
Pakistan-
Jamaican calls a Nigerian that word, maybe the Jamaican or the Nigerian is going to get offended. That's
But I don't
racist,
believe.
then,
But
isn't
I don't.
it?
Hold on. But I don't believe that the Jamaican, or it could be offensive. Yeah, it could be disrespectful, rude, insulting. Listen, hold on. Insulting, rude. But I don't believe that a Jamaican can be racist to a Nigerian, because I don't believe that Jamaicans and Nigerians are from a different race.
Yeah,
I
but that's
believe
your
they are
belief.
the same
That's
race.
not our belief.
Right? Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I
it's
believe
your
they are-
belief.
Yeah, of course, because they're both black. Jamaica isn't a
No,
race.
it doesn't work like that.
Sorry. Can I just say, wait, let me just give you my impression. Jamaica isn't a race. Nigeria isn't a race. Nigerian isn't a race. It's a nationality. And within that nationality, if two Nigerians use abusive,
Yeah,
insulting
but he's
words,
using the
hold on.
term because he's black, not because he's Nigerian.
Sorry. I don't know what gave you the right to interrupt while I was in the middle of talking. But like I said, if they're both Nigerian and insults are being traded, I wouldn't class any of those insults to be racist.
Well, I think
See,
a few people
the context
would.
of what makes check what the context. Yeah, if I'm in Nigeria and I'm speaking to another Nigerian and I say, "Why don't you go back to your own fucking land?" That's not racist. It may be xenophobic. It's not. I want you to understand. If we are both Nigerians in Nigeria and I tell a man to go back to his land, that's not racist. At a stretch, it could be tribalist or xenophobic, but it's not racist. Why? Because we're both from the same place. We're both of the same origin. We're both from the same race. We're
Yeah,
both
but you're
black.
going
We're
off.
both
You're
African.
going off on a
We're both
tangent.
Bantu. We're both West African.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
You're going off on a
Well,
tangent.
it might be like that in
It's
Jamaica, but
not
not
a
like that
tangent.
here.
It's an illustrative point. It's not a tangent.
Well, it is. It's a side note, and we can go into
It's
that in
not
a
a
minute. But
side
the
note.
fact of the matter is, what Maku did,
It's not a side note.
wasn't based on him being Nigerian. It was based on him being black.
But we're both black, though. We're all black.
Yeah, they're
So
kind of
if a black man
synonymous.
says something to another man
Yes,
based on him
and
being
it
black
indicates
and
that
him being
Maku
black,
has got a
hold on.
severe problem of
No.
self-loathing.
Sorry, I'm not gonna lie
What?
to you. If you don't say what, because you're gonna want to
No, I
answer
said,
while
sorry,
I'm subject, right? If a black man says something to another black man, a Nigerian man says something to another Nigerian about being a nigger, this is not a racist statement. This is an insultive statement. This is a disrespectful statement. It's not racist because the two men are black. It's
Which
not
by
racist.
definition is
If an
racist,
Asian man says to another Asian man in India, yeah, go back to your fucking land, yeah, or you P word, it's insultive. It's not racist because they're of the same race. Like, That's a very simple fact. That's a very simple point. I want to hear how you
Right,
argue
that's how
against
you
that,
look
Wendy.
at it. It's not how I look at
Yeah,
it.
as a black
Well,
man,
I answer it by the law of this land, yeah, and the law of this land states clearly that you cannot call anyone that name, be you black, white, pink, yellow, yeah. You go around trying to call people that word in the street, and you will be
racist.
arrested, yeah.
Because it's racist, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, so check this. So if you know that it's illegal and it's racist, why did you say that Jupiter was both right and what was the word? What was the word you used? Well, basically, you said she was right.
I said it was right and it was normal, right?
Yeah,
So,
right and normal.
yeah,
Right and normal.
I said that because
so using racist, illegal words is right and normal. So she's breaking the law.
It was an emotional. It was an emotional reaction to what Maku had called Hector. Maku is the one that brought that word up first.
Yeah, to the man who was talking to. By Jupiter calling a black man a nigger, she's breaking the law. Is that not correct?
Well, so is Maku.
His name is Maku, yeah.
I never asked whether Maku was. I'm asking, was Jupiter breaking
No,
the law?
I'm saying no. Yeah, you're trying to be clever with your words here, Jedi.
I am
and
asking you a direct
saying
question.
to you,
No. Yo, stop talking over me. Stop talking over me. I'm asking you a direct question. When Jupiter called Maku a nigger, was she breaking the law?
No.
Why was she not breaking the law?
Well, she's not breaking the law because you don't believe in the law.
She's not breaking. So this is the person you started your statement by. I go by the law of the land. Then you said
I do. Yeah.
Then you said if Maku calls someone a nigger, then by the law that's illegal. That's a crime, and he can be arrested, taken to court. I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Okay, so if Jupiter uses the same word, is that illegal? And you're like,
oh
well,
yeah. If you're gonna put it like that, yeah.
You don't believe in the law. So Jupiter
no,
broke the law.
No, you're going to put it like that, Jedi. Yes.
So Jupiter, shut up for a minute, man, because you just tangle yourself up. You're too busy talking to hear the question. Just relax, man.
Why are you shouting?
Jupiter, because it's like she won't shut up. She just keeps talking when I'm talking, and it's making it all confusing. I'm trying to establish a question that her pea brain can understand.
I'll stop it.
All right, I'll stop. But please don't antagonize me, man. Right, so Jupiter broke the law then, right?
Well, so did and so did Maku.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not answering about Maku. I'm answering about Jupiter. But you think breaking the law is right and normal?
No, I don't.
All right.
No.
Right. So was Jupiter calling Maku a nigger right and normal?
If we're going by the basis of the law and being in a court of law, no.
But you was going by the law because you started your statement by "I go by the law." Now you're saying if we go by when it's time
but
to
now
identify.
can we go? Yeah, okay. So I've said that.
When it's time to identify the white person's criminality in this, you're like, oh well, but you can easily identify the black person's criminality.
No, listen.
No, we both became.
Maku, for some reason.
Sorry, say
look, for some odd reason. Look, for some odd reason, Maku called Hector that name, right? And all I'm saying is he could be took to court for being racist. It doesn't matter that Hector is black. If Hector takes offense,
it's an impossibility.
It's not impossible. Will you stop thinking like that?
Listen. The argument, Raheem, the argument of it's impossible in the law is a mute argument, and we should stay away from it because these.
Well, no, it's not that it's impossible.
Let me tell you why. Let me explain why. Because Jupiter and Wendy claim to have an anecdotal case in law where a black man has been successfully prosecuted for racist language against another black man. So why would we argue it? If they've got that, then they got that. That's why I keep saying
like to see
the law.
Yeah, the parameters. Anyway, no, but the parameters.
No, but do you remember what she
once
said
you
earlier?
mentioned
She
that
said
one
if the police come, they're gonna arrest both of
was
you,
black,
so-
it was a black officer involved, bruv. It just takes it to another realm.
Why?
The more reason why a person will get convicted it was because it was to a police officer. If you're
So,
racist or
well,
whatever to a
also the
police,
fact he was
one
a
second.
police officer is more
No,
important than the color of his skin.
no, but black officers and sergeants and are also protected because remember the police is a racist
Oh,
institution, yeah, and they had to put rules out to even protect their workers to try and encourage more ethnics to join the police force. This is old news. This is like a
yeah, and
old
it's
routine
worked.
stuff
And
that they did.
it's worked
Like,
because there is a
what are we
lot
doing?
of black police
No,
officers.
but Wendy, if you
And there's a
use
lot
what
of
you said
racism
earlier, you
in the
said
police station.
if a white man calls a black man a nigger and a black man calls a white man a nigger, they're both getting arrested. They're
Never.
both breaking the law. So I don't understand why you keep
No,
tapping
no,
out
no.
saying
What
around
I
Jupiter
said
breaking the law.
was if a black man calls another black man, right, who gets offended and hurt by that word, if he calls them a nigger, you can end up in court for that.
They're both
No,
going
that
to end up
it's
both.
so the
It's not
criteria.
just a word. It's not. You can't just go flinging that word around
Why
to
did
other
you just
black
use it?
people.
Like, I don't understand what's going on here, man.
Sorry. The criteria for it is that the act has to be insulting, threatening, or abusive. And calling someone of your own origin that cannot be perceived as, because the only thing you could borderline say it would go towards is insulting. It's apart from that,
Raheem.
it's not. It's not.
Okay, Raheem, go out someday, find a black guy or woman and call her that. See what happens.
It's insulting.
Yeah. See what happens, Raheem.
I'm telling you, as someone who's qualified in criminology, I'm telling you, it's impossible.
Well, okay. Look, I can't argue you're not listening to me because I'm a racist, right? But I'm telling you, go out, Raheem. You try that out and see what happens. No, I'm not wrong.
I know
and in
now,
reverse,
if the police were to
in
ever
reverse,
arrest me
if you go
for
around
going
saying
out
the
onto the
N-word,
road-
what do you think will happen
Hold
if
on,
you
sorry,
did an
one second,
experiment?
Maku. One second, brother. The only thing that they would be able to do is disorderly conduct.
No, it depends what the victim. It depends what the victim feels. Raheem, you're not a court of law.
Why are you interrupting? So wait, does Raheem not deserve to speak just like everyone else has had a chance to speak?
I've literally been quiet this whole time, man.
Yeah.
So when you're sitting there, and if I was to go out on the road and turn to every black person and say nigger, the police would never be able to say I'm doing anything apart from disturbing the peace by causing distress and alarm. That's what they would be able to do. If it was a case where I turned around and I was going to white people now, you cracker this, you cracker that, you cracker, every last one of you, there may be a slight case for that, but the argument would more than likely fall flat due to the fact of cracker is more of an Americanized, weaponized word that isn't really even common in America as to the extent of nigger. So therefore, the protections offered under that for white people would not equate to something that they would be able to carry through as a hate crime. It'd be very hard to produce that. You cannot come from a class of people who have built a structure of oppression and built these words to mean these meanings and then expect it to be used in reverse. It doesn't work that way.
Okay, so Raheem, next time you're out, find someone and just go up there and be a little bit aggressive and call them that word, because that word is always said meaning in aggression. And make sure they're black. Make sure they're black, and you will be arrested for racism. Yeah.
I would not be arrested for racism. I would be arrested for disorderly conduct because I'm being. How many people are going to speak at once when I'm speaking, man?
You don't decide how the victim feels, Raheem. You don't decide how the victim feels.
So,
the victim
what about the victims of your racism, though,
prove
Wendy?
That beyond reasonable
We're not talking about me.
That might hold on. The victim would have to prove above reasonable doubt that I am being all of those things that you said. And the only thing, if I ran up to someone and started yelling it, you could say aggression.
Yeah, you do that. You do that. Yeah.
If I stood there and just yelled it out to every black person, that's not aggression. One thing that
Raheem, the law of this country doesn't think like you.
I'm telling you the law. I'm telling you the law. And one
You
thing I
know,
don't
you're
always
not.
understand why people rather always put aggression when it comes next to black people. I don't understand that, and I find it really confusing. And this is not a victim mentality, but nowhere throughout this argument have we mentioned aggression. There was no aggression with Maku.
So,
there was no.
okay,
hold on,
Raheem.
stop talking. Jedi, I beg you, mute her, please. Yeah, there was no mention of aggression when it was Maku and Hector having this argument. But all of a sudden, we're adding parameters that are common stereotypes for individuals to try and bolster cases. Let's not do that. Let's keep it 100% objective.
Okay.
And it's in its objectivity. If a person is to stand out, the person of color is to stand out on the road shouting out the N-word, there is nothing the police will do apart from put them in a car for 5 minutes and tell them stop behaving like that. Otherwise, you're going down the station. If they come back with it, they get arrested for disorderly conduct. There is no grounds to turn around and say that someone has been aggressive, insulting, or I can't remember the third marker. But this is why it's dangerous when you have a little bit of knowledge.
Look, my next door neighbours are black. If they were to on a daily be racist to Hector and call him the N-word daily, right? And he went to the police, they would do him for racial hate, the next door neighbour. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, because every day
depends on the
is a pattern.
You are right that the majority of people would probably look at a black man shouting the N-word out randomly at other black men. They'd probably look at him as a bit of a nutcase and just walk on. You are quite correct. But if the person actually felt under threat or was insulted, they would actually.
Right, but it's very hard for you to turn around and say to another black person that they have been that they have been insulted by that. You cannot. Your parameter again was every single day. That alludes to intimidation or threatening. That is a repeated habit. We're not talking about that. This is not what's happening here. You are, if we're even to bring it back to this context of Maku versus Hector, it's all a 1v1 online situation, which the police would never look at in a million years. Like,
I'm not saying that they would, but
they wouldn't look at none of it.
Can I ask a question?
They won't look at it.
Is there an example?
Because it's a freedom of speech panel anyway, because of the ethos of these panels, because I would be able to prove that there is a lot of race baiting and engagement in many other people on the panel actually using the N-word. It wouldn't get anywhere. CPS would throw it out. He knows it. I know it.
Of course.
But what I want to know, honestly, is like moving forward. Clearly, you don't have any empathy for, and I think this is what is at the core of it. It feels like just because you think, or just because Hector seems to be cool or okay with that form of retaliation, even though he himself didn't use those words, which I found very interesting. He just went straight to like your mom, your dad, whatever, blah, 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 which he was already on dissing mums and dads, but he chose not to retaliate with the word you did and the word that you've repeated non-stop the whole weekend. Like, and I want to know, like, how come you don't have any empathy for the fact that this shit gets played back, gets taken out of context, and is a mark of shame for a black man to have a wife that is so ready to use such a term? Like, I just feel like it's a badge of dishonor that you're trying to wield. Like, it's like you want everyone to see, you want everyone to know that I'm a white woman with a black man, and I'll use the word nigger if you use the word nigger. And I don't know. Are you even thinking about revising your are you even thinking about revising your plan of action for the future, so that if this happens in the future, you don't fall into the next man's trap to get you to be racist? While he's being offensive, he's got you to cross the line and be racist.
So would I react that way again? I can't promise that I won't. The fact of the matter is, Jedi, you see it as I think it's a badge of honor. No, I don't think that at all. But do I want it highlighted that there are actually black people out there that are willing to race bait for money and grift online, and be willing to cause these divisions? Yeah, I do. I think Maku is racist. He thinks I'm racist. We're both entitled to have that position.
Yeah, but the thing is, yeah, you think Maku's racist. You don't think you're racist. You don't think Wendy's racist. You think Jedi's racist. Hold on, man. Why are you interrupting me? You don't think Maku's racist. You don't think you're racist, but you think, and you don't think Wendy's racist, but you think Jedi is. So I'm seeing that there seems to be some kind of pattern.
Okay, let's answer this question. I've got a question.
What was the question? There was no question.
Yeah,
it was just like
I've got a question though.
Okay.
Do you or Maku, would you be prepared to see a white person run in Nigeria or any other black country?
Well, given the history of colonization in Nigeria, I would prefer that Nigerians ran Nigeria.
Yeah, you would prefer it, but would you have a problem if it happened that it was a white Nigerian? So say somebody was born in Nigeria who's ethnically white, but they were born and raised in Nigeria. Would you have a problem with them running that country?
Given the historical context of Nigeria and the politics in Nigeria, I would not be happy to see a non-ethnically original Nigerian running the country, simply because I don't think that even to this day, the people have had a chance to run their own country. Because right about now, I think that the government is just a buffer class for the British and the Western politics interests. So I don't actually think that the government we have now even serves the people's. I don't think it serves the people. So I would like to see ethnically original Africans, Nigerians running their country, being their own prime ministers and ministers, and serving their own interests before we get to the robust level of, you know what, now our human rights is certified. Now our treatment of ourselves is certified. Now our import and export is being arranged around benefiting the little man on the ground. Now it doesn't matter if we have an Asian, a Chinese, a white prime minister, because our infrastructure is rooted in such a way that the people of Nigeria will benefit first. If we can't even make that happen now with black people in charge, I don't see it being any better historically with white people in charge. And that is why I would say no. Not because they're white, but because the black country you speak of, Nigeria, has a history of being ruled either directly or by proxy by white minds, white establishment, for white interests.
Okay.
Can you tell me who those establishments
you say it's
are?
not because they're white. You say it's not because they're white, but it is because they've got white skin. So you allude that to all of the colonization.
What
are you talking about?
Are you okay?
Well, you
How
just
are
said
you?
because
You're very lazy. Listen, you're very lazy. Don't ask.
And then you added on the last two
intelligent
phrases,
people. Please
which
don't ask.
included white.
Please do not. Please don't ask intelligent people questions if you are not ready to process the intelligent answer. Because at no point did I say it's because they're white. I said because of the historical context of Nigeria. Yeah.
Yes, you did say that, and you said that not
very much sense what I said. I would like to see the indigenous population of Nigeria acquire a level of self-determination before outsiders get to call shots in that country. However, if we're honest, the black people now that are in power are just a proxy, a buffer class for the elites that colonized Africa many years ago.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. You're not Nigerian. Yes, they are. The government.
I don't need to be Nigerian to know that.
The government don't give a fuck about the people on the ground. the government are more in bed with the elites. They skim the money that they get. Yeah, corruption runs the Nigerian government, and they don't give a fuck about the little people on my little brother, my little sister, my dad, my cousins, my aunties, and my uncles that live there now will tell you the government don't give a fuck about us. They just had a recent situation with an armed task force that was literally killing young Nigerian protesters because they wanted to have some semblance of freedom and freedom of speech. So I know that the ruling class and the powers that are used to keep the proverbial foot on the neck of the people, they are aligned with the elite. They are aligned with the colonial powers. That means the British government, the West, America, and other parts of Europe. So they give all their contracts and they give all their wealth away. The money that comes in, they keep it for themselves, build themselves palaces, fancy houses, loads of women, cars and whatnot. Meanwhile, man on the ground is starving without the infrastructure needed to compete properly in 21st century Earth. And that's what I'm saying. So I ain't got a problem with white people being prime ministers. I just wouldn't want to see a white person be a prime minister of a black country when an organic, authentic black person from that country hasn't even had their voice heard. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but they have, haven't they? They have had their voices heard, and they're the ones that have decided to be corrupt.
So what's the question? What was the point of the question?
No, those are the ruling class. They're not the people. They're the buffering. They're the buffer class between the colonial aspects and the actual people that live there. They're the buffer class. They're not the people. They're not of the people. So I don't know. I think I just explained that. The people aren't ruling themselves.
So would you find Wendy racist for believing that there should only be white prime ministers in England?
No, I wouldn't. That wasn't my argument. That I've heard this argument before. I'm not accusing her of. If she only wants to see white people running her white country, I'm not saying that that's racist. No, I am not saying that's racist.
Exactly.
But I'm not Raj, innit? Or one of them.
Yeah, like what is the point you're trying to make? You're trying to find out.
I tell people don't vote. I tell people bonfire on every politician, black, white, Chinese, Indian.
So you think that Wendy is racist because she used racialized language, and you think I'm racist because of racialized language?
I think
people that actually do actions are not racist.
Are you asking me? Are you telling me? You're asking me. Now I think
I'm asking Jedi, Maku, not you.
I think Wendy is racist because of a pattern of using racialized language against black people. She's highlighted her mindset. She's called people everything under the sun, from monkeys to fucking whatever, in it. Yeah, she definitely has a disdain for people of color, especially those that are not willing to bend over and think of England. So yeah, I think she's racist because of how she treats black people and how she speaks about them, her attitude towards them. The words she uses just makes it easier to highlight what's going on in her brain. But we're not going to just stick this on the fact of, oh, just because she said nigger, that makes her racist. Her whole attitude towards black people, black men and women, is disgusting, and it has been. And you've covered for her over and over again.
So I disagree with Wendy on that. I think that anyone that's born in this country should actually be able to go for prime minister, regardless of colour, right? And I would say that you and Wendy both go down ethnic lines and racial lines when you say that no, but you don't think that's racist. Now, I think that is racist.
It's not racist. You think it's racist? So no, wait.
Let me finish, Jedi, please, let me finish. So everybody, it would appear, has got their own different definitions of what actual racism actually is.
Okay, so you think that me not wanting non-Nigerian a non-ethnically original Nigerian to run the country, because I don't believe that a country that has just had its independence since 1960 something, yeah, is at a stage where it can invite foreigners to come in and rule them. I don't want my daughter, my son, my brother, my sister growing up in Nigeria and seeing that somebody from outside of the people calls the shots before the people call the shots. When's the people?
Yeah, but that's how Wendy feels. That's how Wendy feels.
Sorry. You asked me. Sorry, it's very different because England is not recently independent. It's not just recently found its independence.
So
Nigeria has recently claimed their independence from who? White people. So now you're asking me in a very socially, politically ignorant question, how would I feel about a white person being the prime minister of Nigeria? And I, like I told you, it's not even been 100 years of independence yet. I don't think Nigeria is in a state. I don't think Nigeria is in a state or position to be allowing foreigners to openly rule the country, even though I told you already that Nigeria is already ruled by white people via the proxy, which is the ruling class.
Would that also include Black British?
What are you talking about? What's Black British? Would you
say that somebody that's got Nigerian heritage, but born in this country, raised in this country, never gone back home, would they be able to be run for prime minister in Nigeria?
Why the fuck would they be run? Like, does it even make sense? Somebody from outside of the country with no link to the country coming in and running that country. And if I say I don't think that's a good idea, that makes me a racist. This is the level of logic you're actually combating me with.
No, I don't think it makes you a racist.
You was on there lying. Oh no, it's not. No. I'm talking. Because you was on here lying. Yeah, saying Hector was out the room. I said nigger to. I was telling Hector that he was called a nigger because you are so dishonest. You're now coming up with these stupid questions and arguments, to try and cover up for the fact that you're just a liar. You've lied to all our people.
I don't know why you're getting personal when it starts to get a little bit more difficult or a little bit more.
It's facts. You're on this
stream.
That's
not the point I'm making. I don't believe Wendy is a racist. But I do believe that one ideal is racist. That doesn't make her a racist. The same with you, Jedi.
I don't care. You are a racist. You've been on here saying nigger 50-something times. And you are the racist. You want to go around handing out, I think you're a racist. I don't think you're a racist. But the problem is,
I would never,
you was the one in the last 72 hours.
Obstruct
Sorry, let me
someone
finish this
based
statement.
on their
Sorry, let me
skin
finish
colour.
the statement.
You
Sorry.
would.
You was the one in the 72. Let me finish my statement because you're just making mute points. You was the one in the last 72 hours calling someone from outside of your race a racial fucking insult. It was you, not me. I ain't done that. The whole time you know me.
I have seen you do racial insults, so that's a lie.
I've never racially insulted anyone in my whole life.
Yeah, you have.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, you have. You might say it's banter, but you have. And so has all
I've
of your
never
panels.
racially insulted anybody in my whole life.
Your particular channel is known for being a racist channel, and so is Mecca's.
No, sorry.
It is. Outside of your bubble, that's what.
Where is my listen, Jupiter. Let's be real, because like if you're gonna annoy me, this is where I fucked you off last time, man. Just be honest and be real, man. Don't chat shit to try and prove a point. You got burnt on the channel. You left the channel and you started calling everyone racist because you got burnt. You got your heart burnt and you went around and tried to spread lies, to try and drum up for your dead channel some views and support. And it worked to some extent. You've been off doing your own thing. You've come back because this is where it pops. This is the great channel. No, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. I ain't done.
I'm not trying to
done. I have not done finished. I ain't done speaking. Right, so you've come back and you're having great conversations, and you want to start that bullshit again. This is the multicultural channel We have white people that find this place home. Asians that find this place home. Black people find this place home. Yeah. You, on the other hand, yeah, you're only really comfortable around white people. You're only really comfortable around racists. When you're on the internet, you're sitting on racist people's channels and they're saying racist shit and you're finding it funny. So I don't even know what gives you the right. You sit by Wendy Wu, who likened me and my friends to Jungle Book monkeys, but you telling me how the rest of the world sees this channel, how the rest of the world sees this channel as being racist. Listen, you ain't even got a leg to stand on. I don't care about your opinion when it comes to racism. Yeah, you stood with your black husband calling man a nigger. You the one online calling people black bitches, talking about their weave and their hair and rare. You now want to make a statement. Oh yeah, Jedi, you're racist. Show me one place. Show me one place where I've been racist. Show me one place where I've insulted someone, where I've used the equivalent of nigger to hurt someone. You show me.
So there's plenty of your
everyone knows you're racist. Prove it. Prove it.
Right. Well, half of what you've said is just nonsense as well. But the fact of the matter is, right, you calling me racist, me calling you racist isn't productive anyway. What I'm trying to say to you is that you might think that you're not racist, but you come across.
I know I'm not racist. Don't be stupid, man.
Right. And I know that I'm not racist.
But you called man nigger.
So where do we go from there?
Yeah, you're not racist, but 72 hours ago you was calling man nigger, and today you used the word nigger over 60 times. Like, but you're not the racist one. Your friend over there, your friend next to you, your friend over there.
I feel that people are so brainwashed.
Like the word
so
nigger.
You think using one word makes you a racist? That's weird.
No, but it's your whole attitude. We've before you even got caught saying the word nigger, we thought you was racist, and we told you. Your attitude. Your blindness, your lack of empathy. That's
not true.
Yeah.
So the very first time that we came onto panels, my husband was corner coon because he was married to a white woman.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know that. You know that.
I don't know that. I weren't there. I weren't there. Are you dumb or something? I weren't there. I don't know nothing about that. This is
actually,
Jedi.
To be fair, you weren't there. It was on respect.
I don't know.
But yeah, so from the very first day, the first.
That's nothing to do with me. That's anecdotal. I can't prove that. You're bringing up something irrelevant to me.
People.
That's irrelevant to me. I don't know that happened. All I know is the first time I met you, you had a problem with black people getting together and solving their own issues. You walked up to me in a park and you started talking about your issues with gang when you didn't know fuck all about gang. You didn't know nothing about us. It was just a knee-jerk reaction. Hang on. So you're just a black. So you're just a black organization. Hang on. Yeah, and you got schooled then when you first met me. Yeah.
Well, that's the way you see it. I don't agree. I would disagree again. But I'm not here about bigging up egos. If you want to do that for yourself, that's fine.
Yeah. But wasn't it your ego that doesn't allow you to admit when we all heard with our own ears? You responding to Maku calling your husband a nigger with "you're a nigger"? Ain't it your ego that won't allow you to say, "Yeah, you know what? You got me there, guys. I did say that," even though you're confessing in the same audio clip. You're confessing, but you can't admit that. Is that not your ego that's got you in that position back against the wall?
I know the truth, and I'm going to stand by the truth. But I am not bothered about what I've said. You're not getting it. You're trying to make it something.
I think we all know you're not bothered.
Make it worse. But at the end of the day, the outcome will be exactly the same. I don't understand what you're going on about.
Yeah, we all know you're not bothered.
So why?
We all know that you're not bothered by what you said.
Why would it benefit me?
Even though you apologize,
I'm not bothered what I said to Maku.
Even though you apologize,
I'm not bothered by what I said to Maku.
Excuse me. Sorry, I was trying to say something. Yeah. Even though you apologized for anyone that was offended by your use of the word nigger, yeah.
Yeah.
Now you're claiming that you don't really care about what you said.
No. So I've clarified. I'm not bothered about what I said to Maku, so that other people can't have this narrated somewhere else. Okay.
But
Maku. Yeah.
But you are bothered for everyone else.
I've already said if I've caused offence to other people who weren't involved.
You're sorry. Yeah.
I've apologised. Yeah.
And that's a sincere apology, right?
Yes.
Because you reckon that your words could be deemed as offensive to people that would hear what you're saying, right?
Yes, I don't know why.
Right, cool.
If
So
they are,
you don't know why. You don't know why you calling a black man a nigger would be offensive to a black person.
I don't know why.
How can it be a sincere apology if you don't know why? If you don't know what's offensive? If you don't know what's offensive, let me re-question it. If you no, let me rephrase the question. If you don't know what's offensive, then how can you be sorry? If you don't understand why it's offensive, how can you be sorry?
I'm not sorry for not knowing why it's offensive. I'm sorry that if anybody feels offended because offense was not intended for anybody else other than Maku.
Okay. And this is what I'm saying. It's your ego that gets you like that. It's your ego why you can't be like, you know what? Fuck it, man. Yeah, that was wrong. You know what? I did call him a nigga. He called my husband a nigga. No, it's my belief. No. Yeah,
my belief is.
Hold on, please, man. You're a point scorer, as we've established a long time ago, and that's what really drives you, scoring points. It ain't the truth. It's not the truth. It's not what's right. You, over these years, have said some of the most absurd and ridiculous statements just to cover your own tracks, just to keep yourself on the right side of the score sheet. You don't actually care about what's true, what's right. It's just what you can prove, what points you can score. And I think we've all come to know you.
I believe that of you.
I think we've all come to know you as an intellectually dishonest woman. And this has been my main gripe with you from interacting with you from years back. You will say anything to score a point. Jedi's racist. Oh, this and that. Oh, Wendy's not. Racist. Oh, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that. I didn't say that. No, that's not my voice. No, I'm not this. No. You like it's kind of like your MO, what we've become used to. Just lying to try and prove a point. So this is why after a while, conversation with you becomes disinteresting because you're not actually going to concede. You're not actually going to be like, you know what? You got me there. That's right. And back down. Because once your ego is invested,
I don't understand
there's no going back for you.
I don't understand what it is that you think I'm supposed to concede to. I've already said that I called Maku a nigger. I've already said that I did it in defense of my husband because he called my husband a nigger. I do not understand what it is you think you've proven.
And the fact that you don't understand, I think, speaks volumes to us that do understand. It's just at this stage in a conversation, almost 5 hours, you not understanding seems to be a symptom of your racism, seems to be a symptom of your lack of empathy, your inability to understand, to grasp something that's a glaring obvious.
You think I'm a racist?
Sorry, why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me? Something that you can, we can all see is glaringly obvious. You can't see. I said this to you from the conversation that we had about institutional racism. I realized either you are deliberately ignorant, or you're just a blind person. I'm gonna try to keep it respectful. You're just a blind person. Either you willingly don't want to see what other people's stories, other people's testimonies, other people's accounts, other people's versions. Either you're deliberately turning a blind eye to that, or you just don't have the ability to see. Either way, it makes you a racist.
In your opinion, yes.
There's 229 people in this chat. Do you think that this is do you think that the chat is biased against you?
Obviously.
And why would you say that? Why was it biased?
Okay, so there might be people here that are like me, but in a lot of cases, most of these people would be haters, or people that are from the black community that have been brain fed into a victimhood narrative.
Right. So the black people from the black community that heard you call a black man a nigger, they've been brain fed.
Yeah, because okay, to me, and I'm not trying to insult no one here. I'm trying to have a fucking open conversation. It becomes very tedious when people are triggering all the time. So let me just put the disclaimer now. I'm not saying what I'm saying to offend anybody. I'm saying it because I genuinely believe it. Okay? I feel that people being fed into a situation through some kind of woke politics to believe that a word has power over you is ridiculous. That at the end of the day, no one should be saying it. If we're going to agree that the word's so abhorrent because it brings up connotations of slavery, then no one should be using it. And to try and use it as a political weapon against white people is just as racist as white people using it to cause offense to black people, and even black people using it to cause offense to black people.
Did you call Find the Swine and Sosa niggers when you was drunk?
No.
On Rascal's channel?
No.
No. What did you call them? Just black bitches?
They said to Hector, why are you married to a white dog? And I said, because you don't like black dogs.
Black dogs? Is that what really? Is that the words you use? Black dogs?
No, Jubes. I was there, Jubes. You said black bitches.
I don't know why she's lying.
Yeah, why did you try that? Why'd you just try to do that, Jubes?
It's her ego. It's her ego.
No,
Her ego.
That's a lie. That's the bull.
No,
that's
they
the
called
lie.
you. They called you a white bitch, and you say y'all are black bitches, like you always say. You said if someone says something racial to you, you're gonna hit them back, same like you did with Sniper. So
Okay,
they
then
called you a white bitch, and you
might
say
be
black
possible
bitches.
then.
Don't do that.
I may have said that as well. If you believe that they said white bitches and I called them black bitches, then it's possible.
Yeah. But let's keep it all the way real.
But that's not how I remember it. I remember it was white dog and black dogs.
Dogs
but
instead
maybe
of
that
bitches.
was there as well.
Jess, we
Yeah,
talking
that
about
was there as
Sosa
well.
and Fine as Wine, Jess. Do you think
Yeah,
they
I
said
know.
dog or bitches? Or
Yeah,
bitch?
I know what she said.
Come on,
I know what she said. I remember it.
Yeah.
But it's funny to hear her, like, I don't know what it is. It's like these little points you lie on to create. I don't know why you do it, because it's such small points. But it just makes me feel like it's just when your ego is touched and you're like, I can't back down. So no, you can't be seen to be wrong now. So it's like, no, I didn't say that. Oh, no.
It's not about being seen to be wrong. You all think I'm wrong
no,
anyway. It's not about being seen to be right. I stand by what I believe. The fact of the matter is, right, I believe, and I'll go back to the same premise again. If you want to give me an insult based on race, I will reverse it on you. So it's quite possible. If they called me a white slut, I would call them a black slut.
Yeah.
It's simple as that.
I mean, I hear you, Jubes. My thing is with the words. Like I said earlier, it's a double standard on words. So I don't understand this. If I can't say it, then no, we should just throw the whole word away. But no, it's always a connotation and a double standard when it comes to words, man. I don't get that. Because I'm a proponent of the N-word, right? But I don't allow white people to use it around me. I don't. I know some people in America do. Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question? Do you see any fault in Sniper addressing Hector with this N-word?
That's another. Yes, in the context, because over here we don't use it like that. You see what I'm saying, Jez? And I want to eventually have this conversation with Sniper because we don't use it like that. You feel me? You would never hear me say you are a nigga. I might call you a dirty nigga, an untrustworthy nigga, or a low down nigga, a sneaky nigga. You see what I'm saying? I just would never look at you and say you are a nigga. You know what I mean? So we don't use it. We use it in different contexts over here.
I don't even think that's what even happened. Right? Is that what happened?
Yeah, but you know, that's a conversation we can have for another day.
And I'm saying, is that what happened? Like, how is it another conversation if it never happened? Huh?
Yeah, but you did. You said, Hector, you are a nigga.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying we don't use it like that over here.
No, I didn't say, Hector, you are a nigga. I said to you, fuck Hector. Yeah, he's a nigga.
All right. Well,
you know what I mean? Like,
the meaning of it.
Hold on. The meaning of it is not even all the Django. It's not all the da-da-da-da. I'm saying it's an ignorant black person. He's ignorant. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got
and
you,
ignorant black people. Hold on. Ignorant black people where I come from are niggas, bruv. There's black people.
Yeah, and see, we don't do it like that. Matter of fact, I would
hold
call
on,
you.
hold on. But in the midst of a discussion or a roast or da-da-da-da, you can't make them determinations because I don't even normally talk like that.
Born.
Go ahead, Jess.
Did Sniper open the door for Jupiter to use the word nigger?
No, and I'm gonna have to go back to the same analogy I heard, Jess. If me and you chilling, and you overhear me arguing with my sister, and I call her a bitch, that doesn't give you the right to call her a bitch. You see what I'm saying? So if Sniper called him a nigger, and Jupiter know that it's a bad stigma that comes with that word, why would she use it?
All right, cool, I hear you, but as her man, you call my woman a bitch, I'm gonna call you a bitch.
Yeah, I mean, people can say what they want to say. You feel me? People gonna say what they want to say. I just think
I think the word nigga. This is like Ahmed Ali's and my situation, right? So he said I'm a bitch. I said his mom's a bitch, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have called him a bitch or his mom a bitch if he didn't call me a bitch. If he didn't bring the bitch into that conversation, I wouldn't have utilized that word. Right or wrong?
Yeah, I get that, but I think you know better though, because if he would have called you, look, because it's different when it's different words, Jess. Because if he would have called you a dirty kafir, then you wouldn't reply back to him with dirty kafir. You would find another word to say, which way I think Jupiter in that moment should have found another word to say.
I agree. I agree. No, I agree. I'm not even caping for I'm just trying to be fair and say.
Yeah, no, I got you. I know.
But as I said,
is there a charge against Sniper for bringing it to the convo?
No.
My technique of
playing, right? Only thing I said, Jess, is he used it in a way I wouldn't have used it. Now, I might say, "Shut up, dumbass nigga." So I might introduce the word to the convo if the word hasn't been said before. So I don't think Sniper was wrong for introducing the word to the convo. I don't.
Cool.
And then on the file that I already know the individuals I'm talking to, right? He's in the background. He's been abusive. He's da-da-da-da. Do you get what I'm saying? And I'm saying he's being ignorant. He's being thing. Yeah. And then she's like, yeah. Oh, you're. What was the word she used? Something about you're always defending black folk, right?
No, I said
I don't need to. I don't even need to insult her. I wasn't even insulting her. And I'm like, don't bring him into it, in a sense.
Because
like,
when you're being racial to him about his speech, when you're being racial to him about it, where he comes from, when you're saying that you stick up for immigrants, but you want to take the piss out of immigrants as freshes, even if they're not fresh into the country, when you want to use racial slurs like that, and then turn around and say you're uplifting black people, I say you're not. And all right, you can say, well, you're white, sit down, shut up. I say racist. There you go.
I mean, you've misconstrued the whole context of what man was doing. Like, how has that got anything to do with the community? Like, this is crazy. Yeah, what I do in my community and what I do with my people. One second.
At the very least, you really believe in what you
my God.
You would have respect for him because he is a member of your black community.
Right.
But you
and now that's why I said, fuck him. He's a what? Right. Yeah. So as I said, you're saying the same thing you said at the same time. Yeah. And I'm bringing the same energy and I stick to my guns. Yeah. Because it was in context and I explained it. If I didn't explain it, then cool. But you sat there and you repeated what I said. And I'm thinking, right, you could have never heard that above. Hold on. Above saying the N-word at the time. Because I was there like, yeah, I'm saying that because he's ignorant and you're a racist. So the ignorant and racist together is no surprise that he's going to allow you to use the N-word and da-da-da. Remember, my main focus after that is laughing because I caught you. It's a trap, and you didn't realize.
That's all just make-believe because on here, all
reality
you've got
right now.
It's not the real
Jupiter,
world.
you're more racist than me.
What you've tried to do is deflect, yeah, and make it a Maku issue, and no one.
No, I'm trying to make a point, but I'm going to let you keep talking.
Yeah,
go on.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, like everyone has an issue with Maku. It's not Maku Day. I told you, I was the one afflicted, right? You feel your husband was afflicted, cool, right? But where we're coming from, you're not us. You don't know how we talk to each other and do. But I'm talking to you. Do you get it? I was talking to you. And I know he's in the background because he'd already
Yeah,
come
but
forward.
I am not going to respect your feelings if you can't respect my husband. What the fuck?
Your husband's
You are
feelings at
actually
the
trying
time.
to gaslight me into a situation
Listen.
to allow
This is
you to abuse my husband. No, it ain't going to happen.
Fucking lies. This is so much lies.
That is what you did. Literally, you race baited.
Hold on. You're playing your husband. You're playing the victim for your husband, right? And you're saying that your husband's a victim. And I'm saying no. What the reality of that situation was, he had already abused another individual. So he's not in a position of, oh, why is everybody just calling my name and abusing me? No, it's not that. Yeah? It's him. You Indian cunt. You fucking stupid. But you get what I'm saying? That's your husband just before that situation. So, like, let's put it in real context. Like, stop lying. Why are you sitting
So
there
the real
lying?
context was that Sid had already been racist to British people.
Oh, shut up, man.
And to
The real
Hector
context,
before
Jupiter, is you're just a fucking racist and you're not happy unless you're happy, okay? There you go.
Thank you. You can't
And I'm a
explain your
white
way
man,
out
I'll
of this
say it
one,
to your
love.
face, Jupiter.
Yeah?
You're a
I
white woman.
don't know
This
why
is gonna
Sean
haunt
is
you.
typing up. You've used the M word yourself.
This is
Shut
gonna
up, Sean.
haunt you. I'm glad it's gonna haunt you.
Nobody has put
'Cause
you
I
in a
won't lose no
kangaroo
sleep
court
over
for your
this.
racism, Sean,
Yeah?
have they?
But you
I hope
will.
that they come to you.
Yeah?
But let me tell
'Cause
you
you have
this
to
much.
lie
I
down
can stand by
with your
what
supposed husband who's
I
an N-word.
said. If you are
Yeah?
race baiting
You called
and
him it.
you're racist to my husband, you are not going to gaslight me into a look. For every other
So what
black person out there,
No.
offended.
According to you,
No, I want to make this statement. Can I be allowed to
gaslighted
speak?
you into calling
Am
your
I able
husband
to
the
speak or
N-word.
not?
That's according to your point of view.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. According to my point of view, in my world, yeah, in my world where I've got kids that are white, kids that are half black, and a husband that's black, in-laws that are black, nephews and nieces that are black, and vice versa on the white side. In my world, we don't take racism from nobody. So the fact that you're black and you want to give racism to Hector makes absolutely no difference to me because I will treat you equal to the racists that are white. That is the bottom line.
Hold on. What's your definition of
If you
racism?
wanted to be racist, I would
hold on. Because
That's
at one point,
always been my
hold
stance.
on, Jupiter.
Oh,
Because
wait,
at one
I haven't
point,
finished. No, you keep saying,
you didn't
keep
even
saying
know
it.
what
No,
racism is.
I haven't
You
finished.
didn't even know.
You do
Let her
this
finish.
all the
that no
time.
one's being
Let her
racist.
finish. Let her
Let me
finish.
finish. The fact of the
shit,
matter
man.
is, right,
The fuck is
I
you talking
do
about?
not enjoy the fact that a load of other people have got upset or feel upset about this, right? Because I was not intending to upset any of them. My job is not to cause offence to the black community. But what you did, Maku, stepped over the line and made it personal, and therefore I got personal with you. Which is why I say it again, I will apologise for any black person that feels offended apart from you, Maku, because the intent to offend you was there, just like you had intent to offend me and my husband, and therefore you deserved it.
Okay, but what I'm saying is yours didn't work and mine did. And now we're sitting here because you got drawn out. You said things that you normally say from my point of view, but now you're trying to justify it. Go on, continue, because I don't have nothing to justify.
Right. So the reason I'm sitting here is because
I'll
it's
wait.
a good conversational piece that I think that people do need to discuss. Okay. I'm not here
Sorry,
to justify myself because I stand by what I do. You stand by what you do. It's not about justifying.
Right.
Well,
No matter what I say, hold on a minute. No matter what I say, I don't think that Jedi or anyone that's black, right, is going to say I'm justified. That's quite clear today anyway.
That's correct.
Right. So I'm not justifying myself. I might be explaining myself and I might be opening up a conversation about it and trying to make you understand my mindset. But my mindset is not the same as yours. My paradigm, my world where I live is not the same as yours. Yours is black, blackity black. Wendy's is white, whitey white. Mine is multiracial.
Is when the fuck do you get multiracial window
I don't
sills?
even know. Hold on, wait.
What the fuck?
Wait. I live in North London, and the majority of people in North London are white. So I
I'm
don't know what
talking
you're talking
about
about.
personal
Yeah,
circumstances.
I don't know what you're
You
talking
know where
about.
your mindset
So,
comes from.
well, my
All
mindset
right.
is my mindset. I'm me. Yeah, you know I'm Nigerian. You know I was born in Britain.
No, I know
Like,
you're
where's the
British
problem here?
with
Where's the
Nigerian
problem?
ethnicity. You're not
I made
Nigerian.
you know that you was British alongside me, not even English. Remember, I taught
I'm
you that.
English.
Because I'd asked you
And
to
I'm
go and get your
English.
passport and said if it said English on it or if it says British, just like my one, and it said
Yeah, that's
British,
true.
and you was like,
So
oh, and I said, you know
passports are
what?
all British.
Don't
Yeah.
worry about the distinction because Britain is only
Yeah.
England, Ireland, Northern
Scotland.
Ireland, Scotland, and Wales. Come on, yeah, we know
All
what
right.
the distinctions is. So,
All right. Shani, you there?
Yeah, big up. Can you hear
big
me?
up, Shan.
Yeah.
Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to just a couple of points.
So is this Black Shani?
Yeah, this is MC Mardog, right? Get it right? No, I just wanted a couple of points. Just this race baiting thing, right? So Jupiter, obviously you're a grown woman, yeah, and like would you say that you were in control of your own emotions?
Partially. I wouldn't say completely, no. Because at that time,
yeah.
I'm talking about someone I love.
Yeah, okay, I hear that. The race baiting, though, you're saying about this race baiting, it's not used, you're not using it in the right context because ultimately it doesn't mean that. It means to talk about a political subject and using race about that. So the fact that he was drawing you out, which he did do, and he admitted that's what he was trying to do, isn't race baiting, first of all. So I just want to clear that up because you keep saying it and I'm just like, it's not really correct
Okay,
what you're
so
saying.
to me,
Secondly,
no, it's
when you're
racist
baiting
baiting.
someone based on race, it's race baiting. So okay,
No, it's racist baiting.
if it's
I
not
was
the
baiting the racist.
Hold on. Yo,
terminology,
give them room, man.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said, Jupiter.
what I'm saying is, to me, if you're being baited out to do with your race, then you're being race baited. So I might not be using it in the political terminology, but that's how I mean it for people that don't understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay, cool. My second point is like this whole Maku's racist because he used the N-word at your husband, right? So if a black person calls a black person an N-word, you're saying that's racist. If a white person called you a white bitch, would you say that was racist?
Yeah.
So you think somebody white calling you a white bitch could be racist by calling you a white bitch? Does that make? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like,
yes.
How's it racist?
So how would that be racism? If you
Because
don't mind
the
explaining.
minute that you are defining the insult by race, which is what you lot have tried to tell me in the past, and now you're going to go back on it, it becomes racial.
Okay. But that person would be a racist. So racist is thinking that your race, yeah. Actually, what do you think racist is? Because then it doesn't make sense me saying what I think it is, and you say
So
something
for
different.
me, in the real world or online, because online,
yeah, do both. Yeah.
I thought the real world is online.
It's not. No,
It's a
way.
bit different. Yeah, it's a bit different. But yeah, it could affect both.
Right.
Your
So
real life
in
as
the
well.
real world, right? Somebody that actually hates somebody of another color or race or culture, right, and goes out of their way to sort of like take action against them to impair their life and to make them feel uncomfortable in their daily life, even if it is only just with words. Okay. Consistently and persistently, like through harassment or whatever. Yeah, that's racist. If somebody is having a row with someone based on their skin color alone and making it about their skin color, then yeah, it's racist.
So,
but I do believe that there can be banter, and I do believe, right, that there are conversations where you can talk about race, and you should be able to use words in the full context. If I was in the real world, Shani, for example, right, or Shania. So sorry, I keep forgetting.
It's
which
fine.
one
I like
you pronounce.
Shani. I like Shani. It's fine. I like it.
If I was in the real world and I was sitting with, I don't know, extended family members, even at a party where there's a lot of black people, and I saw someone white or black come over and attack someone who's black, verbally calling them the N-word, yeah, and then a fight starts, and someone comes and asks me in the real world what happened, I'd say, well, that fella over there, that black fella or that white fella, just come over and called him, and I'd say the N-word in full.
And would you say that that person was being racist? Would you describe them as somebody
No, I
that
think
was
that's
racist?
the context. So when you discuss
Right.
something in context, I don't see why I have to keep calling it the N-word. I feel like it's childish. I feel like it's
No. Sorry,
like
not
we're
what
going
you said.
backwards.
No. Sorry, no. Sorry.
But when it
Not.
comes to with Maku, hold on. When it comes to the situation with Maku, I intended to cause him offence. Not everybody else, but Maku, because he caused offence to my husband based on race.
But when your scenario that you gave in the workplace, or when you were just saying just there in
No,
real
in real-
life,
anywhere
in real
out.
life, sorry, anywhere out, and that person called somebody the N-word, and then when you were describing what happened to somebody else, right? You say nigger, fine, but what I'm saying is, would you say that that person that come over and called them a nigger, would you say that person was racist? The one that
If you're
used
going
the
to come
race.
over and randomly call somebody it who's black and they react to it, I would agree with them for reacting.
Have you ever done that?
This is what a lot of people don't understand. In the real world, it is nothing like the verbal warfare on here. A lot of the verbal warfare on here has been because people have race baited, or because they don't want to give room for a discussion, or because they just don't want to, even if I'm wrong, understand where I come from or my perspective. They don't even allow a discussion where we can have the respect to move away, even if they stay in their position and I stay in mine. No, what they want to do is just race bait and race bait and race bait because of hatred for white people.
Right, okay.
And that's how I truly believe it is on these panels.
And where is
But
this
let's keep it-
apparent
let's keep-
hatred for white people?
I was going to say, let's keep it into the confines of like this channel and Sniper's channel and the people that are here. So we're talking about Maku. So you think that Maku's got hatred for white people? Or is it not included in what you were, those
I
people
think
that
he
you were
can have
describing?
white friends, but deep down underneath, he's got a disdain for them and he believes that he's better than all white people, yes.
Okay.
And
So
I would
then
say
that would
is
mean...
I would say that's black supremacy, just like some
I'll-
people who are white think they're better than black people, yeah.
So see,
I would
white
say-
supremacy
I would
and black
say that's
supremacy...
assumption
Stop for 2
and
seconds.
witchcraft.
Yeah, so you got a slander on your name and that. Yeah, sorry. So somebody that is a white supremacist and a black supremacist, would you say that that's racism?
Definitely.
Being a supremacist.
Being a supremacist, do you think that's racism?
It's one of the ways, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, exactly. So that would mean that you would think that you're better than somebody based on your race, right? And that is a definition. No, supremacy thinks that being a black supremacist thinks that my blackness is better than anybody else because I am black, just on that basis, Also, that's also a definition of racism when it comes to white people, thinking just because they're white, they're better than, exactly. So then if that's racism, because a white person's thought they're better than somebody, hence why they're using their skin color as an offense to the other person. Oh, you're black this, you're Asian this or whatever. If a white person now says that to a white person, is that racism based on that?
No.
Because can a white person be a supremacist?
They are reverting. It's a different kind of racism, but it's still racism.
So explain how, please, just quickly, if you don't mind.
Because you're still trying to use their skin color to make them feel inferior for whatever they, in any way, shape, or form. That is what they've used to try to make them feel not whole about themselves. They've had to bring up the color and make them ashamed of what they are, because that's what basically insults are, to try and make you ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, exactly. So if somebody has the exact same skin color as you and calls you out of your skin color, Is that racism? Are they making you feel ashamed because
yes, but there is an exception.
But their skin color is the
Shannon,
same.
let me explain something to you. I understand from the black community, and maybe I'm wrong, so maybe someone can actually tell me afterwards. Actually, I've got it wrong. But I've heard in very many different places on American channels, UK channels, on in comedy, all over the place, that within the black community, they themselves regard people of the N word as a lower class black. So it's not just saying you're black, it's the fact that you're saying that they are below. What you're saying is that you're using race, but within the black community, it's even worse than that.
Right. Okay. So earlier on,
for
you didn't
me,
know.
yes, black people can be racist by using the N word, because what they are trying to do is saying, I'm above you.
Okay, but previously you didn't know what the N word meant, so you needed that. You know, you
I wanted to know
what
what it meant.
Okay.
I wanted to know what it meant to Maku.
Well, okay, and Maku said that it meant somebody who is black and ignorant. Yeah, that's his definition of the N word.
Yeah.
Right. Cool. So, so my point is, the point I'm trying to get at, right, is that basically if somebody is the exact same color as you, right, the same identity, is in, like, if we're writing on a piece of paper where we're from, who we are, what our skin tone is, all that kind of stuff, if it's the exact same, can you really be premised over that person if you're the same?
So I don't believe
it's like one second. Let me just quickly finish, just very, very quickly, just add a little point. So me and my sister, we have the same parents, right? One of us is lighter than the other.
Right.
We can have an argument and a discussion about what would be classed as colorism, right, between us, but ultimately I couldn't be racist.
Which is another form of racism.
Well, this is the thing. So it would be colorism, separate, however, right?
Yeah, but it's still another form of racism.
Yeah, that's fine. We can say that. That's fine, right? But I'm going to put that just to the side. But it would be colorism, under colorism, right? But the racism part of it is the fact is we're from the same blood. We're from the same parents. We are the same. Okay, we have different personalities and so on and so forth. But how could I be more supreme to her based on my race if we're from the same people?
Because the person that's trying to put the other person down actually feels that they've got more of the lighter genes. It's simple.
Oh, no. Or what about the one that's darker? Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about. Or what if we're the exact same color?
Okay, so
all right. What if we're the exact same color then?
If you're going to talk from the dark point of view, they will believe that they got more of the melanated genes.
All right. Okay, and obviously you can see that in colorism and stuff like that. Yeah. Now, what if we're exactly the same color? Can I be racist to my sister if I say, "Oh, you black bitch"?
Yes, you still can.
So why is that? Where would the supremacy be then?
Whoa, you can't. No.
It wouldn't. In that case, it wouldn't be supremacy. Supremacy is only one form of racism.
Right. So okay. All right. That's another form. Right. So what form of racism is it if I call my sister?
Going down the road. If you're going down the road of supremacy, you've got to have the supremacy feeling for you to be racist. Then by that account, you've just cleared me of all counts of any racism that you've tried to preach to me all day.
Oh no, wait, no, 1 second.
On the grounds of my skin color.
Right, but we're going by the fact that there's different forms of racism, right? I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying there's colorism over here, there's supremacy over here, and then what's this type that you're talking about where two people are from the same nation, they look the same in skin tone, but one person has called them out of their skin?
In India, they've got the caste system, which
but caste is colorism.
So they're all the same color, Wendy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but the darker they are, no, they're not all the same color. The darker they are, the more they're looked down on.
Yeah, that's that. So Wendy, we're going to put that in the colorism category. Can't. We're going to put that in the colorism category.
I wonder who looked down on them.
Let's put the caste system in the colorism category.
Not you, Shani, the other one.
Okay, no worries, it's fine. The other Scottish one, yeah, that one. All right, cool.
This one.
Let's put the caste system, in the colorism category of racist, Let's go to these two people being from the same nation. One has called them out of their skin tone. Their skin tone is the same. There's no difference between these people. They're both dark-skinned people. They're both from Nigeria, and one person has called the other person a racial slur. that could be used back on that same person. Where is the racism? What category does it come under?
Sorry, I missed that last bit because Hector's just coming from work. So you're saying that because two people have got exactly the same skin color, and they one of them says
nation, they're from the same nation as well. So we've got.
Yeah. Well, the racism is there because they're using the skin color to make them people feel not whole. In fact, what it is a self-loathing for themselves. It shows that there's actually something wrong with
Where
themselves.
are your statistics?
They themselves.
When did you become Scottish,
Hold on,
Sean?
please allow me to answer. It means that they themselves see themselves as inferior, and therefore they're projecting that onto their counterparts.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. But so you wouldn't just say that was racialized language that person used, and not technically that person wouldn't be a racist. They were just someone using racialized language because they just use the
There was
N-word.
a time that I believed that, Shani, but Jedi and you came on and convinced me that that wasn't appropriate. So
racialized language doesn't exist anymore. You can't just be using racialized
no,
language. You have to
racialized
be a
language
racist.
still exists, but it is a form of racism.
Right. Okay. So if you use racialized language, then you can be classed as a racist.
For me, my personal view, I still say that it doesn't indicate that you are a racist, but you have been racist. So you've acted racist in that moment. It doesn't make you a full-blown racist, somebody that would actually go out of your way to affect someone in the real world.
So when do you become, one second, when do you become racist then? When you continue to do that same act of racism, small acts of racism continued over a period of time, does that then make you racist? Or is it only you're not racist if you use it just once now and again?
So for me, everything is going to be done on the situation, because the problem is you could end up with a false equivalent there. So what you could get is you could get somebody that reacts in anger on one occasion, okay?
Yeah.
And then on another occasion, does it without even thinking, okay? And then another group would actually do it knowingly on purpose for whatever, right? And then you're going to say, well, on those three occasions that lines up, that makes them racist. I would disagree. So I would say somebody that says things in anger or with reason, who actually knows that there's going to be an outcome from it. Like, so what the exact thing that I've done with Maku, right? I know there's going to be an outcome from it. I know people are going to accuse me of being racist. I know that it's going to cause a talking point. But actually, I'm not racist. I've done it for that specific reason.
Right, okay. So you intentionally said racialized language because you wanted to upset Maku. That's what you're saying?
Yes.
And
yes.
it
I
didn't
wanted
work.
to upset him because he was being racist, or wanting to upset Hector based on race. So I did it back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So from what you did, right? Okay, that's okay. Now, if somebody does that continuously, like, does that then make them a racist if they continuously do that to upset people of, like, because you're going there, your intention. One second. No, wait, 1 second. If you're intentionally using racialized language to people of color, yeah, or somebody of a different nation of you, because you know that affects them and you're going to get a rise out of them, or you're retaliating. If you continuously do that to somebody or different people or whatever, does that then make you racist, or you're not racist? You're just using racialized language whenever you feel like it because you feel it's appropriate at these times.
Right. So the answer to that is, if you're going out of your way to deliberately do it on purpose, then you're racist. But if you're doing it in retaliation, no, because if you've already stated in the past, which I have, that I do it to mirror people and to show them that they're actually being racist, even if they don't think they are, then no.
Okay,
because if you're doing it in retaliation, you're not the instigator. You need to be wanting to instigate that situation. I wasn't looking for a situation to instigate to cause Maku to be racist to me.
But if you're an instigator,
Maku was looking to instigate a situation
to draw you out. Yeah, he was looking to draw you out. 1 second, Maku, very quickly.
Was I racist to her though?
Wait, well, Maku, she thinks you were. Just very quickly, yeah. So based on that, yeah, if somebody's drawing you out, right, then if somebody's drawing you out, then you have the right to kind of use racialized language. What you're saying is what makes you racist is if you go out intentionally to be racist to people, perhaps by making, you know, YouTube videos or calling people the N-word, maybe making videos of a group of black men and turning them into monkeys and stuff like that. Wouldn't that in itself be racist, acts of a racist, perhaps? Based on your logic of what racism is.
If it was
because you're
done
different to that, because you don't do that. No,
if it was done without retaliation, if it wasn't, look, if somebody's doing it under the same sort of premise as I am, under retaliation, right?
Yeah.
So somebody else
immediate
has done a racial video. Huh?
No, but the thing is, with you, it was immediate. It was like somebody attacked your husband, you attacked them back, like straight away. Like that was immediate. That was just protecting your family. That was lioness,
it's passion for the fact that I don't like people being racial to Hector. Yes.
Yeah, of course. You know what I mean? Same thing. Do the exact same thing. Yeah. So that's obviously. But now, if somebody intentionally goes and thinks about it, plans it out, there's like, what do they call that? A motive. They have like that they don't like this group of people, but they want to hurt them. So then what they do is they make something that's intentionally going to be racist, intentionally going to hurt them. That person then becomes a racist based on what you're saying. Because if you're only retaliating
if you can prove that was the motive intent, yes.
Oh, but no, but the fact of the matter is, if somebody sat there and made a video and used their editing skills and so on and so forth to offend people and be racist and call them monkeys or compare them to monkeys using racial slurs and so on and so forth, you know, calling somebody the N-word just because they feel that they can do and so on. So, like, these things are not what you did, Jupiter, because what you did was just to protect your husband. That's all you did. In a situation where you felt attacked and you didn't like the way that somebody spoke to your husband, you retaliated. I would have done the same thing. However, what you said racism is when somebody is intentional, when they think about it, when they've actually sat there and gone, you know what, I'm going to make a video up X, Y, and Z to hurt somebody, to use racialized language and hurt this person. That's racism, isn't it?
Yes and no. So yes, it would appear so at first glance. But if you actually spoke to somebody and it turns out that they've had
they've got an explanation of their racism.
No. Can I finish?
Okay, sorry.
Right? If somebody is retaliating to somebody else who's been racial to them, then you would have to bring in the retaliation situation in. But on the face of it, at first glance, yeah, it would look like that. Yeah.
So okay, let's get some case studies, examples out. So if somebody has been horrible to somebody because they don't like them, they've mocked them and all this kind of stuff, and then that person retaliates with racism, is that fair? Shouldn't it just be that you mock them with
if they've not been attacked racially first? No, it's not fair.
Right. So if somebody makes a video about Jungle Book and monkeys and all this kind of stuff, based on the fact that the people that they're making the video of, they don't like them, they have arguments with them and so on and so forth, but never racial, would that be racism? Would that person be racist?
Yeah, but if there was a situation where EastEnders characters was used and you were getting at because you were white and you felt that was racist towards you, and so you did it as a retaliation, then in my book it wouldn't be, because they're retaliating. They've been provoked. It's been race baited.
So there's okay. So, but this is the thing. So what we're getting now is we're getting these groups of what racism is, what it isn't. But for you, it's kind of to use your word, nuanced, because there's always context behind it. Because it doesn't matter however much it falls into a category of it being racist by your definition, you then give that person, depending on if you like that person or not, a leeway to say, actually, well, it's not racist because this, and this, and this. But you do that with people that you like, but you can't do that with Maku. One second. Let me just finish, because what I'm describing here is Wendy. If you haven't understood that, but I'm just describing Wendy and what she's previously done. It seems like it falls into the category of what you say racism is. However, when I'm giving you these like, you understand it's Wendy, you're then now saying, actually, well, it depends if this has happened and that's happened. But then with Maku now, you can't have, there's no excuse. There's zero excuse to his racism towards your husband. There's no excuse. It's racism, point blank racism. But this is a Nigerian man calling another Nigerian man, a dark-skinned Nigerian man calling a dark-skinned Nigerian man the N-word. But in your eyes, that's racism, point blank. There's no other excuse there. But when Wendy does something that is point blank racist based on your racism category, you've got all the excuses in the world now as to, well, maybe it was because this happened beforehand and so on and so forth.
Hold on. No, that's not true. Because if you were listening earlier, you would hear quite clearly when I brought up to do with having somebody who was white ruling Nigeria, okay? I quite clearly stated that I believed that Wendy was... Me and Wendy had a difference of opinion over that. I quite clearly believe that that was racist. But it doesn't mean I believe that she is a racist. I believe there's a difference between a racist situation or ideal and somebody that actually carries it out and is a racist. Okay? So when I spoke to her, she disagrees with me, by the way. I said to her, no, I think it is racist, Wendy, because you're going down ethnic lines. And she said, well, I don't believe it is. So if you're trying to say that I only say things to try and cover up for Wendy, no, it's not. It's just that most of the time I understand where Wendy's coming from. Now, when it came to that video to do with Jedi, I didn't know that video existed until one day it was played on Jedi's. And I did go back and ask Wendy, why did you do that video? It does look a little bit racist. And she said, do you know why I done that video? I said, no. She said, because every time I went over there, they had EastEnders characters, and I feel that they're doing that to get at me because I'm white. And I was like, okay, well, she's got a reasoning behind why she's done it. Therefore, I'm not going to judge her for it.
Okay. No, okay. So okay. I might just have to turn it to
bollocks, though.
Just quickly tie it. Quickly
but
tie
that is
it
what
to Wendy.
Wendy told me. She's here. Ask her.
You, Wendy.
Yeah, that's why I did it.
But you understand. You 1 second. But Wendy, you understand that it wasn't that, though, right? Is it? Sorry, Maku.
Look, we've been right through the subject of that video, and that is why I did it.
But
that's
I'm saying, the EastEnders characters that were here, now that wasn't about any racism, right?
Well, when it was brought up and we was talking about it, it was pointed out that apparently it's not racism. What they don't mean anything by the characters out of EastEnders, but still to this day, I do wonder when Bianca Jackson pops up on the screen on this panel.
When it's MJ, a ginger woman that pops up with Bianca Jackson, you still wonder whether it's racism because you're dumb. You're fucking dumb.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm saying about EastEnders. That's all.
You people calling people nigger. You calling people nigger. Your friend calling people nigger. That's not racist. Yeah, but EastEnders avatars. Yeah, well,
no, what I said was racist to Maku. Hold on. I said what I said was racist to Maku, but I want it to.
No, I'm talking to Wendy. Okay. Wendy said that it was right and normal. So she don't.
Her reaction was, yeah.
No, man, stop it, man. Stop it. You already started when I questioned you over that. Don't try to go there again.
But her reaction was.
I had a nice little.
For some reason, which we still haven't got to.
Yeah, bro.
Maku called.
Sorry.
Maku called Hector that word, and I'm still waiting to hear why he even said it.
Sorry, I hadn't even been allowed to respond.
He told you. So let's get to the bottom of that. Maku, why did you refer to? Because I know you answered already. Why did you refer to Hector as a nigger?
As I said, explained before, it's due to his ignorance. He's an ignorant black man. Do you get what I'm saying? And I had to make Jupiter know, that ignorant black man the one who would sit around and, you know, allow the abuses and the disrespect and how he was going on. Remember, it was the way he was going on at the time. If it was just that he was in the background, calm and quiet, it makes no sense for me to then abuse him. This is not what it's based
Okay.
on. It's
But I
based
don't
on
believe
him.
you, Maku, because when I gave that definition that Chris Rock thinks like that about that the people that you like that get called the N word, right? When I was on here and I pointed that out about Chris Rock, you all laughed, said I was an idiot, and now you're sitting here today agreeing with what Chris Rock says. So I don't believe that's
Coming
why
from
you called him that word.
Sorry, coming from you, yeah, a known racist, it was funny.
Well,
It was
in
funny
your
to us.
eyes, in
No,
your eyes.
hold on. It was because you're listening to Chris Rock. That's funny to us.
Well, yeah, because he's a funny guy.
Right. So what do you think? We would have heard it long time before you. It's not nothing new.
Well, how what? You know the date and the time or what?
No,
But the racism for comedic effect, right? He's a comedian.
Thank you. So the whole point
Listen,
is,
when I pointed out that the woman that should not be mentioned said to me, "Watch this, and you'll see what I mean by a difference between an ordinary black guy and the N-word." So I watched it and I listened to what this guy was saying, right? And I came on here and I said about it. And you, Maku, oh no, that's not true. That's not true. And now you're sitting saying, yeah, the N-word is a black man that's ignorant and stupid. Blah, blah, blah.
From my perspective.
Can I ask a question when you're done, Maku, please?
Sorry, yeah. From my perspective, Wendy, yeah, and I'm allowed to have that perspective. I'm allowed to use it in the same way and quantify it. If I didn't quantify it, then you'd be right in what you're saying. You'd have all right to question me. But I fully explained it. Jupiter even knows in what term I meant. Yeah, we play back the tape and we heard it. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm surprised that she heard it, but then she's saying, okay, you know what I mean? You're saying that he's an ignorant black man. Right? What, for being me because he's black? Not because he's black. That doesn't make sense. I'm not going to attack him because he's black. No way. I didn't even attack him because he was Nigerian. I didn't even attack him because he's from a different tribe from me.
So why did you use it then?
Right, because he's an ignorant individual. And right, he'd already cussed somebody else. Yeah, he came on.
So why couldn't you have just said you're an ignorant individual?
No, I was talking to Jupiter. Do you get what I'm saying? He had fallen back for a couple seconds, and then me and Jupiter was talking, yeah. And then I said, and she was like, "Oh well, you know, you always defending black people. I'm always defending anyone who I feel is righteous. Do you get it? It's not about color. You lot have an issue with colorism. This one, working out what racism is. As I said, I don't lose sleep over such things." Yeah, because I fully know the definition.
Neither do I.
You know what's sad, yeah? Do you know what's sad, yeah? Like I find it very sad that we're at this position where racists can't be racist.
I know.
Because they're worried about what other people think about them or what the consequences. That's why I didn't want to live in this type of world. I wanted to be in a world where if a man thinks you're a nigger or a man thinks you're below them because of the color of your skin, that they could express that in a way that would alert you to their thoughts. Now, like, you have to be racist on the quiet. And I think that's why we're experiencing what we are now, because racists can't be proud like they used to be. They can't be out. And I think that was the shit. Driving racism underground has made it more difficult. We like people that wave the flag and let us know, yo, I ain't feeling you guys because of your race. That's really reassuring because you know where you stand with these people. And I just think it's just a sad time now, man, because like you're not gonna like what I'm saying, Wendy, but you're clearly a racist or clearly have enjoyed being a racist or sitting on the racist side of the fence. But when it suits you to try and clean up your PR, it's like you want to appear like you're not, and like you care about everyone. And I think it's a shame that you've been forced in your country to be dishonest to survive. But I do understand it.
Well, there's it's not being forced. It's the law, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been forced. Yeah, it's been forced.
Well, it's the law,
Under
and
threat of
without the
duress.
law, you get anarchy. So within
There's
this
nothing wrong with
country,
anarchy. There's
you
nothing
can't
wrong with
run
anarchy.
around being racist. Yeah.
Oh, is it?
There's nothing wrong with anarchy. Yeah, it simply
Well, I
means
think there is. Yeah.
It simply means living without appointed government. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Well, I
There's
don't
lots of people,
like that
there's lots of
idea.
people around the world that live without under the rule of an appointed government, and they're just fine. In fact, their society has less crime, less suicide rates, less alcoholism, less child abuse, less rape,
right?
Yeah, and less issues with immigration. So I think, like, you know, even though you feel like you're living in the shining west and this model is the best.
No, I don't think I'm living in the shining west at all.
Therefore, you might want to understand.
Can you show me an example of that?
There's thousands of people living outside of government lines in the Amazon. They are deemed as indigenous. They don't have a government. They don't have a police station. They don't vote for a prime minister or president.
Okay, but they live in what we would call a high society. But do they live in a technical age with the populations that we've got?
No, they don't. No.
What do you mean a technical age? What's that? What do you mean?
Well, if we were to go back to village life, you wouldn't find all the intricacies and complexities of the structured system that we've got. So I would imagine that there are going to be less problems.
Well, exactly.
So what's less people, you're all going to be just related.
What? Do you think everyone's related?
That's weird, isn't it?
Well, I'm asking you, where?
You're waffling, man. Just allow it, man. You asked me for an example. I gave it. Yeah. Hold on, Freddie. I know you did want to chat as well, brother. Hold on for me, please. Yeah. But like, I don't know. It's like you're trying to move the goalposts. I gave you an example of people that living in the way that I described, and now you're talking about technology and technical and blah blah blah. It's all bollocks. At the end of the day, do they have a better quality of life? Yes, they do. Do they have lower suicide rates and mental health rates? Yeah, they do, innit? So, like, this is what it is. And more than likely, they're not being culled by these modern diseases. They're probably not dying of monkeypox.
Okay,
COVID.
so what happens if they get appendicitis and they don't have a
They're probably
surgeon?
not dying of cancer created by radiation.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
What do you mean, yeah, of course? Do you think they are?
Yes, of course they are.
You think the people in the Amazon are dying from radiation poisoning, radiation cancer? That's what you think.
Radiation cancer. I thought you just said cancer.
Radiation caused by cancer. If you see, you're
That's
too
not
willing
the
to
only cancer you can get.
But this is what I mentioned, though. Was it not?
Well, if you want to talk about radiation cancer, yeah, all right.
All right, cool then. So yeah.
What about if they're, they need their appendix out and things like that?
Listen, I don't know what you're on about, mate. Like, you're
So
asking me
okay,
about
you've got a woman.
Now you're talking about
You've got a woman in the Amazon needs an operation.
You move the goalposts, or you won't stop until the point that you want to prove is somehow correct. Like, allow it, man. You asked me for example.
No, I don't want to be correct.
But so okay, so you want to talk about what happens if someone in the Amazon wants their appendix removed? I don't know.
They'll do the operation. They're not stupid people.
No. So what? What now? I don't know what happened. What now? Where was this
That's
leading
okay.
to?
That's fine then.
Exactly. It's just mute points after mute points. You really.
It's not a mute point. It's an important point.
You really need to spend a little bit more time around the man them, because you're getting rusty, Wendy. I don't know where you've been sparring, but it's fucking shit. You're at all time low. You was trying to.
Oh, here we go with personal insults.
Give a point to the man for that. Give a point to the man.
It's an observation of your debate technique.
Well, you're getting rusty as well because how long have you allowed rapists on your panel?
Back up, man. Let me talk without you like being right on the tail end, so I get some breathing space to make my point, so I don't get confused with your dumbness. Please.
Well, you're dumb as well.
I'm not. I'm more intelligent than you. I've told you this.
No,
time
you're
and time
not.
again. I am, though. I just am. And
You're
you
very
say, no, you're not.
biased. You're very biased and
Maybe,
bigoted. Yeah.
but I use my intelligence to lead my bias.
You're not,
So if I'm
your
biased,
intelligence isn't that high.
if I'm biased, it's based on an intelligent choice, not like you. You're based off ignorance and fear. That's why you're a
Okay,
racist.
fine. Yeah, 1 point to you then.
Thank you. I'll collect all the points. I don't see you scoring
Yeah,
the points.
you do that.
You jumped on the panel. I've not seen you
Meanwhile,
score
enjoy
points.
the rapist that sits on your panel right now.
Well, he come from your
Wait.
section.
You saying that to me,
If there's
Wendy?
a
No,
rapist
we
on the
don't
panel,
play men.
I am
We're going
saying
to
that
put
to
the
you, yeah.
white racism right here. He's Scotty.
Wait.
We don't play
Coming
men.
from the bed of xenophobic leashes.
Are we gonna deflect to a man that has
Deflecting,
said
boy.
10 words in
That was very bad
in an hour?
deflection.
Are we gonna
Bad
deflect?
deflection.
He's not even Scottish. He's not
Hold on
Scottish.
means hold on. Hold on means hold on. Doesn't mean keep talking. Are we gonna deflect onto a man that has been on the panel for over an hour and said barely 10 words? Is that what this conversation is gonna now be about?
No, you said that I've got rusty, and I said, well, you're getting rusty because you're allowing rapists onto your panel now.
Anyone's
Wendy.
allowed on this panel. Anyone
Okay.
is allowed on this panel.
Rapist,
There's 2
all
points
it
for you
is
then.
is, hold on. All it is you just provide the information, yeah, and you let us know this man you guys know is a rapist. You let us know that, and you give us the info. That's
Which
what
isn't
you can really
correct.
do. I asked Jupiter what her problem was, and I told her to be precise. She said he's engaged in things that she's not really a fan of, and she doesn't really want to get into it, and yada yada yada. We didn't get into him being a rapist, just that apparently he was accused and not charged. So I didn't see the evidence of my man being guilty of rape. But cool.
He
That's what
went
you're
to the
saying.
police station and he
I don't
said
think
to
it's
the
a
police,
police.
wait a minute,
I don't even
Sean.
want to talk about that right now.
No, Wendy,
Okay, leave
Wendy.
that
You
subject
say this
then.
about
Leave
me
it.
everywhere.
We'll get back to it though.
We
And
will-
just for the record, I for one have no sympathy and no medication and no rehabilitation for rapists or pedophiles. That's just my point of view. I don't think that rapists or pedophiles can be reintroduced to our society, and I don't think they can ever be constructive for our progression. So I would never be
I agree.
bigging up a rapist or whatever. But my man claims that he's not a rapist. What do you want us to do? From the level of dishonesty you display, I'd be very worried for anyone to just take your word for it.
Well, you go along and agree with Sean. I'm not saying nothing else. You find out for yourself.
You don't. I suggest you don't.
Can I just quickly ask a question?
Yeah.
The question is, sorry, where does this? Where does
you know what, Danny? Sorry. Just for the interest of fairness, brother Freddie, man, you've been waiting for so long. Thank you for your patience. I got to let you
No,
in
you're
there.
cool, family, man. All I was gonna say is that I agree with everything you're saying, man. The government and modern societies and modern civilizations silence their tongue, innit? They can't actually portray what they want to say because fear of handcuffs. You know what I'm saying? So it's really the government that think that your views are ugly and outdated. It's not us. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I wish you could actually speak your mind and call us a nigger every day. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, I don't want to call people that. Thank you.
No, you've already done it. So it's not really.
No, I don't want to call people that. I've done it once.
Thing that I'm waiting for. I'm not waiting for you to do it. You've already done it, Wendy, and so has Jupiter. You know what I'm saying?
I've done
I
it
was just gonna ask you 1 second. I was just gonna ask you. Do you think you're the Jupiter? No, I'm saying. Do you think you and Wendy are best judges of how to judge racism and what racism is?
I don't think anyone is.
Yeah, I think we've all got our own stories to tell.
Did you think Tommy Robinson was racist along your story?
I don't like Tommy Robinson. Don't speak to me about Tommy Robinson. Okay?
No, but it took you 3 years to see racism in him. It took you 3 whole years to see racism in him.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if you think you're the best.
Furthermore, you just assumed that she's seen racism in him. Where did you even get that from? She might not have. Just because she's not fucking with him, no, I don't mean she thinks he's racist.
Yeah.
I bet she's not even had a conversation
Difference
with the
of
guy.
opinion, supposedly.
But I can remember 3 years you lot running behind him, and you never saw racism
I
in
still
any.
support. See, this is where you need to get it right, Freddie, right? Because I still support Tommy Robinson and being able to speak about groomed girls. And that is the support I gave him right from the beginning. It was other people that deflected and said that I supported him because of he's supposed to have racist views, which, by the way, I don't believe he's got. But even if he did have, I wouldn't be supporting him on that. I supported him on what he's done for groomed girls.
Yeah, no, you made that clear. You made that clear for years. You've been waffling that for hours. What I'm saying is, if you cannot see the racism in him and the whole of Britain can see it, there must be an issue within you. You may not be the best judge or character to put racism in light. You can't judge racism at all. If in my humble perspective, because the man who was rolling this for years, you couldn't see the racism that he was dealing with.
Your racism, then you're correct. But I don't believe that you're right. I believe that you have gone over the top with racism just to try and portray every white person as a racist. Okay?
Okay, fair enough. That don't make no sense, innit? But whatever. I'm just sad that your government don't think that your views are valid. That's the main thing what JEDI said, innit? And it is sad.
The government doesn't think that any of our views are valid. You know, your view, my view,
No, definitely
no
don't
one's
think your
view.
views are valid. You see your far right views.
Yeah, but guess the problem with it.
But they don't think your views are valid neither. None of us, they don't care about
Yeah, but
any of
guess
us.
what though? Guess what? Up until now, that has been run by white people, right?
What?
Well, no, all this stuff is by, because if you look at the very important positions in the government, you will see that they're not white people actually. Apart from the prime minister, there's a certain shade that seems to be there that is
and things are worse now than ever, right? Now that there's non-white people in government.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go that far, but I would say in some
Wendy's
areas.
just said yes. Wendy has just said yes. Is that because there's non-white people in government, Wendy?
No, it's because they say things and don't keep their word and they lie all the time.
Because they're non-white.
No.
What's the correlation then? Because you said things are at all-time worse now, and
Priti Patel lies all the time. Oh, she's going to do this. Oh, she's going to do that. She never does bloody nothing in a job as home.
But because she's an Asian, does it matter?
Yeah, but I don't think that's down to colour. I don't think colour's relevant.
Wendy, sorry. Wendy, is she the worst Home Secretary in your memory? You're not intelligent, Wendy.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, we need another Margaret Thatcher, then we'll be all right.
That's not why I asked you. That's not why I asked you, but you're not intelligent enough to answer the question. You didn't answer.
No, well, she's the worst. Yeah, she is, yeah.
Yes, she is. You're dumb, Wendy,
but there's nothing to do with her colour.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So then what is the current... Can we ask?
Okay, she comes out with, "Oh, we're going to do this and we're going to do that," and she does absolutely nothing.
Yeah, no. I was
let her
going
answer me her answer. That's it.
Yeah. I was going to say, we talk to the Scottish
how damn she just made herself sound.
Mm-hmm.
I just asked you.
Shani.
Oh God.
I was going to say, can we speak to the Scottish guy now about his accusations?
Nah. Because
I answered them before, believe it or not.
Yeah, we got
He's
a video.
not
I don't want to get
Scottish, by the way.
That's for when this racism segment dies out. Then there might be that.
But he's not Scottish.
Actually, I'm more
This is
Scottish
a
than
serious
you.
deflection,
Can I quickly say something? For me, the reason that I said that they were a certain shade is not because it matters, but because it doesn't matter. Because people like to say that all the implementations and everything that's going on in this country is down to white people. And actually, our government is just not run by just white people. Despite what people do. And that was the point I was trying to make. That's
I know. And the point I made was, how recently is that? And And is this government at an all-time worst? Well, Wendy said yes. She said things are.
Well, it is. It's a very bad government. It's a terrible government.
Yeah. And it's because it's made up of non-whites, which you said yes.
No, I wouldn't.
No,
say
I didn't
that.
say yes to that.
Yes, you did.
I would say that the difference is that more people are literate now than ever before, and therefore they understand when they're being played more, to be honest. I would say it's a more
Priti Patel is one of the biggest liars we've ever had in the Home Office. Yeah, she's a liar. She's conceited. Yeah.
Horrible person.
Sounds like
Horrible.
you.
I agree. I agree.
Fucking Asian.
Oh, I've not that point. But yeah, I agree. I actually think she's a bit of a coon as well, to be honest with you. But,
well, I wouldn't go that far. No.
Well, I don't think
you go worse.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. It'd be a bit racist, wouldn't it, if you said it?
Well, actually, my thoughts on Priti Patel has nothing to do with her colour.
Yeah.
No, but you know why I called her a coon is because as a person of colour, I think that she doesn't stand with people of colour. So she acts as if like
she can't. She can't. She's in government. Hang on, wait a minute. She can't.
All right, let me finish what I'm saying.
And is Hector in government?
Yeah, but she's not meant to. You can't only take.
She's not meant to be. She's not meant to be stood there just for people of colour.
Understand. Right, no, but that's not what I was saying because you didn't let me finish. Thank you very much. And I'm saying I don't feel that she stands by them in the sense of now, if my parents are immigrants, I'm going to do everything I can to obviously support other people that are immigrants, right? Because I know
why should she? No. Why should she?
Because she comes from the line of immigrant. She understands what it's like to be an immigrant or to be a child.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with her job. Don't you understand?
It does. If she works,
she can't make it personal on the fact that her parents were immigrants.
It's about having empathy. It's about having.
This is why I said I want an Englishman as the prime minister.
My point is.
Thank you, Shani. Wait a second. Wait. Why?
Shana, can you mute her, please? I'm not trying to shout. Come on. Let's have an adult conversation. Let me finish what I'm saying. You're saying you would rather have a white prime minister now because of my points. I haven't even finished my points. My points are, the fact of the matter is, it's important to have a government that is multicultural in a multicultural society. So then there's people that have empathy and understanding of other people's experiences. Now, if we have a society that is multicultural, but only led by white people, caring only about white people, what do we have? A racist nation. And that's what you're looking for. You're looking for a nation that only backs white people and has empathy for white people and not empathy for people of other colors. It's very difficult to have empathy if you don't know somebody that is from these places that have those experiences. It's really difficult. You can feign empathy. You can completely feign empathy.
Look, as her position in the government, she cannot, and that's why she doesn't do it. She cannot be constantly thinking, "Oh, well, my parents were immigrants, therefore I understand how hard it is. Therefore, I'm going to take it easy on all the immigrants." She can't do that.
But why? Okay, that's fine. I don't expect her to do that. I am saying it's about having empathy and understanding. And it's as if she's a bloody icebox. Like she is disgusting and cold and I think she's horrendous, yeah, especially to people that are immigrants. When she comes from an immigrant background, it doesn't make no sense.
Like who? Well, hang on. How's she being disgusting and cold towards immigrants?
Wait a second. Let me. Oh, because we're going to go on to. I can't even bother. Right? Let me not give examples. I can, but then it means I have to go away and get examples. I can't bother. We all know that she is for the same reasons that you don't like her, right?
No, I don't like her because she doesn't carry out what she says. Like this Rwandan deal. I've yet to see it happen.
Right. And this Rwandan deal, that is something, for example, that I think shows a lack of empathy to people of colour. That's what I think. There's an example. But anyway, back to the point is, it's like having women in power. Why were women given the vote? Why is it not just white men now in power? It should be white men. Why do you even want a woman in government? It should be white men.
I don't mind. I hope there's a political race that's going on at the moment. I'm really hoping that Liz Truss does win. Yeah.
No, but we don't. Why do we need a woman? We don't need a woman. We need men.
Why not?
Men in government. Oh,
because the job of government is down to the men. Because otherwise women would be...
Oh, sure, you need to get back in the Victorian times.
The women,
Wow.
no, wait a minute, but the women, but the thing is, if the women come, they're going to have empathy for other women and women's issues, right? We don't want that.
No,
why would we want them to
they
have?
don't.
Why would the women that come into Parliament be able to have empathy for women's issues and talk about women's things and bring up women's things in Parliament? We wouldn't want that. Let's have all the men discussing about.
Margaret Thatcher didn't. Theresa May didn't. The women don't do that.
I'm saying in Parliament.
Career politician women do not do that.
So they never talk about women's issues and then use it back to themselves when they're in the Houses of Parliament, in their debates, and talk about how they have empathy or understanding of women. We should just have men. Why do we even have women?
Oh, I forgot. You're a follower of the... Yeah, okay. Well, no, sorry. No, I don't agree. That's like
Shani,
Victorian
you make good
thinking.
points. You make very valid points.
Yeah, all right then, Auntie. Yeah.
Auntie what?
Watch it, Shani. He'll be asking you to donate to him and stalking you soon.
Jupiter, you know you make some really outlandish claims that really could take you for a lot of money in the Queen's Bench.
That is what you are. That is what you are. Don't even get me started.
Is
anyway,
that substantially true or substantially misleading? Stop misleading people, Jupiter, on the backs of what other people say, such as the Wasp.
Is your people too? Is British?
No, man. You know him.
Well, actually, anybody from this kingdom is from this kingdom. Okay. Anybody from another kingdom is from another kingdom.
Exactly. There you go. Sean thinks you're his brethren.
Well, I don't know why you're pretending to be Scottish, because you're not Scottish. Are you, Sean?
What says you?
We don't want to deflect on that, man. We don't really care about that. But I got a little video, right? Because
go on, bro.
My whole theme today was going to be about can you be racist but love someone from another race? And can you from another race love someone that is racist? Right? That is kind of wanted to explore that whole theme. That's why I had this picture up, right, of Stephen and Monsieur Candy, because from the movie,
bastard.
Yeah, it was. It's it was what it is, where it is, isn't it? Monsieur Candy. Have you seen the film Django?
I've seen Django.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very funny.
No, don't interest me.
Have you seen it?
I've seen it.
No.
No. Okay, cool. So basically, the character that you're in the role of is a white slave owner, plantation owner. And Samuel L. Jackson plays Stephen, his house slave, whatever, yeah? Stephen's got a lot of love.
So I would say that's racist then. The connotation of it all is racist.
No, it's actually contextual because Friday we had a black African defending a white woman's right to say nigger and call black people nigger. And I think it was, if you watch the film, you'd see the context. There's nothing racist about what I've done at all. In fact,
but don't you think you should ask him why he feels that way?
It's actually quite a humorous but insightful nod towards the Stockholm syndrome that Uncle Hector seems to have. When it comes to
Hector doesn't have Stockholm syndrome.
When it comes to chastising his wife for using
you're talking nonsense,
racist language. Sorry, I don't get.
You're just You're just trying to abuse my husband yet again.
There's no abuse at all.
And this is what we call the race baiting.
There's
and
no
this
abuse
is what
at
we
all.
say.
No. Wait, stop. No,
Conversation,
you said nigger. No, you said nigger. Hold on, no. Wait. Jupiter, sorry, but let's get this right. You said nigger. He defended you.
Was you?
Hold on, let me speak, man. Let me speak. No. Stop trying to edit my voice.
You had your mixed race kid.
Let me
speak. You on the plantation?
Can I speak, please? Do you mind? I've muted you because I would like to continue speaking without being interrupted. Is that okay? Because I don't want to have to hit a button. Yeah? Monsieur Candy. What I'm saying is you have a very loyal black man around you that will defend you even when you are using racially offensive language. And it's not just now. Now is not the first occasion. It's not the last. We've heard him saying, like you said on one of your streams, telling you to go harder, be more racist, use more foul language. So we understand the context of this picture is actually strikingly accurate and shows intelligence. You want to numb it. You want to say this is abuse. This ain't abuse. I'm depicting what happened on Friday, and I'm putting it in a current context for those that are up to date with media and films. They would understand the reference. It's actually clever. It's not about racism. This ain't racist. They're two actors. It's a film. This ain't about racism. But the roles that they play actually remind me of you and your husband's roles, because he has an undying loyalty towards you, regardless of what you say or do. In the film, Miss Your Candy, I think, hits a little black girl with a hammer.
If you're trying to drag me, you ain't gonna walk. I'm done with you. You're all intellectually.
If you're done with me, why would you come into the room to say anything? If you're done, then you're done. Why are you interrupting while I'm talking? I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm just explaining the picture.
But why mention me in your picture? I don't care if you're Pablo Picasso. Don't mention me. Don't paint me in your picture. What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't you guys listen, though? You have dragged me in again by mentioning me. Now you're going to
shut up, man. You ain't got nothing else going on, man.
What's going to happen today?
You got nothing else going on, man. Shut up, man. Shut up. Are you here for convo or not? You here for convo or not? You want to chat, or are you not involved? Which one is it? You don't want to be involved. Do you want to be involved? Which one is it? Carl, we've been chatting about you for the last 6 fucking hours, near enough. So I don't know why you piping up now. Yeah, I was just explaining the picture, man, and the context behind it, and just letting Jupiter know that this ain't about this is not racist. It's not a racist picture. You know what I mean? It's all about the loyalty that the black man has to his white counterpart that is extremely racist. And the reason why I brought that up was to say that this was the topic that I actually wanted. This is the overarching theme that I wanted to cover on today's show. It's very simple. Boom. So that being said, I
would say that it's a very simple thing to do. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a video about a racist who has a biracial daughter, and it reminded me of a racist woman that uses the word nigger and throws it around, but has biracial kids. So yeah, I don't know if you want to view this and see. Like, I don't know what's said in this video. It just looked kind of interesting, so I wanted to watch it with you. Hopefully, watch it with Jupiter as well, and just see if we can explore this dimension of having certain views, but also having family from different races, and just exploring the dynamic. Khan, your alarm's gone off.
Wakey.
All right, cool, man. Cool. Yeah, and anyone's free to jump on and hit the panel. But yeah, I'm gonna play.
As a country, we've talked a lot about racism since the killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis last year. King 5 launched an original series looking at race and inequities in Western Washington. After our first episode of Facing Race, a white man from Renton emailed us saying that he needed advice, even some help. Tonight, Kristen Ayers begins a series of reports about his personal reckoning with racism.
His name is Steve Ramey, a 60-year-old white Western Washington man, a husband, a father. And there's one more thing you should know about Steve.
I know that I'm racist and I don't want to be. I don't mean to be. I'm trying not to be.
Late last year, on an episode of King's Facing Race broadcast, he admitted,
I see a group of white kids and I see a group of black kids. I'm going to be more on guard with the black kids because of the way that I was trained, the way I was raised.
Not what you'd expect from a man whose stepdaughter, Caitlin Noble, is biracial. Steve married Caitlin's mother, Alex, and has raised Caitlin since she was a toddler.
Yeah, he's all I know as a father figure.
Anyone got anything to say so far? Anything?
Me. That's not his blood daughter. This is the first observation I know.
Yeah. I noticed that. I didn't realize that. The title was a bit misleading, right?
Man, that has to play a part in it, Jez. Like, come on, bro. If it's not your blood, it's a little different if it's not your blood daughter. Yeah, you raised her as a toddler, blah, blah, blah. But if that's not your blood, it's a different vibe there. So that's the first thing I noticed. First thing I noticed was, he's racist. Hold on, Juice. Let me land, Juice. I got you, Juice. Let me land though. But look, he's racist. He said he was born racist, raised racist. He's racist, and he don't want to be racist. And he has the crazy thing is he has a biracial daughter, but I noticed quickly that daughter is not his blood. So y'all take from that what you will, but that's my first observation I see.
Yeah, I hear you. Go on, Jukes.
First of all, I want to say that I think that most people, no matter who they're brought up by, will have a slight bias or bigotry towards their own. So I don't think it's unusual for somebody to have an innate bias to have a preference to their own. I think even black people do that. However, if you've got mixed race children, I don't see how you would be like that. I don't, but it's not his child, so yeah, I don't think it would affect him the same way, to be honest.
Well, he's raised her from a baba though, so
it's not the same. Don't care what anyone says. Raising someone else's child is not the same.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a different vibe when it. So of course he's still racist, and he can't shake his racism. He doesn't technically have a mixed race child.
Okay.
Maybe that would change him, maybe not. I don't know. I'm willing to listen to, people who have mixed race kids that was raised around racist people. I would love to
none
hear
of you
that.
are step parents to a child that you view as your own, or is that's just a myth?
No, I do. You do for the time being, in a sense, Jez. You feel me? I've been a step parent, but now that me and the girl ain't like that, then look at them not completely done. You feel me? I still show up to the events and shit, but it's different. It's different now that we're not in the same household.
Yeah.
I'm not at every event like I was when we were in the same household, because at the end of the day, it's not my child. You feel me? If I'm completely honest, like I don't have to be at every event because it's not my child. So it's gonna feel a little bit different when there's stepchildren. So if he was raised in a racist household and now he's saying I don't want to be racist, and I don't know, maybe the little mixed race child is kind of changing his mind, but if that mixed race child look old and he's still saying he don't want to be racist, like that's different. It's different. It's not his child.
Okay. Anyone else?
I don't think it's an excuse for him to be racist to her if he's racist to her. I don't know if he is, but we'll see that as we go on. But what I want to say is that I want to elaborate on this. What I mean when you look, you can have a step parent that loves somebody else's kids and raise them as a dad, but you still are not going to have that innate understanding or feeling of all these kids are mine and I love this child exactly the same. I don't care what anyone says.
Does Hector claim your kids?
Oh man, I knew I was gonna say that.
So Hector will say is their stepdad, yeah. But the elder ones were quite old when we got together, so really he didn't.
The younger ones? The younger
ones would see him as somebody that took a stepfather role, yeah.
And that's genuine, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Even my elder children have got a hell of a lot of respect for Hector. They know he's a good guy.
Yeah. Sorry, I farted. You know when you fart and you're in the room and then someone walks in, like, you just have to, like,
yeah.
I don't think I just farted, man. Man. This dude stinks.
It's a matter, man, because there's been times where there's been the girl and she's had the racist dad, and fucking hell, if he weren't around, everything would be good. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? Fucking hell, you just got a big old racist about, and no matter what happens, how many yellow grandchildren he's got, he's not accepting none of it.
Yeah, but It's weird, Freddie, because that girl with the racist dad, just say hypothetically you had a baby with her, right? That racist dad may genuinely love the mixed race baby, but still go out in the streets and call everybody niggas. Still say, I don't fuck with them, except my grandbaby. My grandbaby is one of the good ones. You know what I'm saying?
You know what they say? Now the world can't beat to the beat just one drum. Well, might be rap for some, might rap for some.
Man. It fucks up the whole tune as well. Man.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Shut your racialized mouth.
We got on the full circle, man. We got on the full circle from white people adopting black children. We got black people adopting white children.
Let me get to the video. Was that that song that you just sang was what? Different Strokes.
Different Strokes.
You broke it. You broke Different Strokes. Man.
No.
All right, let me get back to this. Yeah, so it's looking quite interesting. Let's see where this goes, man.
Mounting up. Mary Caitlin's mother, Alan.
With the black kids because of the way that I was trained, the way I was raised.
Not what you'd expect from a man whose stepdaughter, Caitlin Noble, is biracial. Steve married Caitlin's mother, Alex, and has raised Caitlin since she was a toddler.
Yeah, he's all I know as a father figure.
Mounting unrest over a nationwide fight for racial justice has opened a chasm between Caitlin and her parents.
Honestly, right now, I don't really feel very connected to them.
They've stopped talking, and that's where race educator Karina Hooks comes in.
So what did you make up about yourself having different skin color than the rest of your family?
Over the next few days, we're taking you inside a family's fight to do the hard work of facing race.
I want you to know that if you're not feeling this, like anger, frustration, sadness, guilt, shame, all of that, we're not doing good work. I think about the episode that I watched, and the part that still rings through my ears is I'm a racist and I want to change. What makes you not the norm is that you're admitting that you're a racist and that you want to change. That's different. It's very rare. I don't know if in my 20 plus years of doing this work, I've ever heard a white person say those words exactly.
I definitely feel shame when I say it. You know what I mean? And I'm not who I want to be for Caitlin.
Caitlin says she's grown up in Renton, largely without her black biological father.
At what point did you realize that you were different in your family?
I would go up to my mom or my aunt and I'd be like, why am I not this color? Why can't I be your color? Like, I wish I was your guys' color.
And did you internalize that? Like it was something wrong with you versus something wrong with them?
Yeah. I always had issues with my own beauty and like having self-love.
What do you think's wrong with you? Just be with it.
Not good enough.
According to who? I've got you.
To the white man.
Caitlin's.
I know, like, not much has been said, but I don't know if you lot wanted to give me.
I do, Jed. I'm sorry. That do, right? Because like I said, I subscribe to the one drop rule. So to hear this young black sister say she's not good enough for the white man, that hurts me, bro. Because why are you trying to be good enough for the white man? You feel me? I hate to hear that. It's painful, right? Because let me say this, because you're never going to be good enough for the white man. Be good enough for you, your family, your people.
I know, but remember the white man's in her house, isn't it? The white man's a family, and the way she's internalized, and then plus we've got all the white images of society bombarded on her as well.
Bloody hell.
Tell us what's up. What's Freddie saying wrong?
So, for me, right? I'm more interested to find out why. I'm not going to make the assumptions. I want her to tell us why, right? Because I believe everybody's got a different experience. But to say that you can't have white images in a household where you've got a black child now or a mixed race child, this is just too much. This is stupid now. This is getting silly.
No, I'm just saying, if you brainwash a child with just straight white images, they're gonna not look at their skin color as much value. That's all I'm saying, innit? We know televisions are powerful too, innit? That's all I'm saying.
No, I disagree. Hector grew up in a country, right, that was full of black women, he loves his mother, he adores his mother, he loves his sister, he adores his sister. All he ever saw on the telly was black people in adverts.
And then he comes to
England. He married a white woman. It doesn't correlate. Can the mainstream media?
But then he comes to England. But then he comes to England and lets his white wife call people nigger and black bitch.
Right.
Without checking her. So fuck what Hector does or what watched. Hector's broken because no one. You're not going to stand by while
that's your opinion.
Listen, you're not going to stand by while your black partner makes racist comments towards white people online. You wouldn't stand by and have that.
I would.
You'd be like, nah.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would. If you racist to him first, yeah, I would.
Okay.
You went mad when RS Sid just called you British this, British that, and you went mental.
Right, I didn't go mental. You actually insulted him. Hector insulted him.
Right, Hector insulted him. Thank you. I'm
Don't
glad
worry
you
about
said
what
that.
I do.
So yeah, don't come on here with a moral high ground because we all saw what you did.
A little bit of honesty. Tiny bit.
Yeah, and let me just say, if there's people on the panel that have no intention of coming off mute and adding their 2 pence, come back a bit later because there's people that really want to speak on this subject. So if any of you lot are just here, just like waiting for it to turn into bullshit talk about hummus and fucking whether Eunice is gonna get a girl, come back. If not, in the next 5 minutes at least, come off the mute and just say something.
How many people you got waiting to come on? I don't mind jumping.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Nah, you stay there. Stay where you are, Khan. You're good.
All right, Governor.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I just wanted to talk about Eunice and hummus. I'll be right back.
Shut up. All right, cool. Let me play more of this video.
One more, real quick, Jay.
Go on.
Real quick, brother, because all right, man, and the way this young sister uses the white man, it sounds like white supremacy to me, man. So what we have to do is stop trying to be good enough for white supremacy. Because listen, it sounds like the girl is saying the white man is never going to accept me. Right? I'm never going to be good enough for the white man or white supremacy, and white supremacy is never going to accept me. But she has to understand white supremacy is her enemy. So of course your enemy is never going to accept you and is never going to let you in to what they got going on. That's all I was saying, Jess. Go ahead, play the video. Let's go.
Yeah, no, anyone else?
Isn't it ironic though that the black father left her and she doesn't put any of the angst down to that she weren't good enough for the black man?
Oh, shut up.
Well, we're all talking about she feels like she's not.
Her dad might have died. How do you know her dad left her?
Well, I'm making assumptions now, like
exactly.
Exactly.
And
we know what assumption is.
Yeah.
The mother of all fuck ups.
All fuck ups.
Yeah, but everybody else is making assumptions. I thought we were allowed to do that.
What assumptions was made? What other assumptions was made?
I mean, can I just say something?
Freddie says she's got only pictures of white people all around her house.
Can I just say something quickly?
No, I didn't say that. You're lying, innit?
Yeah,
that's
what
not what I
I'm
said.
gonna
I
say
said
is,
she's bombarded by white images.
Yeah, what I'm gonna
That's
say
what I
is
said.
like,
Society bombards her with white images. That's what I said.
Look, what I'm gonna say is that it seems to me, she was like, she was brought up in suburban Seattle, with lack of diversity in her area and all that. Probably doesn't know, like 20 black people or 20 Asian people, anything like that. She has all her friends are probably white. She probably went to a white school. She's having she's got difficulties in her identity and all that, right? So I'm assuming that video was filmed during the George Floyd situation, all that 2 years ago.
Yeah, when BLM was around, therefore it's affected her.
Eunice, have you ever tried snorting creatine? You know, like cocaine. She's getting a nice line on the
And I
table.
agree with that. You notice that they say that the
Creatine's
problems
good for your
only started to
testosterone.
occur with the rise of racial identity politics.
Yeah,
I would
yeah.
actually agree with that.
And I think that if she's saying like, I'm not good enough for the white man, I think that's very alarming, to be honest. It is very
But it's the
alarming. Because
majority.
The reason why I'm saying that
Eunice,
is that it
Eunice.
confirms my suspicion.
Slow down,
Right?
slow
It confirms my suspicion that she wasn't brought up in a diverse environment.
No, but Eunice, it's a majority white situation, isn't it? So children always want to be what the majority is. They don't want to be the odd one out. They don't want to stick out like a sore thumb.
Not
It
true.
doesn't. What do you mean? Children don't want to be different. It's a lot of pressure for them.
Of course I do. I'm a white kid. When I grew up, I had but dark hair. I always wanted to fucking have ginger hair at one point.
Yeah, but you're weird. Why would you want to have ginger hair?
Everybody wants to be something that they're not. They grow
Rebel.
up and then accept themselves.
But look, it seems to me like
I don't like the transgender situation with young kids, because all kids go through a phase of wondering what it's like to be somebody else. All kids do it.
No, you see what it seems like to me though, is it seems like to me that black people on the whole have got a lot of empathy for other races and other nations, because just seeing that seeing that little black girl cry about her situation surrounded by white people, it made me think, wow. Do you get what I'm saying? It made me.
She suffered a lot at a young age.
Yeah, kind of thing. And as I said,
you don't know that. You're assuming that.
No, I'm just saying because she's speaking to the council about her situation, so I'm just going off what she's saying. I'm not trying to make any assumptions about what young
But like the thing is, what I'm also like, I'm skeptical about is the lady that interviewing the girl and all that.
Yeah.
That's the one thing. I don't know why, to be honest, but I always felt that, to be a race educator is a noble thing, right? You're acknowledging, racism in society and all that. But I think some people tend to do it for hustle, because it's a lucrative thing in this day and age, right? If to go to an organization and say you're racist,
our children are
and then end up getting paid like £75,000.
Race,
well, who's gonna teach them? Yeah. Who's gonna teach them if Eunice? Who's gonna teach them if parents are working 2 and 3 jobs and school's not teaching them about it? Who's gonna teach them, Eunice?
Hang on. Do you think that white people don't do that then?
Do what?
Work 2 or 3 jobs.
Of course you do.
Why would you say that? I'm saying a race.
What's the way you said it? It was like, well, it's only black people that do that.
I've never said that, Wendy. Why are you even hearing that? Eunice was speaking about a race education, a race educator, and said a race educator is just out hustling for. A race educator can be for any race. I'm not. What are you doing, Wendy? Why are you doing that? My voice inflection of nothing should have told you I was only talking about black people.
No one's allowed to have anything. You're not allowed to have not one thing that they ain't got. You're only allowed to have it if they got it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Can we go back to the video and see why this young girl feels that way?
Remember what I'm getting from the video as well, What I'm getting from the video.
What you on about?
That's what I'm saying.
You see what I'm getting from the video? Can I just explain one thing before we play the video, please? What I'm getting from it as well is that the woman believes that racism in the race, if you're a racist, there's a culture of denial. And it's the first time in 20 years she's come across somebody that's actually willing to say that they're racist and they want to change. So let's not forget that point, that there's a big culture of denial and confusion regarding where they stand.
It's a good point.
And they know that they're racist. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Not really, no. But anyway.
I mean, if you think about it, if he was that racist, if he was like a racist person, why would he actually bring up, a black child?
Really?
I'm just,
Don't worry. We're gonna get
you know,
to
I
that,
just
man.
can't figure it out, right? Like,
We're gonna get to that. So let's just keep it moving.
It does.
Wherever it happened.
made harder.
Yeah, I always had issues with my own beauty and like having self-love.
What do you think's wrong with you? Just be with it.
Not good enough.
According to who? I've got you.
To the white man.
Caitlin's struggle made harder by her father's racism.
He makes jokes that are not funny, but he thinks they're funny.
I do say racist stuff. Stuff that I feel bad about now. Like I'd make fun of her for like dancing or something because she doesn't have to get a rhythm. I'd say stuff like, so that must be the white side of you.
How does it make you feel?
Uncomfortable and angry. Makes me distant.
Sure enough, at the next session, while Caitlin hardly says a word, Karina doesn't mince her words.
There's nothing wrong with being funny. The question is at whose expense?
Humor is going to always be at somebody's expense, unless it's a knock-knock joke.
If jokes are race related, class related, gender related, like should not happen. We just have to own it. Like, I'm actually being offensive and I don't care.
But isn't it the perception of how the person's taking it?
If it has a history of oppression and hurt in this country, I would offer there's nothing funny about it.
So I need to look at why I think it's funny?
Yes.
Okay.
That
makes more sense to me.
And why you think it's okay.
The question of why is going to take Steve back in time to his very first encounter with racism.
Like probably kindergarten. I'm playing with a kid, and that was back when they had white and black drinking fountains. And we both drank. He got beat, and I got yelled at. The difference between him drinking out of that and me was the punishment part. You know what I mean? It was just, he got beat. And I was told, don't ever let black people drink out of a white drinking fountain.
So what did you make up then about black people?
I guess just the whole part about you look different, so you are different.
Karina says that's where it all started. And even now, Steve's experiences still color his relationships with people who are not white, including his daughter.
You heard her mention seeking and desiring self-love. And I will say that jokes will not support that for her.
It's kind of an easy, cheap way to go anyway. You don't really have to think it out. I mean, it's just a really lazy way of getting laughs.
One lesson learned, but Steve has a long way to go. And tomorrow, the backlash.
Why I started getting defensive on it, because it just feels like everything is white people suck. You know what I mean? And also, how long is that race going to hold it against me?
Wow,
Cut
for
the
him to
check.
get so much on television and be willing to work toward change takes a lot of guts and courage. So, Kristen, what are Steve and Caitlin ultimately trying to get out of these sessions?
Well, they kind of have different goals. For Caitlin, she's really trying.
Now, are you gonna? Nah.
I know.
Right, that answers my question.
The level of dumbness that this woman's about to attempt. So you're outside somewhere doing a live broadcast and you're wearing a face mask and you're outside.
No, yeah, you got to as people go walking.
Programming.
Well, is it like company policy or something like that?
Yeah.
I don't know, man, but it's ridiculous. I don't know if I want to hear. I don't want to hear what she's got to say.
Yeah. Fuck what she's talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, cut the check, man. That's white guilt, right? He's saying, when is this race going to? It's a debt that has to be paid before we can even talk about forgiveness. Shit happened. You did what you did, and stop being racist. Like you said, listen, man. You said I was raised in a racist household. I've always been racist my whole life. That's what the white guy on this show said. He's always been racist, man. He's always been one of them, and now he got a mixed race stepdaughter. He's still going to continue to be racist. Come on, man. Stop it. What are we doing? Man?
So what that dad was doing was wrong. I'm not going to doubt that. That was wrong. But that's not what everybody is like when they've got mixed kids. It's ridiculous to think that all white people are like that. But in her case, I can understand why she's got issues. Yeah, absolutely.
He uses racialized language. Jupiter, let me ask you a question. Do you use racialized language?
What do you mean?
I'm asking you a question, Jupes. I just asked you a simple question. Do you use racialized language? Well, no, first off,
In my home, no. In my real life, no. On these live streams,
But we've heard
yeah.
you though.
Yeah,
But
we've
you
heard
are
you
in your
inside
home.
of your home.
You are
We've heard
in your
you
home.
inside of your home using racialized
I'm
language. And your
talking
home is
about
your
when the
real life.
kids are around. Apart from the other day when my son was here, when have
Right.
you ever heard my kids
Apart.
get in here?
Apart. It's always a
Patient.
caveat.
Your
Jupes.
kids are usually there, man.
Always a caveat. Why does it always have
No,
to be
they're
a
not.
caveat?
They've got their own bedrooms.
Jupes, spare time
My
for
kids
kids to
have got
come
their
down
own
and being
rooms.
like,
They don't
Mum,
need to sit
you're
in
being
the same room
loud.
as me.
You don't
Spare
think they
time.
hear it, Jupes?
Even going right back to like before
It's
lockdown,
not-
your
Parenting,
kids
man.
used to come on the streams all the time.
I
Yeah,
did
so
say
we
it.
just
It's
No,
bad
they
we
didn't.
just
parenting, man.
watched it. Hey,
My
Jess, that's
kids
a good
don't come
video
on.
too.
Never come on the
And you're
street
loud
all
as
the
fuck. It's not like they
time.
can't hear you in the
Stop
room.
lying,
It's not like they
Khan.
can't
Stick
fucking
to
hear
fuck.
you.
Yeah, I
All
want to
right.
say this. I want to say this.
It's not
This was
important
a dope.
anyway.
Well, Con, let me say this though, Jess. That was a dope video, man, because it shows the
My kids are
perspective.
on.
It shows the perspective of a mixed race child in a home where people use racialized language, and she don't
100%.
like it. She said she
Right.
don't like it, Jupes. You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't
She don't like
agree. I
it.
think that what they were saying was when it was aimed at her. So
What?
basically, most kids, most kids. Well, because she said that it was aimed at her. She said that when she was dancing, he would say that that's definitely your white side coming out because you can't dance very well. Okay, so it was aimed
Actually,
at her.
Jupiter,
No one else.
He softened
Jupes,
the blow. He softened the blow still.
Jupiter, I've heard black people say when mixed race children, when one of them does something wrong, I've heard black people say that's the white side coming out of you. So would
You
you
heard
like?
that word,
I don't
Wendy.
understand. I'm
Hold
getting a
on,
bit
hold on.
There's someone on
confused.
this
Hold on,
panel
Jupes.
that
No,
actually
Where
no.
do you hear
Let's
that?
go.
Where
Let's
do you
go
hear
to
that?
that.
Jupiter's
Where
house.
did
all
you hear
mixed
that? Where
race
did you hear
are
that,
mad.
Wendy? Wendy,
Jupiter's
where
house.
did you hear that, Wendy?
Somebody on this
Where did
panel,
you hear that, Wendy?
somebody on this
Wolverhampton,
panel
I've heard that in
went to the
Wolverhampton.
big
Oh, whatever,
shoulder
man.
and said
What a
all
lie.
mixed race kids are mad.
Who? Who
What?
said that?
So,
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
we've
let's
heard that
not
one as
stop
well.
repeating out
Who
that
said
it's
that?
only one-sided here.
Who
Okay?
said that?
Racism comes from all sides, which is why I
Yeah,
say
but
what I say.
let's don't
Sorry,
move the
who said
goalpost,
that?
Jupiter. Let's don't move the goalpost, Jupiter. We just watched a mixed
Jupiter, who
race
said
girl,
that?
a mixed race child in her home that said her father uses racialized language and she does not like it, Jupiter. She don't like it. Like, did you hear that? Can you empathize with
No,
the
she
young
said her father
child?
makes jokes.
No, she
Life's confusing
show me
enough.
the part where
Bro,
she said
jokes or
racialized
not, she don't
language.
She
like it.
said
Whether it's
he
a joke or
makes
not, she
jokes.
don't like it. It's racialized language. She doesn't like it.
No, I
Yeah.
don't
Why
think
can you
any
not? Why
mixed
can you
race
not see
child
that? Why can you not
likes
see
that
that
kind
or
of thing.
understand?
Spoken
Why is
about.
that so hard to see or understand?
She has got the same problem every other child has, except for the fact
No.
that in her case, it's based on race.
Not in
All
my house.
children at one stage in their life doubt themselves. All children.
No, man.
All children.
That's not right.
You're either
If you're not the
intellectually
kind of
dishonest or emotionally
motivate
illiterate.
your
Man. One of the two, Jupiter.
or nurture your
You get me? You're
children,
definitely one of them. or both. Yeah. You're both.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Listen, you can all talk about my kids as much as you like. My kids are doing well.
No one's talking about your kids,
Yeah,
love.
my kids are doing well.
Jupiter, can I ask you a question?
I just think the empathy don't go two ways, though.
Jupiter, can I ask you a
can't
question?
understand why
You're
you can't
saying
do that.
you're
What
saying
are you
it's the same
talking
both
about?
ways, yeah?
Hey, so
Jupiter.
Trilly, let me show you the difference. Let me show you the difference. Let me show you the difference, Freddie. When I see that that baby girl crying, saying she don't like racialized language in her house, I see my
But
daughter.
she never said
I see
that.
my
She
daughter.
didn't say
Like,
that.
I don't know if Jupiter even see her daughter when she looks at that that video I just watched. Like that's my sister right there. She don't like that language. Her father's making inappropriate jokes. What if he was making dick jokes? Will we say, well, man, it's not that bad? No, he's making inappropriate jokes around her that she don't like.
All the
She
rest
don't
of them
like
are
it,
adults.
y'all.
We only have one child left in our house. All right, we've got children, but we've only got one child left in this house. Everybody else is adults.
Yo, can you tell Hector to be quiet since he don't want to come on here and talk? Yeah, he don't want to be involved. So why is he messing up our convo?
I can talk whenever I want to talk.
Yeah, but you're messing up our convo. You don't want to be dragged in. I don't want to be dragged in. This is what you do.
I think Jedi is trying to be.
No,
This
this
is
is
what
what
you
you
did on
do.
Friday.
Yeah? No. I'm just saying. Yeah. On one, you want your cake and eat it. At one point, you pipe up whenever your missus is online and you want to have your say. You pipe up and you're always welcome. But the next time, you're like, "Why are you involving me? Don't mention me. No, I'm not involved." So which one is it? That's all I'm saying. Because if you don't want to be involved, then why are you messing up our convo by shouting in the background? That's what I'm saying.
Trying to get his little brownie points.
Right. I don't mind you chatting, but like, be honest that you want to be involved in a convo when it interests you, then, innit?
Yeah, you do know that phrase is racist, Khan. You better check yourself.
I don't know. It's obviously man's trying to get a BJ for later, isn't it? It's obvious. You know what I mean?
Khan, you're a complete fool.
Says that one over there.
Right, and I've been
You see
told,
how they always have to go sexual as well? It's a bit weird.
It's a bit like he wouldn't stop for a white child, but he'd stop for a Muslim child, isn't it, Khan?
Idiot. I'm not including you in this.
I think
keep
white
them
people are
comments to
quite,
Khan, yeah.
I think white people are quite good at sending their kids out on the street from the age of 9. Wonder why they do that then, Wendy.
You know what? That was the British people that did that. They let their kids play till 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night outside.
Exactly, just so they can get a bit of privacy, innit? You know
Exactly,
that,
so the parents
just
could
so they
go
can get a bit of privacy in the
I
house.
think it says more about you, Khan, that you wouldn't stop to help her. I think it says more about you, Khan,
she wouldn't
that you
need
would
my
not
help.
stop to help
She
her,
wouldn't
to
need my
save
help
your
if she
own
was white.
skin, yeah?
I don't know what you're talking about, love. I think what I said adds up perfectly. If I'm in a white country,
No, it doesn't.
run by white
No, it doesn't.
people, and there's white children out on the street, why do they need my help? Mr. Brown man coming to save the fucking white children.
You're
For
not
what?
brown, though, are you,
I
Khan?
got tan though, ain't I?
Wow.
More than you've got, love.
She got you there. She's got you there, Khan.
Yeah, man, don't be silly. She can't tan like me.
You're not brown. You're as white
You
as what
can't
I
tan
am.
like me. You're white like milk with freckles.
I do tan,
hold on,
so
hold on.
shut up.
Nah, man,
I've seen pictures of
I
you
just
in your
saw you
ginger.
come on camera earlier. You look like fucking a dead bringer for Hitler. What are you on about?
I'm sure that's racist against Jews.
Hey, fuck up. That's my barber's fault, not my fault.
Racist bar. Why Hitler? Why
That
Hitler?
was proper racist.
My barber's Iranian.
You know what I mean? Mein Kampf business.
What the fuck did the Jews do to you?
Business. Like, what is this?
So basically, we're basically saying one of the the two old white ladies are basically saying whatever a black child says about how they feel regarding racism, brush it away.
That's what I'm hearing.
No, let's say mixed
No,
race.
that's
No,
not
no.
what we're
Let's say a
saying.
mixed race
Look,
child.
who is
Freddie.
the people not having a serious
mixed
discussion
race.
here and making jokes and laughing? It's not me.
You're the
It's
one
not
who
Jedi.
called
It's
Hitler.
not Wendy.
I'm asking you where you
We're not
stand,
looking
innit?
at it. Don't
Has
put words
the
into our
young
mouth.
lady on the video got a point about how she feels regarding what's happening to her and how
I've
she's been
already
treated?
said, yeah, I can understand how she feels. But you chose
Okay.
not to hear that.
Oh no, that's all I wanted to hear.
But
That's
what
all I
I
wanted to hear.
wanted to say, what I was trying to say, Freddie, is we can admit that that white guy uses racialized language that young girl doesn't like. So my thing is, I want to stick on this racialized language because there's people on this panel that use racialized language.
Can you tell me what the racialized language was that
Well,
we
they
heard?
only gave one example of a joke, but she said he makes more than that one joke. She didn't harp on the one joke. The news
He didn't
broadcast
say
only
racialized
gave
language,
one example.
but he makes a joke at my expense.
Jokes at my expense, and they're racial jokes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
a
what the
white
whole-
child
that's
could
the whole-
be as equally damaged
But-
by a white father if he made jokes about her looks. You do realise
So are we
that?
saying? So are we saying this white father does not use?
race.
What's your term?
That doesn't
Hold on,
mean that I'm
no, this
saying
is
that
a
he's
term you-
right because he does focus on her race.
Does he
But it's
use
because it's
racialized
aimed at
language?
her.
Jupiter? Does he use racialized language?
No.
does he use inappropriate language?
I would say
Yeah,
it is quite
with what he said about when she dances. Yeah, certainly.
Now, hold on. Now we have to stop.
She
Now we
didn't
have to
say
stop.
that was the problem, but yeah, I would say it's racialized if it's
She
bringing
said
race
what
into
the
it. Yes.
things he say is the problem. So the things that he say that comes out of his mouth, pause, is the problem. And the things that come out of your mouth is a problem, Drew. It's racialized language.
No, it's not.
We have to admit that. We
My
do. It's
children are not
inappropriate
taught to
language.
believe that they're any lesser than anyone. My children are not taught to believe they're any better than anyone. My children are taught to believe that the best of everything is within them and that it is their own determination and motivation that will get them where they want to be in life.
And then you say to them, take this $5 and go down the pea shop and get me some fags.
He's walking, by the way.
Right, so I don't know when the last time you had a child card, but you can't send children.
Yeah, that was able to go to a shop and buy cigarettes. Wow. Yeah. How backward are you, Khan?
Don't make out like you've never done it.
Khan, how backward are you? For years now, you haven't been able to do that.
Can I ask a question? 1 minute. Guys,
Go
excited,
to the nigger shop and get
Can
me
I
some
ask a
plantain.
question? Can I ask a genuine question?
A what shop?
Can I ask a genuine question? You lot are trying to make out like everything's the same when it's the other way around, right? Now, let me pose a question to you. Imagine my kid come up to me and he went, Dad, like, say my kids are half English, which they are. And they come up to me and said, Dad, we want to go on a skydiving holiday,
no,
and it's £500, Dad. Can we go? And I said, skydiving? That's some fucking white people shit. Fuck skydiving. You're not going, right? In the
But
English country,
skydiving
surrounded
isn't
by
white
people.
people's shit, is
Yes,
it?
it is. Only
It's
white
not
people do
white people's
skydiving.
shit, is
You don't
it?
see Turkish people out in the fucking skydiving, mate. Yeah.
Well, maybe
It's
you know
unheard of.
people like
It's unheard
you,
of.
Turkish
It's
people
unheard
like, well,
of.
you're Cypriot, aren't
I'm
you?
just
I thought you
telling
were
you, it's
Cypriot.
unheard. Listen, take it from me. It's unheard of. The only skydiving you see in Turkey is when tourists are doing it, right?
Well, in
Anyway,
Turkey,
back
yeah.
to the point.
I
Back
don't
to the
expect
point.
anything else.
All
Yeah.
right, man.
Well, that's your
Forget all your
prejudice. What the fuck
racism.
are you
Forget
going
it.
on
We know
about?
you're
Oh, you
racist
white people
already.
skydive.
Back to the point. Back to the point. If I said that to my kids are growing up in a white country surrounded by white people with a strong white influence over their decision making. Do you think
just
they're going
called
to
your
give a
children
flying
English.
fuck?
I thought your
Do you
partner
think?
was Irish.
1 minute, man. Do you
Hold on,
think
he's
that they're
fucking
going to give?
listening to
But
me.
white is Irish. Irish is white.
Stop,
What
stop.
do you
Let him
mean?
speak. Let him speak, man. Let him
Do you
finish,
think
because
my
I'm
kids will
getting
give a
confused,
flying
but all I-
fuck? All right, pardon the pun. Yeah. Whether dad thinks that skydiving is a white people's activity or not, do you think they'll give a shit? When they're surrounded by white people, and whiteness is shown to them as being some overwhelming positive thing because they're born and bred in England, right? Do you think they'll give a shit if I said that?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you
Listen
just
to what
called
I'm
them
saying.
English.
Listen to what I'm saying. Let me break it down for you. You're saying everything that you do to a child racially works both ways. I'm saying to you, my point is, if you're growing up in a white environment, yeah, it's not the same. It's not the same. If I start dissing white people to my children and they're living in a white environment, I'm just one person amongst 100,000 people. Even though I'm their parent,
But Khan, you're
they will
white.
not. Well, can I just finish what I'm saying? White
So
is a
you're
European.
assuming, Khan, that because you live amongst
Oh
all
my
white
God.
people, all white people are abusing black people. You're nuts.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying what? Oh, fuck it, man. You're just not going to get it. I'm just forget it then. I'm just trying to say it's not always the same when you try to work things out both ways round. It's not
Listen,
always the same.
anyone telling a mixed race kid it's your white side, it's your black side, are fucked in the head.
Why?
Anyone.
Okay, cool.
No matter whether it's your white relative or whether it's your black relative. It's not going to
Black
fuck them up.
relatives ain't doing that.
Why?
Yes, they
Black
do. I've heard them do it.
Hold on. We got to slow down because if I know that my mixed race child doesn't like the word nigger, we know that my mixed race child shouldn't have anything to do with this word nigger, but her mom says the word nigger. That should be a problem, guys. It's a problem.
Exactly.
If the kid didn't understand the context, or if the kid actually said that they didn't like it, yes, it would be a problem.
What context?
My kids don't hear half the shit that goes on here.
We should ask
your neighbors can fucking hear your shit.
We should ask your kids, do they like racist jokes?
Do they? Can you go and get the
Or
neighbour that you're
no, we
supposed
should ask your
to
kids
love?
about the N-word, Jupes. Jupes, we've been on here for
Messed
hours
up,
talking
Jupes.
to you about the N-word. We should really ask your kids, how do they feel about the N-word? And
Right.
then the
No, why
follow-up
should you ask
question.
her
Hold
kids?
on, guys. And then the follow-up, and then the
You go to
follow-up
my
question.
second to
Hold on,
last
stop,
video
Jupes.
at 2
Jupes.
hours and 9 minutes. You'll hear exactly what my eldest child with Hector thinks about all this situation. He
I'm
thinks
talking
what
about the
Matthew
N-word.
did.
Did y'all speak about the N-word specifically?
Avoid
I
it.
want to know
Yeah.
what your eldest child with Uncle Hector.
No, you're not.
thinks
He's
about
not.
the
You're not.
N-word.
No, leave her children alone.
No,
What?
I'm just saying.
I'm not
No,
bringing
we
him
watched
up.
the
Child was
video.
there.
No, come on, don't do that,
He said
Wendy.
he's 18 and he got
We watched
opinions.
the video about a
He's
mixed
not
race child.
around at the moment. So
What
there's
I'm
no
saying
point.
is, listen, Wendy, the reason I'm bringing her children into this, and I'm not, guys, I'm really not. But the only example that we have that's an equal example is this was a mixed race child, right? This was a mixed race child's perspective of her experience.
I don't know
So
why they're
I'm
worried.
asking Jupiter because Jupiter, to me, as far as my knowledge,
why do you want to speak
Jupiter
to
is
my
the
son?
only one who has a
Why do
mixed
you
race,
want to speak to my son?
mixed race
Why do you
child.
want to speak to my son? Do you want to teach him the dark art of stabbing people? I don't think so. Fuck off, bro.
Yeah, Hector, I don't stab people. That couldn't have
Did
been.
anyone? Oh, sorry, Hector. Do you keep mentioning stabbing? Did anybody mention
I
stabbing?
know. What is the wrong
Hold
with
on,
this guy?
Matthew. Did anybody mention stabbing throughout this couple of hours you've been on here?
No.
But I guess that's down to me, isn't it?
No, I'm just asking.
Yeah,
Jupiter,
weird you
all due
lot are.
respect. Did anybody mention
You didn't
stabbing?
train him well. That's all.
Because we haven't mentioned that, and he's been saying that since Friday. When was it? The whole weekend till now, talking about stabbing and
It's
your children
because-
are involved
it's
in stabbing and
Innit?
insinuating our children are out there stabbing. Now,
Never say it's violence related.
now
That is
this
why
is a
I
panel
have
full
formed
of
my.
people,
That is why
and you
I
have a
have this informed
tendency
decision about
to
you
brush
lot.
us all
Because
with
the
the
other day
same
your so-called sniper
stereotypical
was
brush.
going on about shooting them. I'm the sniper. I'm the target.
Where,
I'm the date.
when did they
Don't
mention
even
that
ask
today,
me.
Hector?
Wearing there. Go ask him. Don't ask me questions.
When did they
So that is why
mention
I
that
formed
today,
that
Hector?
opinion.
You don't
My
even
son
ask.
is not going to speak to you people.
When did
Teaching
they
the dark arts
mention
of
that,
stabbing
Hector?
You don't
I
even
repeat it
When did they
again.
mention
Put it
that,
on
Hector,
YouTube.
today?
Put it on WhatsApp. Fucking
Today.
I want to speak to my son. Are you taking the piss?
And
think
I
so.
don't know why you're using terms like cunt to people who haven't sworn at you. So,
Mm.
and then you're calling us not intelligent. Nobody's
Crazy.
sworn
Yeah,
at
but
you.
you don't have to be
As I said,
intelligent.
I
you're
haven't
a disgusting individual.
Jupiter, your
That's
husband's
why I had
been
to put
calling
you
me
in
a
your place.
cunt.
Intelligent people use that
Your
word.
husband's
I mean,
been
that's
calling me a
mute
cunt
point.
since the weekend, and I haven't said a word to him. I haven't sworn at him, but he wants to call me not intelligent. Me,
Listen,
with
you
a
don't
degree,
have
a
to be. You
TGC,
don't have
and
to
2
be
masters.
low IQ to
I'm
use
not
the word
intelligent.
cunt. Everyone
But the
likes
man
to
who
use
has
it.
no vocabulary other than cunt is intelligent.
But
Me,
He's
who
got a
has
big
serviced this
vocabulary.
country and has worked with over 150 children, I'm not intelligent. But the man who keeps calling me a cunt is intelligent.
So Hector worked
more
with
for this country than your
1,500
husband
children
has. I don't
because
know
he
who
was
you're
on a
talking to.
governing board at a school. I know that you used to be a teacher. So Hector was
Yeah, I've
involved with
chosen not to be a
children.
teacher
I don't know
because
why
I don't
you
agree.
think. I don't know
I
why
don't
you think
agree with the
Stop.
system in this country.
Personal interviews.
Therefore,
We don't
I
need
give
to
my
do my dad
services
is
to
bigger than your
people
dad.
who I'm not
Listen,
compromising
we
my
don't
own
need to
identity.
do my dad is
sorry.
bigger than your
Can
No,
I
dad.
no,
understand?
bro,
Can I
you can't.
understand something, yeah? Can I
Pardon?
understand something? Why is Sarah never allowed to talk without you?
She gets. I don't know what's wrong with my voice, bro. Like it gets her irate. I don't understand.
What is the problem? Like honestly, I've noticed that you're triggered every time the woman tries to speak. Is there a reason why, Jukes? Is there something going on?
No.
All right. Because I'm going to establish.
And if you're saying that I do that all the time, it's not consciously done.
Yeah, I don't think it is consciously done. I just think when women talk, you just get a in your, you know what I mean? It's like shut up.
Oh, she
But
doesn't
anyway,
when I talk.
sorry.
She doesn't when I talk.
No, because you got your tongue up her fucking batty.
I don't think I do. Please don't
You
talk to
do.
me like that,
That's all you
Jedi.
do.
Don't be
That's all
disgusting.
your whole online
Don't be
presence.
disgusting, Jedi.
Sorry. It was
No, she
metaphorical.
doesn't. You don't
It was
understand that me and
metaphorical. It was
Wendy do
metaphorical.
actually disagree
It was
on quite a
metaphorical.
few
It was
things.
metaphorical. It was metaphorical. And I'm just saying clearly that you're a mate and you side with her. It was metaphorical. I'm not saying that you actually do that stuff, right? So let's not get caught up on that. It was just a metaphor. But yeah, like obviously, Wendy, like you are known as Jupiter's sidekick, innit? You know?
Yeah, which is why we tend to just talk to Jupiter. It's just easier. Like,
Yeah, it's easier talking
yeah,
to
it's
the
just
boss.
easier.
I don't
She
even
makes
know
her
who
point.
Sarah
She
is. Who
stands
is
on her
Sarah? I
Actually,
don't
in
know
most
her.
places,
She
I'm
stands
known
on
as
her
Wendy's
point,
sidekick, so
and she can
it
talk
makes
for
sense to
herself.
say Wendy.
Therefore,
Not
we
at
can
all.
converse
Not at
with
all.
her.
What most places like where? Exactly.
So if we were to go over to Wasps,
The Lion.
if we were to go over to, I don't know, what's their names? Bleeding Arts, Emily Lucas.
I don't know none of these people.
Over to
Whatever,
loads
Where do you
of
think so?
channels.
Yeah, yeah.
Ellie's, I used to be called Wendy's sidekick.
Yeah.
House
No.
of Comments, which used to be Al.
But here,
Yeah.
she's your sidekick,
Oh,
Jupiter.
God.
You're okay, man.
Yeah.
She's
So
your
cool,
sidekick.
anyway.
here.
We're
You're
good.
okay, man.
Anyway.
So we're not even addressing her at this point.
I said it makes
Well,
a change, doesn't it, Wendy? Normally they say that
It does,
that
yeah,
I'm
love.
your
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
They,
it's
I don't know
vice
these
versa,
channels. I don't know
innit?
who you're
Vice
dating.
versa. I hear
Part
you.
of this day. I don't know none of these channels.
Sarah, was you making a point? You want to get back
Yeah,
to that?
so I just wanted to jump in with what's his name was saying, Born, that
Yeah.
children are affected by the things that are said to them, which is why when you become an educator, you're taught to be very conscious of the words you use and the language you use. Right? E.g., I'll give you an example. If you're prone to praise a child, for example, my own experience with my daughter, if I silk press her hair, right, and her hair's all straight and pretty,
You're like, oh
she
my
gets a
God, your
cer-
hair's so...
yeah, she gets a certain reception. Oh my God, your hair's so
course.
long. Oh my gosh, the corridor. Oh my God, you look so pretty today.
Yeah.
When
yeah.
it's in braids, she doesn't get that
Not getting
reception.
that, right. Fact.
Therefore, she's more inclined to keep asking me to straighten
get
her
her hair
hair
pressed,
because she's
right.
a people pleaser. That's just the
Of
character
course.
of my child at that
Just
age.
makes sense.
So your actions do impact the child. Now, if you keep it fair across the board, and when she's got braids to give her the attention,
Right.
Yeah, we
when she's
know
got her
all
silk
this.
press to
What's your
give the
point?
attention. So my point is the actions
She's
of the
doing it
adult
again. Shut
affects the
up, Jupiter,
child
man.
and their emotional and social development. We're told consistently go through safeguarding, we go through training, and we're told to be conscious of what we teach, how we teach what we teach, and the language we use around children.
Are you a teacher then?
Stop changing the
Sorry,
subject.
Wendy, I'm
Let
not
her make her
addressing
point.
you because I don't even respect you as an intellectual person. So please
You
refrain
know,
from
okay,
addressing me.
Jupiter, is this
I'm
lady
speaking
a
to
teacher?
I'm
Jupiter,
a
is this
Forget,
lady
man,
a
forget.
teacher?
So she claims. So she claims. I
Forget,
don't
forget.
know.
Oh,
This
a teacher with that kind of attitude.
Hold on. You asked me a question. Let me respond to your question. I am a qualified teacher. I have worked in this country. I choose not to work in this country. And now my clients are based in Dubai, Qatar, and Saudi because I don't have to compromise my morals. My consultation company with me and my sister have is based in Dubai. I get more money, I get more respect, and I don't compromise my
anti-Western ideals?
No, I don't.
You see,
I
this is
teach
part
what
of the problem for
children
our country.
need to know.
It's a
I don't teach
distraction.
Hold on.
I don't teach ideologies. I teach them what they need to know. The ideology is for their parents to teach them. If you go to the rest of the world, there is no indoctrination of children going on. Children learn maths, English, and science, and they keep it simple.
Oh my God.
That's the reality. You're judged on your maths and English science results. Nobody cares about your sexuality. Nobody's teaching you sexuality. Nobody's teaching about sex and gender and all that nonsense that they fill up the whole curriculum with when a child doesn't even need that. So Wendy, will please stay in your lane and stop addressing me.
No,
You're not on my
your
level. Stay
attitude
there.
tells me that you're not a teacher. Okay.
You
Yeah,
don't
she's
know
smarter
me.
than
You
you,
don't know
man.
anything about me.
And you've got brain damage, so how do you know?
Your
Sorry.
attitude
You
tells
work for
me
the
there's
British
no way
Army.
with an
Just speak
attitude
listen,
like
you work
that
for the
you could be a
army.
teacher.
You work for the army. Address us when
No.
we're speaking about the army, okay?
No,
You
no,
fucking got brain
sorry.
damage, man. You can
As
tell.
a teacher, and that's why, let me carry on, and that's why the Department of Education is currently trying to decolonize the curriculum.
No,
That
it's
means,
not.
for
What are
example,
you
let me give you
talking
an
about?
example. Let me give you an example. Listen, I just
They
did my
are trying
master's last
to, but
year.
they're
I
not
had
going to get
lectures
away
on
with it. It's not
Well,
going to
but not
happen.
round, not where I live.
Please
They're
don't
not.
address me. Wendy, just
They've
be quiet.
already seen the damage the critical race theory
Anyways,
is done, so it's
for
not gonna
example, in history, when they're teaching the children about the slave trade, they are now encouraged to talk about the slave trade that happens in this country, i.e., what was happening in Liverpool, rather than teaching the children about things that happened in America. Right?
Okay, yeah, that's very true. But they like to point out also that it was the people of that generation that did it, not this generation.
Bad. You need to talk about your history, whether it's good and bad, and you need to teach the children the good and bad history of this country. That's what they're pushing now, as they actually fully should. But it is what it is.
But that's what I'm saying. When they teach it, they will say that it was the people of that generation.
Pause for a minute. Let Wendy go on. You got something to say? Go on, Wendy.
Yeah, what I'm saying to Sarah is that when they're teaching this, I know that they teach the children. It was the generation that did it, not the modern generation. It was the generations before that, used slavery.
Yeah, and you're still
so
benefiting from that.
It has to be balanced out for children. You can't just blame the white person of today for yesterday's.
But it took a lot of protests, Wendy. It took a lot of protests from teachers, from minority group. They kept protesting and saying that why are we concentrating on the history of America when we have our own skeletons?
I never saw any protests. I believe it's come from the government, hasn't it?
Because you're not in the education sector. You're not.
Hasn't it come from the government, which then tells the education sector what the criteria will be?
Wendy, is this a conversation or a slanging match?
Teachers has changed. When I did it 10 years ago, and when they're doing it now, it's
like
completely
nothing.
different. Because they recognise their mistakes.
I don't have a problem with them doing that as long as they're going to go into the reason why the ports of Liverpool were built and the pre-1066.
Yeah, they do.
So I don't have a problem with it.
Well, that's a start.
As long as they're talking about, as long as they're talking about the slavery that happened right throughout history here, and not just what happened to black people, then I haven't got a problem.
Anyways, my point was children, adults need to model the type of behavior, language, and that they expect.
Well, my granddaughter knows about the Romans invading this country and taking our people as
What
slaves.
colour's your granddaughter, Wendy? Wendy, what colour's your granddaughter? Is she mixed race?
You'd be fucking funny. She's white.
Oh
so
my God,
why would she give a shit about the Romans?
Because the subject was about history. So
a minute ago, you shut me down saying you're white too.
My
so if
granddaughter
I'm white,
has
then the
been
fucking
taught,
Romans are white too.
That the Romans came to this country and took the people on this land as slaves. You prefer to answer by saying, "What color is my granddaughter?"
I'm saying to you, if your granddaughter's white and the Romans were white and the indigenous people of this country are white, then what the fuck what you're got to say?
Wait. I'm talking about centuries ago when the Romans invaded this country.
I'm replying
There's
to
no
what you
getting
said.
away from it.
I'm replying to what you said.
Hey, Wendy.
No, you're not. You're
Do you
being a
remember when I
racist
taught
little
you?
bastard. That's
I'm
what
not
you're
being
doing.
racist
when I
when
taught
everyone
you?
in the equation is white.
Do you remember when I taught you when Romans were black? Do you remember that? Do you remember that?
Not all
You didn't
Romans are
teach.
black.
Look. We had a discussion, Maku. Right? We did not.
Right.
You didn't teach me nothing, right?
I did teach
we
you.
had
I
a
did teach
discussion,
you.
but I'm very
No, I taught you.
concerned that
Matthew, remember, black people can't be teachers. Remember,
his answer was to ask me what color
When I
my
was talking about
granddaughter is. You're a little racist, you are.
No. Let us stick to the structure of one person talking at a time. We've done great today. Let's just stick to that. But it's just going to take us to Royal
I
Rumble,
agree.
and then the show will
Can
be
I
over
just
after
make a
that
point
person.
though?
Yeah.
If the Romans are black, then that means blacks have invaded England.
Yes. And you was there under a guy named Texas Everest. We
But
watched
they
the whole
weren't
show,
black.
man.
Stop it.
But we watched the whole show.
But some of them were. Some of them were black, Jupiter, but they've been captured from another place as well.
Thank you. So the leader of the biggest army to ever come to England, Roman army, was a black man, and we watched that. And we watched.
I don't care what color they were. The Romans invaded this country.
Right. But I'm saying the Romans, they're not always been black. So like to
Yeah, I don't know why Khan thought it was very important to ask what colour my granddaughter is.
Can I reply?
Can I reply?
Well, you guys are the Romans, though. This is the thing.
Yeah,
When the
exactly.
Romans
No, we're not.
invaded-
No, we're not.
All right, check this. Check this.
Yep.
When the Romans invaded this country, who was here?
Black people.
No black people weren't here, you bloody idiot.
Oh, for
Wendy.
God's sake, Tom,
Wendy,
stop
who was
it.
here? Wendy?
Yeah?
When the Romans came over and
The
invaded
Celts were here.
England,
The white people were
who
here.
was here?
White people.
Your
The
descendants.
people that ended up Welsh because they all
Yeah,
ran
my
to Wales.
descendants. Yeah, they took
Your
away as
descendants.
slaves.
So
Yeah.
are you Welsh then?
I've got Welsh blood in
Pardon?
me, yes.
Are you Welsh, Wendy?
Obviously, part Welsh, part Scottish, part Northern Irish.
Right. So the Northern Irish and the Scottish, where did they come from?
This country.
No.
Great Britain.
No. Stop trying it. You know the truth.
Where did they come from?
And you're
If
part
you're not
gypsy. Wendy's part
If you're not
gypsy.
indigenous to this land, then you got nothing to claim.
No.
You got nothing
You're
to
not.
claim. Who was invaded?
I've got this
by the
land
Romans?
to claim.
1 second,
I've got this land to claim. That's what I've
But
got,
you're
and you're not going
gypsy.
to take it away
Invaded.
from me. All right.
You're a
invaded?
gypsy.
Who was invaded by the Romans? Here, give this to your brother.
The Iceni. The tribe called the Iceni.
And is that
Boudica.
is that
Boudica.
Wendy? Is
No.
that Wendy? Is
No.
that Wendy's
Yeah,
people?
Boudica, exactly. But I want to know why Khan thought it was
Your
important to
people?
ask what
No, but
colour
you're
my
trying to
bloody
claim-
granddaughter
no,
is.
No, you're trying to
Stop
claim that
it,
you was
Wendy,
invaded
you're
by the
lame.
Romans. But I'm saying, who was you? Before the Romans came, who was you?
She weren't here.
Right.
Well,
She's a
me
gypsy.
personally, I
In
wasn't
fucking
here.
Romania.
So you weren't invaded. Your people weren't invaded by the Romans.
Yes, they were.
Who were they?
Because they're
who was your
Celtic.
people?
They're Celtic. They were Celtic, yeah?
So you reckon you're Celtic? You fucking Miss British Army. You reckon you're Celtic, yeah?
I know I am, yeah.
So you're German. Is that what you're saying? You're German.
I'm not German.
The Celts are German.
Fuck off.
No, they're
The
not.
Celts are, listen. The Celts are German.
I'm not listening to you, Khan. All you
Seems
wanted
like-
to know
seems
was
like-
what
seems
colour my
like, yeah.
granddaughter was.
Seems like you got some identity issues for yourself.
Yeah.
I've got no identity issue, Jedi. Stop trying to cover for Khan. Stop it.
Yeah.
Can I?
You
Stop
can't be
it.
from
But
three
I'm saying,
places like
when
that.
the Romans invaded, yeah, did they integrate? Did they mix with the people here? Did they breed them?
No, they took them as slaves
Not
or
as
killed
much
them.
as was previously thought.
So no,
actually. Not as much.
so no one here is of Roman descent then.
No, they are.
You don't have any
No.
Roman.
No, I'm Anglo. I'm Anglo-Saxon.
Viking
So.
descent.
And
More of
Romans
Viking
raped a lot of
descent.
women.
So the Romans came, invaded, and left.
No,
without
they
leaving
Yeah, they
raped.
left. They didn't like this island. They didn't like it.
No,
yeah.
they raped the women. Don't
You're
lie.
chatting so much shit. Like this is a bullshit story.
Prima nocta.
No,
Romans
it
didn't
is
come
not a
in.
bullshit story.
It is. If you're claiming that the Roman Empire came to England, chilled for a bit, and left without
mate.
breeding
they
and mixing,
colonised.
without breeding and mixing, then you are a liar.
Yeah, they probably raped and murdered. Yeah.
Oh yeah, probably. You done a DNA test.
They're the masters of
Do you
it.
know where you're from? Do you know what you are, or you just guessing?
Yeah, I
that you're
do know
white?
what I am.
What are
Yeah,
you?
you're guessing.
I'm English through and through, and I'm white,
You're English through and through, but you're a Celt.
No such thing.
But you're a Celt.
and I'm white.
But you're a
There's
Celt.
no
But the
such
Yeah,
Celts
no,
are
there's
not
no
English,
such thing as English. Oh, okay,
Celt-
okay.
Hold on. one
No,
second.
there's no such thing as English through and through.
Yeah, and there's no
Oh,
such
all
thing
right
as
then. Have it
So
your
you're
way.
Celtish. Hold on. So you're Celtish English.
No, my descendants are Celts, right? But I'm
I mean,
English.
your ancestors.
Okay.
Your ancestors
And they're
are
not
Celt.
English.
So they're not. So what you're saying is that they're not Celts anymore.
No, they're still Celts.
But
But I'm
you're
not
yourself
Welsh,
English.
am I? I don't speak Welsh, do I? I don't sound
You
Scottish, and
said
I
you
don't
are
sound
Welsh.
like I come from Ireland.
You just said you are. Yeah, you don't come from Ireland. You don't come from any of these places. You're English. You're claiming to be Celtic. And
Are
where's
you
the evidence for that?
Nigerian? Are you
Where's
You're
the evidence
Nigerian,
for that?
yeah?
I'm Igbo.
Yeah, but you're Nigerian also, yeah?
No, I'm Igbo.
Oh, so you're not a Nigerian?
Nigerian is basically a made-up terminology for people that live in the Niger area, coined by a journalist.
Oh, right, okay. Well,
Yeah,
you
but
have a
I'm
problem
Igbo.
with that.
You
And
didn't make up the
just
name
leave
of my
the
tribe.
English
Hold on.
alone.
Hold on. The white English journalist didn't make up the term Igbo, though.
No,
I don't care about Nigeria. It has no effect on me. I don't care about it, to be honest.
What's the tribal ancestry? They weren't always there. So where did they wander in from, Jedi?
We came from Kemet.
Oh, there you go. So if you came
Kemet's
from
in
Kemet,
Africa though, love. It's in Africa still.
You're actually invader.
My left
aren't you?
Africa for Africa.
It's all space invaders. That's all it is.
I think you'll all find that we came from the Middle East. I think you'll all find that everyone originated from the Middle East.
Nah, not you.
Igbo land,
So you're
sorry,
all
Igbo
Turkish,
land.
Wendy.
Yo, man. Igbo land wasn't invaded. What are you talking about?
Never that.
We
No, you
migrated.
invaded
Well,
it.
it doesn't
You
matter.
invaded
You
my land.
originated from the Middle East.
It wasn't an
Yeah,
invasion.
you originated from up in the fucking Egyptian kingdoms, didn't you? Kemet.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone originated from the Middle East.
So what?
Everyone.
Egypt isn't the Middle East.
Yeah, Egypt ain't Middle East.
I'm sorry, Egypt isn't the Middle East.
Egypt
Well, I've got
definitely ain't the
1%
Middle East.
Middle Eastern blood, so I know.
I don't even know what. Yeah, but Egypt isn't the Middle
There
East.
you go. There you are. You've got 1% Middle Eastern blood.
Shut up, man. Hey, hold on. Everyone stop fucking just saying random shit. Egypt isn't the Middle East. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Egypt's not the
people that left that land
Middle East
and
moved
settled
into Egypt.
in modern day.
Kemetans were in Egypt.
Hello,
and then they moved out.
I'm not
All
wasting
right,
my
sorry.
breath. The people that left and settled in modern day Nigeria were not invaders. They didn't invade.
You probably came from Iraq or somewhere.
No, it's not probably. We didn't come from Iraq. You trying to guess where we came from? We didn't come from Iraq.
We all came from Iraq. We all came from Iraq and countries like that.
I'm giving you a clear. You came from Iraq. That's you. You're the Babylonian descendant. That's not me. I'm not from Iraq.
But you must have came from somewhere. The people just didn't arrive in.
Where I came from. Are you dumb or something? You asked me. And
No,
I
I'm not dumb. I'm not dumb. Tell me where you came from.
You asked me. Hold on 1 second. You asked me and I answered you, fucking numbskull. And now you're talking about fucking Iraq.
What are you getting so angry about?
I'm not angry. I just want to abuse you.
Why?
What?
Because you're a dickhead. Like, you don't deserve no respect.
Why do you want to abuse someone that's just talking?
Because you
I
ask
don't
me dumb
understand.
questions. Because you're asking me dumb questions, I'm answering. You're speaking over me, and you're trying to make jokes about
The cradle of humanity comes from Iraq and
This is why
Greece.
you don't get
Yeah?
respect. This is why you don't get respect, because you can't shut your
You just
fucking
don't like
face.
what I'm saying because it's fact.
You're not saying anything. I'm trying to say something to bring the conversation back up to speed, because you're wasting our time with some Iraq chat. That's what I'm trying to get past you.
Distractions, man.
Like, get me? You just waste, man. Wendy, I swear to God, you should be so embarrassed of yourself. You are the eldest on this panel.
No.
Hold on. You are the eldest on this panel, and you make
Ageism.
please. But I haven't even said nothing negative about her age. I'm saying you are the oldest on this panel. You should be the wisest, but you are the dumbest.
Well, exactly, I'm the wisest. That's why I'm saying where you came
You're
from.
supposed to be the wisest, but you're dumb.
So you say you came from a tribe called the Igbo tribe, but where did that tribe come from?
Oh my God.
So we gone from whether the Romans invaded England to where did the Igbo tribe come from? Do you see how dumb you are?
But you mentioned it, so I'm just interested.
You're just gonna meander from one mute point to the next mute point until you strike some kind of gold. You're a fucking spastic, man. Stay away from me.
Oh wow, thank you.
One minute, man. Jedi, can I make a quick point? Because I might
Don't
never
worry
get to
about it, Jim.
make this point ever again in my whole life. If you can see what we're saying here, yeah?
Oh, someone is talking.
Because we know all white people, all Europeans come from different places. This is why racism is inherent in European identity, because they're all vying for the position of being the whitest crew. That's what it is. They're all from different races, all from different backgrounds, all from different places around the world.
for yourself,
And it's
I
all
love getting
about
attacked.
who's the
Yeah,
whitest.
talk about
And it's
yourself,
about
Khan.
a purity spiral. It's about a purity spiral where
Talk
certain
about
white
yourself,
people are at the
Khan.
top,
Why are you?
and
Hold
certain
on,
white
one second.
people.
Con,
1 minute,
You lot are
man.
terrible.
one second. Wendy and Jupiter.
Please, man.
Like, honestly, you lot are displaying the worst fucking etiquette. Can you let someone finish their sentence? Especially you,
Yeah,
Wendy.
right, sorry.
It's like your favorite thing to do. Like, because you've got no actual points of your own, if you're given the microphone, you won't have anything interesting to say. So you just do ad-libs and try to distract when other people are making points. Shut the fuck up, man. Sorry, carry on, Khan.
Sorry. So as we know, scattered amongst the original Europeans were African people, black people, and the purpose of the majority of white culture has been to displace them, right? So basically, even if there weren't no black people or Asian people in this world, white people still have this battle amongst each other to see who's the one who managed that job the best, to see who's the
You're
whitest
an
of the
idiot,
white.
Khan.
1
Oh
minute,
my
man.
God.
To see
You
which
interrupt man
tribe
to call him an idiot.
is the whitest of the white.
No. So you're interrupting man to call man an idiot. No. This is the thing. You're interrupting man to call man an idiot rather than let him finish his point. Why? Why?
Because all he ever does is he says that white people, black people good, white people bad.
I don't care. Let him talk. As a man that you lot labeled white,
Bad
and
white
saying
people.
you labeled him white, saying he's as pale as Hitler. So if he wants to big up black people, then let him. But let him finish it before you interrupt him. Otherwise, it just ends up being a bag of noise and confusion. And that's where you prosper. You prosper when it's noisy and confusing.
You prosper when you go around mugging white people, don't you?
Wendy, that's all
I don't go around mugging white people. I know it hurts you, but I think that you need to like get over it.
Yeah, you ain't been around here for a while.
I'll never get over the fact that you admit it's doing that, Jedi.
We've moved on now, Wendy. Your old tactics ain't going to work around here no more.
Hold on 1 second. It doesn't matter whether how you feel about it, Wendy. It is what it is. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
When you lot made your stream talking about my mum was a prostitute and got killed, and you thought that was funny, yeah? You thought that was funny. Should I play the stream?
I'm going on mute.
Jupiter giving a hypothetical of, I grew up in an estate and my mum was on the game and she was murked, so I had to rob white people in it. Like you were trying to mock me, right? Right?
Well, I said that, did I?
Right? You and Jupiter was cracking up together in cahoots. It was a collaboration.
I said it, and it was about you.
Yeah, so don't try and piss me off. Don't try and piss me off. Yeah, talking your little bollocks. I don't
you just call me a spastic. What do you expect?
You went to Ireland, yeah, to oppress Irish people, and then you.
I didn't oppress anyone, yeah. And don't mention Ireland when you don't know what you're fucking talking about.
Yes, you did.
Don't mention Ireland. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yo, Wendy. Shut your little fucking dirty
No, you shut your fucking mouth, little mister. I'll go and fucking, I'll go and rob anyone that's white. I'll go and rob anyone that's fucking white.
Go back to the gravesite and fucking go.
That's what you fucking did. You went out and deliberately robbed white people.
Yeah,
Let me finish.
Here.
Yeah, I will abuse you if you keep interrupting me and showing your lack of fucking respect. I will abuse you. I ain't had to talk like that to no one else. But you think you're gonna come on and turn this into chaos. So the chaos will be all on your fucking head. And you'll be back by that fucking gravesite crying.
I ain't scared of you, Jedi. I'm not scared of you, Jedi.
I don't need you to be scared of me. You're dunce. I don't expect you to know where real
I'm not
danger
scared
lies.
of you intellectually. I'm not scared of you in any way whatsoever.
You're not smart enough to be scared
Not
of
at all.
me.
Not at all.
Let me put this bitch on mute, man. Fucking lassie. You ain't smart enough.
Lassie, is that racism?
Is it racism? No, she looks like a fucking dog. What are you talking about? Are white people dogs or something? Why would that be racism?
How?
I've been calling her a
know what
bitch.
it meant.
And
I
a
was
dog
like, is
bitch.
that a code word or something? I was asking.
Why would it be a code word? We don't do code words like you. I'm not a pussy. We don't do code words like
I
you.
don't do code words, but
Yeah,
I do
you
know
don't
it's
know.
true.
You don't know.
Use the word dog after M word.
Swaffy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't use code words.
Yeah,
That's all you do, man. You're a pussy old too, Jupiter. Shut up now. Let me finish saying what I'm saying.
I'm not pussy old. Don't call me a fucking pussy old.
You're a fucking. Listen. Today, when I played a video of you calling a man a nigger and you couldn't even admit it, and there's 200 people watching, you're a pussy old.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can't stand by your words.
Considering I did admit it, but just not at the point you wanted me to admit
You're a
it.
pussy.
It seems a bit fucking crazy, doesn't it?
Anyway,
you're a spineless little pussy.
Yeah, you're a spineless little cunt, man.
Oh,
Spineless
shut up,
pussy,
cunt.
all of you lot.
You're the one that's licking ass, pretending that you're fucking black.
Oh, whatever, man. Anyway, man, you don't get to nominate. You telling
You're
everyone
trans black
their
though.
color.
You know what would be
you're
nice
trans
if your children,
Nigerian.
if your children
You're
pretended to
trans
be black, that'd be a
Nigerian.
start.
That's true.
Fucking
You're
racist.
fucking trans Nigerian talking about thinking they're black. Shut your mouth before we get Jada back.
I don't mind you saying that.
Shut your mouth, man.
Yeah, let's get Jada.
And you're still Nigerian.
Yeah.
We're not random. We're not random.
And I'm going to use that as
gifting.
my defense in the court of law. I
call him nigger.
Anyway,
Case
man.
study
Anyway,
number 2. That was a serious case
Hold
study. Thank you for
Hold
that.
on. Clearly, you like the noise and the confusion and whatever. I think we've kept it controlled and regulated for long enough. I don't have the energy to moderate grown women, grandmothers and great grandmothers. I don't have the energy for it. So I'm gonna let you lot do it how you want it.
Here? I'm not a great grandmother, you cheeky sod.
You're old enough to be one, though. You're old
and
enough
I
to
know
be
Mackie's
one.
so
You're old
Mackie,
enough.
why do
You're old enough. Hold on. You are old enough to be a great grandmother. Are you not?
Know what's going on.
Matthew said he was 40 the other day. He blatantly lied. You're not 40.
Sorry. Everyone chill out.
In my 40s.
Sorry, everyone chill out. 1 second. I beg no one respond.
Why is she laughing like a
I beg
bitch?
no one respond. Listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying. Let her make her noise. Get the distraction out of the way so I can get back.
All right, cool. Can I make a...
No.
Yeah, no, I want to get back
sorry.
to the serious discussion.
No. Enough distractions, man. Just fall back, man. Yeah. I don't know why that little nigger in the background is laughing either. Yeah?
Oh, here we go. Why you got to start with the racial slurs again?
You fucking bojangles.
I don't know why that.
The laugh is on you, Lord. Call me whatever baby you want. Shut your cat dogs in Nigeria.
Yeah. Why wasn't it you? Why wasn't it you in Eltham? Hold on. Why wasn't it you in Eltham instead of Stephen Lawrence? Huh? Why weren't you at the bus stop instead of Stephen Lawrence, nigga?
Exactly.
If only. Wishful thinking, man.
You little waste of melanin. Don't make me start on you, bruv. I've done your fucking little midget dance, bruv.
The man whose wife was called a bitch, and the man who said it's still alive, and he's on the platform of the man who said it. You're a clown.
All right, Nicklet, I've heard you. All right, Nicklet.
Your wife was called a bitch, and the man who said it's alive, bro.
I'm not crying.
And the man who said it is still alive.
You're not gonna get no airtime.
Is on you.
I promise you're not gonna get no airtime.
Said it's still alive.
Pull back, Stephen. Right. We don't want to hear your singing. Go on mute. We don't want to hear your mute. We don't want to hear you singing.
Anyways.
We don't want to hear your dusty nigger throat with all that fucking.
Can I just say my statement that he wanted to rubbish there?
Throat. I don't want to hear it. Yeah.
This is fucking unbelievable. I'm
It's
loving
not
this.
funny, man. It's not funny. You're waste.
Hector, a man called your wife a bitch, and he's still alive.
Trust me.
What's going on?
Fucking cool,
Why are
man.
you on a stream with a man?
You don't care. I don't care.
You think I care?
You care. That's why you come off
mute. In front of your child and your wife. In front of your child.
Let the madness commence.
Your wife a bitch. He's still alive.
You care, man. You care a lot.
It's horrific, bro. No African manhood. No African.
And your little dog Wendy as well on the sideline.
No African manhood, bro.
Well, you just proved that you're not a man of your word. You said you never used the word nigger and you just used it.
The little dirty bitch that goes to the gravesite and frigs
your wife,
yeah.
your wife, your wife,
Brian Hell, Brian Hell.
Deal with it, bro. Deal with it.
Nah. People saying keep it civil. The civil's done, man.
Pump action. Grow up and be a man. Pump action. That is all you know. Violence. Grow up.
It's okay, Hector. Man. The man who called your wife a bitch is still alive. That's all I know.
That is all you do. That is all you do. You
Hector,
cry, you cry, and you cry.
Hector, a man called your wife a bitch in front of your child and he's still alive.
Fucking pickaninny, blood.
He's still alive.
I have never come across
And
men
you're
that cry so much
sharing a
as
space
this
with him.
love.
You're here with
You
with
Yeah, the race
Yeah, you little
going
midget
on.
wog.
You're
Man. You
here.
little midget wog, man. Shut up, man.
You're a wog, man. Shut
You
up,
little
man.
dwarf wog.
Man, truly is like the one good
Fucking hell.
dwarf one.
Nah, big up Jupiter, man. Big up Jupiter.
What a man mini one. Come on, man. You're not getting too far, man.
He's a wog, man.
All right.
But basically, yeah. I don't
Now
know,
you want
I
to
don't know why
copy me
he
and laugh.
raised his voice.
Now you want to copy me and laugh. When you are the one crying, you cry
Your
every
life's
other
a joke.
one. You cry every day.
Your life's a joke.
Continue
Hector,
crying.
Allow it, man. Allow
Hector,
it,
why
you
did you
fake
pull up?
roofer.
Someone called your wife.
Hector,
Why
you
didn't you do
fake
something
roofer.
about
Allow
it?
it, man. You did
Yeah?
couple roofing jobs with the son-in-law, and then you got your missus running around telling everyone you're a roofer. Fucking liar.
Well, Hector, if you fell off the roof, it will take you 3 years to hit the
What
floor.
roof is that? What couple
Why
roof?
don't you go and meet him
I
at one
know.
of his jobs, Jedi?
That's
Seeing
mad.
What?
maybe
Yeah,
Oh, but
no.
Jupiter, why did you Jupiter?
I
Well,
don't
okay,
care.
all right,
After
all right,
all,
cool.
your mate, I
let
don't
me ask.
care. If you say I'm
You
a
work
toilet
full-time
cleaner,
as a
no
roofer?
problem. But
You
it
work
How
took
can you
your
be a
mate
roofer
over
when you're the size of
2
Ant-Man?
years.
You're
Yes,
You
Ant-Man.
work full-time
Ant-Man.
as a roofer.
It took
Gonna
your
roof
mate
it.
over
Ant-Man,
3
if
Tell
you
us
fell
about
off the roof,
being
it
a
will take you
roofer.
3 years to hit the floor.
Do you work full-time as a roofer?
He's a
That's your full-time
liar.
job.
That's a lie.
Imagine him on the ladder
Fucking
trying to
liar,
get
man.
to the roof.
crying.
You got a big job and lie.
Crying.
You got your missus covering for you, pretending that you're employed because she's just trying to build a profile.
He's a
Meanwhile,
roofer.
meanwhile, it's your son-in-law. Meanwhile, it's your son-in-law that
We
felt
know
sorry
the
for you and
truth.
got you on the site.
We
Right or
know
wrong?
the truth.
Right or wrong?
Everybody
Right or
knows
wrong?
the
Right or wrong?
truth.
Right or
Who's
wrong?
doing it? I
Right
heard.
or wrong?
I heard that you fucking.
Right or wrong? We seen your
I
face.
heard.
We seen your face, Jupiter. If your man was making
Well,
money,
it's better
he
than
would have sorted
yours.
you out.
Coming
You
from a
got-
pole
you got
dancer.
that
If your man was
terminator.
making
A
money,
pole
he would have
dancer.
sorted
A
out that
black
drill of
pole
yours.
dancer.
Let's keep it real.
Coming from a pole
Keep your
dancer.
fucking
That's
face.
rich. Don't you think
You need
so?
quality
Coming
up.
from a
What
pole
you
dancer.
saying? What you saying,
Coming
Amos?
from a pole dancer.
And your missus pole dancing. And your missus a stripper.
Ain't your missus doing that though? We've enjoyed her little pole dance.
Yeah, I got your missus on the phone. And your missus a
Oh,
stripper.
no.
Hey, this is your missus.
That is rich coming from a pole dancer.
Mama is
Ain't that your missus? Ain't that your wife?
Right.
Ain't that the mother of your children?
Doing sexy
Huh?
shit for you.
Ain't that the what? Ain't that the mother of your children?
Fucking slut.
Allow it, man. Don't try it,
Shame
bro.
on
Are you
you.
mad?
Shame.
Yeah?
Absolute shame.
Disgusting. Abysmal.
At least get her an eyebrow.
Wait,
Why
wait.
do you send
I'm
her
telling
one
you,
line
yeah.
as an eyebrow?
Your woman could do better.
We stopped that in the 80s, bro. What are
Your
you
woman could
doing?
do better, man.
I'll give it to you.
You got this brought down.
Learn to blend your eyebrows. Learn to blend your eyebrows. Learn to blend your eyebrows.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
Learn to get the right
HRT.
bra size. Get the right
Hey,
bra
wait,
size.
One hell of a drug. One hell of a drug.
You know, Jupiter feels gas because she's got the last Nigerian on the shelf.
You're crying.
Yeah.
Last night.
She's
Yeah.
feeling like,
Learn to
yeah.
open your eyes. Learn to open your eyes.
I feel Nigerian, she's saying. Yeah. I feel Nigerian.
You know that
people
nigga
let
came.
Elton do that?
You
You
know
know
that
the people let
you know that
Elton do
nigga
that?
came straight out of a multi-pack.
It's all because Wendy asked Khan. Why
Whatever, man.
You
Whatever.
know them multi-packs
No,
in
this is
Nigeria. You're not supposed to
because
sell them.
of your
Jupiter,
behavior.
don't lie. Sarah made the point, and you tried to distract her away from her
You
point.
people come from the gutter
That's how we
and
got
you'll
here.
fucking stay in the gutter. Yeah? And
Why
I
are you
can
trying
see
to
why
demean
you
Sarah's
stay in the gutter.
teaching
Black and
role,
white pictures of
Wendy?
actresses, man.
Nah,
You have to-
sorry. Hold on. Let's keep it 100%
All because
true.
you were laughing.
Yeah?
You
Yeah,
lost
let's
his
enjoy
Let's
it.
mind.
keep it 100% true. Yeah? Bro, this your wife,
laughing
bro.
at you,
What
Lord.
happened to the eyebrows?
This your baby on the show. This
Oh,
your wife, bro.
Jedi, what are you doing,
This your
bro?
wife, bro.
You're gonna fuck up my iPhone.
This is your wife. Shut up, man.
Like, at least get her
Shut up,
eyebrows
man.
tattooed for her.
It's
It
your
doesn't
wife.
cost that much. Take her
I
tattoo.
nearly just done a
Get the
fat kick
teeth
spat
done
on
in
my floor, bro.
Turkey.
Like,
It's
so
your
nearly
wife,
did
bro. What you gotta argue with me about?
We could do a lot for her, man.
Huh?
That hairline. Why is that hairline like that?
What hairline?
That's retreating.
Do you come off it, Khan? We saw you on camera earlier. Behave.
What do you mean? You couldn't get a
Now,
man like
Jupiter,
me.
Jupiter, you have
You
a
have
lot
to
of
go for
noticing. You're not
dwarf.
bad looking still.
How can you get a man man like me, Jupiter.
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't want your fucking fat manky ass.
Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Hit that Cash App and PayPal, people, man.
Come on.
Yeah, I agree, Hector. If
Crying
I had a
all
girl like this, I wouldn't fight for her too. I'd just, yeah. you got to tolerate this, man. It's a tolerance thing at this point, man.
I know.
Yeah,
That
man.
hairline
You've got other people
like
bitches
the
and
Roman
cunts, and you've got
army.
this at home. You must be out
That's
your
a
mind.
Roman army
Way,
hairline.
shape, or form, what any of you think, because the
It's
only
all right,
man that I'm
man.
interested
You were called a
in
bitch and your
is
man didn't do
Hector.
nothing about it. Shut up.
And the reason that I do, the reason I want you to play this, I love
You
it.
should have cut the Wi-Fi.
I
and
love
gone
it that
find me
you
called
get
a bitch.
triggered over my videos. I love that you show
No
your
one gets
jealousy
triggered.
for
Now
nothing.
it.
I'm
Now it. Now
You,
listen.
your man don't rate you.
Hold on.
Don't love
Hold on. You're not on Real and McGee right now, yeah? No one gets triggered. No one gives a
Yeah, I
flying
don't care,
fuck.
bro. Like,
If you never
no.
jumped on, it wouldn't be a thing. We're just trying to roast your
Crying.
husband and have a little joke because he's spoiling the conversation by
Crying.
shouting.
We'd roast you even
That's
if you weren't here. That's what you don't
Crying.
get.
That's it.
Crying. That is all you do. You so
No,
called
crying
That's
is
what
what your wife's
cry
doing.
and
Crying is what
cry
your wife's
and
been doing.
cry.
But your wife cries.
You cry after you have sex to get
Crying.
missing. What are you talking about? You probably cry during sex.
No, he cried before, man. He cries before. He cries
Friday,
before.
Friday, man.
Oh,
Friday,
and
Friday.
after
You're gonna make me do this shit again. You're gonna make me do this again.
Get it. Nigga,
Oh, baby.
Man, look at big man rolling on the floor crying.
I'm saying it's Amos, brother.
Hector. You're
I love
saturated.
it.
All right, so one second. Hold on, let me just say. So now Wendy's gone because Wendy started this.
Yeah, big up.
distraction.
Wendy ran. She fucking
Yeah,
ran
she
when I
started this
jumped on the
distraction.
little
So
dog.
I'm gonna say, if you don't want to get back to talking, we can get back to talking one at a time. I don't mind that. I was enjoying that. All this noise and shouting is just, it's childish. But we can do it better than anyone. I just wanted to prove that point.
Yeah,
Well, you didn't really
Do you know what I
prove
mean?
it. I just think that proving that you can be childish, everyone can be childish. It's fucking ridiculous.
All right, let's go back to children and
You
how
lot
adults can
specialise
affect
in
them.
it.
Let's go back to the
Right.
video. Where's the video?
Oh, which video was it?
The child, the little girl.
Oh no, she's done. She's done.
Oh, she's done. Oh, my bad.
Yeah. She's done.
And the fact that you and Wendy didn't feel any sort of emotion from that video, Jupes, it just says
But
so
again,
much.
you're lying because I said I can understand why she felt the way she did.
Well, in fairness, you did. No, well, Wendy didn't. Wendy didn't.
Hey, Wendy's claiming your thing.
You see what I mean about the noise? Hold on. You see what I mean,
I
though,
know.
Jukes, about the noise in the background? It's just distracting. Maybe
Wendy's
if you was
talking
to-
about thieves, and she was part of the biggest. She's part of the biggest thief gang in the world that it was ever, until the Americans came along.
All right, I've got another video for us. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
go
gonna
ahead.
keep it moving. Right. So you probably know about this. I'm just gonna play it, and then whatever we can put our comments in, and yeah, we bring it back down a little bit. We bring it down by 20% again, because I don't want it to just be shouting and cussing, because then it's not really the same show anymore. Do you know what I mean? But we could do that if that's where people want
Should
to
we
go.
wait for Wendy to come back?
Wendy's not coming back.
I think she's just going to change her pad. Like, she won't be long.
I started doing yoga about 10 years ago and just love.
Oh, fuck off, Fern.
For Comedy Hype News, I'm Jay Will. Over the weekend, veteran comedian Godfrey would take to his Instagram in reaction to breaking news that Proud Boys Hawaii founder Nick Ox had been arrested in connection to recent siege at the nation's capital. Godfrey's attention, however, would zero in on the fact that Ox is married to a black woman. This comes as an interesting surprise, as the Proud Boys, for many, have been perceived as a white nationalist organization since majority of their members are white males. Godfrey used this opportunity to continue his initiative for an open and honest dialogue about interracial relationships.
You see this dude right here? This is one of the Proud Boys. You know, all those Neanderthals that attacked the Capitol. Remember that?
As we've been saying all day.
Yeah. Well, I want to show you his wife.
You say opposites attract. We were very different.
This is his wife, his black wife. All right. That's his black wife. Whenever we talk about interracial relationships, everybody gets super sensitive, right? Because, you know, they always say, you ever hear that saying, love transcends color, love transcends color. But nobody talks about the other side, the fetishy side. There's that side where somebody doesn't respect you for who you are. They just want you for fetishy reasons. And that's not just black women or black people. That's Asians, that's Latino. You know, nobody ever talks about that. Nobody ever talks about the non-transcending shit, okay? Because I grew up in Chicago. In Chicago, where I knew white dudes that had black girlfriends would call you nigga in a heartbeat. Yeah. Or they call you a chick and got a Asian girlfriend, call you and got an Asian, a Latino girlfriend, or vice versa. This is real.
All right, first quick note, yeah. He said nigger, it wasn't bleeped out. He said the Chinese slur and a Hispanic slur, and it was blurred out. I found that weird.
I honestly didn't notice.
Yeah, I
anything
found
getting
that
blurred
weird
out.
as well, to be honest. You know,
What got blurred out?
Yeah, I find it to be extremely weird, to be honest.
He just done a Chinese and a Hispanic.
Yeah, I think he probably agrees with you though that black people can't be racially abusive to other blacks, and that's why it hasn't been. I suppose.
All right, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense actually.
All right. So yeah, these Proud Boys. I mean, I don't know much about the Proud Boys. I know that they were identified as some form of extremist group when we did when we went through the list of extremists. But I don't know enough about them. But apparently, they're supposed to be like far right, like American far right.
I think they started off as Trump supporters.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had
and
Make
they
America
were
Great Again.
so for yeah. So it was when the far left were having marches and there was Trump rallies going on. These would step in as kind of a security, as it were. You know,
Are they like
that's
a
as
fringe
far
group?
as I got.
Are they like a fringe group, like the EDL?
I just thought they were. No. I just thought they were Trump supporters, to be honest with you. You know, it was just more Trump rallies that they were at.
Okay.
Do you know how people always asking Tommy Robinson why he's got like far right people that follow him and that, and he sort of denies them? I think this group was a bit like that, where half of them were far right and half of them weren't. And I think this is the event that this happened, sort of split them into two. This getting exposed. So this is quite a big thing. What the guys
Well, not as far as I know. As far as I know, they've always been extreme.
Nah, I think there's two lots of Proud Boys.
The Proud
They're
Boys?
both racist.
Yeah, I've thought they were a racist group. But
Yeah,
maybe
the main group are. The main group
But we
are.
got Proud Boys over here and in Australia, right? Am I wrong?
Proud Boys I know are in Texas.
I don't know, Jedi.
But
I don't know
the
much
Proud
about
Boys
them.
I only thought they.
The Proud Boys I know are connected to like the American Combat 18. Do you remember when we was watching that whole like basically I went through some documents about
As far as I know, Combat 18 don't exist anymore.
it definitely does. It's in America. I know it's over here. It definitely does. We went through it when I went over all the.
In America. Oh, okay.
Do you remember when the list of extreme groups was released 2 years ago, a year ago, and I done a big live stream on it? You was there, Jukes. You don't remember?
I was there. I remember that.
And then a massive live stream. I think it was like on a Sunday or a Saturday.
We went through the whole list.
Yeah, we went through the whole list of everyone, going into different links, different videos, and we found out that Combat 18 has kind of phased out over here, but it's alive and kicking in its American counterpart.
Yeah.
Right. They're here, but they're underground.
Probably in the prison system or something
They're
over there.
underground
Is
because
it?
I know that.
And they have some other names and some other stuff and blah blah blah.
I know that they're part of the prevent list, so I know that educators are taught about that they do exist, but they're underground.
Right.
So there are children joining them or being influenced by them. Yeah, it's on the website, the DFE websites.
Wendy will probably know them. They're affiliated with Northern Ireland. The UDL. What are they? UDL?
Yeah, the UDA.
Yeah, and that's what the documentary was saying.
That's
if
who
you
they're
remember,
with.
the documentary was saying,
they're fascists.
The documentary was saying, Tommy Robinson was getting in there with some Irish dudes and did it there.
And that dude, he's a Catholic, and he's going in with
He's supposed to be a Catholic, but he's in with the other side.
I thought that Tommy Robinson denounced the Proud Boys or something, but maybe I'm wrong.
What, like he denounced the EDL?
Well, after he got enough money from them, was it?
Like he denounced the EDL, yeah?
I know your man Gavin. He was a comedian in America. Gavin something, I don't know. His outfit was Scottish anyway.
Gavin
but that's
McGuinness.
who. Gavin McGuinness. There you go. That's who was meeting
Close the
Tommy
door.
Robinson at the park that day. He was at the park one of the days when the Proud Boys. I think it was the Proud Boys were there, and Tommy Robinson must have showed up for them or something. I don't know. Or Gavin
sounds
McGuinness
about
was
right.
there.
Yeah.
Gavin McGuinness was there when and he showed.
Yeah,
up for them
Gavin
or something.
McGuinness was at the Freedom Rally, and he is a Proud Boy. Yeah.
Well, so he's a Canadian, right? He's a Canadian though.
Yeah.
He definitely is a racist. Definitely. I've watched some of his.
Do you think he's a racist, Jupiter?
Who? Gavin McGuinness. I don't like him. Yeah.
All right. But Tommy Robinson,
I
you
don't
like
think
though,
he's
right?
a racist. No.
Tommy Robinson's
that,
all right, though, yeah?
And Gavin McGuinness is probably the furthest you can go when it comes to Proud Boys with speaking up against anti-whiteism, for example. It's mainly a centrist group. It's very similar to Tommy Robinson group, which is basically a centrist group, civic nationalist group, who is anti-Antifa and a kind of a boy club. That's it.
I think actually Gavin McGuinness is white.
No, I see him as definitely more violent and more right than that.
Yeah, violence. You link violence to being right wing or some bullshit. Everyone can be violent. Muslims can be violent. Communists, Antifa can be violent. And so on.
That's the far left ones.
Yeah, and it was a counter. They were founded.
That's what I was saying.
Based
It was
on
a counter.
Antifa. Yeah, Antifa attacking Trump rallies, right?
That's what Dublin was just saying.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with a right-wing ideology or something like this. Really, they are centrist. Yes, they are
See this story that got exposed about the leader's wife being black. Isn't that the incident that kind of split the group into two? Into one side being racist, the other side were kind of denouncing.
There was a small chapter who says basically you guys who have evolved from being centrist, basically.
That's
and
what
saying,
you call a splinter group.
Yeah, but this is only a small part of the Proud Boys. I think they have a Telegram channel or something. And now, but the majority of them are basically centrist, like Sargon of Akkad and those people.
Oh, is he the one that had
Sargon of Akkad? Yeah, I used to watch
the conversation with Sarah Garvey? Is that one Akkad? That one?
Yeah. He did.
And what? And he's one of the Proud Boys as well.
He actually ran.
The Proud Boys are for Sargon. He would say these people are intellectually not capable. Basically, Sargon would not associate himself.
Your man
with.
Sargon ran for the same political party that Robinson ran for in that EU election.
Yeah, you have to make some allegiances, right? In this world where everyone is against you, yes. But I wouldn't say that Sargon has a similar ideology as Tommy. Sargon, I would say today.
Well, they ran
Sargon,
for the same political party. How can you say that when they ran for the same political party? You can't say
because there are no other options. That is why they had to work together.
There's plenty of options.
Let me get back to this video because I couldn't give a fuck about nothing you got.
Yeah.
Sargon is basically a reactionary,
so
not a centrist.
This dude with his black wife going to the Capitol. So what did he say? Okay, I'm going to do some racist shit. You sit there and you be pretty, goddammit. I'm coming back to satisfy my fetish. So we have to talk about that side. Because if love transcended color, right? Then we would have been equal by now. Because we fucking each other for a long time, everybody. Everybody's fucking the shit out of each other. And yet racism hasn't moved a goddamn inch. I'm just saying. So where's this transcending coming from?
I disagree with that.
And let's be real. A lot of us date outside of our race. A lot of us, there is a population of people that date outside of race because of self-hatred. Self-hatred angry at your people. You know, you got black women mad at black men and say, fuck black man, I'm gonna get a white dude. That's the truth. And you got black men that say, these black women, I'm gonna get me a white girl. Watch. Huckleberry fin ass Negroes. Yeah, you got that. You got people who have other agendas for going to another race. That's real shit. So I would like to just express that to everybody, and that this boy right here is an example of a lot of motherfuckers that are like that.
People in the comments largely supported his opinion, with one reading, OMG, I feel the same way. Facts. OMG, finally. That was so crystal clear. Now, for some, on the other hand, would challenge Godfrey's stance. What was racist about what they did at the Capitol, though? They didn't show up there to burn a cross or hang some colored folk. Just remember, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If you stop one group from speaking their mind because how it makes you feel, what happens when you want to speak your mind? Ox will get arrested at Honolulu International Airport upon his return to Hawaii for unlawful entry into the United States Capitol building. Now, this isn't the first time Ox would gain national attention. Back in 2016, Ox and his wife Shonda would appear on divorce court with Judge Lynn Toler. According to his Twitter page, the self-proclaimed dictator of Hawaii was fully aware of the discussion his marriage would create. In several different tweets, while sharing a picture of his family, Ox would caption it, white supremacists in quotations. Now to note, Ox is not the only Proud Boy to marry a person of color. Proud Boy's founder, Gavin McInnes, married a Native American in 2005 and has since fathered 3.
Sorry, that chick's white.
Children with her. In a way, Godfrey speaks to a very real conversation within American history. A great example of this is the Jefferson-Hemings controversy, a story which involves Thomas Jefferson fathering all 6 of his slaves, Sally Hemings' children. To this day, the question of whether Hemings was simply a concubine or one half of a true, consensual, and loving relationship has yet to be answered. But the psychology that allows such relationships to persist is exactly what Godfrey attempts to dissect. As far as Godfrey, he has shared similar sentiments in the past. In November, he made a similar post lambasting black men who date raggedy trailer park white girls. He opens the post stating, "I'm not saying you can't love someone else. I'm not saying that love doesn't transcend color. Everybody thinks, oh, it's love, but a lot of times it's not. Just look at society and how effed up racism is. Dating somebody from another race does not solve that. But I'm not saying there's not true love. I just don't believe everybody goes into it with that." Let's talk about it more in the comments below. And for more news and comedy, be sure to head over to comment.
Right, didn't go where I thought it would go, but maybe it left us with something to talk about. What do you lot think?
I think he made some valid points.
He has a point to some extent, like
yes.
what Godfrey was saying and all that. You know, is that like in some relationships there are a lot of fetishes and all that. You know, whether it's a non-black woman would say to a black guy, BBC and all that and stuff like that. You know, there's even a term used. A lot of non-black women who are into they're into something they're into a cultural thing, particularly in the sexual industry, and all that. Like in for instance, in the swinging stuff and all that. I heard there's like a term called QoS. You know QoS?
No, what is that?
It's basically like it's an acronym. Yeah, so it's actually a quite offensive acronym actually. I was quite surprised that that such acronyms exist in 2022. So the QoS stands for Queens of Spades and all that.
What?
The QoS is an acronym.
Why were you offended by Queens of Spades?
Because that's offensive, though, isn't it? If you think about it, the words that are used in the acronym is offensive.
Talking about? I'm completely lost.
So am I.
Look, all I'm saying is,
Explain yourself. Explain what you are talking about. You're a fucking adult, 25 years old. Explain what you're talking about, bro.
All right, look, what I'm trying to say is, look,
for me, and I'm not gonna
look, what I'm trying to say is that what Godfrey's saying is correct, in it. Like some, like when you're looking at, men and women, you know, who you know, who are, you know, who are different races, who, you know, who date each other, are not
but Godfrey was only talking about.
It's not for love, like it's not for love and all that, isn't it? Like
Eunice,
it's just, you know,
Godfrey
they have
was
like,
on-
they got
Godfrey
like
was-
strange fetishes and
Don't
all
let him
that.
talk, Dublin.
You know, they got like strange fetishes and all that and stuff like that, you know, and it's quite disturbing, to be honest. Like,
So what did you call it? Q?
yeah, apparently a person told me once, you know, there was a term called QOS in it.
Q what?
QOS.
Q
Yeah.
O
OS.
S.
Yeah.
QOS.
Yeah, which is an
Which
acronym
is
for
Queen of Spades.
yes.
And
what
break
does
down
that
to
mean?
me-
So basically, it's like you know, a non-black woman who's into black men and all that. In a, you know, in a
spade. You never heard a black person being called a spade?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Queen of
you're saying
Spades.
that she's okay. See what you're saying.
Yeah, and also when you think about the term, you know, BBC and all that, it's quite, you know, offensive in a way.
What's
isn't it?
BBC stand for?
You're taking
I
a piss.
honestly don't know.
I'm
I
not going to
honestly
say
don't
it.
know.
I'm not going to say it.
I
I'm not going to
honestly
say
don't
it,
know.
but like it's quite offensive in a way, doesn't it? Like, you know, like if a woman doesn't, you know, like the guy, doesn't like the geezer, yeah, for his, you know, he, you know, like she doesn't like him. She doesn't like him, yeah, based on character and all that. Innit? She just likes him because of the physical part in it or something like that. And that's in a way, and that's very dehumanizing, isn't it?
Okay,
I asked my ex because I saw it in her phone one time talking about BBC. I said, "What the fuck is that?" And she says, "The best big cuddles." Is that true?
And you're slagging me, Jello. Then.
Well, there's only two BBCs I know: the BBC television, and you got the BBC. No, that's not. No, that's no.
It's not about big cuddles, no.
No.
What?
That's not from my understanding. No. I only know like two versions of it. Like.
Okay, so one's a British broadcast corporation.
Yeah.
And one's big cuddles.
Big boys cuddles. Big boy cuddles. I want some of that, baby. I want some of that BB's.
Yeah, but like we look at what Godfrey's saying, like it's to some extent there's some truth to it. Like, you know, I think people go into, you know, interracial relationships, and you know, they go into interracial relationships with the wrong reasons and all that, right?
Right.
So like,
in fairness, Godfrey was only talking about white and black,
based on love and all that. They love each other,
He wasn't
you know,
talking
based on
about any
characters
other
and all that.
races.
There's like a physical attractions, you know. She thinks that, you know, he's a handsome man and all that. He thinks that she's a beautiful woman, and they get together and all that, and that's totally legit in it. But the thing is, yeah, it's like the other side of it, yeah, like you have to question it whether or not, you know, there's some type of racial elements attached to it. She wouldn't be saying to the geezer, yeah, like she wouldn't be saying to him, yeah, like, oh, you got like a BWC or BAC or something like that, you know, if the guy's an Asian geezer or is a white geezer, you know what I mean? Like, but she only reserves it to a black geezer, and there's something wrong with that.
So look, it's blatantly bleeding obvious. I can't understand why we're doing the state in the bleeding obvious. Of course, there's going to be some people that have got fetishes. Just like there's some people that have got fetishes for fucking blonde women or short women.
Some women are good looking. Exactly.
Yeah,
some
you
women are
know, I
good
mean,
looking,
for
like,
Christ's
you know?
sake, nobody's saying that.
But the thing is, yeah, look, what I'm trying to
to
say is, and Jupiter, is those type of
I'd
fetishes,
have a
right?
bit out of all
You know, some type of fetishes are harmless and all that, but some type of fetishes, okay, are very harmful.
What, like
Are
extra
extremely
dicks?
harmful to the point where it robs someone from their humanity.
Yeah,
That's
if
what
you
I'm trying
have
to say.
children, I agree with
The
you.
homeless
I agree
kind.
with you, Eunice. So if it's a racial fetish and you end up having children born out of that, it's very, very sad, yes.
Yeah, you
No, it's not just. Well, what I'm trying to say is that those type of fetishes and all that, you know, if a woman thinks, yeah, well, you know, I'm going to get with, you know, the black guy and all that, you know, I'm going to have fun with him and stuff like that, but she doesn't have the same mindset as the other geezers from other races, isn't it? She doesn't take the black geezer seriously.
What happened there?
Can someone
But
translate
what
that?
if they've known each other all their
Geezer.
lives?
In proper English, I can tell you that for a fact.
I need the translator.
Yeah, big
Nah,
up
man,
here.
you know what I'm trying to say in there, Con, innit? Now you're from the East End, innit? You know what I'm trying to say, innit? Like,
Yeah.
but anyways,
Someone
like,
said BC stands for bitch better cook. Is that fact or
bitch better cook?
but like, anyways, like, you know, that's all I'm trying to say, innit? Like, you know, most, you know, many interracial relationships, you know, it's based on genuine love and all that. There's mutual respect. You know,
But just because
respect
you
for,
love
you know,
someone doesn't mean the
they respect
relationship's
each other's
not a
humanity and all
fetish.
that, and that's
Eunuch,
beautiful and all that, innit?
Eunuch.
Like,
Just because you love someone doesn't mean the relationship's not based on a sexual fetish. You can still love them.
well then what really? If it's a fetish, it's a fetish, no? When does a fetish turn into love?
But what is a fetish? A fetish could be...
Hold on. Then it's not a fetish, it's attraction.
Exactly.
Right? No?
Right.
Does love not change things?
I think you can love someone and hate them at the same time.
But can you love someone?
Oh, shit.
Can you love someone and fetishize them at the same time?
Yeah.
Love and
I
hate
think
someone.
I personally
I couldn't.
I've in my experience, yes, you can.
I think you just got to make your mind up of what's going on in your mind. But I don't think. Do you know what I mean? Like if it's hate, it's not going to be hate and love. That's silly. We're being silly now when we say stuff like that. You hate me or you love me. Which one is it? Oh, I dislike you, but I love you, or I love you, but I don't want to be with you. Well, I don't know, but like the hate and love, I don't know about that. How? How, man? Do you not even hate anyone?
Like I couldn't get. No,
have you even ever hated
properly.
anyone?
Not
Exactly. I never hated
But,
no one.
but you couldn't get me into a bed with a woman that I really disliked. I wouldn't.
No, you haven't lived, man.
See, you lot that do that angry
you have not
thing.
lived.
If I get angry, I don't want to see you
on the plate.
the next 8 days.
Exactly.
Let alone like, oh yeah, let's have sex. I'm angry, you're angry, let's have sex. That's fucking weird. I can't do it. I've got to be at peace with you to be like, come on, man.
Exactly. No, that's
you know
true.
what I mean? It's weird, but people are like that. But then again, it makes me wonder what it is. I don't know. It makes me wonder. Makeup sex is not something I could ever fucking understand.
Yeah, daddy issues does it all the time.
Yeah, I can't understand
sex after you've made up makes perfect sense. Oh, I've been fucking roasting. I'm glad we're good, right?
Yeah, but not this angry sex that people talk
the
about.
sex is to make up. Never done it, man. I'm gonna fuck you. You're gonna come. You're gonna say, right, I'm off to report you for rape. Do you know what I mean? Cheers, mate. Yeah, cheers for that bit of DNA. You're done. Like, I don't know, man.
Exactly. I don't know which way you're gonna play this after this.
What the fuck is that? That's weird, man. Make up, man. Have a chat. Have a fucking chat, man. Bro. Sometimes your missus will make up with you just because she's a bit horny.
And then
she's gonna concede.
You sorted it out.
Like, you know what? I'm sorry. I don't want to beef. I'm sorry. And later on, it's mad thing. That's why. Man's laughing because it's true. He's laughing. And you're thinking, that's why you squashed the me so quick, eh? Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Fair play, though, man. You got to do what you got to do, man. Fair play. Squash the beef. That is obviously silly before you lot be making love. But I don't know. I don't know, man. Definitely. Yeah. Yeah. All right, man.
But you know what? I just want to add something to this, right?
Yeah.
There's a hell of a lot of extremists that talk about what we should do in British politics that are actually off of these shores and they're married to people that are not British.
What, like yourself?
Listen, Jupiter.
Like who?
I can't remember
the Saudi family.
All of their names.
Look,
no,
anyone that bankrolls.
All right.
Listen,
anyone slow down, Dublin. She's trying to explain who's who. Like, shut up for a minute, man. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, so there was a load of people that used to be FNATs that were in PA that used to turn up on mine and Wendy's, and it turned out that I can't remember their individual names now, but it turned out one of them had a Vietnamese wife, another one had a
Pakistani
Spanish wife, etc., etc. They
One
all
of them had an Indian husband.
and a lot of them were actually living in Spain. Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
I got that one.
You like that one? Yeah.
But so what's that?
Whatever happened to that guy?
The
Like, can you not tell
government?
me briefly? Yeah, what happened to Ralph's clique? Is something X? Ralph, man.
Oh,
England
yeah.
Ralph. What was his clique called?
Ralph moved
Ralph
to
with the
Germany,
big
bro.
ears.
He was
Ralph moved out to
right place for him.
He was PA.
What?
Ain't out with the
No,
Jones
He was
Bears.
PA. He was patriotic alternative, and then they kicked him out, and
Yeah.
he did his own thing against what he
NRX.
called the
NRX.
cathedral or something like that.
NRX.
That's it, NRX. Yeah, that's
He
it.
went out with the Jones on board, though, didn't
He moved to Germany.
He was already in Germany.
Was he?
Yeah, he
he
ran
had
to
a German
Germany
abroad.
a while ago.
His missus from Germany. He was in Germany
Yeah,
most
yeah.
of the time. So that's it. He's just staying in Germany. Is that what you're saying, or what?
Well, apparently the extremist Freedom for Britain reckons he's meeting up with Ralph this week somewhere. So I don't know.
Okay. I don't know who that is. Cool, man. Cool. I got another interesting video now. If you play videos from Al Jazeera, do you get in trouble?
I don't know.
From
I'm not sure, but I wouldn't chance it. But it's up to you. I don't know.
I'm gonna save this video for later.
Can you not just do them under fair use now?
I don't know what they call fair use. I say it, but I don't know what the fuck it means, bro. Because trust me, the thing that when YouTube are ready, they don't give a damn about what pretty little words you've got in front of your video. They're just doing you. They don't care. It's obviously not on fairness or investigation. It's just if the person that sees the request or whatever,
if they don't like
yeah,
it,
cool. They just do it. That's it. And you repeal, and they get rude with you and that.
Al Jazeera is connected with the Muslim Brotherhood, correct?
No, it's the BBC. And that wasn't a pun like what.
You're filthy. What's this got to do with?
No, but it was. It's actually going. It's tied to the British Broadcasting Corporation.
Everyone's gonna have to say that now.
You have to say the whole thing. British Broadcasting.
Yeah. People are gonna say
100%.
But can we quickly go back to this whole dimension of why someone has a partner and everything like this? This is so complex, right? Out of my head, I can name 10 dynamics going on. When we're talking about Al Jazeera, for example, when it comes to Muslim relationships, what you will find is that within their faith, right? So the Muslim man can, for example, marry a Christian woman or an atheist woman or something like this. No problem. But
no, wait, hold on a minute.
But bro, if you're not a Muslim,
Christian woman and a Jewish woman, innit? Not an atheist woman.
Hold on,
Not an atheist woman, a Jewish woman or a Christian woman, not an atheist woman. Because she's not being.
I don't know, but it doesn't really matter. So let's stay with the Christian
Please get the
side,
facts
right?
yeah.
Yeah, let's stay with the Christian, but it's the same dynamic.
Fucking telling me it is.
Why is there a difference between a man able to marry basically a Christian wife and not the Muslim woman can marry a Christian man, right?
Can I answer that quickly?
It's a sex dynamic because within the Muslim faith, it is the man who is dominant. Let me quickly explain that dynamic, okay? Before you interrupt me. So within the Muslim faith, it's very obvious that the man has the dominant role, and Muslim think that the women are the submissive role. So for Islam being basically having the task to conquer the world with making everyone Muslim, the strategy is to, because they think that the man is basically, he dictates the rules, is so that Islam can spread, the man has the opportunity to marry outside the Muslim faith, right? So he will conquer by getting another woman, right? While when you have it for the Muslim woman, there's a chance that she will convert then to Christianity, which is a loss for the Muslim like expansion, right? So you see that even within that faith, it is a conquering strategy within that faith. Why men, for example, can only marry outside their Muslim faith, right?
And Elron, you've got a problem
Why
with
are we talking about religion when that wasn't the fucking conversation? It was about race.
Relax.
So why is
Well-
religion getting brought up? No, because Elron does this all the fucking time, bruv. Talk about the fucking conversations. Don't be bringing no fucking religion into anything, bruv. Talk about the conversation, Elron.
Well, it's the same with what we are talking about race. It's the same thing.
Yeah, well, religion is not a
was
fucking
Muslim
race.
is not a
Religion's not a fucking race. Religion's not a fucking race. Yeah? Talk about the fucking conversation. Why are you bringing religion into it for?
Well, it's I'm telling you.
Drop the conversation about religion and talk about the fucking conversation is about race, Elron.
Oh, Muslim, don't get angry here because I expose your.
No, you're not
strategy.
exposing shit, but you do it every single time you come on panel. You do this shit, bruv. It's not about religion. We're talking about race. Keep to the fucking conversation, dickheads.
Can I just ask Elronder a question?
Yeah, please.
Wouldn't you like to employ the same tactic to ensure the survival of your own race?
Yes, 100%.
So to be straight, to be 100% clear, the race or the nation or nation building is better when it's in the hands of the man,
yes,
and not the woman.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your point then? Where's your critique?
No, I'm just pointing out something that is very, prevalent.
Which is pointless because it's not relevant to the conversation. It's not relevant to the conversation. It's not relevant to the conversation. It's about race, not religion.
Because
It's not relevant to the conversation.
When it comes to race, how many times?
It's not relevant. It's not relevant. Religion is not. Religion is not relevant. Get it through to your fucking thick head, bro. Religion is nothing to do with fucking race, fool.
All right, she's okay. So all I'm saying is that you see the same kind of mentality when it comes to race, right? I just take like the cultural approach, the religion approach, where you can see the same thing happening. How many times I sit on a panel and someone, just lost their mind because they have no arguments and insult me with, well, you're a white woman going with the black guy or with the Arabs, right? You never hear that the other way around, right? Why? Because it's a conquering strategy. It's to humiliate the other part, right? So the same dynamic you see when it comes to race. That is just one dynamic, however. Then you can go deeper. That, for example, what he has talked about, it's when he, unfortunately, he hasn't talked about this is also being part of when white women now dating outside,
we know
feeling guilty or feeling inferior, and then when she has like another man, she's not racist anymore, and so on. So there's another thing going on with that, right? But yeah, it's very, it's only the one way. When it comes to women dynamic and men dynamic, it's completely different, right?
Sorry about that, Jedi.
You never hear, for example, a black nationalist making the case, look how our black women conquering the white man because the white women don't get white men or something.
Can I say something?
You never see that.
Arunda, you know, I just outlined to you that nation building can take place better in the hands of the man rather than the woman. I also have to realize that based on the European socio-economic situation of extreme abundance, it would be very difficult for you to kind of instill this kind of patriarchy, because women don't need men. Women got everything they need. So how are you going to do nation building when the socio-economics doesn't support it? So the rise of homosexuality, the rise of liberalism, these things are all tied to socio-economic situations. So in Islam, they have a very strong what's it called? What's the word? Not anti-capitalist, but anti-consumer kind of ideology, where people don't possess things that they don't need, really, like superfluous items they don't have. So that ties in with the nation building strategy of not being obsessed with material possessions. So how are you going to take a European ideology which is based on consumerism, which they copied off the Americans from the 1950s, and reverse that? That's more important, like to get rid of this consumerist ideology which underpins the whole liberalist agenda. That's your main problem. Like focus on Islam or patriarchy.
Look, I've
in my
mentioned
opinion, Elrunda, in my opinion, those things are secondary.
Look, I haven't even
Well, so now
criticized
Khan's
Islam
turned
for
into an
doing that.
extremist,
I've
which
just
is
brought up
strategy to Elrond.
Islam.
I don't
because-
mind you bringing up Islam. It just has to be in context.
Yeah, but you're so triggered, right? I just mentioned Islam
Who's triggered, bro? I don't know.
as
Who's
a
triggered.
codified, basically within a book where we can clearly prove what's going on. But because most people
What has this
wouldn't
got to
admit
do
it,
with race?
right?
What has this got to do with race? What has it got to do with race?
I told you
What has this got to do with race?
Because it's
I told
nation building.
you, the same dynamics is going on within race without the faith, right?
It's
But
nation
most
building.
people, but
Expansionism.
you haven't have a book like where it's outlined, but we are seeing it. It's a natural phenomena. Me as an ethno-nationalist, I'm even against men mixing
What
outside.
did you think it was?
Because I don't want to conquer like other countries and get my DNA within that race. I see that as a problem. You see that with the Mexicans, right? For example, the Mexicans have like 30 to 40%.
So, Elron,
European.
how do you propose to do that on a landmass like Eurasia? How do you propose to do that?
What you're asking
saying-
for, Elrunda, goes against the law of nature.
It's-
You're
yeah,
saying,
it's-
you're saying I want to keep my little piece of land and I want to have my people ethnically pure, and I
You're
don't
gonna
want them
end
to
up. You're gonna
expand.
end up like the
So if you
royal
don't want them to
families in the
expand,
1700s.
what's going to happen to them?
all fucking
If they don't expand, what's going to happen to
inbred
them?
and fucking
Eventually,
mad
they'll
shit.
be conquered by someone else. Eventually.
That's true in part. Yeah, you can have different strategy to basically expand. Can have different strategy. You can just genocide people and take over the place.
But you
That would
tried
be
that
one.
before.
That
You
would
tried
be
that
one.
before, mate.
Yeah, you did that. You
That
done
would
that
be
already,
one
mate.
You've done
thing.
that
and-
already.
But you can also,
lab
you know,
and
You
everything
work out
after
that
that.
well for you. You know, the Russians.
Fuck's sake, man.
oh, I'm saying, there's different strategies.
That
If
laugh
you're
was
weak, for
super
example,
crazy
like,
after that.
for example, Islam
that laugh
right
was too
now,
much.
right? Islam, let's go back, triggering
picking on
the
Islam
Muslims here on the
because you-
panel.
Stop mentioning religion. Why you keep mentioning religion? Stop it.
Zucchini,
getting-
relax.
he's getting his rocks off.
No, because he does this every time, and people let him get away with it. But I'm not going to allow him to get away with it. Talk about the subject. This is not about religion.
Most of the time when I'm on the panel, I'm not speaking about religion at all.
Yeah, so I hear Sakina's point, but I also feel Elron has the right to say what he wants. So I'm not going to get involved in that. But I'm saying, when you protest, can you turn your mic down a little bit? I don't know what mega mic you got, Ben.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Who was going? Elron, carry on.
I think I'm portrayed wrongly here. I was obviously I'm having a little of trolling mentality today. Most of the time when I come on the panel, I'm talking about black and white issues and not about Islam.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. So I'm a
Are
little
you
bit
jealous
of a.
Are you jealous of what Islam is doing at the minute and that the German race isn't doing it?
Yeah, you can call it jealousy.
He's like,
Yes. I think
That's what
Germans are
Yeah.
downtrodden, man. Let's allow it, man.
you can also say it's respect of Islam, really, because Islam, at the way what they have at the moment, they are militarily inferior. They have no chance of challenging
I
us.
knew all the hate. It's like what you hate when you hate a girl when you're younger and you keep punching her, but you really like her, you know. That's what. That's.
No, I'm saying Islam
Yeah,
has the right
yeah, I know.
strategy. Has the right strategy
convert you.
to conquer
the
Europe
Saudis-
at the moment
Saudis in-
by basically having
How
birth
strong
jihad.
militarily are the Saudis, Elron?
That's the right strategy.
Elron,
Elron Rushdie.
how militarily strong are the Saudis?
Not very strong. When you take away like the American support or something, the problem was that Saudi Arabia, I think, called for America's help when it came to problems with Turkey and with what was the other country? Qatar, was it Qatar? And that is why I think it was who was the 9/11 grandmaster chess mind behind it, like Osama bin Laden, right? Because Saudi Arabia basically called for the help of the US. The people around the Al Qaeda people were very pissed because Saudi Arabia is supposed to be a holy land, right? And no unbeliever, like infidel, should set foot in Saudi Arabia, and that is why they Osama bin Laden
That's a lie,
You know how much fuel?
Saudi Arabia.
You got diplomats in Riyadh, didn't it?
Did you know how much fuel Saudi Arabia gave to Germany? $1.4 billion worth of fuel, of oil, crude oil, was given to Germany. So you guys are helping pay their military bill.
Yeah, of course, and I'm against that, really, because the problem I have with Saudi Arabia is that they are also financing the Islamization of my country, right? You have the Muslim Brotherhoods. They are spending billions of euros building new mosques and so on. When we would have a natural relationship based on trade, I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Whose fault was that? If you remove the Ottoman Empire from the equation, then Saudi Arabia is going to run roughshod over you. You remove the natural obstacle to Saudi Arabia, which was the Ottomans. You, the Europeans, did that.
So Germany before that really had great relationships with the Ottoman Empire. So Saudi Arabia isn't really a natural ally of Germany, really.
This is correct.
For example, I think it was the Americans and the Russians blocking the what was it? Like there was even a James Bond movie about that area.
They put everything in films. If it really happened,
it was this oil pipeline that should be built and that should also pump oil into some European countries, but they blocked it. I forgot the country. It must be like Uzbekistan or something like this, where Turkey has a good relationship with.
Uzbekistan and Turkey's relationships only been good for the last couple of months because Russia sort of removed the blockages. So previously, Russia held Uzbekistan very close to itself. Unlike Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, all these other countries, they're close to Turkey, but Uzbekistan not so much. Mainly because of Russia.
Can we just get back to why Elrond gives out about Islam so much is because he wishes the German people would take a leaf out of their book. That's the only reason why he gives out about them.
Well, I think it's taken years for Elrond to actually admit the fact that his whole ethos is based on ethnic cleansing. Because if he's saying that,
it's not.
I heard that. Now,
he's not going to allow his
what's happening right now is ethnic cleansing. What's happening right now is ethnic cleansing.
What's your ethos then?
Bro, I heard that laugh, man. I heard that laugh after what you
After
said.
all these years, Elrond, you fucked up. You just said what your solution is to mixing with other people, which is to actually kill other people.
What I'm saying, I'm genuinely at this stage, right? I'm against, and history must be viewed in the context of the past and not with a modern mindset.
Why?
I'm against expansion, for example, unless it is absolutely necessary, right? So for example, I wouldn't say that the Germans, for example, should now, just because I'm for having more increasing our birth rates, right? I'm not pushing that when it comes to, let's say, the Germans are now 200 million in German. No, we clearly have
Aaron,
to
you know how fucked you are.
legislate birth rates, because otherwise you have to expand, right? And I'm against.
Why are you interrupting him, Dublin, man? What? Since why are you doing this? You're making it difficult. We can't hear him.
Sorry.
And we can't hear you at the same time. You're not sorry. Come on, man. Like, what are we doing? If you
I
don't want to.
I apologize.
Yeah, cool, man. But you're doing it on purpose, Dubs. Like, allow it, man. Please, bro.
No, all I'm saying is the state has the, from my mindset, has the task to basically provide their people with everything they can within the country. And when you have too many people living in that country, ultimately the country can't provide for that people anymore. And then you have either people moving out migrating, right? Or you fix the birth rate. Like, I'm not for a China model on something like this, but more with propaganda, right? Propaganda, being reasonable, having 1, maximum 2 children if you're overpopulated, something like this. Having incentives, right? But yeah, being having reasonable politics when it comes to states and especially population control.
But Elrunda, can we keep it simple? Even in the Bible, God allowed the Hebrew tribes to take women from surrounding tribes. So this shows that you have 2 options: either mix with other people or become inbred. Now, the inbreeding thing can't go on forever. It has to come to an end sooner or later. So the only option is to take in genes. One minute. Let me finish my point, yeah? So the only option is to take in genes from other races. Now, if you think about the black people being the original people, then they can mix with everyone. It's like having O type blood. Your blood can go to everyone, right? So if you look at what's going on here, all these countries have taken in black people, and now they're going to close the doors and basically homogenize them into the main population. In other words, forcibly assimilate them until they're not black anymore. And that's what the fate of the black people that's trapped in European countries is going to be. And how they're going to ensure that is by basically killing black people that's in places like Africa right now. By
no one is talking about that.
Food.
Where do you have
One minute. So there's going to be food shortages going on. There's going to be lack of funding in terms of medicine to these people. The World Health Organization withdrawing from helping these people. And you're going to see a big
you're talking about working class people.
A big reduction,
right?
A big reduction in the population
of
people outside of Europe, right? You're going to see this. This is going to happen.
Look, I don't see that.
What
about inbred people?
Hold on, please. I want to ask him this. Colin, where do you get this from? Is this just your theory, or you've heard this somewhere?
What do you mean? It's obvious, isn't it? Like, hold on. There's black people living in every European country right now, and all Europeans have stopped immigration from further people coming in. So when we see videos that, like the one JEDI showed about Morocco and Spain, and these people that are actually clambering over fences and getting mowed down by machine guns and all this, these ain't just accidental. This is showing you the state of the world that we're living in today, right?
But that's been going on.
Right, and it's getting worse. It's getting worse and worse. Yes, it's getting worse and worse. What do you mean, Calais? Is that what's happening in Calais?
That French part, that French part where the African refugees come
what I'm saying,
the African migrants.
What I'm saying,
whatever they are,
is if you look at the European situation economically, they're not taking in any more immigrants. They're not taking in any more people.
Yeah. Why though?
Right.
Because the German government at one stage.
Because of the economic situation, right? Money-wise, they can't be bringing in more labor for people.
All right, so that's in the last.
They can't be bringing in dubs. They can't be bringing in more labor if there's no jobs to bring them in for, right? What's the point of having cheap labor if there's no work?
So
they're not bringing anyone in anymore.
There's massive amounts of work out there.
And there is
England.
massive, and this is what they're calling for is truck drivers and stuff like that. There is massive amounts of work.
Exactly.
What's failed? I'm talking about there's an obvious downturn in the European economy.
Well, this argument is reasonable.
Chill. What's failed our economy is things like ceasing immigration or open borders. That's really fucked the English economy. No one wants to admit it. But the fact is that, as you said, as been mentioned, you have things like the need for nurses, the need for lorry drivers.
It's a bullwhip effect. It's a bullwhip effect from the badge.
Can you let him finish? I want to hear what Raheem's saying, please.
Yeah, man. Be next, Dublin. Be next.
Logistics is fucked because of the closing of the borders. That's why. So I went to try and book my son's chickenpox vaccination the other day, and he can't get it because of shortage on stock. This is
the fuck you giving him a chickenpox vaccination for?
Say again.
The fuck you giving him a chickenpox vaccination for?
Long story. I'll
health complications.
All you have to get is the chickenpox, and then you get rid of it.
But you don't mean monkeypox, do you?
No.
Okay, good.
No.
But
Raheem is right. Look,
this is why. Look at our airports.
Hold on. Let me just finish. So, what people are neglecting also is that there's a massive. I found a video which had the statistics. Immigrants contributed something like £2.1 billion to the NHS's economy alone. So, if you think that these people are coming in and are taking from the economy more than they're giving back, you're sorely wrong.
Yeah.
Sorely wrong. So yeah, anyways, that's it. That's me.
Yeah, that's a short term. That's a short term thing, Raheem. I'm talking more long term.
Well, from when they locked us down, there was always going to be a huge bullwhip effect, they call it. Right, it happens anytime ports or anything closed down in any big cities. It's a chain in logistics. So from the factory to where it's supposed to be, there was always going to be, from when they locked us down, from when China stopped taking in recycling waste and tankers into their ports, there was always going to be this bullwhip effect. And this is why our airports are like this at the minute, why there's thousands of bags not being claimed, or people can't find their bags, and there's queues. I don't know, is that the same in England? It is over here, and it is in America.
Yeah, they're cancelling a lot of flights as well.
Yeah. So and the truck drivers as well. And then what they're doing then with the diesel, have you noticed diesel is more expensive for the first time ever?
Yeah.
Diesel is more expensive than petrol.
Diesel's always been more expensive.
No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't.
Yeah,
no, it hasn't, bro. No, it
Diesel's always been more expensive because it lasts you
longer.
No,
it hasn't. Brother,
100%.
It has never, brother. Well, maybe in England, but I'm telling you now, it has never been.
Dublin's right. It's only been recently.
Nah, Bridget, diesel's always been
more
expensive.
Listen, I've been around trucks all my life.
For real,
I'm telling you now, in England as well. Look, we got all our quirks and kinks from England. Diesel was always cheaper than petrol. It always was. And then not even that, you could get green. You could get the red diesel. Yeah, that you could do on agricultural. But no, but farmers and factory workers, and I think trawlers can still use red diesel.
Yeah, I'm saying there's new legislation coming in where they're stopping everyone from using red diesel. They give it.
Can't do that. They can't do that. They can't do that with agro. Well, they're not going to be able to do that with agricultural people.
Well, see, they're doing it with petrol.
They simply haven't got the money for it. They like at the moment in Ireland we're being paid by the EU not to till our lands, right? So all that technology is lost from us. All our farmers can do at the minute is breed cows, sheep, pigs, and in North County Dublin they can grow fruit, strawberries, and and fucking raspberries. We've lost how to grow wheat and barley and all the things that you need to keep a civilization going. So we import everything, you know.
Sarah's asked for a question to Becca. She's asked for your opinion on as a white woman who is a mother of biracial children, your thoughts on those children using the N-word.
I don't encourage my children to use it. Like, I don't think anyone should be using that word personally, but I don't use it. My family never used it. I'm not going to bring up my kids to use that word. Do you know what I mean? But obviously society allows...
No. The question's on the screen. Raheem fucked it up royally. I bet you did. I bet you did. Read it.
I'd love
Read
to
it then.
On this topic of parents of biracial children. Yeah, using the
Yeah,
N-word.
read it though. What did you say? You said to Sakina, you wanted to know what her view was on the youths using the word, right?
Is that not what it says?
No.
Oh, the parents use it. No,
Right.
the parents of the biracial. Oh yeah, shit.
He
yeah,
did
sorry,
say in
I'm
front of their
misreading
children,
now.
Big up Raheem, man. Big up. I know what you meant anyway. I'm just trying to wind you up. But yeah, so what do you think about the parents of biracial children using the N-word?
I don't think they should. Because you're degrading your biracial children by using that word. Like you shouldn't be using that word. It's as simple as that. I'm against using that word. Like I said, I'm not going to be bringing up my children. My mum never brought me up to use that word. So why? Like it's not a word that's used in my household.
I agree. I think it's pretty simple, Sarah. You know, you just wanted her to say it out loud, but you know what else is she gonna say?
She'd be like, "Yeah, I say it all the time."
Yeah. Yeah, dude, I say that shit, nigga.
Oh no.
Yeah, what else you gonna say? Nah, for real though. I mean, yeah, it's just weird. I wouldn't even want my kids to like hear their white mum saying that. I'd feel it. I wouldn't want them.
Yeah, but you're
have
talking
that
about
memory in the back of their head. Has your mum ever said nigger? Oh shit, yeah, there was that time. I don't know who she's chatting to, but she was getting mad on the phone. Allow it, man.
But JEDI, you're talking about someone who doesn't even acknowledge her children to be black. She would not allow her children to adopt an identity as being black in the first place.
Hold on, but are her children black? You know, this is the greatest question. Yeah. Hold on, dude. Don't get triggered. He's just chatting. He's just saying. I'm saying.
You said it before.
Oh, okay, cool. This is the greatest question. Is Sakina Jupiter? Are your kids black?
My eldest daughter and my middle daughter claim to be black. I say they're mixed. They claim to be black. So if they want to be classed as black, that's their identity. They're more entitled to do that.
And the other one, was the other one too young to
say, man?
Is the other one too young to have formed their?
He's 7. Yeah, he's only 7.
Right.
Yeah.
But when you are, does he?
If I ask him, he'll say he's black. Yeah.
What would you say to him? What color are you?
No, he I don't know, like he'll just come out of randomly say like say for instance if we were talking about his family, or he will say that's my people. Do you know what I mean? Right. Like his black side of the family, he said that's my people. So he knows he's black and white. Do you know what I mean? He's not stupid, but yeah, he's not at that age where he's like claiming it like the eldest two.
And I find a lot, coming from a certain demographic, my mixed race friends and peers that obviously fully embraced blackness. Well, in my face, in public they did. Maybe at home there was more white aspects. They had a white mum and that, you know, it's where we'd make the jokes about cottage pie and cauliflower cheese and these things. Yeah, we should just be banter and be taken in good faith. But I started to feel uncomfortable with some of my mixed race friends because I started to realize that, it come like you've turned your back on a whole half of you, which is a bit weird. Like when I started getting older, I started thinking about it. Like, I remember one time we was on the bus with my friends, and it's the first time I realized that my friend was mixed race. I just never really. He's a lighty, innit? He's a lighty. He's obviously mixed race, but I just never thought about it. We used the term half caste them days as well.
Yeah,
and
I remember that.
We was busting some joke about white people, and he laughed the loudest, like, and I remember looking at him thinking, rah, you know what's weird? At the end of this, you're gonna go home to your white mum, and it's just weird that it's just weird. It feels like you've just turned your back on the white side. We don't see any white aspects of you. You don't never talk about nothing white, and it's like, I don't know. I just find that strange. So I realized that the divide is crazy, and a lot of mixed race people feel like they've got to pick a side. So even if dad's at home, but we're more white with it, you know, the dominant personality and whatever is white, then they're just going to act like a white person, right?
It's called dual culture.
So my children,
I never see the dual culture. I only
mixed.
ever see the black culture.
They see
They show
themselves
me.
as black and white.
Who yours do?
Yeah, they see themselves as black and white. When they're amongst their black relatives, they have no problem.
Don't do that. No, when they're gisting.
And when they're amongst their white relatives, they have no problem being white. My kids have been taught that.
Decide what
you are. If my kids were to do what Sakina's kids did and say that they want to class themselves as black, that's up to them.
Yeah.
But they don't.
So-
They see themselves as mixed.
So
Fair
which
enough.
side twitches when you say nigger in the house?
Oh, fucking hell.
Same sides that yours do, I suppose.
You know, maybe they just remember who their parents are, and they
I mean,
just are.
my middle daughter, right? Obviously, Maku knows my kids, obviously. CZ, she's very, very light-skinned, isn't she? Right, she's very light-skinned. She will get picked on by the other black kids in school because she's a light-skin. Because she can pass as white.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? So
that better not be you, Jupiter. I swear to fucking God, that better not be you.
Yep. So the black
Hey,
girls
see,
are
Jupiter, don't miss a trick.
more than white girls do. Yeah.
Fucking
You what?
hell,
Sorry?
Jupiter, you don't ramp, you know. You don't fucking ramp. Yeah, I think the black clubs are more exclusive club nowadays, though. Do you know what I mean?
It always has been, even when it was denied, it's always been the in thing. Black club, the black club.
Yeah.
Look at Mariah Carey. She used to deny, and then all of a sudden, yeah, I'm mixed race, I'm black.
Who, Mariah?
Yeah, she used to deny.
No, she never denied it. Never.
Yes, she did. She
Not
used
that
to
I
say
know.
she was right at the beginning of her career.
I didn't know that. I just know that her
Yeah,
mum.
though.
Listen,
Her mum
I
is
remember
daddy.
her mum going on Oprah, and obviously her mum's Italian, so you
Is
know,
it?
like I kind of knew from early, like, oh
Yeah.
shit, I didn't even know. She had some
But this is the
ugly
thing,
looking
yeah.
mum, boy. Mad.
I don't know. I'm getting a bit confused because when I was growing up,
Yeah.
we were blatantly operating off the one drop rule.
Mm-hmm.
Blatantly.
Yeah.
You like your light skin, like we said, we used to use half caste, quarter caste. That just meant you was different shades, a different mixture, but you're black. You're in our club.
yes.
You're black.
That's
yeah.
right.
You're rolling with us. You're doing
With your
what we
auburn
do.
hair and all that. We
You're
don't
going
care.
through what we're going through. You identify with the same struggle, same taste, same rare. That's how we saw it. Now that wasn't the truth, though.
No, it
That was
wasn't
what
the
these
truth,
mixed
no.
heritage people was presenting to us for them to fit in, and I understand why they did that, but that wasn't the truth. Yeah, just like Babatunde wasn't Jamaican, you know.
Yeah.
But identities get assumed to fit in as a child, and I understand that.
Yeah.
I get that. Do you know what I mean? But as we get older, I'm really interested in mixed heritage people because I find that there's so many contradictions. There's so many weird things. It's like a man will tell you how proud he is that he's mixed race, and I've done zero investigation into where he's from, his culture, where his dad's side is from, say it's the black dad and that. And then that makes me feel like you're not genuine. You don't really care. You want to talk about it when it comes to live streams and stuff like that, but I feel like mixed race people don't actually fucking always care, but they play to it. That's their way of fitting in, right?
Yeah. There's definitely a confliction going on for
I mean,
brothers and sisters.
yeah. I mean, the reason I brought up that situation with my daughter, is purely because maybe she's leaning more towards the black because obviously she has to prove because of she's trying to prove that look, I am like you. Like, do you know what I mean?
Amongst her peers,
like because obviously it's the kids that are tormenting her. It's not the adults, it's the kids.
See, this is basically what I just said, Bex, man. Like, I feel like our homies were trying. We thought it was normal. Yeah, everyone's black, bro. If you're black, your mum could have a really good suntan. You're black, bro. Do you know what I mean? And we treat you like that. We ain't gonna treat you no different. The only thing is, as a light skin, like for instance, as the boys, the light skinned boys, I think they have to work extra hard on being intimidated and getting that respect, like physically.
Yeah.
If you weren't just naturally big and you just looked like you could do your thing and you just mixed race,
it's synonymous with being a pretty boy. That's why, isn't it?
Yeah, but they took the pretty boy road like nicely. They took it. A lot of them took it, and I was like, yeah, I could do a little jelly bit like in the front. Yeah, you know, a little jelly bit, a little something, like,
a little Jerry curl and that. You get me?
Yeah, you know,
you get me.
Oh, fuck.
I'm brushing my pepper grains.
Yeah, you know. The man, they got spritz and all them fuckery there, cause you get me.
Activator, what's that?
Yeah, you know the way there. Why have you got Brill cream in your bag, big man?
I fully knew the difference when I went to my brother's yard. I was in his bedroom and I saw gel.
Just gel, just gel,
bro.
Yeah, that's what it says. Just gel.
Just gel, bro. Good. So I'm like, yo, how you do your hair in the morning? I was like, yeah, I wake up, I wet my hair, and then I gel it down. You what?
Excuse me? Excuse me? Sorry, what?
I wet my hair, and then I gel it down. Oh, seen. What do you do? I fight back the tears. Yeah. You ever had that? You ever had that? You're getting your hair combed before school comb by your mum.
And it's always the smallest fucking comb,
bro. It's just devilness. It don't matter. You could use 2 branches and it will fucking hurt. It's devilment. Yeah, this is why I got locks now. You know, from childhood trauma. Not covering my hair.
Have any of your kids got really long hair? Have they got really long hair?
Yeah, my eldest does. Yeah, she does. Yeah.
Is it Afro-ish or?
Yeah, she gets it box plaited.
Yeah.
Don't take the piss.
My daughter's got.
She actually does. She actually does.
No, I'm saying don't take the piss. What's box plaited?
Box plaits. Do you know what box plaits are?
Yeah, I do. Do you know what they are?
Yeah, of course I do.
Man, yeah, we call them K-roll, motherfucker. Box fucking plats, box braid.
What the hell is
taking
that?
a piss.
Braids?
Yeah, no, box. You know what that is, isn't it? That's
Of course I know what it is, but I'm saying, but we don't use them terminologies because
that's some Kim Kardashian shit. Box plats. How dare you?
See, with the eldest though, Jeds, right? She's had a whole different experience.
What's that?
Right, so she's darker. She's probably the darker one out of the 3. Yeah. And obviously she lives up north.
Yeah.
And she went secondary school up there. Like, she's been called the N-word. She's been called a black bitch. She's actually had full-on physical fights with the white girls up there because of the racism that she's been getting.
Yeah, so it's different. Yeah, I hear you, man. She had to go through it, and it's good.
Yeah, like even in primary school, she lived in Kent to begin with. And when she was in primary school, and she used to get her hair plaited, the kids used to pull out her hair. I had to actually threaten the school and say to them, if you don't sort out these kids, I will come from London and deal with you. It's just simple.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. I mean,
that takes some effort to pull fucking cane rolls out. Fucking hell.
Not pull them out. They just used to just pull out her hair. Do you know what I mean? Just pull out the plaits and whatnot.
They're relentless.
I
They don't
know.
stop.
A young racist Jupiter will have no problem in doing that.
I know. Contrary to popular belief, you get
You need to stop it, Mako, because you're just race-baiting all the fucking time. And it's pathetic.
I'm telling the truth. I don't know about race baiting. You're a
You're not
racist.
telling no truth.
How
You're
can
not
I
telling
race
me.
bait a racist? Shut up, man. You tell shit.
Yeah, you are.
I'll be going easy on you. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
Don't
what?
start
'Cause you
making
just
these
woke up. Was it
silly
you
statements.
snoring earlier? Did you fall
No,
asleep?
No, mate.
Because if it
That was
you,
Dublin. We all know that's Dublin. I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's Dublin,
That was
man. That's Dublin.
always Dublin.
One of yours, mate.
Hey, Beefy done that last night, brother. That mad one.
What's a mad story?
Yeah, because it was crazy. Crazy. Shit. Sorry, back to the races.
Yeah. Why the races?
Ryan.
Oh my God.
All right.
But no. So the reason that I asked you that, Becca, is because my daughter, her hair takes a lot of care. We have to do loads with it, and because it's really long afro as well. Oh, it takes hours sometimes.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it can.
Pay someone.
My daughter don't want other people doing it. I've tried that.
Oh, she don't like other people.
That'd be quite an expensive thing, that raising a child and then like having to always pay for their hair. It's best that Jupiter learns to get to grips with it. You know what I mean? And that. Sorry, Jupiter. What's her age range, just roughly?
She's 16.
Okay. Yes, yeah. She will be at that stage though, where she's doing her own hair and.
Yeah, I can't wait. Yeah.
Yeah, there's enough tutorials and stuff like that, man. There's enough things. And I always say, the reason why some of you lot are struggling with hair so much is because you're trying to do too much to it. At some point, you have to accept what the hair is, and what it's designed to do, and work with it. Do you know what I'm trying to say, though?
No, yeah. I'm forever telling my middle one, because she wants to keep straightening. I'm like, you're going to damage your hair. Keep straightening it. Like, stop doing that. Yeah. But it's like I think she's just going for that stage in it where she's trying to figure out what's going on. Yeah.
No, I love the kids, man, and I do think that mixed race kids, as long as I don't think there's an issue with having mixed race kids. There's no issue with having mixed race kids as long as you're prepared to put in the work to support them with the things that will come up during their life, right? As much advice, as much positive reinforcement as possible. And I think to have them culturally surrounded by both representations of their heritage is essential.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That would be my only thing. Just be aware. Have your kids back. Listen to them, and that's about it, man. Kids, all kinds of kids are going to have issues. They're all going to have their different things. There's mixed race people that grew up with no fucking problems, and there's ones that have got a bag of problems. I think personally, being mixed race is probably the most difficult thing because of the internal battle that you have of identity. I don't know how you cure that. I just know that a lot of mixed race people seem to have issues, innit? I'm going to not beat around the bush. Love to all of you lot. But enough of you lot are mad. And I can't help thinking, is it because you're mixed race? Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Mm-hmm. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong in saying that. I don't want to offend no one. But from my own personal experience,
I think it's because of the experiences they grow up with.
I think in the past it was worse, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when people often go and they look at the mental health statistics of mixed race people, because for a long time, I think it was about 15 years ago that they said 50% of the mixed race were under the age of 10. I'm sure it was about 15, 20 years ago they said that. So if you fast forward now, we've got young adults that are really together that are mixed race, but before that, they were people that were even they were getting stuck in orphanages because people wanted to pretend that they never had them and stuff like that. So yeah, and then they weren't included in the one side or the other. Whereas I think now the attitude is more you're both, and you're mixed race in your own right, but you're both, and you can literally decide for yourself where you fit in most.
I think there's a lot of external factors that also play into it. The area that you live in, the amount of parents that you have in your home as well. I think that plays a massive part, where if they're a mixed race child, but they live in a predominantly black area, but their mum is white, the internal, external, like, what's the word I'm looking for?
Conflict.
Just what you see internally and externally, like at the home versus at school or out with your friends, is bound to cause such massive internal conflictions. Whereas I guess if you had both parents that are there, it's a lot easier to see yourself represented in both your internal and external. I think that's one thing that's greatly underappreciated when it comes to mixed race people and their state.
I agree with you.
Yeah, Raheem's right.
Yeah, I agree. But according to Marco, his sole wish is to destroy my own relationship so that my children don't have exactly what you described. Yeah, because she said it the other day. This is what part of the problem is. I agree with you, mate. I don't know if you guys.
Are you in problems, yeah?
It can't
you
get
right?
better. But how can Maku cause a problem for us?
Are you feeling? Are you feeling better, Hector?
Fuck off.
Huh?
Deal with.
I'm just asking, man. We need proof of life because it seems like you're very disgruntled. You're very upset. You know, every word
I
that
don't think
I
you're
said.
forgiven yet. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, he doesn't have to forgive me. I don't want his forgiveness. Yeah, he gonna be a nigger till he dies. So that's not my issue. Yeah, at least he knows why I called him that. Do you get what I'm saying? Because of his weird behavior. And then when we talk about parenting of mixed race children, you lot are not top of the list. You lot are quite low down because you're willing to use the N word in front of them and think it has no effect on them.
Who says that though? Only you say that.
I say
You
that.
believe
that,
our
yeah.
children are hearing it all the time. That's bullshit.
No, not all the time. No, come on, don't be silly. It's just yesterday's Friday situation.
Yeah, but the last live
and then your husband, hold on. Your husband said,
it was the 18-year-old.
wait, man. Your husband said, oh, my son has been sitting here listening for almost an hour. So please.
Exactly, he's my son. I can bring him up any I want to bring him up.
One second. It's not about bringing up.
Good job.
It's not about bringing
up, my son. This is exactly what Raheem is saying. You cannot tell me how to, when you don't live with me, you don't know me. What the fuck are you, though? My own father cannot tell me how to bring up my own son. His own grandchild is
Hello.
Let him go. Rather than just saying sorry.
Man, like while I'm talking,
I know. Let him go, and then you just carry on.
Doing,
man.
Fuck's sake, man. Fucking.
Finish it, yeah.
Can I just say that
if only you can practice what you preach, I believe the world will be a better place. But all you do is you preach, you practice fuck all. Certainly you're not preaching to me. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I am.
Preach to me.
I am.
By
and the reason I'm preaching to you because of what you've done.
Hold
on, man. It's because of what you've done.
On what basis?
That's what's burning you. That's why you can't
do it. On what basis?
Please, man.
Let him finish.
Yeah. Every day you could sit down and
even
cry.
Though you were talking for
look, this man is a man crying. Like,
let him go on. Let him go on. Let him cry, man. Let him cry.
I want to speak, bruv. Like, what are we doing?
I know you do, but like, honestly, like, you could have just fell back and just let him waffle and let him.
When I finally decided to talk, yeah.
I know, Slaps. I know, because you're the bigger man, and you're like, you're off the channel.
Obviously,
like, I know.
But I'm just saying, bruv. Come on, man.
I'm purposely
saying
if
you want
I don't want to listen to waffle.
Listen, I'm purposely saying let this brother just chat.
Went out so eloquently. He did not preach. He did not preach like you do, Marco. He did not preach. You didn't hear him preaching. You didn't tell him, oh, get your son here, let me preach to him. That is the difference. That is what I'm saying. You didn't hear Raheem, or was it Raheem? When he said what he said, he wasn't preaching to me. That is why I said I agree with you, because he was not preaching to me. You come here and preach to me as if you know me.
I tried to tell Mac this earlier.
Thanks, Uncle.
I just wanted to say that I came to the conclusion that I'm against the usage of the N-word.
No. All right,
I'm against it.
Rob, are you taking the piss, Elron? I just
no, I'm serious.
Shut up, man.
Shut up, man.
I'm serious.
Shut up, man. The fuck? I thank you, Uncle Hector. If you don't mind, I'm gonna let Sniper talk without being interrupted. Cheers. Go on, Sniper.
As I was saying, yeah, your thing was bad parenting, and I'm saying that the N-word being used in your house by your missus, yeah, and your child seeing that you have no control over such situations, and this must be a regular occurrence if you're saying the child's not affected, yeah. But I personally feel yeah, that deep down there is that quandary, there is that battle, because the reality of going outside is different for everybody, right? The younger generation, their world is different from our world, right? But I'm saying from what's going on outside, and it's more integrated, and they don't have those issues, and probably have all different types of sets of friends, right? But when they come home and mum's in the corner going nigger, 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 yeah, with the encouragement of dad as well, yeah. How can I not bring this up? How is it? How am I preaching? I'm teaching another parent to be a parent, and that's what he's hurt and disgruntled about. No, man, don't be upset.
No. What I'm saying is you are projecting your own self on me.
I'm not.
That is what you're doing. Oh, listen, my son, my kids, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know, as far as I'm aware, their school will tell you they are very upstanding in whatever category, whatever criteria you want to bring in. So this is why I keep saying, you don't preach to me. You don't know me. Have I ever preached to you, Marco? You see the sisters you've got. Why don't you tell them to start wearing trousers instead of skirts? Have I ever preached to you? And yet I'm meant to be your elder according to you. I'm uncle. But you preach to uncle. What experience, what life experience have you got? If you want to go by that, what life experience have you got? Then you sit down there and preach to me. Hence, I tell you, don't preach to me. If you want to discuss
I'm a parent too.
You discuss it. Yeah,
I'm a parent as well. That's why.
Yeah,
my children are quite grown.
Again,
and one. Well, hold on, Elron. Why are you speaking now? Why are you speaking now, Elron? Just shut the fuck up.
I just want to say it.
You cunt. Shut up, man. What are you doing? Yeah, these are the kind of people you support, unks. Yeah, these are the type of people.
I'm against it.
I called you a coon. Shut up,
no,
man.
they're not. I would consider Elron an extremist. You don't even know.
Should I explain why I'm against the using the N-word? Should I explain?
All right, cool, man.
Thank God Enron is here. Enron will tell you himself and we don't agree. We have never agreed.
No.
Can't even talk.
I made Maku stop talking so that you lot could say what you wanted to say. Now he's talking. Everyone's going to interrupt him, make me look like a dickhead. Because I tried to do the other way around. Even though I know he was talking first, I let you have right away. Now he's talking. You're trying to bombard him with Elron and not let him finish his point. So I'm not gonna stand in his way now. Like, that's just what it is. I'm too tired to moderate now. I've moderated for what, 9 hours. How many of you lot hit the PayPal or the Cash App? How many of you lot hit the like button? I'm tired now. I'm done. Well, let's
I feel like Marco is running in circles.
Sniper is unchained now, so yeah, go for it, man. He's there.
So, yeah, as I was saying, listen. This is a story about parenting. Elron, you don't have a horse in this race. You are a racist. You know exactly people using the N-word. You've probably used it on several occasions. Doesn't bother you, whatever, right? But we're saying, yeah, if you are in a mixed relationship and one person is a racist, the other person is ignorant or so in love that they just feel that they can't reprimand their partner or stop them from saying racialized language and behaving a certain way online. It doesn't make no sense. Yeah. So when I come along now and then this grown man starts to bring his son into the equation, I'm the first one to tell him, no, that's not good parenting. As a parent to a child who's older than his. Yeah. So I don't know why he was sitting there like, oh, who are you? Shush.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm a good parent, in fact. Right.
Right.
Okay.
When I said,
have you finished?
No. When I said to you,
you made your point.
When I said to you, yes, unks, what my child is doing, and I would never be on the internet and draw my child in. It doesn't make no sense. I'm a grown man. Yeah, they're grown as well. They've got their own internet. Hold on.
Why do you keep thinking we have to adhere to what you do?
This is what I don't understand. That is you.
You don't want to let me finish. You don't want to let me finish and you get this work. That's why. You know what I mean? Because you don't listen. Yeah, and maybe that's the problem. Yeah, maybe that your ego is so much that you can't take a check from another man, another grown man, to tell you, someone from your country, to tell you, yeah, that your parenting style is not the greatest. Hold on.
You're the Caribbean guy now. Why do you want to deceive yourself? Why you want to deceive yourself? You be Caribbean guy now. Which country you come from? I bet talk sense.
Bro,
JEDI even come from Nigeria.
Man. Relax yourself. Because no, there's a level.
Why are you comparing me about? Listen.
JEDI, as far as I'm concerned, JEDI and Nigeria.
Shut up! I don't give a fuck what you think. You live in the middle of Eltham and let your white woman call people nigger. Your Nigerian card is done out here.
Thank you.
Your Nigerian card is over, bro.
Thank you.
Your Nigerian card is over. The minute you went to a Tommy Robinson rally, the minute you went to a Tommy rally, your Nigerian card was over. And your ability to dictate who is more Nigerian than who. Shut the fuck up in the middle of Eltham, you dickhead, man.
You're so sad. What are you talking about?
Thank you.
Fucking mouth up, man.
So any Nigerian that lives in Eltham,
just the one that sucks your crusty pussy. Yeah, not every Nigerian. Yeah, just a little midget fuckboy that you got in your yard claiming to be a fucking man. That one.
Shut up, JEDI. Why are you trying to?
Don't mention my fucking name, man. I told you, little man. I told you, little boyfriend, not to mention my name, man.
That is a man that dances on the pole.
I told you, little boyfriend, don't mention my fucking name.
Yeah? You are a pole positioner.
I don't give a fuck. Your wife would dance on my pole any day. I don't give a damn, bro. That's cool. I don't mind.
You dance exactly. Exactly my point. Who are you to lecture me? Exactly my point, though. Fucking pole dancer lecturing me.
Lecture your wife, bro. Lecture your wife. Lecture your wife, bro. Next time she says nigger, punch her in her mouth.
You don't call me nigger. You call me nigger.
Next time your wife says nigger, punch her in her dentures. Knock her dentures down the back of her throat. I bet she don't say it again. Get your woman on lock. What are you even hyping over? What are you hyping over, bro?
Tell me when someone want to get my take on the N-word.
Mute me.
What are you hyping over? You trying to score a late point, bro?
I will blow out everyone's minds here with my take on the N-word.
Because all you do is cry all day. But when you call people, you don't understand.
Your woman's been sitting there listening to me cry all day, bro. Your woman's been sitting there listening to me cry all day, man.
You're running in circles here.
Yeah, I don't know what's.
Let me give you a fresh take on the angle of the N-word. Okay, are you ready? Are you ready?
No.
Are you ready?
You can talk, but keep your little nigger on the leash, man.
Yeah, it's really embarrassing.
Keep your
You
little
want to
pet
cry
nigger.
about
Keep
a
your little
word
pet
that
nigger on the
everybody
leash,
knows
man.
and give out to everybody else.
Keep your little pet nigger on the leash, please.
I hope.
I don't mind hearing from you, Jupiter, but your man's making too much noise in the background.
Call me whatever name, but am I crying? You are
I'm
the one crying.
Exactly.
You're the one calling me names.
Exactly. You're not the one crying. But your wife was. She jumped to your defense.
Yeah, your missus was the one crying. I can't believe the way. Yeah. What did you say when your missus was crying?
They cry. You go, they cry.
What did you say when your missus was crying?
She was crying.
Sorry, 1 second, Snipe.
You called me a nigga.
What did you say when your missus was crying?
I'm not crying over it. I'm not
what
crying
did you
over
say
it.
when your missus was crying?
You a nigga, you be all over the place.
What did you say? I don't care if you call me a nigga. Like, you're acting like this is not my argument. This is between you and Sniper. I don't care if you call me a nigga. You think our business.
You laugh.
I'm saying, hold on.
This is when I said I didn't care. You are a town crier. You all town criers.
Shut up, man. Now, I beg you, shut up, please. Just shut up, man. No one even cares, man. Cool, man. Go and do something. We're talking to your wife. We're not chatting to you. Go and do something. Busy yourself. Let's talk to the boss of the house, please. I beg you. Yeah.
Let's talk to the boss in the house and give you the real take here. The real take on
that's the white woman. She's the boss.
Let me give you the old knowledge of the N-word, okay?
Let me talk to your boss, man. Let me talk to your boss. Settle down, little nigga. Settle down, little nigga. Let me talk to your boss, man. Shut your mouth, man. Let me talk to the person that runs the yard. Settle down, little nigga.
All you do
look at
is
your little proud little nigga face.
Look, settle down, little nigga.
Relax
go climb your pole, man. I bet go climb your pole. Go dance for your pole. Pole dancer. Go dance on your pole.
Settle down, little nigga, man. Relax, man. If you're not bothered, I don't even know why you're shouting in the background. No one was even talking to you. So you're sitting here listening, getting triggered, then acting like you don't care. Settle down, little nigga. Yeah, me. We just want to talk to Jupiter. We're not interested in. You don't even know how to hold a conversation.
Why
you could learn a lot from your wife. Just let the boss control things. Because he's annoying. I told him to stop. Let me explain. Let me explain, please, Jupiter.
Can't stop.
I told him to stop.
The next minute, I'm going to
see. No, Jupiter, don't come off mute because I'm trying to explain why I did that. I told him to stop. Stop interrupting. I even gave him the right of way and let him speak. But I noticed with Uncle Hector, he just wants to turn the mic on and do this. Look,
who the fuck are you to give me a right?
See? He just wants to come onto my panel and disrupt the flow of the convo. And this is why he ends up getting browbeaten. Not for any other reason, just because he doesn't respect the ebb and flow of convo. So it gets boring chatting to him. So we just fuck him off and start chatting over him and saying all kinds of madness. It's worked with you. We've managed to have a conversation with you, Jupiter.
No,
I don't know what he's on.
No, because you guys
don't bothered. Why'd you keep responding? Thought you don't care. Why'd you keep responding, coming off mute to chat to us?
Oh, crying.
Right, man. Now talking to people that don't want to chat to you, man. We don't want to chat to you. We want to chat to your wife. Sorry, Elron, you were saying?
Yes, I want to explain to people what the reality of the dynamics of the N-word is. I would say we are living in a victim society. And based on that, the N-word is viewed not only by the elites, but by the average people in the Western world. The N-word would be a moral evil if you use that word. So you have to explain. Wait, I'm not finished.
I actually agree with you on that.
Do you think the elites think if they spend more time,
do you think the elites think it's a moral evil?
Well, at least they are virtue signaling it out there as a moral evil. They would consider it a hate crime. So, and actually, black nationalists, right? And race baiters, they love and hate the N-word. So you have the strange dynamic, really. When you see a video of a white person using the N-word, black nationalists and race baiters would share it everywhere. Why is that? Because it's a weapon that is good for them. It causes racial unification among the black people, as well as within white people, contributing to the black racial fight against white people. So you shouldn't use the N-word because it's viewed by the average people as a moral evil. So therefore, every time some white person uses the N-word, he's really contributing to the black cause. That's what it is.
Yeah, just like a white person.
Thank me, guys. Thank me.
Sorry, now you understand why I call them intellectually inept.
Right, just like a white person, do you just want to shout out stuff? Like, are you bored of convo now? I'm trying to talk. Jupiter, I'm trying to talk.
So,
like, he's just shouting stuff out. All right. So anyway, like I said, I hear your point. I think it's a great point, and I agree. It's also the reason why the new school racists don't want to be labeled racist, right? They want to be identity realists and all this and that. They don't want to get caught. This is Tommy Robinson's.
No, a real racist.
Hold on, please.
I don't care.
On. Yeah, well, not a political one that has dreams of making it big. They're not that dumb and naive. See, the ones that like let everyone know I'm a racist, I don't give a fuck, I'm a racist. They don't really make it to positions of influence. And the ones that know how to do it.
Who's got dreams of being an influencer on that level? Yeah, let's be honest.
See, the thing is,
what do you mean?
Let's go back to the N-word, right?
No, all right, think about the new school racist is like you know that dude that goes my guy, the meth squad. I forgot what his name is.
George.
What? George? What's his
name?
George.
Jordan.
Yeah.
I don't know what you
remember George from the meth squad? My guy. Hey, my guy. So there's
Jordan.
these young 30-something these young 30-something kind of guys that try to appeal to the younger generations, which is early 20s and teens, they won't go online and say words like nigger or claim to be a racist. No. It's far more sophisticated because they've got to now try and outrun what Elron was talking about in terms of the elites virtual signaling and declaring nigger as an evil word, right? So is being a racist, yeah. So is far right. All these terms are becoming becoming old, yeah. But the reason why this shit still survives is because they go underground and they rebrand themselves, and it's like a smooth type of racism, a racism that you could listen to and look at, and you might struggle to be able to prove to an outside source these lot are racist, because the hardcore rhetoric is protected by a cushy outer layer. What's all that noise?
Coming from Raheem, I think.
Walking off it, and let's go. I swear.
Sorry.
A cushy outer layer of buzzwords and that kind of skirt around the issue and don't deal with it. This is what I realized was going on with Tommy Robinson and people of that ilk. They're not going to come out and call you a fucking nigger. They're not going to come out and call an Asian man a packy. They're not going to do that. But they're going to say slight stuff that nods in a certain direction, but not enough that you could convict them or prove that they've said anything wrong. And then they're going to tell you they got a black mate as well on top of it to nice it up, or a black husband. But yeah, that was the point I was trying to make.
All
so
right.
I agree with you, Elron.
You were talking about George earlier. See what you mean?
Yeah. I was talking about George, my guy.
So what I would say is the acknowledgement, basically, using the N-word. The thing is, in reality, in real life, you won't find those examples very often, right? They really have to look deep into it, right? And they have like maybe one video every month. They have something like this all of the whole Western world, someone saying in real life the N-word. So they go now, because they can't find it in real world anymore, they now go with microaggressions. And it's much harder to explain to white people, well, you're a racist, so you are basically an evil person. When you go with this kind of mindset, he looked at me the wrong way. He's done cultural appropriation by singing reggae songs or something. Then white people are waking up by this kind of stuff. So you're doing damage to white people if you're using the N-word, right? This is the point I was making. And when it comes to
you're telling this to Jupiter, yeah?
To everyone, to every white person.
To Jupiter, the white person that used the N-word.
Yeah, this is carry on, Elron. I'm listening, Joe. So what is how? Show me, explain how.
Good evening, everyone. Hope everybody's well.
Yeah. Yes, Banksy, big up.
Big up,
Banksy. I didn't get that question. Who is it to?
So what they're doing with the N-word, right?
Yeah,
when they find a case, is blowing it out of proportion and pretending. Wait, let me make that final point, Jupiter.
So
they're blowing it out of proportion, right? They're saying it is everywhere, even though it's not, right? And they're saying nothing has changed in the racial dynamics, even though it has changed. It is generally no one. They couldn't use the N-word if it is morally neutral or something like this. They couldn't use the N-word as a weapon, right? So in fact, they're pretending nothing has changed. The racial dynamics haven't changed, even though they have. And that is the main point I'm making here.
Okay, yeah. From that perspective, I would agree with you. But from the other perspective, to wake up white people to see what black people are doing with the race baiting, I would disagree with you. But I do agree with the point that you've made, Elron, yes.
No, I think there are, even when it comes to America, when it comes to CRT and all of these stuff, which is about microaggression and everything like this, everything is racist. So you could told white people that someone, I don't know, some hillbilly, right, using the N-word, yeah, he's racist, right? It was very obvious. There's no denying it. But when they turn to something like CRT and so on, It's much tougher to explain that to white people. And now what we are seeing now is resistance of white people. There is a resistance. Yeah, there is a resistance forming among white people, white solidarity forming on those attacks against white people.
Yeah, there is. And there's a big pushback on it because critical race theory has actually failed. And it's caused much more problems, not just for the white community, but also for the other communities that have come in, say like people that are Pakistani or Asian or whatever, or Iranian. When they come in, they're not being taught about the culture of Britain. They're being taught about black culture. And it doesn't help them assimilate into the country or understand the dynamics of the country. It's actually a fact. Yeah.
Very interesting.
Is that true, Banksy?
Oh wait. Before we get to that, yeah. Oh, can I just understand? Are you saying, Elron, that Jupiter using the N-word damages white people?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and it's right on the spectrum.
She explained the dynamics when she's using the N-word. As far as I have understood before I came to the panel, she used the N-word when she was attacked. So basically it was a, how can I say it, like a counterattack or something.
Yeah.
The thing is, that's just giving cannon fodder for those people who, like you said, the critical race theory types,
absolutely,
who want to perpetuate that there is this that racism is still lurking in the shadows. At any day, any moment, it will jump out and go, ah.
Yeah, but there's many white people that don't see the racism, and people that benefit from being a lighter tone or assimilating, acting white. Like there's the ones that even question whether racism is a prominent subject in 2022. Black, Asian, brown people, they all fucking know it. I just don't even get like. Do you never feel it's weird that when you look around, all the people that say now racism ain't really a thing, all fucking white.
You aren't honestly think
it's true. Come on, man.
But the thing
That's
is,
a fallacy as well.
The thing is,
fallacy, is it?
the fact that racism is a fact of
Elron, Banksy, and fucking Jupiter.
No. I have no problem acknowledging that racism is a fact of life. It exists and it will always exist as long as human beings are different. But to pretend that racism in Britain is somehow the worst, like there isn't worse racism elsewhere.
No one has said that.
But to actually have all this knickers in a twist because of someone said this word or that. The only reason you can actually have those emotional. No, but the thing is, the only reason you can actually have those emotional heightened reactions.
You made that up to prove your own point.
But you've been smacked up for this.
Are you honestly saying to me that? No, the fact is, I'm just saying.
People say that England is racist. Yes, people have said that they've experienced it in England. Yes, have they turned around and said that England's racism is worse than, say, China's?
We're not comparing it.
No one's compared anything. So
no one's comparing it.
Straw man.
The fact, no. The point isn't that whether they're comparing it. The fact is that when BLM rioters go running around the streets of England, London, spray painting Churchill statues and doing
country though.
Like that, the only reason they can do that, is because England is so tolerable and isn't actually as racist as they make out. If it was anywhere else in the world, those people would have been beaten to shit.
It was the British. It was the white British.
No, it wasn't the white British either. It wasn't just white. It was also a lot of Afro-Caribbeans that were spray painting shit.
And what's the other ones super gluing themselves to the pavement? They were getting arrested.
Those people are environmentalists.
So
I'm not talking about. You're talking about Extinction Rebellion, who are super gluing themselves. But these are environmentalists.
But when they
I'm not talking about them.
No,
I'm talking about when you want to point out how racist this country is or how terrible it is. The things that black people and foreigners get away with in this country, they would never get away with anywhere else in the world.
Okay,
they would literally be beaten to shit in any other country in the world except the Western countries of Europe and North America. They're the only places where you can see blacks and foreigners get away with so much bullshit.
I am glad.
And the natives
here right now.
Let's
I
talk
am
about
very
blacks
glad.
and foreigners blacks and foreigners getting away with bullshit.
Yeah.
Man, what are you even talking about, man? Shut
These
up,
times
man.
he's a foreigner, you know.
He's a foreigner.
I am a foreigner.
Talking about,
and I know
talking
what,
about,
and I know, and that's why I'm so grateful. I can get
The
away with
active
some
of the
bullshit
native.
over
Go
here.
shoot porn in Iran, innit? And tell us how much you get away with.
Right.
Chat is
Yeah.
shit, man. Shut up, man.
I get away with 1,000 times more shit here
Kale,
than
what
I
you
do
saying?
even in Iran. Even in
Brother
Iran,
Kale,
I wouldn't be able to get away with some of the
Relax
shit that
yourself,
the
man,
antics that I get away with over in this country.
Yeah, amazing.
That's the irony.
Enjoy your privileges, man.
Thank
Just
you,
be quiet, man. Sit in the corner,
Big
man.
up, big up, Banksy. Let me hear from Kel, please. Because I know.
How you doing, everyone? How you doing?
Big
How
up,
you
big
doing?
up, brother Kel.
Yeah, big up, Kel.
Big up yourself, man.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, Banksy, Jupiter, and Aaron, the three of you have just, unfortunately, and you probably don't want to hear this, but you've just practiced racism, man. It's amazing, man. The fact that you're on the panel and you're trying to come with a solution, you're participating in racism, you're denying and controlling African human rights, man. It's very interesting how
that's why you should set up your Pan-African dream and
That's
go
a
over
big
there and
dream, isn't it? We're trying to control African human rights. Fucking hell. Go on then, explain that.
Again, I agree with Erendor's assessment that every time anyone uses the N-word or any of these sort of slurs, they're just handing over the control and the power and the mainstream to the radical left and those SJWs and those racist
we don't even support
Afro-Caribbeans, foreigners, whoever it is that wants to race bait and take advantage of race baiting. So yes, you're handing those reins to them. You're literally just offering it on a plate. So I would recommend for especially white people not to do those sort of things.
Banksy, can you rate bait? Can you rate bait?
Race bait.
Racist? Can you?
Can you?
Is that
the
really
thing is,
race baiting?
no.
The
The race baiters are the people who try to take advantage of a situation like that and start to claim victim status for themselves. Those are the race baiters, the respects of the world, who immediately jumps on something like that and goes, "Oh, woe is me! Look, racism is still strong. 200 years of slavery, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, we're on the fucking Amistad again."
I want our African family to hear that the non-Africans, unfortunately, they are removing themselves from the race that's in charge to make you believe that different types of division of non-African people. So to make a coalition, it's amazing how you're practicing the racism.
What are you saying again?
It's phenomenal,
but I'm not articulate enough to understand what you're saying.
I'm not surprised by it. But I got a question for the non-African.
Your accent. Sorry, and I'm not even trying to be funny. I would do that to somebody that's white with your accent.
Oh, here we
go.
What
did you say again?
I'm very happy for you. I got a question for the non-Africans. Was Elijah Muhammad wrong when he called white people the devil?
Was he wrong when he called the white people
absolutely
white devil? As much as any white man who called a black man an N-word. It's pretty much the same thing.
Why was he wrong when he called white people the devil?
It's not the same thing, but
it's exactly the same thing.
We'll get back to
the same type of race.
Hold on, brother.
The only difference is that you didn't have the power. You didn't have the whip hand. That's all it is. The difference is literally in the whip hand. Whoever had the whip hand. The fact is that I will promise you this 100% guaranteed. You put the whip hand in any African's hand and put it and tell them to whip this white man. He will be just as cruel, if not worse, to the white man as the white man was to the black man. There is no difference in these human beings. They've done it to each other for thousands of years. You want to whitewash your history. You want to pretend that Africans didn't take other Africans into slavery, who didn't actually fight the British when the British banned slavery.
Let me ask you something. You think you're white, Banksy?
Slavery is wrong.
Banksy, you think are you white, Banksy? Are you white, Banksy?
No.
What's your horse?
My horse.
Yeah, but
my horse is I live in this country.
Yo, sorry, I didn't know
my dog in this race is that I live in this country and I have to put up with all your bullshits. All of yours. From both
What
sides.
bullshit?
All
You can fuck
when
off, but
fucking
they're right,
rioters
to be honest.
are running around London, fucking burning shit down.
And they're all
Where
black.
do you think I live?
What
They've all been black, Banksy.
Are they all black?
No, this was when the BLMs were doing that sort of shit. But
When
now,
was the BLM rioting in England?
I'm talking about
hold on.
every category of assholes who create some shit in London.
I hate when I say hold on and man keeps talking. It makes me want to punch someone in their
Because I was in the middle of my sentence.
Yeah, but like, just hold on. You just started without even hearing what I'm saying to you. Was there BLM rioting in London?
Were you not in London in 2020?
Was BLM
Did you miss that?
rioting in London?
Yes, in
Where?
2020.
Where?
Did you miss the riot, the actual massive riots in London in 2020? Did you miss all the graffiti?
I missed riots. Yeah.
Well then, you should have paid more
There was no riot.
There was no riots, man. You fucking liar, man.
Whatever.
Fucking riots.
You say
Where was the
tomato, I
riot?
say tomato. The fact is,
where
a
was the riot?
group of
Where was the
people
riot?
ran through
No,
London
no.
and
But we're
started
supposed to
spray
be
painting. There was
we're
fights
supposed to be
breaking
having
out at the train stations.
All right, 1 second.
You were in
We're supposed
London.
to be
You were
having
in Trafalgar Square at that time. Actually, no, Jedi, you never came
No,
down when
1
Respect and others came down.
second, bruv. Stop rabbiting on. You said that they were rioting and looting, right?
I never said looting.
You did say fucking looting.
No,
man.
no,
You
I said
dumb.
rioting. And
no.
burning shit and creating and
You said Banksy. You said rioting, looting, burning shit, and
what's wrong with this guy?
No,
You just
did I
say
say
random
looting?
shit.
Oh, okay.
All right,
if I said looting, I will retract the looting.
All right, cool.
part.
Now let's get
Because
to
that
the
was happening
burning.
in America.
Let's get to the burning. What was burning in your area?
It wasn't in my necessarily area, but it was in London,
Oh, that's
where
what
I
you
live.
said.
Nah, there
You
was
said,
nothing in
dude,
London that was burning
man,
during
shut
the
up,
BLM
man. You see, this is the thing. Stick with reality. Stop making up this fantasy about
Literally, we had
scavenging the fucking
I'll
city.
find the fucking videos of people.
Oh, the videos of what?
A police officer had her horse bolt and she got knocked out
that
by
on
a traffic
fire?
light because of the fact that these guys were in London literally fighting and antagonizing the place.
And this is why I asked you.
The bottom
This
line
the
is
reason-
whether
hold
you can
on.
argue this all you
Hold on.
want.
This is the real reason why I asked you that. Because I wanted to know what your motive was. Because every time that there's a conversation about race to do with black people, no one ever brings up Iranians. Iranians are never in this argument. You always jump on, put your white coat on, and start caping for the white man. I was trying to understand, why are you so invested? Why do you end up being the big voice of anti-blacks? Now you're saying I've got to put up with the bullshit that you lot do. When I'm asking you what bullshit it is, you're saying a horse bolted in Trafalgar Square, and that's what you got to put up
That
with.
was that was just one incident. There were many
Yeah.
incidences,
Black-
and the fact that
Black
the what's you call it afterwards, the Tommy or the white sort of Tommy supporting boys had to come down to protect Churchill's statue because people were spray painting and graffitiing all of London.
No, actually,
And that was
that's
all
not true.
through the George
Hold on,
Floyd protests.
One second. That's not true. Actually, the reason why the Tommy boys came down and decided that they was going to make a standpoint at the Churchill Memorial was because in Bristol, some white people had taken down a statue there.
No,
And then there
nothing
was
to do with
reports
Bristol.
and then there was reports on social media.
No.
Yeah, MJ and her mate.
No,
Excuse me.
no,
Let me
no.
talk.
They didn't go to Bristol.
Let me talk.
They came down to London. I literally went and covered it.
I will mute you. Let me finish talking. It was in Bristol. Monument was taken down in Bristol. It was blamed on BLM. Look at the footage. Look at the pictures. It's white people that took the statue down. Then it was put on social media. Maybe we should move to other racist statues. This is probably put up by white people. I know black people had no time to be going to no statues to take them down around London. No one was doing that. But what happened was Tommy Robinson used that PR to make a call, make himself relevant again. Go in the other room.
But these people are called allies, my friend.
Sorry, I hadn't finished.
They're fighting for the black cause.
Yo, suck your mum.
This is what I mean.
Suck your mum, bro. Yeah, you trying to frustrate me? Do it again. I'm kicking you off. It's very simple.
In what name?
Mouth. Shut your dirty mouth. Yeah, very simple. It's late. I've been getting for hours. You still trying to frustrate me? You can't just let a man just speak. Anyway, so that's what happened. The Bristol lot took the thing down. Tommy Robinson seized the opportunity for some PR because his name was dead. His name was Mud. Yeah. He used the situation for PR, called out his people, then retracted his statement, which was his plan anyway, got the people to come down, and they came down for a fight. They didn't come down to protect nothing. They came down for a fight. There was probably about 10 guys that came and stood around one monument. These times they were outnumbered by probably 1,000 people. Did the 1,000 people attempt to go over there and harm any statues? No. Why? Because that was never their intention in the first place. So we used it as PR.
Can I now counteract your complete nonsense? The fact is, I posted a video from the BBC, the Churchill statue that was defamed during the BLM riots, and then after that, the Tommy Boys came. I was there in London covering it. I've got my own live stream, which I showed you. It's far more than 10 people. It's near enough 1,000 people showed up, if not more.
The point is that you said that they
on
were
Parliament Square.
Down. You said that it wasn't incited before. It was happening before the original statue in Brighton or wherever it was got taken down.
No, it's nothing to do with Brighton.
It
nothing to do with Brighton.
He didn't bring up the other.
No, it's not even Brighton. It was Bristol or somewhere.
Bristol.
That's it. Bristol. Sorry. They had the statue in Bristol near the university that got pulled down and thrown into the river.
Yes.
And then Tommy and them man said, "No, we're not having that. They want to go to Central London and do that."
No. It was after when Churchill's statue was graffitied. It was the Black Lives Matter protest. No, it had nothing to do with the guy in Bristol.
So you're saying it had nothing to do with the statue that was pulled down in Bristol, but everything to do with a bit of graffiti that could be wiped off?
It was the Churchill statue that was defamed, and also the Cenotaph, which is the fallen soldiers monument, that was also graffitied. Those were the reasons that Tommy called for people to come into Central London, and then Sadiq Khan put barriers around those statues.
Hold on, since you're gonna make shit up, let's play Tommy Robinson talking.
I just posted a fucking video for you.
Come down. Yeah, let's talk because it was Tommy that made the call, right?
I just posted a video on the BBC.
He should know what the problem is, right? No, it's Tommy that made the call. Would you agree?
No, Tommy was the one who made a video saying any Englishman worth his soul should come down.
If Tommy made the call, what did he say in his call?
I also want to make the point here that
did he say because people are graffitiing? All right, we're gonna play it. I'm gonna play it, man. You lot can't be honest. I can't rely on you to be honest. I'm gonna play the video. Let me play the address.
Yeah, I know, but I want to tell you that the DFLA actually put a separate call out. So
well, we never heard nothing about that. We saw nothing about that, and everything that we saw was Tommy's.
Yeah, because you probably wouldn't have seen the DFLA call out.
Yeah, I know. I didn't.
Watch the video and you can see it was all about the Churchill statue and the Cenotaph. Nothing to do with the Bristol statue of that guy who was supposedly made his money from the slave trade. Nobody gives a shit about that guy.
Colston.
Yeah, Colston. Nobody gave a shit about that guy. In fact, they put up a 3D printed statue of Sasha Thompson in his place.
How long did that last up there for?
Yeah, but nobody gives a shit.
How long did it last up there for?
Well, because it was illegal. The council took it down. I don't know.
Shut up, then, isn't it? Like you're chatting shit.
Why
you
don't know nothing about it? Does it matter how long
it does? It does.
Why?
You make it seem like it was replaced with some independent
that's
people.
What I'm saying. They then went and put it there.
Put a fake statue in the place, and it was removed straight away. So what's the point?
It wasn't even straight away. It was a few days. But generally, who
now
cares?
You want to answer how long it was?
It doesn't matter. I'm not even laboring that point.
Does it matter or not? Does it matter or not?
The Bristol Edward Colston statue wasn't the reason why people came into London to protect or to at least protest against the BLM for graffitiing Churchill's statue and putting graffiti on the Cenotaph. That's the reason they all came down. And I've got literally a video I posted for you. I dare for you to watch it or at least show the people. But it doesn't matter because the truth is out there. I mean, you guys can spin this bullshit any way you like. Everybody knows nobody is fucking happy with that BLM protest, period. And especially the cowardly police of London kneeling in front of them. That bullshit. That's another set of bullshit that has to fucking
that
be
also
addressed.
upset everybody. True.
Banksy, I got a question for you. Who is Haji Furuz? Who is that?
Who's who?
Haji what?
Haji Furuz. Who is that?
Haji Kibbutz?
Furuz.
I have no idea.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Is that a name?
I've got a very interesting book, right? It's called The Myths of Haji Furuz. And basically, and unfortunately.
Oh, Haji Furuz. Oh, you're talking about the Iranian New Year's celebration.
Yeah. I've got that book, by the way. Could you tell us what it's about? So I don't have to. I don't mind, but
well, there's two characters in the Iranian New Year celebrations. One is Baba Karam, and the other one is Haji Furuz, and they are they're kind of the equivalent to the Santa Claus of the Catholic, the Christian sort of religion. Baba Karam is actually the Santa Claus character who brings like toys and stuff. Haji Furuz is kind of a guy who comes down the chimney, or I forgot, something to do with chimneys, because he's got soot all over his face. Now I know you guys are going to lose your shit because he is literally blackface. But it's Persian traditions and they do it in Iran, so you guys can go suck my cock if you don't like it, because it has nothing to do with blackface.
Hold on, bro. Now, come on, Banksy.
You can go lose your shit all you like. For 2,000 years, Persians have been doing this, and they're going to keep doing it for another 2,000 years.
You see, this is the problem, right? This show is about producing the knowledge, etc. Why is it that when Kel brings information, people want to cut him off and get all hysterical? I just asked you a question, you explain.
Oh, I know, because I know where you're going with that. I know absolutely where you're going with that.
No, you don't know where I'm going.
Okay, then in that case, please go ahead. Present your case.
So the thing is, right, said this many times before. I don't think it's possible for non-African people to start practicing on ethical code of conduct on African people. Whether you are whether you're a policeman, a doctor, whatever profession, it's going to be very difficult, whether you're a religious leader. Why? Because your community has programmed you to practice on ethical code of conduct on African people, and nobody is going to help you with that unless your own people advises you every single minute. Now, me as a Pan-Africanist, I understand that, but it's very interesting that the topic is about the N-word being used by non-African people, and they're explaining why they're allowed to use it and making excuses. Now, there's a problem in Iran, which I'm not surprised by because I have many books, and blackface.
No, it's not a problem in Iran. It's not a problem in Iran whatsoever. It is our tradition, and it is nothing to do with you.
Don't interrupt him. Let him speak.
So could it be, right, because of these traditions, right, which you, by the way, you're practicing racism right now, and that you're denying controlling African rights, because we don't want that Santa Claus, right? You don't see us doing pantomimes of the Europeans coming out of the caves, or the Iranians and the Asians or the Middle East. If hold on, can I finish? If we was to do that, then I know that neither one of you's like it. But it really goes back to that, because you have these racist views, it's going to be difficult for you to understand to stop saying certain things. Now, why do you believe it's a tradition and it's okay to practice that in Iran, Banksy?
Because this character is a character who's coming out of a chimney, and his face is covered in soot. It is not blackface in the way that you think it is, by the way the Americans created that genre of blackface. You see, the problem with you guys is that you think you can superimpose your whatever what's it called, whatever dislikes or
the
whatever.
keyword was you guys. We get your point.
Well, you know, the African American, or I mean, this is an African American thing, by the way, which you've now has been exported. This kind of you know, some kind of racism that's been exported from America, superimposed into Afro-Caribbeans in Britain who never experienced that blackface and minstrel shows, but nevertheless, you now want to project that onto other cultures who created these characters without any African context to it. It had nothing to do with Africa. It doesn't talk about Africans. It never came out of a tradition in any shape or form to do with any African
The video
Caribbeans.
I had loaded up. Do you still think I'm unsynchronized?
Brother, this is very.
I had loaded up, but I was waiting. I was waiting till after the 11th hour to say this. But it's funny that you lot are talking about this. We're gonna get to this, man.
I mean, I can send you Haji Firu's videos or photos if you like. I mean,
unfortunately, just participated in.
I honestly could not give two shits.
Hold on, Banksy. You have denied the African rights that you're explaining that it's okay to dress in red and have a black face.
100%. 100%. This is our tradition of our people, and it has nothing to do with you or your fucking history or your fucking experience with the white man in Europe. No Iranian is going to give two shits about your fucking feelings over this.
You can't say no Iranian. I know lots
no
of
Iranian. 99% of Iranians will co-sign this and will not give two shits about African Americans or Afro-Caribbeans having some fucking feelings over this.
You're lying. You're speaking as a monolith. Yeah, I got Iranian friends.
I can promise you, I speak as a monolith when it comes to this.
You don't even like Iranians. You don't even like Iran.
Sure.
You don't even like your country. You don't like the culture. You just like bits and bobs. That's it.
That's all it is. That's all it is. But either way, these are the pictures. You can go ahead and post all these images if you like. Knock yourself out.
Bro, listen, Banksy. For someone that's not white or not black, you're proper so invested in this. It's worrying. It makes me wonder.
No. I'm now invested in what is essentially some Afro-Caribbean English guy who's trying to tell me about my fucking culture and how wrong it is to practice my own heritage, which has been practiced for literally thousands of years.
Doesn't make it right.
No, it makes it perfectly right because the context has nothing to do with Afro-Caribbeans or black people. It has nothing. It makes it perfectly right when it's in context.
Sorry. Just because you've been practicing something for thousands of years doesn't mean it's beyond review or reproach or criticism.
Sure.
What are you talking about?
You can go ahead and pretend, but the fact is, Iran and Iranians are never going to stop this tradition.
And this brings back to why I says that you all practice. But in the book it says this though: treaties promising to end the Persian Gulf slave trade. Remember, Banksy, when you're speaking to Sister Sarah and you said, oh, we don't have no slave trade in Persia. We've never enslaved Africans. But I knew that you did because I have the books, brother. You see? We're going to get to that, though. So the Persian slave trade was repeatedly made and broken until 1929. Bearing in mind, Iran's supposed to be a Muslim country.
Iran, 1929.
Enslavement.
Was Iran dealing in African slaves in 1929? Is that what you're telling me?
I know your white supremacist chip is activate. I understand it. It's gonna make you be emotional and try and attack.
Whatever, man.
But here the book explains that you also participate into it, and it also explains the mocking of enslavement by the Iranian people. Now, I'm not surprised by that. But what you need to understand, Banksy, is that you're not qualified to speak on our issues. Any non-African person who makes excuses for assassinating the original African as it pertains to the complexion, then you are a racist. And that's all I want to say.
Can we take a few steps back? So earlier on this, I've just been doing a little fact checking just to make sure I'm not chatting shit, Jedi's not chatting shit, and that Banksy is chatting shit. So, first point, I said that the majority of England nationals support BLM. So 51% of Britain support BLM, and only 2/3 of black Brits support BLM. So bearing in mind we're what, less than 13% of the country. Do the math yourself, Banksy. In regards to the toppling of Edward Colston's statue, that was done on June the 7th, 2020. And I'll read you a quote from someone who you clearly like. Hold on, where the hell did it go? Missing it out. Hold on. It goes, next Saturday, I'll see you all in London. You watch next Saturday how many people turn up. And then it goes on to say, to desecrate Sir Winston Churchill's statue, sorry, but I'm not going to watch it. And that was posted on the 7th of July by Stephen Yaxley Lennon, aka Tommy Robinson.
So what was the last bit he said about which statue? Which statue was he talking about?
Sir Winston Churchill's statue.
So it had nothing to do with Colston.
Where was the BLM protest going to happen? Where was the BLM protest going to happen the following Saturday?
You're reading out a tweet though, right?
In central London.
No, that's a quote for his recording. From his recording.
You know how long that recording was?
No, I don't.
All right. Well, I don't know. I'm sure that I'm sure Jupiter watched it. Yeah. I'm sure you saw that address.
I watched both of them. So when he said that, that was after the first protest at Houses of Parliament. And before
you got so much energy, man. Like, please. I don't want to talk over you. Like, I hadn't finished. It was clearly long, man. What's going on? It's the excitement. Anyway, like I was saying, you know for a fact that he mentioned the statues being toppled in Bristol. You know that, right?
No, he didn't say anything about. As far as I know, he never said anything about the Colston one.
Okay, then.
It came out in response the afternoon after.
Cool, man. Nice, cool, man.
Thing got toppled. I don't understand why people are defending so much. No, they can't accept. He said that he's not going to allow people to go down the following Saturday when the BLM protest was planned near Winston Churchill's statue.
That was the second protest, and that was what Raspet calls the Battle of Trafalgar. The first of the actual first Black Lives Matter protest happened at the House of Parliament.
He sent that video out, Jupiter, the same day after the statue was toppled and the video.
No. There was a protest in London
in response to. Yes, we know everything was in response to Black Lives Matter. That's a moot point in this. Yes, that's the reason why he published the video in the first place. It was a response in regards to Black Lives Matter and the fact that they went and toppled a statue and planned to do more. So therefore, he called for a bag of people. So Banks, you're wrong.
No. He didn't.
Right.
He called for the people to go and protect Winston Churchill's statue. Nothing to do with Colston. The fact was that Winston Churchill's statue was defamed, and I've literally posted a video for that. No, dude, I've posted a video from the BBC showing you the graffiti on Churchill's on Churchill's fucking statue. No one said they wrote he was a racist on his statue, and then the following week, Tommy called for people for the following week after that to go down on a Saturday, which I was there myself. So there's nothing to do with Colston one. No anti-BLM protesters, I don't think, ever went to Bristol to protect anything to do with.
It was too late. It was too late. Because it was too late.
But what I mean is, Colston has other monuments in his name. He's got a library. He's got many other things. But no one gave a shit about that guy.
Sorry.
No one gives a shit about that guy.
Banksy. But what your point was is that there were riots. So there were not riots.
Yes, they were. If you go see the fucking videos, you'll see.
There was fire, but
that's
the
not
fire
riot,
somehow
bro.
turned
That's
into
a skirmish.
running away from their female officer. There was riots, but
you want to see the fights? You want to see the videos of the fights outside the train stations?
There were no riots, man. That was DFLA guys trying to attack black people and getting dealt with.
That's what it was.
Yeah, I was there firsthand. I'll tell you, that's exactly what it was. Firsthand. Do you think that the black guys are just walking around looking for any white guy they can and just beat him up? Is that what you thought? In the middle of central London? Don't you think it would have been a massacre if that's what was going on? Do you know that the BLM supporters were a large mix of people from every fucking ethnicity?
There you go. There's some more videos of mainstream media.
Different genders, yeah. And they are people from London. They were from people from London, yeah, here to keep vigilant just in case there was any stray BLM supporters, because the establishment set it up, and everyone that was involved in the establishment and has got their little hand in the establishment made sure that they had someone down there fighting on their behalf, right? And that's exactly what happened.
You can go ahead and make conspiracy theories all you like.
I was there. I was at the epicenter. This is a fact. Tommy Robinson called down the DFLA, and then backtracked, knowing that they would go there anyway, knowing he wouldn't be present. He backtracked. They decided to go down anyway. BLM did the same thing. They called a protest, and then when they heard that, apparently they heard that Tommy supporters are going to be there, they backtracked, which left thousands of people in danger because they were reaching to Trafalgar Square without any knowledge that the protest was over. Therefore, they wouldn't have the support of their numbers, and they'd walk into a trap.
It wasn't Black Lives Matter that called for him to go to Trafalgar Square. It was Respect.
No, you're wrong.
It was BLM.
There was a protest scheduled for that day. All
but they had that on the Friday instead, didn't they?
Hold on.
No,
all Respect did, is when BLM said we're not going to be there anymore. Respect decided to tell everyone he's going to be there to support the people that come down, which in turn he started asking people to come down, which I said openly was a shit move, a proper shit move.
Yeah, because you didn't go. I know.
Yeah, but I thought.
I went because I got drawn.
Black Lives Matter cancelled and did it Friday instead.
No.
Did you hear what I said or not? Or was you just waiting to speak? Because I just explained it all. So what is there more to say? I just explained it. Either you're not listening or what? I don't get it. You just want to argue. Black Lives Matter had a protest scheduled for that day. They heard about the Tommy Robinson situation and they cancelled it.
Okay. Yeah.
Short notice. They pulled the rug, knowing people were still going to be coming down anyway. Because it was like literally a day or two before the protest. So people were coming down anyway. They left everyone in the lurch, just like Tommy did. Pussy-os. Yeah, Tommy did the big call, and then I'm not coming. I'm not going to be there. I'm not coming. Like, he's such a pussy. Yeah, and he only did that to remain relevant and seem like he was out fighting for the British and for the British cause, which we all know he's not interested in.
He prefers the Israeli cause.
He's interested in sniff and fucking bollocks. Yeah, sensationalism and spending 100,000 grand of donators' money on gambling and other shit. We know what he's on now.
Well, actually, me and Manny Cinder did a whole expose on Tommy's and his
Manny, man.
cocaine habits.
Yeah, cokehead. But we've been saying he was a cokehead from the day one. It's so obvious, you know.
Cocaine and prostitutes.
Cocaine and prostitutes. Yeah, that's what I heard it was.
What every great revolutionary needs, eh?
Hey, man, you can't have a good revolution without a nice line of blow.
What I don't understand, Banky, why is the Elijah Muhammad wrong for calling white people devils? You haven't explained it. You got emotions.
It's the same as if anyone called black people any derogatory term towards them as being whatever, savages, this, that. It's the same on the same level. I mean, if you can't see that, if you can't see how white people demonized and dehumanized blacks from Africa for centuries, literally to the extent in which they could take them as property. If you can't see how one human being can do that to another human being, and yet you know, in your eyes, Elijah Muhammad's comments are perfectly fine, then I'm sorry, I can't help you. But that is wrong. No human being should demonize another human being, because we can do horrific things to each other once we do that.
So we're human beings now. What's very interesting, right, is the N word is not the same as devil. You see, devil is when you
I didn't say
devalue.
about the N word. The white people didn't just use the N word as the only derogatory term towards black people.
African family, you see, whenever you question the white supremacists, their code of conduct is it's activating, and they have to come with all these different types of strategies, which don't work.
All right, let me
An
jump in
entire
here.
race of people as devils is a bad thing. Then I'll be honest, you
Let
are
me
the
give
very
you an
racist that
analogy
you claim
of
that
the
you're not.
devil thing. You think that basically the N-word is worse than calling people devils. Okay, let's make an analogy. For centuries, Europeans have called Jewish people the devil. They said, for example, they quoted the Bible saying these people are really, what they're doing is they are the synagogue of Satan, okay? And what happened to them? So for you, basically, you're making our case. You're dehumanizing white people. You are saying the only people who can be evil are white people. What's wrong with that? You're making our case. The only people you think that are legitimate, you have the legitimacy to dehumanize are white people. You're making our case.
Elron, pick it up. I mean, it's
For
playing
just
the fucking
asking the
saddest
question,
song,
right?
mate. Like, come on. You
know.
sound really soft. I
Yeah,
don't
he's
understand what's happening here.
white supremacist chip is.
I'm pointing out the reality of the
and
things
it's
here.
humbling.
He just asking this question, right, proves my point.
Whites have called Jews devils for centuries, and you're using that as a validation for someone saying that you're a white devil. Therefore, it means you're racist. Jews aren't a race. Jews are white people. They like to pretend that they're not for some reason. I don't understand why, but they are.
They're not white.
They're Caucasian.
No,
it's a religious.
Jews.
They're not white.
It's
If you
not-
meet
yes,
a proper Jew,
there is
you'll find
literally
that
a
a lot of them
distinct.
are
There is literally a distinct, identifiable gene of the Ashkenazi.
I'm glad you are talking this way.
Race is not genetic.
If you actually go and do a blood test, they can identify the Ashkenazi gene within you.
Just be careful, Kel, when you're throwing it around next time. When there's real unsynchronized people on the panel.
There are also black Jews.
Sorry, pause.
Now,
Yeah?
you notice that synchronization, African family. They are actively trying to different types.
Your mic, Raheem.
Do you hear me? Is this
better
better?
now? Yeah, better. Yeah.
Thank you. The point is that a genetic test can tell you where in the world that these people are from. It is not a race. There is no such thing as a race gene. It means nothing. There is
There is a genetic marker called Ashkenazi. They literally go as Zubaydah. Zubaydah did her DNA test and she had Ashkenazi genes.
Genetic marker for people from Nigeria, Banksy. You're making a straw man argument.
But you just said that they're not any different from the white race. They
are.
literally are.
Hold on.
They literally have a genetic
But
code
where is
that's
the
different.
origin? Okay, where's the origins of the Ashkenazi? Is it not Middle Europe? Is it not Middle Europe?
No, it's not Middle Europe.
Yeah, it is Middle Europe.
They actually hail from the Middle
Eurasia,
East,
should I say?
from the area of fucking Jerusalem and all that shit.
No, that's where they traveled to. Remember, they were in Babylon at one stage, according to them.
And
So
also in Egypt.
how is that possible?
Apparently, no, but they were slaves in Egypt.
Not in Egypt.
They were not Egyptian.
They're not in Egypt. We're talking about Babylon.
Dude.
Under Nebuchadnezzar. That's what they claim. That's not what's true, but that's what they claim, right?
Either way,
So
they are not considered part of the white race.
Hold on, and then you're the first one chuckling, talking about, oh, we're from the Caucasus Mountains, from the Caucasus Mountains.
I am from the Caucasus
Mountains. The moment their white supremacist chick is activating, they like to tell you that they're from different types of groups of white. It's phenomenal.
Jews are not considered. Here's a German white supremacist.
Go and look
Ask
up
him,
where the Khazars
are
come
Jews
from.
considered white?
Go and look where the Khazars come from.
Dude, you guys sit around here discussing whether gravity exists. I'll be honest, your actual, your standing when it comes to rational thinking and facts and logic are on very weak grounds. When I've heard you guys discuss whether gravity is a real thing. So
what does that
generally,
have to do with the fact that
because it goes to the bedrock of your grasp of reality and your grasp of science. So when you're trying to claim science here, you guys have got very, very shaky grounds.
That means that they're a separate race.
I mean,
if you knew anything about science, you would know that science shows that there is no such thing as race.
Errol,
you know what it is, Banksy.
Hold on.
Do you consider the Jews as one of your people?
Sorry. Ashkenazis are Khazars. So we have to look into the history of the Khazars. And then once we look into the history of the Khazars and what their origin is, it is Central Eurasia. I'm sorry, near the Black Sea, not far, or the Caspian Sea or whatever. Bruvs, they are Europeans. So there's no argument, there's no doubt about that. You just have to know the history, Banksy. But since you're twats, you don't know nothing. You are one of them.
Clearly, you've got a grasp on reality.
Part of them migrated to Iran. So the joke is, you're going to probably find Ashkenazi or thing in your DNA. Like,
absolutely.
Let's be honest. And you look like a fat Jewish woman anyway.
The fact is that that the Jews have been in Iran for so long because the great king, I think Cyrus or Darius, actually gave them asylum. The Persians are in the fucking Bible. They included them in the Bible because of that. So yes, outside of Israel right now, Iran is the second largest Jewish community. So you don't have to tell me about the Jewish history in Iran. They've been there literally 1,000 years, if not more.
Right. And
actually, a few thousand years
before that.
So
a few thousand years.
Hold on, 1,000 years before that. Where were they? This is our point.
They were
when you go back,
this is the thing. If you actually go to the biblical text, they were either in Egypt and then moved on to where they call Palestine Israel
now.
now.
Retarded, and that is so not how we look at societies in history. That is crazy.
Practicing deception.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
They are practicing deception. They are practicing.
I thought you was a smart guy. If you're a smart guy, we're having a conversation. You would never draw for a biblical book as evidence. Like, what are you doing?
No, I'm saying if you're to take the biblical text as any kind of indicator, then that is where the Jewish claim that their sort of origin is. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know whether all these fucking tribes are. As far as these Hebrew Israelites are concerned, half those fuckers are like Jewish as well. So I don't honestly care. But what I will tell you is that European white people do not count the Jews as white, no matter what you might tell them.
They don't count themselves as white.
That is neither here nor there, because the Holocaust, yes, to agree with you, wouldn't have happened, right?
Exactly.
They were just ethnically different from the Germans. That's it. Yeah, but yet they're in every other country, Poland, you know what I'm saying? Austria and Russia mainly, right? So most of the people that populate all of those countries are ethnically Ashkenazis or Sephardic Jews.
And let's not mention the book, The Secret Relationship Between the Jews and the Blacks. Have you read that book, Banksy? Have you read that book? That book explains that they are white people. Brother Maku is right. Here's the thing, Banksy, Jupiter and the rest.
How?
Oh, and Iran.
Right,
that...
How does that? Right. So okay, let me summarize. No, let me now come on. Okay? I have to explain it for the viewers because they're probably lost here. Okay, let me just explain what was going on. My analogy was so powerful that you have to go through basically saying, well, the Jews aren't a real people; they are just like normal European. Therefore, your analogy is invalid because white people can't be racist against other white people. So your analogy is wrong. So basically, you're making my case once again by saying, well, that analogy doesn't work because you can't be racist against white people. So that was basically where you're going with this.
What are you talking about?
Your Khazar example is totally
your friend is talking about the Bible.
So see, whenever I'm talking, I'm interrupted constantly, right? I have to wait for like 15 minutes to get a word in. And yet when I get a word in, I'm interrupted like after like 30 seconds. Okay.
Yeah, go on, tell me where the Khazars came from.
Let me continue.
But it was
Yeah,
the
man,
white.
we don't care about you.
Let me continue.
It was the
So
white.
the
No one cares
Khazar
about
theory, the Khazar theory is debunked by modern genetics. You can, it is very simple. You go on the Wikipedia page, you look at the genetic clustering results, and you see that this theory of basically the people who are living, who consider themselves Jews today, are not related in any way with the Khazars, with the Khazarian DNA. Okay, so this is the first thing. The second thing, even when you leave out DNA and you go with history, when the supposed conversion of the Khazars to Judaism happened, that was in the 18th century ago. Okay. Judaism is much older than that. Is probably 3,000 years old. So that is 2,200 years after Judaism came about. So your whole thing is just bullshit. Okay, it is
bullshit.
Revisionism.
Yeah, one second. I'm going to just respond after Elron's finished because I've got something to read out.
I'm pretty much finished.
Okay,
I don't want you to get
this is an
embarrassed,
article.
but it's all right.
This is an article called "British Jews are urged to rebrand as ethnic minority." Yeah, this is the year 2000. It says, after 5,000 years of believing that they were God's chosen people, a high-powered committee of British Jews has ruled that being Jewish has little to do with religion. For 2 years, 19 of Britain's most prominent Jews have considered the age-old question, who is a Jew? Last Thursday, they provided the answer, but only after a chairman had resigned because he thought that they had got it wrong. Yeah, Michael Webber, a multimillionaire industrialist, was the second chairman to quit. 7 members of the committee resigned over the 2 years. This is debating this question of what a Jew is. They can't agree themselves, behind the mind. So, set up following the rifts in the British Jewish community, the community has called for Jews to cast off their religious identity and to rebrand themselves as an ethnic minority. But rather than bridging the divide between secular and religious Jews, this study has opened up old wounds. And then it goes on about other bits. If a people believe that all along that they were a race of individuals, they would not need to rebrand themselves as an ethnic minority.
That's right.
I'll go on.
You haven't debunked anything what I was saying. You haven't brought up any genetic studies or something like this. You have the inner Jewish
hold on. Okay, hold on.
discussion
Pause. Let me just respond to that one statement. There is no genetic marker for race, so therefore Jews cannot be a race of people. That's a scientific fact. I don't need to bring up markers showing that they're from all over the place in Asia, Eurasia, Africa, America, blah blah blah. The fact is that they are Caucasian, they are white. Yeah, that's it. It's simple.
And the secret relationship between the black and the Jews, we have the Ashkenazi scholars that's affirmed from Jonathan Coleman, from Henry Floyd
So
and
how are they
Lady.
going to prove they're an ethnic minority if there is no ethnicity involved in it?
Hold on. I know you're in the planets, but let me land, right? We have Ashkenazi, European Jews that's affirmed that we are not the original Jews, and also affirmed that Jonathan Coleman says in his words in the book called Broken Alliances that us Jews switched to the black struggle to get rights from the black struggle. And this is 1909. So you're not the original Jews. Unfortunately, you are Europeans. And back to my question, why is it wrong calling white people white devils if they are doing devilish things to African people? That's my question.
Like changing up history. Mad.
Why is it wrong to call black people devils when they are doing devilish things? Why is it wrong?
No one said that. It wasn't. No one said that it was wrong.
No one said that.
It's just his white supremacy activating because he's been questioned and he's trying to practice racism, but because there's a unity amongst black people right now, he is under attack. So he gets emotional and starts to say all this ridiculous thing because his code of conduct is being attacked. This is why he's behaving this way. But continue, Aaron. The floor is all yours.
No, you're making generalizing statements, putting
What is this
every
they're all supposed to be applying to?
Notice how the European lady again is denying that there's a code of conduct amongst European, Asian, Middle Eastern, and one of the strategies is African family that they always remove themselves from the race that's in charge. This is practicing deception, and this is also practicing racism.
Where can I find this code of conduct? Where can I find it?
Yeah, where can I find it?
You can find it amongst Europeans, Asian, Middle Easterns. It's called when you deny and control African human rights with the mannerism, the face expression, the body language,
so
the
agreeing with an African now means you're trying to control them. What the fuck?
Okay, you're absolutely wrong. When you, especially when you're talking about human rights, the only people that are excluded from the human rights, who are not considered indigenous to anywhere, are white people.
Notice how one of the rules of white supremacy is one of them is narcissism. Notice how he's focusing back on his people, even though his people exercise more power than black people, but he's focused on that. It's amazing. But continue though. We are fascinated by your struggle.
So you haven't delivered a source where I can find this code of conduct. You haven't provided any. It's just the source is trust me, bro, right? This is your source. So, and I'm telling you, the only people who are not considered indigenous, this is, by the way, why they canceled the I in black indigenous people of color. They just call it now black people of color. Or people of color, because they realized that when they put in the I, the European could claim indigenous status within European lands. And that is why they canceled it out whenever they are talking about minority rights and so on, and human rights. That is why they canceled the I when in the context when they are speaking about human rights in the context in European lands.
So, because Europe's never mentioned indigenous. That's more of an American.
Indigenous. No, indigenous rights are international. That's international law. It's got nothing to do with your day-to-day runnings of your country and your policies and all of that. You know, stupid. Yeah. If you want your human rights or your native what do you call it? There's a name for it. But indigenous, your indigenous rights. Yeah. That relates to everybody of color who's melanated across the planet. Because wherever we are, that's, we were always found there first. Melanated people always found anywhere on the planet first. Europe, everywhere.
So basically what you're saying is white people are not human. So the human rights are not for white people. Yes, that's what you're saying. We don't deserve our own territory.
I didn't say that.
That's the implication of what you were saying.
I said implication, smimplication. Yeah.
Hey, Elron, calm down. Calm down.
Hold on, man. Indigenous rights. That's what I was talking about, Elron.
Yeah, you're laying out the right for you to conquer our lands because you're indigenous everywhere and we are not. So you have more of a right to Germany than me as a German because we are not indigenous.
Yeah, just to make
that is what you were saying.
Of course.
I'm translating. See, so why you were denying it?
Sorry, according to international law, right? It says when it comes to the classifications of all the different colors and what is black is the people of sub-Saharan Africa. What is white? White is anyone from North Africa, Europe, and that relates to the indigenous or aboriginal people also, and it puts Europeans in there as well, right? So you're not the only people. And when they mention words like indigenous to a region, that is definitely not you. So they know that under international law. So if you want to claim your rights and you feel your human rights or your indigenous rights are being infringed upon, you go and look at those who handle international law. All of this statutory law and law of the land and maritime and admiralty that we're quibbling over is ridiculous. Yeah, you better know the laws that are being used against you. Because
all I can say is thank you for your confirmation.
Remedial.
of everything I just laid out. Thank you.
Also, African
Very
family, what's
hard,
very
anyway, man.
interesting, one of the principles that they do, anything that they do is always historical. Their ancestors did the same thing, pretend to not know what's going on, and they're using the same tactic because they
So
all
if we
believe.
know what's going on, it's aha, they're using the code. And if we don't know what's going on, it's aha, they're using the code. This is fucking ridiculous. What's this bloke on?
The bloke is on synchronization, and you are definitely right. Whether you unconsciously or consciously do it, you're definitely practicing your code of honor. You demonstrated it. The fact that you don't understand human rights of African people, that alone is racist. How can you not understand? Here's what you got to understand,
All
right? There
people
was
should
a
have
time.
human
Hold
rights.
on.
What the fuck are you talking about? Who said that Africans don't deserve human rights?
There was a time where European women was oppressed by the European man. They were treated like a vessel. They wasn't even treated as a human being. If you let me finish and I can explain. And the fact of the matter is that during that process, that the European man removed the rights of the European woman, and everybody had to feel sorry for it. And this is why you got films like Made in Dagenham, which the black man didn't oppress the European woman, it was the European man. But the European woman's afraid of the black man when he sees him, even though the black man hasn't oppressed the European woman systematically. Anyway, but the point
Black
is,
men don't frighten me, mate. I don't know what you're talking about.
if you can understand women's rights, why can't you understand Africans' human rights? That's what amazes me about racist people. They can understand their rights, what's been oppressed to them, but when it comes to the African rights, it's a different language. Why is that, Jupiter?
So you're assuming that I think that Africans don't deserve human rights. I've never said that once.
You did subconsciously word it though, when you used the N word.
Now. Oh my God.
See, and also when you are denying,
So
there's a code of
subconsciously,
conduct.
you said a load of anti-white stuff. Subconsciously.
No, but the subconsciously,
They're all on code, guys. All you white people, listen up. They're all on code. They've got a black code going on.
You're right. We do have a black code. Yeah, it's called
It's
synchronization.
There's the black code going on.
When Brother Snipe has been attacked or any other African family, I will let you know, you non-African people, we will stick together and we will defend it, just like you all do it right now. Like when Banksy said he didn't know what Haji Fotis was, but even though he did know, so we will defend each other, and that's about it.
No, I didn't know your shitty accent of pronouncing one of my cultural icons. That's all I didn't recognize. Eventually, I figured it out what the hell you were trying to say.
Now, notice how he has to use certain types of words. You cannot throw me off, brother. I've mastered it. You understand? This is Pan-Africanism, brother. We know how you think.
How he's using the
we
code
know
to
how you think. We know how you think. We know how you think.
Subconsciously,
I love
what's going on. You're sending signals to Maku.
I love how he talks about Pan-Africanism whilst for most of this evening they were shitting on an actual African who is from the actual continent, who was born and raised in the continent, but Hector doesn't count, does he? He's no longer part of your African tribe. His African card was removed.
We're not even from the same tribe.
Yes.
Anyway. I don't think anyone around here is from the same tribe as Hector. So we might be from the same country and landmass, but we're not from the same tribe.
You're not from the same country. Your ethnicity might be the same, but you're actually British. Stop denying it, Mac.
Listen, you called man a nigger. Yeah, you need to fall back and have several seats because you don't know anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't tell me what I am.
You who called man the M-word, you need to fall back as well.
You can't tell me a person.
You can't tell
more
me
than
nothing.
Dual or tri nationality.
Stay in your own lane.
I'm good, man.
Have you forgotten I'm white? Stay in your own lane.
Yeah. I can
you
throw
keep
the red
telling
book
me
away.
I'm not a black queen. Stay in your own lane.
What? You said you're African, trans-African, trans-Nigerian, in fact.
Oh, what? Now you want to admit that transracial is an actual
Now you're you got your own issue. So because you're trans-Nigerian, you assume that you can just use the N-word. What is this logic?
You're taking the
The
piss,
logic
fam.
is,
You're not
make up your
ethnically
mind.
Nigerian.
Can I self-identify or
Trans.
not? Is there such a thing as transracial?
What does that have to do with the N word? And what does it
That
have to
ain't got
do with
nothing to do with me.
nothing
I'm
to
telling you,
do
I'm
with
older than that concept.
nothing
And
to
I'm
do
pure
with
bar
it?
as well. So like, stop it.
Cal. So he's
Stop it.
used the M word as well, okay?
15, 20 years.
And I've
But
told
he-
him,
20 years
and he
ago.
tried to say he can tell me what to do,
But,
and I
but
said
here's
no.
the thing,
You
Jupiter.
can't.
Jupiter.
If you
Here's
want
the
to
thing.
stay in your own lane, stay in your own lane.
But Jupiter. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. There's an experience that African
talking
people
about,
have suffered. There's an experience that African people have suffered, which Europeans haven't suffered. So
You're
why do you want to copy
trans-Nigerian.
an experience that you haven't gone through? It makes no sense. Why would you
Well, how
want
do
to
you know
copy an
what? I've got Middle
experience that
Eastern
you
in my
haven't gone through?
DNA, so
It
how
don't
do
make
you know
any
I've
sense.
not suffered at any point?
You have not suffered what African people suffered. No.
How do you know if I've got Middle Eastern DNA?
What does Middle Eastern DNA have to do with what African people have been subjugated and struggled? You see, you're practicing.
What? There's no African people in the Middle East. How do you know it
You're,
wasn't black
You
people?
guys are just getting wound up by
you are
her. She's
practicing
fucking got you.
unethical
Hey,
code of
Kel,
conduct.
she's got you
It's
wrapped
not
around
good.
her thumb, mate.
It's not good. It's not good at all. It's not good at all. It's not good.
You bit.
Sometimes it's good to bite, man. It's good to bite. It's good to bite.
It is.
Yeah, man. She's
You're
just found
practicing the unethical
another
code
black
of
man that
conduct.
she's interested in. That's all.
Yeah, I've seen your code. I'm watching. Even look, you see Banksy. Did you see the way Raheem come in there? He brought in the code and sort of like helped him fall back.
It's just the way she says
They're on
Raheem
code.
even
Watch
sounds.
them. Watch
Off
them. I've
key.
got to watch them all. They're all on code now.
It's also funny, right, that they, they take away like any kind of struggle the Europeans had to go through when it comes to the racial struggle, right? When you view it out of a racial lens, you take away the struggle we had with these Arabs and Ottomans, right? Hundreds of years we had to fight them off our lands, right? Hundreds of years. We had the Mongol invasions going on, right? You take all that away, like it never happened, right? So European always, always are the attackers and never the defenders, and
But
never
guess
have suffered under other races, right?
But guess what, Iran? Guess what? You've had to fight the Arabs and the Mongol. We've had to fight the European, the Arabs, the Asian. We had to fight all of you.
And you. And you.
Need a 3D animation for your product? It's never been easier.
Banksy just mocking the thing. I don't know what reaction you're trying to get. This is what foreigners do, man. They come to the country and they just don't know how to fit in. Don't know how to fit in. Just alienate themselves.
Oh, wow.
It's all right, man.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Racist.
Because definitely Iran is not Wakanda forever. That much is clear. Bachibazi forever? Maybe.
You see, this is the problem, right?
Extremist
You want to
Islamic.
talk about the
You know what I mean?
Jamaicans who are raping
Islamic
the boys?
Caliphate? Yeah, maybe down those lines. But anything
Your
we're talking about,
tactics
bro.
don't work, man.
This is actually a good thing of white people, Banksy, right? That we have going over this blood libel, right? And not talking about the Mongols anymore or
Iran forever, man.
the Ottomans
Iran
anymore that conquered us constantly, right? It's a good thing. But you see how they're using it against us because we are not bitching all the time about the past. Now they are saying
just bitching. That's
Look,
why I
the
started
fact is, Arundel, let's call it like what it is. This is a scorned little jealous man who's pissed because he lost in the game of history. This is the problem with all these ethnic countries, the Africans, the South Americans, the Middle Easterns. They're all just pissed because the white man and the Western countries won and they lost. That's all it is. And don't get me wrong, I'm part of the group who lost, and I'm deeply ashamed of what my people are doing. But the white people won. The white people won, people.
Your people are savage and archaic.
But your struggle in
But
Iran
they won. But they
mainly
won.
with
Their
Islam right now,
savagery
right? Banksy?
won.
It's a foreign ideology you're struggling with in
and they're
Iran,
still
right?
savaging young children right now. Matching.
The fact,
Crazy.
look. The bottom line is, yes, there
Are
were
you having a
savages,
laugh?
but
Have
their
you been up north?
savagery is now left. Us the Middle East in the shit. You guys bitching about 400 years of slavery, whilst they are the ones who are running the fucking world. They've got the GDPs, they've got the atomic bombs, and they've got the Apache helicopters and the F-16s and the F-25s. So either way, whichever way you swing it, their savagery has made you a refugee in their land because you're suckling at the teat of what they have produced.
Do you really?
You believe that?
Think
that benefit from Africa
coming from a refugee?
Hold on.
Coming from an Iranian refugee, it doesn't carry the same.
But that's the thing. That's the thing. My people's stupidity and
you are
mistakes
in
have forced
our
me to also be a. No, it's not your country, Maku. That's the thing. You are also suckling at the teat of the white man's achievements. You're suckling at the teat of the white man's achievements. You are at the mercy of the white man's achievements. You're not at the mercy of the black man's achievement.
That's just his heritage.
You're just here suckling at their success. You're siphoning off their success.
Just like you are, Banksy.
They were absolutely brutal. They were absolutely brutal in their methods. You know the Spaniards when they landed.
Others decided to come across on
the Spaniards
never landed in my
no when they landed in South America and they met the first tribes. You know when they landed.
Not Iranians. That's not the Iranian story. I don't know
I'm trying to give you an example of their brutality.
You haven't got no history. Where's
your
history?
Do you know? No, don't worry about my fucking history. I've got more history than your entire fucking existence. I've got more history in my fucking toenail than you have in your entire body.
Iranian.
But as far as the brutality of the Westerner, the Westerner is concerned, the Spanish, when they landed in South America, they knowingly gave blankets and a handkerchief which were being used by children in Europe who had smallpox. And they literally, one of them even wrote it in their diary that we have given the small. No, this was actually that's what the Spaniards did. But also the cavalrymen gave 2 blankets and a handkerchief which they used to nurse children who had smallpox to their Native Americans. And one of them wrote in his diary that I hope that this will achieve the goals or the results that we aim at. We hope that it will attain. That means giving smallpox to the whole tribes and wiping out entire races of people from South America. I'm trying to express to you how fucking brutal these guys can be. They have no fucking mercy. No mercy. They will knowingly wipe out entire tribes, entire groups of people if they want to take their land.
Every denomination,
hold on, thinking that they're as nice as you think they are. They are being exceedingly patient with you fuckers.
Where did you learn this,
Banksy? Has people who have.
Did you learn it while you were in England, or did you learn it in university in Iran?
Start talking about Iranians and what the Iranians have done, and talk about how savage they are. Stop licking on the scrotum of the fucking English. It's weak.
Yep.
It's fucking
embarrassing.
weak.
It's embarrassing.
But they're all family, though. Remember, Asians, Europeans, Middle East, they're all family. So they are all family, in truth.
Yeah, of course they are.
Western.
Here comes code.
Oh, thank you very much.
It's all right, Jupiter, because even if we lived another 1,000 years, not a single African nation will ever rise to a superpower status, despite Kale's delusions of Pan-Africanism. The next country in line is most likely China, and after that is India. But I will guarantee you, no Middle Eastern country, Arab nations, or African nations is in line for superpower status for at least another 1,000 years.
Remember what your cousin says. Henry Kissinger, in
you guys will be kissing. You'll be suckling at the feet of the white man.
Hold on, your cousin Henry
for the next 1,000 years.
Our biggest problem that will stop our global plan is Pan-Africanism. So that's what your cousin said. So think about that.
Yeah, exactly, Kale. But that's what I'm saying. I'm not worried. Because you won't achieve this delusion of Pan-Africanism if you lived 1,000 years.
It's Pan-Africanism. He didn't say Islam,
Christianity.
He said Pan-Africanism.
China doing what China's done back then, for God's sake.
Exactly. Kale, you wouldn't achieve Pan-Africanism if you lived 1,000 years. I promise you that. So don't worry. Not even your children's children will ever see the light on a Pan-African fucking dream.
I tell you what, though,
I don't go by non-African people's promises. They've broken it historically. I don't go by non-African people's promises. In fact, that's one of the principles of white supremacy. You cannot trust what they say. So your promises mean nothing. All due respect,
What's the fact?
Promise too many times and you've broken the trade.
This is like telling black people, look, this is our code. You can't trust none of them, right? So we'll be paranoid.
Well, let's look at it historically. Shall we continue with the treaties of the Europeans, Asian, Middle Eastern? Shall I continue, Jupiter? The treaties that's been broken? And even now, I don't think I should. But continue.
I'm sure that there's been treaties made by African tribes and they're broken.
What's that got to do? What's this whataboutism? Like, well, can't you just deal with
what
what's
I'm
in front
saying
of you
is
and what
it's
your
human
people do?
nature to make treaties and break them if it's not in your favour.
It's not even human nature. Hold on. It's not even human nature for Europeans to even know what treaties were. They weren't the ones signing the first treaties. They weren't the ones making the first
It's not
documents.
about what's
They were
who
taught.
signed the first treaty.
They were
You're
taught
weird.
though. If you never used the,
The
if
first
you never
treaties
wrote
that
a
we got
treaty,
evidence of come from the Middle
Go on.
East and not from the black countries.
all right. So the oldest treaty is
It'd be
not
more
Ramses.
than likely
Hold
Banks's
on, it's not Ramses the second now.
antiquity.
Because look at your Google, right? And it'll let you know that Ramses, yeah, the fucking thing's still on the fucking. It's still on the plaque or on the stela, yeah. A whole fucking treaty
I
carved
bet I
in
could find
hieroglyphics
one in Sumerian
thousands of
that is
years
older.
before your
I bet I
ancestors
could.
fucking even existed. You can't.
I
Now,
bet
what
there's a
treaty
treaty
can
that
they
I could
keep up?
find in Sumeria older than that one.
Go on then, find it.
Yeah, because Ramesses comes a long
got-
time after all of the
Long
stuff
time
that was
after
written
what?
in stone.
But
All of the cuneiform
still before,
stuff that was written down
before the
Sumerian
earliest
tablets.
European civilization. Still before that.
What are you
Regardless,
saying?
for us,
What do you mean
for
earliest
us,
European civilization?
it was a minute ago. Yeah, for us it was a minute ago. For Europeans, it was millennium before they even existed, before they even knew and wrote down stuff as Greek and toga, more togas and shit. Before then, we was doing them things. Then.
Okay,
like,
so where
please,
did white people come from, Maku, in your opinion? Where'd
What?
they come from?
come from my balls, probably.
No, where
These
did they?
nuts.
No, come on. No, I'm asking you for the factual. You seem to know everything.
Albino, these
Factually,
nuts.
where
I
did
don't
white
care.
people come from?
What do you mean white people?
White
The
people,
ones you're talking-
Europeans, where did they come from, according to you?
Various places, man. But usually most of them came from albinoism of black and
Okay.
Asian people.
And albinos are what? Say it again.
I said black and Asian people.
Okay.
So Asian albino. Hold
Albinos
on.
are black and Asian
An
people.
Asian
Which means
albino.
that is our history too.
Sorry. An Asian albino. Yeah.
Hold on.
When you take
You say
you
what?
take the melanin out, you look like Boris fucking Johnson.
You say what?
So like,
So if we
you
go
need to
back in
relax, man.
time, those people were actually our people, yeah?
You need to. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So what are you talking about? Why are you dividing people up now?
So you know what's going on. So you know
We
you're
already are
albinoid.
divided, Jupiter. We already are divided. And the proof is racism divides us. And it's because you can't start practicing your unethical
You're
code
the
of
one with
conduct.
the racism. You're going around telling everyone don't trust white people.
Jupiter, me as an African
If I
descendant,
went around
we do
saying
that
don't trust
with
black people, you'd say
Jupiter.
that was racism.
What?
But you
Jupiter,
I
wouldn't
would
say
say don't
it's
trust
not
Jupiter.
racism
what is the
because you want to
difference?
be the
Don't
victim.
trust Jupiter the racist.
What
That's
is
what
the
I would
difference
say.
between white racism and black people compared to black racism and white people? What's the difference? And we can analyze
None.
the power
Absolutely
dynamic.
fucking none.
No,
None.
We can analyze the power
It's a
dynamic.
fallacy. It's a fallacy to say that one's worse than the other.
That is something you're not
Ah,
seeing at night.
you are
No
very
fallacy.
synchronized with your code of conduct. I have to give it, yeah, very synchronized. Even though you're with Uncle Hector, it's amazing, it's phenomenal. But I'm not surprised though. Continue.
Not my uncle, bro.
Listen, you can't just stop at one point in time and say, right, we're only going to go back to when the blacks suffered. Because if we went into Arab lands, I'm sure we could find a time when the Arab people suffered, or China, or even go back as early as pre-1066 when we had the white slavery era. We could start there and go, oh, right, we're not going to go no further back than this. We're going to uphold this, and we're going to say, woe me, woe me, woe me. Let's just look at the suffering here and look what it's led to. It makes me laugh. You want to hold people accountable for stuff that is not their fault. I had nothing to do with it. I can agree with you. Slavery is disgusting. If you think you can get reparations, go and ask the government. Go and ask royalty. Don't have a problem with you going and doing that. But don't ask me to take a knee or to fucking say sorry for something I didn't do. That's number one. Number two, stop going around saying that every single white person, you can't trust them because it's racist. Whether you like it or not, it's fucking racist.
I never said just Europeans, Asian and Middle Easterns as well. You all can't. And the proof is, hold on.
We're all
the proof is you've all participated in racism against African people, and you're still doing it now. So you cannot blame me for speaking the truth. You're still doing it now. It's difficult to start practicing the racism. Well, you can look at it from that way.
Go make your African Pan-African. Within your lifetime, if you could unite just 2 African nations, I'd be impressed. I'd honestly be impressed if you could just unite 2 African nations under your Pan-African flag, let alone the rest of the African nations.
Uniting Iran.
I think you have a lot of work to do, dude. I'm amazed you have so much time to spend on the internet.
Will you
when
Iran
you
ever
have
be united?
literally a gargantuan mountain to fucking unite. Iran is a united nation. Is a united country.
Sure.
It is a country under one flag.
You want to
all the Baluch, the Lor, the Arabs, the Persians, the Turks, they're all under one fucking flag.
Yeah, because
so go ahead and make your Pan-African
nation.
nation.
One second, Banksy.
Pay a visit home.
You're comparing Iran to the whole of Africa.
Myth.
No. He said, what have you got?
Iran get on with all of its neighboring countries.
Raheem just said
they don't even get on with each other.
They actually surprisingly get on with a lot of their neighbors. They didn't have a war. They didn't. You know that whole period. You know that whole period when Europe was tearing itself apart through World War I and II. Iran never had any wars like that. Iranians weren't at war. Iranians were at peace for over 60 years. They didn't have a war. Even during the Second World War, they didn't really get involved in any of that shit. So
quiet then,
the Persians and the Iranians have been actually incredibly peaceful. Their record of peacefulness is outstanding in that part
they were
of the world.
enslaving Africans, though. You need to tell the truth. But then no, you can't.
Whether they were enslaved, the Persian, everybody enslaved everybody back then.
But you said
they never took part. They never took part in the African slave trade the way the Arabs did, the way the fucking Europeans did. But everybody
have never, ever enslaved black. You said that on there. You lied.
No, I said
no. You said that to Sister Sada.
The Asian Persians. We didn't have the African, we didn't have the sub-Saharan slave trade the way the Arabs did, and we certainly didn't have anything to do with the Atlantic.
Matter? Does it matter if you have it to
Of course, they had slavery. This is like 2,000-3,000 years ago. Every fucking body had a slave.
No. You abolished slavery in 1929, my friend. You were trading slaves in the early 1900s.
Yeah, and that's when everybody, places in Europe and America was still fucking slave trading. Do you realize that slavery actually was made illegal fully in every state? Do you realize that?
Nigeria still carried on the slave trade?
Do you know which president finally ended slavery in every state in the United States? Do you know which president actually did that?
When did England?
No, nothing to do with England. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody's running on England's time fucking table. Different countries ran different timetables when it comes to ending their slavery.
You mentioned Europe.
I'm trying to tell you that America, in America, do you know the last president that actually ended slavery for good? It was Bill Clinton. The slavery was still legal in certain states in the United States
No,
until
it was
Bill
not.
Clinton's era.
No, it was not.
Yes, it was. Bill Clinton
Slavery
actually
was
put an end to
federally
it.
illegal
This is
from
what
God knows when.
Iranian
Federally, but there were
education
still
will do
states
to your
that
mind.
had legalized slavery. You could
That is
legally own a
Federal
slave
so
in
good,
certain
man.
states until Bill Clinton's era.
Federal
That's how it was.
supersedes
No,
state.
that's a lie.
Federal
so
is
done.
above state
I'll bring
law.
up the fucking article because I remember
Bring
it
up the
because
article.
on the day that Bill Clinton finally signed the order, the day before, a news agency actually did a little video clip where they could literally were standing in one of those states where they could own people. It was still in that state, it was still legal to own people until Bill Clinton ended.
It wasn't. It's not. It has not been since Abraham Lincoln legal to own humans in America.
Straight.
On a federal
what you're
level.
doing, bro.
So if someone on a state level is doing it, it is illegal because federal law supersedes state law. Banksy.
Yes, but this was still legal. This was still on the books. I'm gonna post the article for you because the fucking articles are still written, and it was here.
Come on, bro.
January 20th,
You just don't read
1993.
anything. And then
No, I'm gonna post it for you. Don't worry. I'm gonna first of all find it, make sure that it's there's the actual thing. Because Bill Clinton, as I said, was the final president who signed the final sort of state made it illegal in every state in the United States because there were still states that had it. No, it was illegal on a federal level, but it was still legal on state level.
It's not legal on a state level if it's illegal on a federal level.
No, that's not the case in America. You don't seem to realize that there are states that are, for example, there are states that have made pot, marijuana legal, but it is still illegal on a federal level. There are still yes, but it's still illegal. It's still illegal on a federal level, but it is legal on a state level.
Legal and illegal.
Slavery.
You don't understand. I'm waiting for this Bill Clinton. Apparently, Bill Clinton saved all African Americans.
No, but what I'm trying to tell you that slavery was still legal on the books in America all the way up until the 90s. So not everybody bans it all at the same time. So I don't give a fuck whether you like to believe the Persians or Iranians ended the slavery in 1920. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. My people don't have a history of slavery the way the Egyptians did, the way the Arabs do, and the way the Europeans do. They don't.
You sound stupid, man. Come on, man. Stop that, man.
They
Why are you
don't.
lying?
Now you can, but again, I don't give a shit.
Be proud about it. Yeah, be proud about it.
It wasn't in my fucking lifetime.
It don't mean you can say anything around here.
Way before my fucking lifetime.
You
so
just
I don't have
yourself.
anything fucking to do with it.
I beg.
The fact is, Arabs today, Arabs today are taking slaves. They're buying and selling them on fucking Instagram in Dubai. They're buying and selling them in Saudi Arabia. They're buying and selling them in Kuwait. They're selling Africans today. In Libya, they've got slave fucking markets.
Why are you getting that?
ISIS opened up slave markets in fucking
No, we don't know about
Aleppo.
ISIS. We don't know about Iranians. I know already all Middle Easterners practice unethical code of conduct. You can then mention it about. Why are you getting at the fact that your people
Libyans are not Middle Easterners? Libyans are Africans.
Oh no, there you go again, using tactics, trying to remove yourself from that place. You are all Middle Easterns.
Yes.
Libyans are your people. They're African.
No, not the European looking ones. You are all one people. Why are you dividing yourself to cause confusion? I don't understand.
Now you see, Kale's racism actually comes to the surface because he only considers black people as Africans. He doesn't consider the Egyptians, the Libyans, the Moroccans, the Tunisians. He doesn't consider any of them as black because they're not black enough. They're not African because they're not black enough, right?
No.
Even though Moroccans and Libyans, especially the Berbers, have been there literally as long as any Nigerian or Cameroon or fucking Ghanaian has ever been.
You're stupid because they never even existed at a certain point. So let's not do that. Yeah, and once you mention Berber, that is always a mix.
That's right.
Yeah? It's always a mix of people.
Barbarian. Talk
so
about
you sound stupid.
See,
yeah,
barbarian.
But thank God they were mixed with us.
This is the problem. At this point, you have to apply the George Carlin mindset of debates. Don't ever debate with idiots. They'll just bring you down to their level and beat you with experience.
That's why I try not to engage with you, Banksy.
Because Iranian education compared to an English one is blood. I'm sorry, the levels is light years ahead. We're light years ahead of you. Yeah, because I'm surprised you even got Wi-Fi out there them days there. Yeah, everything you learned when you came to England. That's the truth.
And making excuses for your people with racism, Banksy. Very, very unethical. Should be proud. After all, you come on this show and you're very loud and proud. But making excuses, wow.
Wow. Especially when your people practice slavery to the 1930s,
Right.
you know?
And acting like
They
you
be
don't
in
know
it
who
bossy, like, yeah, you know? These people done so much things to Africans.
No.
Yeah, but what about the fucking Iranians?
That's right.
Sneaky motherfuckers. Yeah?
Yep.
Out there murdering themselves, killing themselves, doing all sorts of atrocities to themselves, even now.
Yep.
As we speak.
That's right.
Yeah? That's what we're interested in. I don't want to hear about my shit or what you interpret to be my thing. Like it, man. Yeah? You just bought the rhetoric. But trust me, we are well versed in their rhetoric.
That's right.
Yeah, we're well versed in their history,
Yes,
their
it's their own
dealings,
code.
their
Actually, watch
politics.
this. Look, their own
their
code.
thing.
Their secret little book. Let's refer to it and revise everything.
Well, you should have had one. That's what I'm saying. You should have had a code. Should have known not to say the N-word. Silly woman.
Is he still crying?
And stop crying, because you should have known not to say it as well.
No, I maintain that your husband is a nigger. I maintain.
And I maintain you deserve me calling you it.
Go
And I maintain,
Go on, call me again.
I
Double
apologise
triple
to
dare you.
everyone else. I don't apologise to you, man.
And I maintain you're a nigger. What are you going to do? Stop crying about it. Stop crying.
Can we say that? Are we allowed
Your
to
wife
say
is even a nigger lover.
Let me say the N-word. Can we say white devil then? Is that all right for us to say the white devil?
Yeah.
Every time? Is it all right? Every time the
Funky,
N-word.
anything you want, man.
Yeah. Can we say white
go
devil, or brown devil, or yellow? Can we say these things? Is it all right, Jupiter?
If you want to say them, say
You
them.
say
I'm
it
not gonna get
anyway.
Nobody's going to cry like
No one gives a shit.
Exactly.
No one gives a shit. You know why no one gives a shit? You know why people care about you calling them white
Why are
devils?
you telling them
Because they're the winners.
Why
Because
are you
they're the
telling-
winners.
Hey, listen, take your
They
tongue,
won.
take your tongue
And
out of
that's
the white
why.
haters.
That's
'Cause you're not
why
white.
those
You're
who
not
get
white. No,
sensitive
you are
about
not
certain words usually
You
are the
are not white. They
losers.
call you lot
It's
sand
the
niggas. You lot
losers
carry on.
who bitch and cry about
Iranian
words being
inbred.
But the thing
hurty.
is, though, but the thing
No
is,
white man gives a shit about being
Iranians are
called
inbred.
white devil, cracker,
hold on.
redneck. They don't care because they're the ones who are fucking winning. They're the
Look
ones
at
who
us
are
defeated,
laughing
man.
all the way to the bank.
I disagree
Only the
on
fucking
that.
minority
Banksy.
losers
Where are
who
you
are
in the
pissing and
leaderboard?
crying about naughty, hurty words.
yo.
Oh, you hurt my feelings because you're fucking
I
losers.
disagree on that, Banksy. Let
Banksy,
me
Banksy,
tell
hold
you
on,
why.
Yo.
Let me go first, please.
No. I was talking before you started.
All right, it's your channel. You go
Right.
first.
Who's it,
And,
channel?
and this is the thing. This is the thing in the real world. Yeah, this is often how it goes. I get you, man. Like, look, man. I hear the happiness. Yeah. The white men are the winners, and da. It depends on what you think winning in life is. If you're based on a materialistic kind of viewpoint, you ain't got a family. You don't have the joy of raising your own children and seeing the benefit of procreating and engaging in all the fruits of life that are available for you. If you're just a single guy, fat, overweight, like you can giggle and sound gassed, but like nothing's much is really going on for you. Nothing. You got no partner, you got no family, and you're old. Like you got a wig on, you got a toupee. Like I don't even know why man them sound so gleeful. If that was my life, I'd be fucking down in the dumps. Trust me. No, it's true though. And when it comes to like actually socializing, having charisma, or even getting on with people, I could tell that your people skills is low, bro. It's just low, man. You're a funny guy, but I just want people to see that the reality of people get so excited when they have these theoretical and hypothetical conversations because essentially they're incels and nothing else is going on. And when the fucking YouTube locks off, what do you think man's looking at? 4 walls and a fucking and a laptop with porn on it. There's nothing else going in. There's nothing else going on. You're not putting your kids to bed.
All right, you're finished.
I hope.
No,
I hope
I'm not finished.
You're having a big
tell us when you're finished.
copism right now.
No, I'm sorry.
Such a big cope,
Jedi. I'm sorry, but let me finish. Yeah, because both you and Elron fit what I'm saying. You're both incels or volcels. You're not getting no action. You got no partner. You're not procreating. It's not likely that you're gonna get an opportunity to procreate. Like, you're not passing on your DNA. You're just kind of basically a non-starter in the eyes of Mother Nature. You're a non-starter.
We must give thanks, God.
Take 2 copiums and call me in the morning. This is Jedi's doctor's orders. Take 2 copiums and call me in the morning.
It's gonna be an empty. It's gonna be an empty
such
bed.
a big cope, dude. I'm talking historically, dude. You can attack me personally all day long.
All month.
I'm talking about your historical value in the world and your people's place in the history books. You can go and cry about hurty words, but a white man doesn't give 2 shits because he has fucking owned this world for a best part of a fucking half a century. Sorry, more than a century, several centuries.
As long as they own you, you're just a racist anyway. You said nigger 58,000 times this morning. Shut the fuck up, man.
Oh, behave.
No. It's all right. So Jedi's taking a couple of copiums tonight. He's gonna sleep like a baby.
Why are
you gonna take those copium tablets and he'll sleep like a baby?
I'll sleep like the baby you'll wank over. Yeah.
I'll sleep like the baby.
Banksy.
I'll sleep like a baby that you draw a picture of and wank over, Banksy. So yeah.
Banksy, I disagree with you on the white devil thing. I think so. The equivalent of the white devil thing is basically the word racist, and white people care a lot not to be racist or the white devil, which is the equivalent.
Oh, they do. That's right.
The thing is, it's another dynamic when you compare it with the N-word. The N-word means basically you're inferior, right? And when it comes to the white devil thing, it means we have a superiority complex in the reverse. So we are tired of being superior, really, and we want to make up for us being superior. We are tired. We are tired. Basically, we are tired of winning, and we want to see other people progress as much as we have. That's what it really is.
That was cute. That was cute. I'm here for Banksy.
Hold on, Jupiter.
Nah, let the sister come
white
through.
People
Kel,
don't. Hold on, brother. I won't be long. I won't be long.
Kel, let the sister come through, man. Let the sister come through.
Yeah, anyways, Banksy was here talking about white people are winning. Banksy, after the Russian Revolution in 1917, when Britain became the main foreign power in Iran, and they basically created a genocide because of the famine that they created, where 8 to 10 million of your people died. Were they winning then?
I'm sorry, you say Iran? Are you sure that was Iran?
Are you sure?
Yes, that was Iran. And I'm if you want a link, because I don't know if you guys read, because you tend to
references, please. I think I require references because there's been no genocide, and Iran was never under the auspices of Britain. Britain did not own Iran. Iran wasn't colonized by Britain. You know
the Great
that, right?
Famine and Genocide in Iran, 1917 to 1919, by I think his name. Correct me if I'm wrong. Muhammad Qoli Majid. I can put it into the
I would require references.
From
references,
Princetown.
please.
And let's go deeper, because you love to be big.
I'm still waiting for the link for the first reference.
They're living off of the genocide of your people. Basically, what the British forces were doing, they were basically handing out the food grains to the British forces that were stationed in the South Asian colonies, while your people died of genocide, and that's 8 to 10 million of your people.
It's true, actually. I've just googled it. If you look at the Persian famine,
but I read books, so
Winning.
I collect books. So understand the very people that you're bigging up and the white people are winning. They're winning off of the blood and the genocide that they created in your country.
But they're still winning.
Off of.
Yeah, but I'm not here bitching and crying about hurtful words that the British have made for me. But I'm not here crying about hurty words that the British have made for me. I'm not here actually crying about it.
Scholar from Princetown, not me. your scholar in
I don't even need to go to the
he's free in America
17th century.
He's free in America to talk, right?
Sarah, I don't need to go to the 17th century to even talk about. I don't even have to go to the 19th century. I go to the I just go to 1950. 1950, Mohammed Mossadegh. Go and look at that, and I can clearly show you what the British have done to my country. But I'm still, but they're still winning. They're still, because my people are stupid, and my people allowed them to do these things and influence them to do it. I'm not saying it's self-hate. I'm recognizing they Sarah, they say Sarah, they say the fool and his money are soon parted. If my people were naive and stupid enough to allow such things, then my people have to fix it.
The people you're bigging up, are living off. They're living off your people's genocide.
But I know that they're still winning.
And they reached this point
but they are still, they're still winning. They are still winning.
No, I'm sorry. I'm from Ethiopia. We don't have those problems. We don't have those issues. Sorry.
Oh,
the
so
Italians
you're not living in the UK? Are you not living in the UK?
Tried to fuck up my country. We fucked them up. The pussies that they were, they started.
Are you living in the UK?
Shut up,
no.
Anyways,
are you living in the UK?
Listen, as far as I'm concerned, this passport is an Oyster card to me. Just sit down.
You see, this is why. This is
it's an Oyster card. I get around. I get my privileges. I show up.
You see, this is the thing, Jupiter.
I get paid more. It is.
Yeah, exactly. She's still here suckling at the teeth of the white man. She's still here suckling at the teeth of the white man and complaining how bad the white man is.
I love it. I love it, Jupiter.
Jupiter. This is why they say you can't trust the foreigner to protect you against an invading army, because people like Sarah and others like her will never fight for this country.
And
will never die for this country.
Robbed. You were burglars. You went to other people's houses. You burgled, and you have the audacity.
I didn't do none of that.
Jupiter, this is why. This is why you can't have them in your armies. If you have them in your armies, they come at you and they say, my passport is just an Oyster card. My passport is just an Oyster card. I have no loyalty to this country. This is why you don't let them in. This is why you don't let them in. This is why you have to be selective about your immigration laws.
I'll tell you what it is. Hold on, everyone. Come on. This is exactly where it is, yeah? The country doesn't inspire loyalty from people with brains and with pride, with self-love, with dignity. It doesn't inspire love and loyalty. It doesn't.
It was built on genocide. I'm not involved.
Erendor. This is why people like Erendor exist.
Listen,
because of Sarah, because of they know exactly why. A German will spill his blood for Germany, but not an Ethiopian, not a Tunisian, because they've got Oyster cards. They don't have German passports. They don't have British passports. They just have Oyster cards. That's why Germans know who dies for Germany. British Englishmen know that Englishmen die for England, but not a Tunisian and not a Jamaican.
You're all adults. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, like I was saying, this is why we like this, because we actually know what the nature of the masses is. Like there's the individual that we get on with, we mix with, socialize with, even marry, procreate with. Yeah, but we know the majority of people, this is what's in their heart. So when Brother Kel is trying to convince the whole black panel that black people have no friends around the world, this is what he's talking about. He's talking about when the Iranian joins with the woman with the Jewish and Middle Eastern DNA. The white woman that's married to the black man with the mixed race kids and the Iranian, who all should know about the fucking systematic racism and all should have a fucking issue with it.
Hold on a minute. I thought you told me
why are you going to interrupt me? Why are you going to interrupt me? Why are you going to interrupt me? Why are you interrupting me for the 50th time? No one's interrupting you. I have not interrupted you all day. Every time I speak, it's like a knee-jerk reaction from one of you lot. You have to just like, oh, let me quickly edit what Jedi is saying. Like, I don't know. If I'm chatting shit all the time, there should be no need to have to try and cover my fucking voice with yours. It only shows that I'm actually making good points. So yeah, KO always says the black man has no friends, and we're always like, nah, KO, you can't be like that, rare. But time and time again, people jump on and show us, yeah, the Iranian who has a history of being mistreated by the European,
British, be specific, Britain,
by the British, the woman with the Nigerian baby father and children, all of them will link up, to form an alliance against black people progressing, against black people speaking their truth, against black people communicating about their views on the country. No, we all gonna link up. We all gonna get together. And then on top of it, the Germans gonna come in, the one that they had the historical war with, and they're all gonna be singing off the same hymn sheet. It's funny that.
No, it's actually the recognition of those who will come to these countries and will use all the benefits of these nations and yet have no loyalty to these nations and will never spill a drop of blood for these nations, whilst the rest of us actually have appreciation for the country that gave us our families, the healthcare, housing, put a roof over our heads, gave us jobs, gave us food in our belly. The country that actually helped me and my family, I have appreciation for that. Whilst all of you guys who've been born and raised here, who suckle at the teat of the white man, still have nothing but disrespect and despair for fucking white men.
Banksy, they killed 8 to 10 million Iranians.
Is 1 minute they're telling me that I've got that the English people have got no friends.
They've killed a lot more than 8 to 10 million, believe me.
Then why are you sitting here supporting them?
I still have appreciation for a country who let me in. Yes, that's why you don't belong here. That's why you don't belong in this country.
I top up my Oyster card by paying tax. I don't need your services.
No. You don't come here to pay tax. You want to pay tax? Go to Tunisia and fucking pay tax. You come here. No, if that's the case, then this government should send you back to Tunisia because you're nothing but a person who thinks that just as long as you pay your taxes, that is all that matters in this country.
Yeah, that is all that matters.
No.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Yo, Tom Mazzaro, come off mute. Say what's good. Tom Mazzaro. Hello.
Yo, what's up? I was just like want to change the topic, cause you know modern art and shit, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, what's your do you think it's stupid or you think it's
Sorry.
What?
Yeah, no, you're smart enough.
All right, back to bitch slapping these idiots. Sarah, as far as you're concerned, your ilk, I'm not even talking about you directly, but people of your mindset, this is exactly why we have a problem with immigration.
Can you please tell me?
This is exactly why they should not allow anyone like you to exist in this country.
They need me, though. They need me.
No, they don't need you. Believe me, they don't need you. I promise you 1,000 times that the British society and this country will be perfectly fine if 1,000 people with your mindset will be gone. In fact, people like you and your mindset, if they got rid of those, because at the end of the day, this is exactly what happened to Rome.
Wait. Because
no, it's very easy, very easy. What did they do to Shamima Bingham? What did they do to Shamima Bingham? They will Shamima Bingham every one of them in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat.
Wait. I see you bleeding out and that, but come on, man. Let's get.
Nothing to do with bleeding out. The fact is that there is some of us think living in this country is more than just an NHS membership. It's more. My passport is more than a fucking Oyster card. I actually think that living in this country and having appreciation and actually being loyal to this country is far more important than an Oyster card fucking passport.
Yeah. Thank you. Honestly, you gotta let other people speak, Maxi. Come on, man. You got a big
dude. You literally say to everyone else, don't interrupt them, and then you interrupt other people when they're in the middle of their sentence. I started talking after everyone else was silent.
No, you never.
I started talking when no one else was talking.
In this occasion, I was speaking, and you started speaking over me, and you couldn't stop yourself because you're reacting. You're emotional.
I was still talking, and you interrupted me. That's what you did.
You're doing it now. This is exactly what you did the first time. No, you weren't still talking, but Sarah made a statement. I tried to respond, and then you was like and couldn't stop yourself. Like, just relax a little bit, please, Banksy, man. But yeah, I hear you talking about we should get rid of everyone. And I was trying to ask you the question, which you interrupted me, which was how is it possible or practical to identify people like you, like as you were saying to Sarah, to evict them from the country? How would you go about even establishing?
They will self-identify themselves just like Sarah did.
Right.
They will literally self-identify themselves. You think the British government can't monitor most of these conversations, most of these calls? People, they've mapped out exactly where your loyalties lie.
So you're saying
before you could possibly imagine, they can profile you in a fucking heartbeat these days.
So you're saying
no, they can easily Shamima Bingham all of.
What did I say that was wrong?
That are in Sarah's fucking ilk.
What was said that was wrong?
Hold on. What we're saying practically, we should investigate. The government should investigate people's social media.
They're doing it already, dude. They're doing it already. If you think they're not actually cataloging everything you've ever done and said on the internet, you're fucking delusional.
Not to the point where they're using this information to kick anyone out. So I'm saying somebody like
no, they can use that information when it's necessary.
Oh, Banksy,
you're a foreigner.
Relax, man. I'm saying, So what you're proposing is, say, Sarah said today, my passport's like an Oyster card, yada, yada, yada. You feel like the government should listen to her saying that on YouTube on a panel and then terminate her citizenship?
Number one, the government is listening. And number two, when the shit hits the fan and when they realize that, yes, things get to a... I mean, we're looking at potentially a war in Europe with this Ukraine situation. We're looking at potentially...
Are you struggling to answer the question I just asked you?
Yeah, I'm just telling you. You listen to me. Let me finish. I'm still talking. I still didn't finish my statement. You asked the question, but you don't wait for the answer. You think that... I'm not going to answer it the way you want, Jedi. I will answer it the way I want to answer it. If you ask me the question, wait for the answer. Otherwise, don't ask the question. In that case, you don't want to hear the answer. Fair enough. You don't have the attention span to listen to the answer.
No, I don't want to hear about a war in Europe. I want to hear.
I am going to answer the question in the way I see fit.
Should be.
Do you want to hear my answer?
Do you think that Sarah should be deported from England?
Are you
what she just
yes,
said?
I understand the question. You don't need to repeat the question. Do you want to listen to my answer? Are you going to actually uninterruptedly listen to my answer?
How long does it take you to say yes or no?
It doesn't matter. Are you going to listen to my answer, or are you just going to?
I'm waiting.
Okay, my answer is in this country and in Europe, we're going to potentially face a lot of hardship, a possible even war, and we're going to depend on the citizens of this nation to potentially go to war for this country. People like Sarah and her mindset and her ilk are not going to do that. So they should either be ostracized or immediately expelled from this country, because we need people who are willing to be soldiers for this nation. And I don't think anyone on this, I would say, in fact, literally no. I will put my money on Hector before I do anyone else on this panel, even though most of the rest of this panel were born and bred in this country. You suckle at the teat of this country's fucking benefits, but when it comes to
no.
And
who takes benefit?
Country,
who takes
you don't give a
benefit?
shit. You
Who
all
takes
do.
benefit?
You all do. Every time you've ever used the NHS, every time your mum, every time when your mother went to the NHS and gave birth to
when
you,
you gave
she
birth
used this
in the
fucking
NHS,
country's
you use
benefits.
benefits, love.
Every time you drive your car, every time you catch a bus, every time you catch a train, every time you went to school, you use this country's benefits, this country's infrastructure.
You're using one paintbrush. We're all different people.
When you put your kid in school, you are benefiting.
First and foremost,
every
my
time,
for the later
every
part
time
was
you
the
drew
private
breath
education,
in this
the sit-down
country, you
teacher.
benefited from this country.
It's actually like we get free buses everywhere.
Listen, I work in this country. I came here during university, completed my degree. As soon as I finished, I did my PGCE. I was working straight away. I paid for my own uni because we can't take. I don't believe in taking interest-based loans. So I paid for my own uni.
You are, unfortunately.
I
That
paid
you
for my
don't.
own uni.
You think that
So
you think
what
that
part of
building
how
that
have
university you went to was built by itself. They just
But
magically appear.
I paid for
No,
the
no,
uni.
your money doesn't
It
mean
wasn't free.
shit. Your money doesn't mean shit.
Okay, it's a service.
What?
I paid for the service.
She paid the service. What are you talking about, man?
Yes, that service exists because this country's infrastructure exists.
You don't
That's why
buy
that
a free
service
meal.
exists in
You
the
don't
first
buy a
place.
free meal. You
What are
don't
you
buy a
talking
free
about?
meal.
It's
If
not.
it's
It's
free,
nothing to do
it's
with
free.
you buy a free meal.
Yeah,
The fact is that
if it's free,
everything
it's
in this
free.
country,
You don't buy a
everything
free meal.
that created the
if she paid,
system.
I paid
hold
for
on,
my
Banksy.
education.
No,
One
you
second.
didn't. You
Banksy,
paid a
Banksy,
fraction of what it actually costs to
Banksy,
make
one
this
second,
system
one
work.
second. Yeah, but this is what you do when you go into an establishment. You pay a fraction, yeah, and everyone paying actually gives the profit. Yeah, you give a service.
That's not the point. The point is that
pay
that
for the
system.
service, and customers paying for your service pays for you to be open. What are you talking about?
We
This
paid
is
to
how
access
business
the
works.
literature. We paid the professors that taught us.
You're acting like it's a charity. It's not a charity.
I know he's confused.
Yes, in comparison to everywhere else in the world, where you wouldn't even get close to the level of education and the quality of education, it is absolutely a charity. It's been
the education here is
subsidized
high
and
because
it
of
has been
international
built.
students. That's why it's not because of the
it's
natives.
not because of international
It's because of
students.
international
Oxford
students.
existed before fucking
It's because of the
international
international
students.
that
Cambridge existed way before any fucking immigrants came and paid their
Cambridge is just a
international
name, though. That's
fees.
the reality. There's a lot of kids.
These educational establishments were established literally 1,000 years ago.
Is that
before
why they're
any
trying to
fucking
copy
foreigner
Singapore?
Came. They
Is
did
that
it
why?
for their
Is that why they're
people.
trying to mimic Singapore?
They
and
did
Finland
it for
because the
their
education
people.
system's falling apart. Is that why they're trying to copy other people's systems?
Look, I don't give
No,
a shit
is
about
that why they're
what
introducing math masters in Singapore?
it may have had
You don't know,
things may have been on a downfall
you live in a
now,
bedroom,
but they've been the bedrock
live
of
in
this
one bedroom,
society
you don't know what's
for
happening in the world.
hundreds of years, and this country has built on those educational
No,
establishments.
it was built on the
this
10
country
million
became
Iranians they killed.
this country.
It was built on the 10 million Iranians.
Nevertheless, the white people won, and you're now pissed and jealous. You're just a fucking pissed off, jealous
It burns,
person
Banksy, because
that you
the same
lost.
people, the same
You
people
lost.
that you
I
were
lost.
begging killed your
I
people.
lost too. My people lost, and your people lost. At least my people were empires
I'm from
at one
Ethiopia, bro.
time.
I don't know why
I can
you're
look
bringing Britain
look
to
over and say I
nothing
was
to
a
do with
fucking empire. Okay, you guys had some shit too, but you lost your shit. I lost my shit. My people lost my
What
shit.
did I
And your
lose?
people lost your shit. Now you're living in the white man's country, and this is their
I
fucking
thought this was
place.
Britain. I thought it was multicultural.
No, it's the white man's country. You are delusional to think that this is multicultural. That's some bullshit leftist fucking delusion. It's the white man's country. You're living in the white man's land, and you're shitting all over everything they did for you. The only time I will have a fucking gram of respect for you is if you're in Ethiopia and you tell me I'm in my country of my people, and I am now gonna shit all over the English. But you're not. You're sitting here suckling at the teat of the white man and trying to shit all over their nation as well. And to be honest with you, to me, that's just despicable. That's just disgraceful. You're just unappreciative. You don't even have a gram of appreciation for what this country has done for you and your people. I paid more taxes than you've earned money in your life.
You don't know shit about my finances.
Trust me. I've paid more taxes than you've earned money in your entire fucking lifetime. And you don't know shit about me. That's the point.
I'm just using it because it's an opportunity. I monetize off the money here because the currency is quite high, and I send it back to my people. That's what I tend to do.
That's why you should be deported. That's why people like you don't deserve here. You don't deserve to live here because you're not here for this people, for this country. No, I can tell you what this government and how I can vote for a government that will take care of people like you and what you do. Well, that's why this government shouldn't allow people like you siphoning off this government, siphoning off this
tax. Why do you want me
country.
to give the rest of my money to this country?
No, this is the problem. This is what I mean. You guys are so fucking small-minded.
Yo, you are the worst coon I've ever seen in my life.
You don't realize living in a nation and having some loyalty to that nation is important.
Let's talk about the history actually.
Man's got no mercy for his people, man.
It's nothing to do with mercy for my people. I recognize where my people are, and I recognize who I should have my loyalties attached to. And my loyalties are to this nation because this is the nation that gave me the fucking opportunities that I have. Not Iran, not the mullahs. No fucking Khomeini came and gave me the opportunities I have. In fact, I've got family members in Iran who are right now under Iranian rule, under Iranian fucking mullah rule, who are currently struggling to fucking buy water, currently struggling to buy meat and rice.
But you failed to mention that Britain killed 10 million of your people. You failed to mention that.
What they did fucking 100 years ago. I'm talking about what Iranians are doing to Iranians today.
So
what they're doing to them today, it's Iranians that are preventing Iranians from buying meat and rice, not a fucking British. There is no British man who's stopping Iranians from buying rice.
Why are they in the
it's
state
Iranians
they're in,
that are doing that.
The genocide and the famine that was created by Britain is linked to the state they're in today as well, you know.
No, it's not. Not that fucking genocide. That was literally hundreds of years ago. Iran recovered 1,000 times since then.
1917. It's not that long ago, bro. It's not that long ago.
100 years ago. It's literally 100 years ago.
10 million people were killed.
Over 100 years ago. The fact is, what Britain did to Iran in 1950 was 1,000 times worse. No one even cares about what they did 100 years ago.
No one cares.
I don't even care. I don't even care about that.
10 million of their people were killed.
What I do care about is what Iranians are doing to Iranians today. What Iranians are doing to Iranians today is what matters. And Iranians are killing Iranians today. And unfortunately, my people are stupid and they're doing stupid things right now. I can't sit around and cry over that fucking milk. But what I can tell you is where I live, the country that I live in, that's
so how do you help your people then? How do you help your people?
I'm not here to help my people. I'm here to help my people are living in Britain. I'll help them.
No, but what about the Iranian? Your cousins, your aunties, your uncles?
My cousins and my aunties, unfortunately, are going to have to look out for themselves at the moment.
Oh, my Lord.
And if anything, we can help them to try to survive under the thumb and the brutality of Iranians.
My work here is done, guys. My work here
under
is done.
Iranians.
No, it's fine,
because your work wasn't your work should be in Tunisia. You shouldn't even be in this country.
In Tunisia,
people like
I'm
you,
not Tunisian.
Sorry, Ethiopians, just as bad.
I am doing work for Ethiopia. I send money to my people to establish businesses there.
Yeah, this is why
I give them the capital.
You shouldn't
they
be
set
here.
up businesses.
You should
they
be
feed
here,
their children.
siphoning off this government, and then saving, sending over. You should be in Ethiopia right now, doing the work.
But I pay
the good
taxes.
work that
I'm
you want to
helping this
do.
economy.
I don't give a shit. Your taxes won't amount to shit in this country.
Economy, though.
For the amount of money that you're actually siphoning out
taxes.
of this country, for the amount of healthcare you're using in this country.
I just said when and if I do get sick, I go private. What's your point?
Sure.
I can afford to go private.
So you have private insurance right now?
I don't need to sit in a ER for 3, 4, 5, 6 hours. I can just go private if I need to.
Yeah. You could go private in Ethiopia. You should go private in Ethiopia.
So you're one of the people bringing down the NHS. Well done. Well done.
You should,
so you're bringing down the NHS for the poorer people.
I have nothing. I have no problem with NHS.
You're so selfish.
I have friends.
You're so selfish
NHS,
that you don't think about the poor below you. And this is what we don't like. This is what we don't want.
Falling apart.
You want a country of people that actually think for the people at the bottom.
One at a time, please.
You need taxpayers.
One at a time, please.
I think Jupiter.
No, one second.
What?
There were two sisters talking. Jupiter, you can go now. Let me hear what you're saying.
What I'm saying is, when somebody sits here proudly saying, "Okay, so I've made this much money," and going on and saying, "And I go private, I do this and I do that," you are actually contributing to the problem that we've got with the NHS collapsing. And the NHS is one of the best things this country ever had.
Who denied that?
In America, it's better than any country that hasn't got an NHS style system. And I'll tell you something, right? There's people from all walks all over the world that fly in this country to abuse our medical system, and you just want to crash it.
Okay, let me respond to that. The reason
that's free at the point of service for anybody that needs it in dire need to fucking save their life is something that we should be holding on to.
All right, let's
going on saying that they pay private and contributing to fucking bringing the downfall of it just makes me feel sick.
All right, then let's talk about that, Jupiter. Okay. The reason I had to mention that is because this gentleman over here decided to paint everybody on this panel with the same paintbrush, talking about we all claim benefits. So I had to inform him I paid for my education, I own my property, and I go to private if I need medical care. Now, I've got children, and I'm going to give my children the best quality of healthcare. And if that means going private, I'm going to go private. If you think...
Did you give birth to those children in a private hospital?
Pardon?
Did you give birth to those children in a private hospital?
I had a home birth, and it was private, and I had to pay for it.
And I take it all the medical care, all the
I had to pay everything, the
paternity,
prenatal, everything. I had to pay
all
for
of that,
everything.
all of that was private, right?
Yeah, I had to pay for it, so of course it's private. It wasn't free. Every consultation you pay for, everything you have to pay for. So
really, how much did that come to?
Exactly.
How much did that all come to?
I'm calling bullshit.
How much did that all come to? Because I'm calling bullshit as well.
why are you calling it bullshit?
Heavily, I'm
Because
calling
you know
bullshit
in
on that.
America how much it costs for them to have just
Wait,
one baby.
no, in England, why are you calling it bullshit?
How much did it cost you?
With private
$7
healthcare.
grand.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, from having a baby right through
We got
to
Bupa, we got all
$7 grand. Yes, $7 grand. And if you'd like, I can.
Bollocks!
We can give you the
Bollocks!
Bollocks.
There's no way that it only costs $7 grand to have a baby.
It's fine. I will give you the details. I have the details.
Way.
I have the details. It's not a problem.
No way.
It was
You're such a fucking
grand.
liar. No way is it only $7 grand. No way. No way is it only
Let me get the
grand.
To be honest with you, it's irrelevant.
But you had yours in your bathroom.
Sorry, I just wanted to question, why is everyone so sure that Sarah didn't pay for it herself and it wasn't $7 grand?
Yeah.
What am I missing?
I'm just calling cap. But to be honest, it's irrelevant. It doesn't really even matter. It doesn't really matter.
Because I wouldn't have liked to have thought.
How do you know I'm lying? You don't know me.
It doesn't really matter. I mean,
it does. Why
you checked?
That part of the whole thing is just as I say, it's irrelevant shit. But what I will say is, someone like Eredor and many other British nationals, British Englishmen, who actually don't have a plan B and they don't consider their citizenship or their home country as a oyster card. In all honesty, someone like Sarah makes the case for Eredor. Absolutely makes the case for these ethno-nationalists, because they can now see, and they're basically been proven right, that the whole time they've been saying, look, no one else, no foreigner cares about this country the way we care about this country. No foreigner gives a shit about this nation the way we give a shit about this nation. And he was absolutely right. Sarah 100% proven.
You're a foreigner, you care.
Yeah.
Very rare, very rare. Even my level of
hold on. We got Uncle Hector. He's a foreigner. He cares. There's foreigners in the chat.
Very rare.
And the one you were all fighting against because he was first loyal to Britain and not to your racial group.
Interrupt me again if you're gay. Interrupt me again if you're fucking gay. Like, can I speak? Right, anyway. There's foreigners in the chat. There's foreigners on the panel who are proud of this country that they've adopted or has adopted them and would fight for them. So it's not everyone.
All right, are you finished?
Not right. It's not everyone that don't care.
Are you finished?
I've got friends and family.
Elron's gay. Elron's gay.
I mean, I'm waiting here, right? First, I want to congratulate Banksy. I think as many problems as Jupiter and I have, right? I think we can agree. Jupiter and me sitting back for 20-25 minutes, just listening to Banksy exposing all these people here on the panel, right? It was brilliant. It was very enjoyable. I have to say that first. So when it comes to the second point, right? Banksy is absolutely correct. What we have proven that the loyalty comes first with their racial in-group. They are only here because they benefit from it. And that is what Banksy has proven on this channel. And it was not only Sarah that was doing it. There were people even worse than Sarah on the panel today. And everyone was fighting Hector because his first loyalty wasn't to like this racial in-group, but to a civic national sense of the nation first. The nation first. And that is why he's being called a coon, a traitor, and so on. So everything that I'm saying, that generally when the foreigners come in here, their first loyalty lies within their racial group. When you come to another country, you have to get rid of that. And if you don't, you get a problem you have problems on your hand, right? You're sending money out. That's the least kind of problem, right? You have, when it comes to civic conflicts, right? Then you have like something like Black Lives Matter, right? Because they are viewing their group from a racial lens and not from a neutral perspective. They are very biased. And now we have to argue Every time, every aspect of our life, we have to argue over time and time again because we have different perspectives on it because of race.
All right, cool. The reason
and it really
why
pains me that
sorry, 1
Elrond's
second.
left that, and he's
The re-
actually, it looks like he's actually right.
Okay. The reason why Hector was getting called a coon was because his white wife was saying nigger and he didn't check her, he didn't admonish her.
No, that's not true.
There was no sound.
No, that's not true.
Sorry. There was no sound of any impact from her getting punched in the mouth. So that's why he was getting like disrespected. Not because he's
no, that's not true. So he got disrespect. What started the argument for why Maku got called what he did by me was because Maku had already called Hector a coon and started on him because he said that he waves the British flag.
Well,
so that's
is
not
that what you're talking about, Elron? Yeah.
What started all this
and
about 3
admitted
days
to
ago
it as well,
was
though.
when Hector said that he would fly the British flag, and Maku lost it and called him a coon and a sellout, and then they all started arguing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what happened then.
Well, people can go back and look at your stream if they don't want to.
I didn't hear. I don't know.
What about the Indian cunt? What about the Indian cunt? You Indian cunt. You Indian cunt. What about that?
Are you Indian? Are you Indian?
Okay.
Well, after that,
Are you
after the Indian had told Hector he's an Indian and he's a fucking British and he should fucking
him out
fuck
of his
this and he should fucking fuck
got him out
that.
of his little cubby hole.
Yeah. So what
Out
are
of
you
his
talking
cock.
about? What are you
You let him
talking
out the
about?
cock.
After you lot did your racism, you didn't like racism being given back to you.
Don't leave the
That's what
security
happened.
door open on the
That's
front
it in
room.
a nutshell. You were racist. You didn't like
The
it when you
child
got the
safety
racism
gate.
back. You resorted to the fucking M-word, and then you got the M-word back, and then you cried about it for 3 days. For 3 fucking days. Even to Banksy, Sarah come on and called Banksy a coon. It's weird. You start the racism and then you cry about it.
No, you started the racism and you have to take the L. There's no dodging out of this. This is why your voice is so high and all of that. It's nothing to do with me, as I said. You keep mentioning my name like it's something to do with me. Your husband is a nigger. There's nothing you can do about that. It's not racist.
And I say, if the cap fits and you're ignorant and you're black, which you are, then
look.
there you go.
Look at her knowing her place now. Look at her knowing her place now. All of a sudden, you can exercise control. But a couple of days ago, you couldn't.
And you don't like it.
And now you're
like
here
it.
explaining.
You don't like. I'm doing
For
this
how many
out of
hours?
respect for people that get offended, not you.
How many hours were you explaining
deserve
for?
it. You
Yeah?
deserve it.
Imagine
and
it.
I haven't
And it
backed down
didn't
once where
even
you're
hurt.
concerned. You deserve it. You're a race baiter, and what you
And
did
you're
was
a
absolutely
racist.
disgusting. You tried. You tried to manipulate somebody based on their skin color out of being
chill
loyal
out.
to this country, and you should be
Chill out,
ashamed
man.
of yourself because you're
Whatever,
a British
man.
born man.
Whatever. Jupiter, I don't even know if you believe half the stuff you say.
I know, you just
you're
chat.
good at this, like, and you should, and but like, yeah, you said nigger like 50,000
your
times
ass, man.
today. Like,
Yeah, man.
I can't take you seriously. Like, just relax.
No one can.
man. Your
And
thing
he-
is done.
And all while he was at work. You get me? Now he's back. Go
I
on.
don't
Let me hear
need.
ya.
I
Let
don't
me hear
need
ya.
you, Jedi, to take me seriously.
That's what I'm thinking.
You don't have
Respect now.
to.
You
Other
get me?
people are watching and
You
can
have
see
to
the real
respect
picture.
it now. You get
Whatever,
me?
man.
Hector's back.
The other people are
He's back
watching
from
and
work
can
now.
see the real picture.
Yeah, little pussy.
Yeah.
hole.
You can
That's
try
the
race
remnant.
baiting. It
That's
ain't
the
gonna work.
remnant.
I know what you're doing, Maku.
That's
Burning,
the remnants from
burning
your echo chamber, man. That's the people that's agreeing with you, man.
I'm just glad
one
that
that's never
everyone's
met you
listening.
before.
Well,
No
and
one
your
that's
echo
never.
chamber don't agree
No
with
one that's
you.
never heard of you. Like,
In
you're
the
the one
wider
trying to prove the
public,
point.
people would look at this and they would start to think slightly differently when they
I don't
see the
think so.
race baiting that's going on within the ethnic minorities in this country.
Listen, you have.
Especially when
you have
Elron
hold on.
eloquently explained what is going on.
You have
And he did do it
rinsed.
eloquently.
All right, man.
When you're
You've
racist,
rinsed
you
the
can't be
term
eloquent,
race
man.
baiting. All you've said today is race baiting, race baiting, race baiting, race baiting. And you've said it so much, you've convinced yourself that there was an intelligent conversation being had on your behalf. But really, it was about 6 hours of us smashing our head against a brick wall while you was like, oh, I don't understand. That's how the conversation actually went. Finally, Elron has come up, yeah, the German man, and he's the only one that's from the racist camp. He's the only one that spoke eloquently, because you're not capable of. Neither is your husband. Banksy's come on and chat a load of shit.
Trying to demoralise me with vocabulary is not going to work. Because I won't be demoralised.
Big up to Elron.
Number two, I don't care or think that it's relevant, your silly little frills that you had on to
so why do you keep mentioning them? Why are you
but what I will
them
tell you is this.
I don't care. You don't care about nothing.
Elron was eloquent on this occasion. I agree with Elron, so I don't know what you're doing here.
Me neither. I mean, when you say we are coming from a racist lens or something, you have to realize you yourself come from a racist lens. Bro. So you think that the word racist is literally the equivalent of white people. That's the problem here. And that is what needs to be reversed here.
No.
Yes, you're all racial. No, you're all racial activists.
You are though. And you can't
everyone on this panel.
That's why
everyone on this panel.
I call you racist, yeah, because when we was doing an episode, yeah, where we was looking at everyone's dances from around the world, and you made a submission, yeah, and when we played this submission, there's all these people in their white dresses and they're dancing, and from an aerial view, they form about 6 fucking swastikas, and that's what you enjoyed. You're a racist, isn't it? Let's be real, but you can't admit it because you're a pussy. And you can't actually stand by what you believe. So you use clever words and blah, blah, blah. And anyone that stands next to you and aligns themselves with a Nazi sympathizer like you is actually a fucking mug. So obviously it's going to be the white woman with the black man that says nigger, nigger, nigger is going to be agreeing with the Nazi sympathizer from Germany. It makes perfect sense.
No, I have no problem calling me when you define what I understand, what most people accuse me of, right, or accuse white people of being racist. When racist means that I put my group first, that I care about my group's survival, and so on, then yes, under this definition, I'm a racist. And so are you. You have provided that. You even denied us our existence, and you cry about the N-word. I mean, the hypocrisy on this panel is just mind-blowing.
Exactly.
Nice. Notice he didn't deny anything that I put to him.
I know.
Yeah, so I say under the definition of me caring for my race, and I want to continue my race, yes, then I'm a racist. If you consider that, that's racist.
You're straw manning now. I was very clear, concise. You're straw manning. I don't know why you'd use such an underhand tactic. If you was being honest, there's no need for that. I'm being real. I'm being upfront on what I think.
So define racist to me.
Hold on. You're playing games, word semantics. So anyone with real eyes can see. You're hiding. You have to hide your stance because it's not popular.
I don't have to hide anything. That's the beauty of it. Because I'm correct.
But you do.
Okay. Aaron, though, it's kind of simple. Do you hate non-white people?
No.
So I don't know what everyone else's definition of racism is. For me, it's always someone who hates people of a different race.
You have to hate someone.
Exactly.
So does he hate non-white people? He just said he doesn't
hate someone, yeah? You didn't hear him indicating ethnic cleansing about an hour ago, no?
Sorry, were you talking about ethnic cleansing of non-whites from Germany? Is that what you advocate for?
I advocate absolutely for those people to be remigrated, so-called ethnically cleansed, if they have a racial bias against my people.
Wow.
Well,
absolutely, 100%. So as they would do the exact same thing within their country.
Yeah. Sometimes you can't.
They would justify the genocide of Haiti. Black Lives Matter was justifying it. They were in the US. They were saying, right, "Well, we need a Haitian Revolution 2.0 in America." And now those of Haiti are fleeing to America. That's the irony of it. And
German anyway.
The white man once again to take them in, provide them aid, provide them jobs, provide them food, and so on, right? These Black Lives Matter people saying Haitian Revolution 2.0.
Well, the funny thing is,
I don't know who these Black Lives Matter ones are, but like,
it's nothing to do with us.
They're nothing to do with us.
But I have heard
I don't know
Mako
why
and
you keep
others
bringing up
cheer
Black
on the
Lives Matter.
Haiti's
that group was
revolution.
funded by George Soros. I don't know why you keep bringing up the Marxist Black Lives Matter, funded by lesbians, ran by lesbians. Like, why do you think that has any relevance to our stance? Now, actually, I'm just responding to Elron. Sorry, I can hear you, Banksy. 1 second.
Yeah, no, I said Mako.
I'm not sure why you keep using BLM as the benchmark of your opposition, or this must be the view of black people. BLM, like, it's ridiculous, man. You're in the dark, man. You're stabbing in the dark. You're dancing around your true feelings. You can't actually say what you want to say, because you are the one that is concealing the hate in your heart, not me. I don't have hate for white people. We're just here to speak the truth. I'm here to speak the truth and give you my perspective. But I'm not concealing some secret hate or dislike or whatever it is that's bubbling away in your guts that you can't admit at, which you have in the past, by the way. And this is what makes me laugh, because you've been on here speaking about your sympathy for the Nazis, speaking about your racism, and today there was jokes about ethnic cleansing, and not by way of mass deportation, but by way of killing them. But all of a sudden you got amnesia, so it's cool. We're just gonna move on.
Okay, one thing I wanted to just confirm, Mako, didn't you celebrate the revolt by the slaves in Haiti towards the slave masters? Wasn't that like a point of pride for you guys?
What date is that?
No, I'm not saying date. I'm just saying generally. Do you find that to be
we don't. No, we don't. No, bro. What are you doing?
No, it's just that's what
information. Hold on, my brother. That's just historical information. Some might use it as a point of reference, but me personally, no. Why? Why would
no, that's just what
the only
the
only connection is that those people genetically are related to my people. That's it. So like,
that wasn't the point. That wasn't the point of the.
It was no point, because it's not something that I really focus on. Like, and you know, it isn't an event that I've clocked, and I definitely might repeat and say, yeah, you know what, the Haiti Revolution, this revolution, that revolution, Russian Revolution, you know, anything, bro. Like, I'm just a book of knowledge.
Yeah, no, dude, that wasn't my point. The point was Erendo suggested that you guys would celebrate the ethnic cleansing of the Haitians.
Because that doesn't make sense.
Well, that's what I mean. No, I mean, okay, you. I think it was. I don't know. He mentioned somebody on this panel, maybe you or JEDI,
not specific.
celebrating the Haitian Revolution, revolt, and the ethnic cleansing that they commenced in Haiti's, and then, but yet. Anyone else mentions any kind of ethnic cleansing, then that's an evil thing.
Come on, my brother.
But am I correct? That was what Erendo's point was.
Hold on, my brother. Look, he hasn't got a point. He hasn't got a point. How are you? What about ism? Why? How are you? What about ism? Ethnic cleansing? Like,
no. I'm not. What about? I'm just asking the question.
Man.
I was confirming.
We know.
So what was your question about the Haitian Revolution?
No, my question is, Erendo made a claim that you guys were celebrating the Haitian Revolution and the ethnic cleansing that took place there. I simply asked Mako, was that the case?
So can I just say that the Haitian Revolution wasn't ethnic cleansing; it was an uprising of slaves that overthrew their slave masters.
But then they ethnically cleansed the country of all the white people, right?
No. They are the people in the country.
Who told you that?
Well, no, that was
just against the masters, Banksy. It wasn't that they were killing women, children, raping women, and so on. No, it was just the revolt against the slave master. That's it,
man. Hold on. 1 second. They were slaves. Like, are you trying to say, oh, the slaves? They did an evil thing when they overthrew and they did all this horrible raping and that. That's all they were taught, was being raped and raping the people that you overthrow. Like, come on, it's no wonder that type of shit went on. Like, I don't know. I'm not condoning it. I'm not sanctioning it. We don't respect rape. Do you know what I mean? But if you're going to talk about a bunch of slaves that have been abused for literally their whole lives, if they get to turn the tables, I'm not surprised what would go on there.
you still advocate basically for saying that this country is a white supremacist country. You're still enslaved and so on. So you're making equivalations for being former slaves. Basically, nothing has changed. This is what you are doing.
About, what country are you talking about?
Every Western country. Don't you listen to yourself here?
Every Western country is what?
Is still a white supremacist countries. You're still basically enslaved and so on.
Everyone's enslaved.
Economic slaves.
Everybody is enslaved. It's not like you think that. My stance is that everybody is enslaved. And I think one thing you need to try and work out is that different quote unquote black people have different views. Yeah. I think you think that we all think the same, and that some guys are Pan-Africans, some guys are Masons, some guys are for the system, some guys are like, come on, there's so much different people, man. But yeah, I believe that the Western Hemisphere, in fact, the world is a fucking a colony, if you like. Do you know what I mean? And we're all just like fucking little worker bees building the empire for those higher ups. And we know that by 2030, social mobility is going to be near a thing of the past over here. So whatever class you're in, you're pretty much going to be in.
I will say, in the interest of honesty, I have heard Mako, certainly Mako, I think Jedi as well, debate and actually quite vigorously disagree with the Pan-Africans like Kale and others. You guys have had your moments. I've seen you guys kind of go back and forth in that because you do have very different perspectives on Africa. But yeah, I mean, just in the interest of fairness, like what Jedi said, they're not a monolith.
It's a fair question.
They don't all agree.
Fair question. Yeah, but yeah, that would make more sense, even if Elron is using it. So you guys, it's those type of statements that's just going to lead him into sticky water, because obviously we all don't agree. Do you get what I'm saying? And we have different points of views. We understand history. We understand theology. We understand certain things differently. None of us are the same.
I'm not saying that there are no nuance here on this panel. Obviously, what I'm still claiming is that the 99% of the black people here on the panel have a racial in-group. That's a fact. You have, of course, you have people who are literally like Black Lives Matter, who are intersectionalists, who coming from this intersectionalist lens and argue just like these cultural Marxists from Black Lives Matter. You have many people here. I don't remember all their names.
We're not involved with that, bro. Like, stop it.
Yeah, but
we're not involved.
Still,
but you keep
saying,
I
have an issue.
But we're not involved. If we're not involved and you've got issues, then take it to the people that deal with that. But around here, we deal with truths. And the truth about Black Lives Matter is it was created by George Soros. What the fuck has that got to do with us? Now get that the fuck out of here, man. We don't want nothing to do with that. Do you get what I'm saying? Right. That was just the thing that even most of the people that joined that were people who felt aggrieved about the being locked down. So the earliest opportunity of some freedom, they jumped on any cause. They were the ones snitching on their own selves, talking about, that guy was a slaver. Yeah, let's rip the statue down. Let's do. They were the ones doing that. Europeans.
George Soros was definitely funding this group and also had his hands in organizing that group. But what I'm saying is Black Lives Matter is basically the first activist arm of intersectionalist theory that you see on the streets.
But bro, we're not.
This is my claim. And when you look back at who are the people who invented this intersectional theory, which is basically an offspring of the critical theory of the Frankfurt School, right? It was mainly black people. So it's coming from your own people.
My brother. I'm telling you for a fact.
Wow.
You're just chatting crap. You don't live in England. You live in Germany. Do you get what I'm saying? In England, things are not what you've seen. Even what Banksy's saying, he's coming from a point of view of lick-ass. Yeah, he's come to the country, he's an immigrant, and he wants to fit in. That's fine. Yeah,
and that's the way it's supposed to be.
This is funny.
It's fine for him to pick up certain rhetorics and idea to do with political systems and all of what he sees, right? He sees we live. We've always been here. We've always been thing. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Take a seat, Banksy. Yeah. But you're never going to tell us about, hold on, our country and our country's foreign policy and the history that we were taught.
It's your country now, Michael.
No, as a basic prerequisite of living in England, you get an education. And that education requires a quarter of that is about their history. The great
according
British
to Sarah,
Empire.
she's just using an Oyster card.
1 second. Because as I said, British education compared to Iranian education, it's going to be more about Iran and Iranian history.
I'll tell you what the truth is, yeah?
And all of that.
You do know I grew up in
I'll
this
tell you what the
country,
truth
right?
is. I think
All
many
my
of
education
us
has been in this
I
country.
think many of us are just ahead of the time, and we're already world citizens, rather than having
Jedi. That is precisely the.
I feel that for us, or for me personally, let me speak for myself. It's been very difficult to form a close bond with a parent that has shown me on so many different times, different occasions, that it doesn't love me and actually doesn't really want me here. Right? When I see the favoritism between me and my siblings, when I see when I get dished out abuse and mistreatment from young, you kind of look at this parent, this adoptive parent, with a bit more scrutiny, and you realize that this adoptive parent is very abusive and just wants to use you, and actually doesn't even really care about the other siblings, but will just use the dynamic to keep control over all of us. And that's the way that I look at Great Britain, and I think I'd probably look at any country, because when I think about the country, there's two aspects to it. There's the people, there's the experiences, there's the memories. Some are good, some are bad, and you form a different relationship with that. I can handle that. Yeah, with that I can say, I love living in London, I love being in England. But then you got the other side, which is like the systemic racism, the government, the police force, the teachers, the social services, the infrastructure seems to be poisonous. Every time I come into contact with it, I'm left with a rash or a bad taste. And this is why, like, it's been hard growing up to have a genuine love for this country. When you know you live in a country where someone will just drive by and call you a nigger.
Yeah.
Or a police officer will abuse you when you're the one that's in need of assistance. These type of experiences help you realize, oh, hold on, England actually, like, it's no point me having this patriotic, nationalistic, I love the monarchy fucking worldview. Once you study a bit of history, you realize, oh shit, this country never gave a fuck about me or my people. And anything they've ever done has been at their convenience to further their goals, to get their fingers and tentacles into some more fertile, prosperous land. That's it.
See, and this is the problem here. I see it's the exact opposite. Yeah, just 3-4 sentences. I see when you're talking about the view of world citizen, no other race has actually it's coming from white people, this whole civic identity. Okay, you are a world citizen. This project comes out of the white man's mind, and no one has actually buying into this idea more than white people. And if you're having a neutral view, you would see that other groups are way more ethnocentric, are way more tribal than white people. White people want to just be left alone, the average white people. And that they want to be seen not even as white. They even go out of their window of being seen white. It's only because they're always addressed as white people that they now have to defend themselves and have to form. This is why I'm against civic nationalism. Banksy and Jupiter are both civic nationalists, but Banksy already has basically come to the conclusion that this is the reality. What the ethno-nationalists have been saying is that the majority of people are not capable of the civic nationalist identity of world citizenship or being a people like a cosmopolitan people. The vast majority are tribal. They put their group first, and they are just using the system.
This is the funny thing, actually, Arundel. Sargon of Akkad actually has given a lecture on the international man and the fact that he has no loyalties and he just moves around hermit-like wherever he lives. He lives, and he has no loyalty to anything, to anyone, versus the person who actually cares about the blood and soil of his people, the place where his people and ancestors walked for thousands of years. There are people who actually still remember those people.
Yeah, that's not you,
their nation.
That's
No, that
not
is
you.
me. No, that is
you don't
me.
give a fuck
But
about your ancestors and your people.
No, my ancestors.
Shut up, man.
I give
You
it.
don't give a
Well,
fuck. Shut up,
this is
man.
the
You're not
thing.
English.
This is
You're
the thing.
describing
This is the thing. Jedi. The problem
not you.
the problem is that
no,
I
you
do
don't
care
give a
about
fuck
my
about Iran.
people. But this is the fucked up thing, Jedi. When you talk about how